Chapter 1. The Various Fruits. Sittist Island. Situated in the Grand Line, it is the rightmost of the 7 routes and neighbors the first island in the Calm Belt, the Kingdom of Keluohud. This is the sole nation on Sittist Island, with a population of approximately 6.4 million, and it is also one of the member states of the world government. This kingdom, which enjoys a perennial spring and was once peaceful and stable, experienced a bizarre and peculiar nationwide event 5 years ago. The incident of the Bodhi tree. On that fateful day, in the central square of the kingdom, witnessed by thousands, a green light descended from the sky and sank into the earth. As the onlookers were engulfed in confusion, a tender green sprout emerged from the soil, rapidly growing in a matter of moments to a height of 3 meters, and then, with another breath, it shot up to 10 meters. By the time the kingdom's military noticed the anomaly and arrived to investigate, it had already transformed into a towering tree over 100 meters tall, its branches lush and leaves abundant, a breathtaking sight to behold. The citizens who witnessed the sprout's astonishing growth were either left dumbfounded or gripped by terror. It was too fast, was it a minute? No, perhaps only a matter of seconds. Such an extraordinary phenomenon caused many timid souls to tremble and flee in panic, while those with a bit more courage chose to stand back and gaze in astonishment. Everyone retreat to at least 500 meters away. No one is to approach it. Await the king's orders. The captain of the arriving royal army commanded the crowd to disperse and instructed his subordinates to establish a perimeter. Such a strange occurrence could not be attributed to natural law, and being in the Grand Line, he was no stranger to the treasures of the sea, the devil fruits. Surely this is the handiwork of an unknown ability. User creating such a commotion must have some ulterior motive behind it. What do you intend to achieve with this tree? No matter what your clandestine intentions are, I, Captain Nada, shall not allow you to succeed. Captain Nada snorted solemnly when suddenly the crowd, isolated at a distance of 500 meters, erupted into a fervent commotion. Sensing something amiss, he turned sharply to gaze at the giant tree, and instantly his expression darkened. The magnificent green leaves of the towering tree were shedding countless green light particles, which danced in the breeze and scattered in all directions. Fall back. Retreat as far as you can. Royal Army, heed my command. Half of you, organize the crowd's retreat. The rest, follow me to halt the spread of these mysterious green particles. Captain Nada issued his orders loudly, no longer concerning himself with the commotion of the crowd. He unsheathed his sword with a clang, delivering a slash toward the sky filled with green light, attempting to blow the particles higher into the air with the wind generated by his strike. The unknown required caution before understanding what these myriad green lights were. It was imperative to avoid contact with them. Boom! Boom! Half of the Royal Army members immediately fired their guns, and the air resonated with the sound of gunfire, the tension palpable. Swish, swish, swish. With each swing of his sword, slashing strikes filled the air, though each blow sent many green particles soaring. Captain Nada's expression grew increasingly grim as the tree emitted green light at an even more rapid pace. TCH. Realizing that merely dispersing the green light was only a temporary measure, Captain Nada shifted his gaze to the giant tree. Everyone, aim your guns at the giant tree and shatter it. Understood, Captain. The Royal Army responded in unison, then lowered their weapons and opened fire on the giant tree. The gunfire intensified, yet in comparison to the massive tree, the minuscule bullets were like ants attempting to shake a tree, failing to elicit any significant impact. Captain Nada observed the outcome, instantly recognizing that while the bullets could create small craters on the tree's surface, it was ultimately futile. Silent and resolute, he sheathed his sword with determination, positioning himself for a powerful draw. In the next moment, what could only be described as the most formidable sword draw of his life surged forth, slicing through the trunk of the tree and racing into the distance, sweeping away a multitude of green particles. Did I succeed? Captain Nada mused, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he watched the trunk of the giant tree suddenly illuminate with a diagonal white line, the upper half gradually sliding down and crashing heavily to the ground. After shedding one last wave of green light, its activity finally ceased. Huh. He exhaled heavily, suppressing the pride of having delivered such a brilliant strike. Captain Nada silently relieved himself, thinking it should be over now that the giant tree had been felled. Captain Nada, look! What on earth is happening? A cry of astonishment erupted suddenly, just as he had begun to relax. A voice filled with incredulity rang in his ears. Turning to see the scene before him, his jaw dropped in disbelief. The giant tree had been severed, yet the multitude of green particles it had previously dispersed was far too many. Each of his strikes could only disperse a limited number, ultimately allowing the majority of the particles to drift toward the fleeing crowd. Upon contact with their skin, they instantly merged into their bodies, and in an instant, a palm-sized, finger-thick dual-leaf sprout sprouted from the tops of their heads, vibrant and green. Captain Nada's pupils constricted as he gazed at the unfolding scene in horror. Some individuals touched the sprouts on their heads in a state of alarm, while others attempted to pull them out, but alas, the roots were incredibly resilient, firmly attaching even when tugged and extended. In the midst of his astonishment, individual green lights began to descend upon Captain Nada as well. By the time he became aware, it was already too late. Pop! With a peculiar sound, a sprout took root atop his head. As Captain Nada stiffly turned his head, two succulent green leaves swayed gently above. The dispersed and undispersed green particles spread in the breeze, reaching outward for thousands and tens of thousands of meters, enveloping the entire island. Within just a few hours, the entire populace of the island was transformed, and the kingdom's king inevitably fell victim as well. From that moment on, the dual-leaf sprout became a standard feature among the citizens of Myriad. Who was behind this? The king's expression grew grave as he listened to Captain Nada's report. He immediately dispatched all the royal army to investigate the unknown ability user behind this incident. The results were predictable despite having conducted 3 thorough investigations throughout the kingdom. They found nothing. Over time, the intensity of the investigation waned. After all, none of the citizens, including the king and all members of the royal army, felt any discomfort. No, perhaps it could be said that they had even benefited. Under the sunlight, the dual-leaf sprouts generated beneficial energy for the body, nurturing themselves. Even after nightfall, the energy they accumulated could invigorate a person, rendering sleep an unnecessary laziness. A month later, with no results from the investigation, and after consulting the testimonies of those who witnessed the events, as well as the fact that the excess green particles had given rise to dense vegetation across the island, the king classified the incident as the Bodhi tree incident, thus bringing it to a close. Moran Town. In a vibrant courtyard, Li Shu, with dual-leaf sprouts atop his head, reclined lazily in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. In his early 20s, with a fair complexion and handsome features, this seemingly harmless young man will be the last person anyone would suspect of being the mastermind behind the Bodhi tree incident 5 years prior. Li Shu, a transmigrator who usurped this body 9 years ago, was an ability user of the paramecia-type various fruits. He had arrived in this world at the age of 12, coincidentally becoming a devil fruit user that same year. I have come to conquer. I shall shatter all darkness in this world with thunder. Unlike his ambitious compatriots who aspired to become the king of the world, wielding swords to slay and reveling in the company of beautiful women, Li Shu's pursuit upon his arrival was to fully embrace the spirit of his previous life, indulging in the comforts of seclusion. Otaku attribute. During his time as an earthling, his otaku attribute had already been developed to profound depths, and upon transmigration, it awakened fully. Becoming the Pirate King? I'm not interested, rather. I prefer to stay in and observe grand events unfold. The various fruits? It holds great potential for development. Then let me endeavor to create even more grand events, making the vast seas even more tumultuous. 9 years ago, after acquiring the various fruits, Li Shu spoke those words to himself, and for the next 4 years, he devoted himself entirely to developing his fruit abilities. He did not disappoint. 5 years ago, with his modern understanding of the various fruits, he successfully awakened its potential. The Bodhi tree incident was merely a small trial run following the awakening of his abilities. Judging by the results, he found it quite successful, indulging his mischievous tendencies while simultaneously establishing connections with the island's inhabitants. He then plunged headlong into the pursuit of higher developmental goals. The tangible development has reached its limit. Hey, it's time to expand conceptually. Soul transmigration, perhaps? Without any so-called golden fingers or systems, I have arrived in the pirate world. Can I speculate that my soul possesses certain traits? From there, I can extend my reach, first using the various fruits to cultivate a medium, then constructing concepts and filling in settings, and finally nurturing and cultivating them. Perhaps I could even cultivate people and things from other worlds. How exciting. Chapter 2, Years of Achievement. 5 years ago, Moran Town, in a courtyard. Being an otaku does not equate to being lazy. When he wished to act, Li Shu immediately immersed himself in the exploration of higher pursuits. He first condensed a blank various fruit seed, constructing a concept through his mind and enriching the setting with his own abilities. Through diligent effort, the first conceptual seed was successfully birthed. Digging a pit, sowing seeds, filling the earth, and letting his own blood drip onto it. For 7 consecutive days, he nourished the burgeoning sprouts with his own blood, and at long last, the moment of emergence arrived. Though it took 7 days, they have indeed sprouted and grown, confirming that my previous conjectures hold a glimmer of hope for success. Excellent. Exhaling a breath laden with trepidation, Li Shu's face broke into a relieved smile. He then raised his hand, summoning the powers of the various fruits, and in an instant, the surrounding grass surged upwards, coalescing into 5 figures formed from grass and vines, the verdant sentinels. In silence, Li Shu waved his arm once more, channeling the fruit's abilities. Each of the 5 verdant sentinels suddenly produced a walnut-sized seed of assimilation in their hands. Go hunt the wild beasts. With this command resonating in his mind, they obediently sank into the earth, vanishing from the courtyard as they stealthily made their way towards the dense forest in the northern part of the island. The term hunting wild beasts referred to the act of slaying them and collecting their essence via the seed of assimilation, accumulating a sufficient quantity to bring back to this place. Seed of assimilation, a type of spatially encapsulated seed, a creation born from the awakening of one's abilities. In constructing various conceptual forms, Li Shu had included a stipulation. Nourished by his own blood, the time required for sprouting would correlate with the difficulty of the task. Once the seed broke through its shell and sprouted, he could use the blood and flesh of other creatures as sustenance until maturity. Thus, once the sprouts had emerged, he no longer needed to irrigate them with his own blood. He could simply hunt the corpses of other beings. As the 5 verdant sentinels disappeared into the earth, he tirelessly embarked on even more ambitious endeavors. For years ago, a hearty laugh escaped him as Li Shu held the animal seed, the next step following the tool seed, marking the moment of success in his more challenging development. 3 years ago, in a silent smile, Li Shu, having prioritized humans over animals and tools, finally completed the initial framework of all 3, a milestone of significant import. 2 years ago, the seeds of fantasy materialized into reality, with all 3 yielding successful examples, blossoming and bearing fruit within the world of pirates. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the courtyard, the young Li Shu, just over 20, basked leisurely in the sunlight. The sound of approaching footsteps caught his ear as a serious and handsome man, Mr. Su, approached for the fruit platter. The platter held an array of meticulously cut and artfully arranged fruits, which he placed beside the rocking chair on a wooden table, slightly adjusting its angle until satisfied with its perfection before retracting his arm. Mr. Su, perhaps you should ease up on your obsessive perfectionism, Li Shu remarked with a wry smile, glancing at the fruit platter. Mr. Su, whose true name was Susu, was a humanoid imperial tool of the biological variety, possessing formidable combat prowess. That said, Li Shu's conceptualization of him was not born from a mere necessity for protection or bodyguards. For someone with a penchant for domesticity, who could resist the allure of an impeccable caretaker skilled in 1,000 household tasks, from cleaning to cooking? Mr. Su is simply the best. With his signature tender shoots, deep blue hair, and two prominent horns, Susanoo, clad in white, responded with a slight movement of his beard. As a guardian-type imperial tool, I cannot afford to be negligent in my duties. Ding ding, ding ding ding. A small, round-head sprite with a suction cup on its head, measuring 60 centimeters, floated into the conversation, chiming melodiously while expertly binding Susanoo's eyes. Its golden, crescent-shaped eyes were utterly adorable. Tool Susanoo, animal Windchime. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Su, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Even Windchime can't help but seek your affection. Li Shu reveled in the serene, idyllic atmosphere, laughing heartily in jest. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed as he turned to gaze toward the direction of the harbor. More feed has arrived at our doorstep. 5 years prior, excess green dots had fallen across the entire island, giving rise to lush vegetation, a manifestation of the various fruit abilities, ensuring that no rustle of leaves or breeze on the island escaped his notice. Here it comes. A thought traversed through the vegetation, reaching the ears of an individual who is energetically wielding lightning to hone his magical skills. At the harbor, the captain of the Water Snake Pirates, known as Water Snake Vot Seneco, with a bounty of 40 million berries, had just landed, flanked by 32 crew members, marching menacingly toward the nearest town. Listen up, everyone. We have finally set foot on the first island of the Grand Line. To hell with the unpredictable currents and climate. We are pirates who embody the essence of the sea, flying the flag of freedom. Today, we shall storm the palace, plunder treasures, and indulge our desires. For gold and silver, for fine wine and beautiful women, follow me. Looking to be in his 40s, Captain Seneco donned a pirate hat and a dark red captain's coat, his fierce and malevolent gaze beckoning his crew to hasten towards the island. A quarter of an hour later, zzz, zzz, golden lightning flashed from the distance, blocking the path of the Water Snake Pirates. The newcomer sported short yellow hair, a lightning scar across his right eye, and wore a music player around his neck. Clad in a brown shirt and a fur-lined cloak, he crackled with arcs of gold, exuding an extraordinary presence. However, Captain, look, this fellow has grass growing on his head. It's hilarious. He can't possibly be a vegetable, can he? Captain, this is a rare species. We should capture him and find a buyer. He could fetch a handsome price. The members of the Water Snake pirate crew were oblivious to the formidable strength of the man before them. Their first glance was drawn to the twin leaves sprouting from his head, prompting them to burst into laughter and mockery. Veins bulging, the newcomer, Laxastrayer, an S-class dragon slayer of lightning, wore a furious expression. He had long anticipated the ridicule that would accompany his appearance among the island's visitors, but alas, Lee disregarded his vehement objections, insisting that he must possess what others had as a standard of the island. Who cares? Crackling with electricity, Laxus's mood mirrored the swirling storm within him. Not one for social interaction, he had no interest in conversing with a group of soon-to-be corpses, faced with such blatant humiliation. He felt no inclination to speak. With a swift motion, he summoned his lightning magic and vanished in an instant. A bounty of 40 million? Is that formidable? They were not even worthy of his Dragon Slayer magic. Golden lightning flickered as Laxus surged through the crowd, appearing behind them. After taking a couple of steps, he halted, dispersing the arcs of lightning surrounding him, while simultaneously, the sound of bodies collapsing echoed around him. He turned, casting a scornful gaze over the pirates who had mocked him. Now reduced to lifeless forms, their eyes rolled back, mouths agape, and faint sparks of electricity flickering from their mouths. TCH. He scoffed, unsure whether his disdain was directed at the corpses or the individual who often commanded him to deal with trash. Despite his inner turmoil, Laxus could not rebel. From the moment he was created, his core principle was obedience. Silently, he retrieved a walnut-sized gray seed from his pocket, touching it to each corpse, absorbing them all. With arcs of electricity crackling, he made his way towards the courtyard. Chapter 3. The Vine of the Elves in the Courtyard. Arcs of electricity flickered as Laxus appeared abruptly. As his plush cloak billowed, he first nodded in acknowledgement to the figure beside him, clearly recognizing the other's strength, before casting a disdainful glance at Lee, flicking his thumb. He tossed the seed to him, saying in the future, send the Ivy servants to handle such minor characters. Do not think to amuse me with trivialities. I intend to enhance my power and earn the right to venture out. I have no time for childish games. Lee exclaimed, catching the seed, producing an enigmatic sound, and directing a glance at the wind chimes, which understood immediately and responded. A melodious, ethereal sound filled the air, soothing Laxus's ire. Humph, Laxus grunted, casting a sidelong glance at the figure retreating with the seed. Yet, a smile crept across his lips as he pointed, "Long time no see, wind chimes." Despite his preference for blending classical elements with rock music, he was powerless against the soothing melody of the wind chimes. During his fleeting visits to the estate, he always trailed behind it, wherever it floated. "Laxus, eat some fruit." The figure of Susanoo approached, holding a platter of fruit, his typically calm eyes reflecting a hint of humanized hostility. After all, few could resist the allure of the wind chimes melody, not even the Emperor's weapon. In the backyard, upon Li's arrival, the once ordinary green grass seemed to come alive, swaying and intertwining. The grass coalesced into vines, which twisted together to form a plant. The base twisted into a single stem, while the middle bulged outward like a lantern, and the top branched out in 3 directions, each vine adorned with 3 leaves. 17 plants emerged, each a different hue. The vine of the elves, with the realization that various fruits could be used to cultivate beings, objects, and creatures from other animations. Li's confidence surged. He skillfully crafted these 17 plants, corresponding to the 17 attributes of Pokemon. Time for a scheme. Li, awakened to his domestic nature, had no interest in pursuing the hollow title of Pirate King. Instead, he would indulge in the joy he once found on Earth, witnessing grand events from various animations, such as the Marineford War in the pirate world. However, upon reviewing the aired storylines, he found that there were few particularly climactic events in the pirate world. Since he had arrived and found himself trapped in this realm, the scarcity of significant events was inconsequential. "I am here. I will drive the narrative forward with the powers of the various fruits. With only 3 types of devil fruits, natural, superhuman, and Zoan, this system is too limited. Just watch. I shall establish a 4th type, the special contract system of elves that transcends the other 3. What does transcending mean? Simply put, it is common knowledge that one can only consume 1 devil fruit. Attempting to eat a second results in death. But what if the special contract system Li sought to establish was exempt from this limitation? Take Akiji, for example. His ice fruit, as a natural type, is indeed powerful. Yet its development peaks at the awakening stage, leaving no further avenues for advancement. To continue growing stronger, one must delve into physical prowess or haki. What if Akiji were to contract an ice-type Pokemon? In that case, he could wield the abilities of the ice fruit to unleash Pokemon skills, thus opening new pathways and raising his limits. Of course, Li understood that employing fruit powers to activate Pokemon skills would yield higher damage potential. But the disparity between this enhanced ceiling and the pure ice fruit's limit would not create a significant leap in levels. No need to fret. Before planting the vine of the elves, he had optimized the settings to ensure the Pokemon could adapt to the power structure of the pirate world. For instance, when cultivating Laxus, he considered the presence of magic in the pirate world. Whether it existed or not was irrelevant. He would modify the settings, optimizing the magic system. He transformed the magic energy within Laxus into beneficial substances that would nourish him, enhancing his physique and stamina. When he later utilized magic, he would draw from his physical energy instead, thus becoming exceedingly pirate-like. The same applied to the Pokemon. When the Pokemon arrived, whether one was an ability user or not, swordsman or otherwise, they could battle the Pokemon upon discovery, rendering it unconscious before forming a blood contract. At that moment, the Pokemon would merge into the victor's forehead as a red light, manifesting in a patterned form. During combat, the first setting would activate, transformation. The Pokemon would appear in its original form, aiding its contractor in battle. Advantages: collaborative combat, shared intentions, seamless coordination, and impressive skill power. Disadvantages: the combined effort would consume the contractor's stamina, making it less favorable for prolonged engagements. The second setting, fusion. During the conflict, disregarding the first established rule, one may choose to merge with the emblem upon the forehead, leading to a transformation in the appearance of the contractor influenced by the sprite. The amalgamation of their powers results in a qualitative change, significantly enhancing their overall strength. The advantages of this combined state are evident. As long as the contractor's stamina has not been exhausted, they can fully unleash their amplified prowess, making a comeback against adversity entirely possible. However, once the fusion is terminated, they will enter a state of weakness, the duration of which depends on the contractor's physical constitution. If the individual possesses sufficient strength, they may bypass this weakened state. The third provision is extraordinary when faced with an adversary that cannot be vanquished even in combined form. The contractor may enter berserk mode, amplifying their strength limit by an additional 13 times for a duration of 30 minutes, regardless of victory or defeat. The emblem upon the forehead will enter a cooldown period of 6 months. The advantages include a desperate counterattack, akin to that of a protagonist. The drawbacks encompass a 6-month cooldown and a reduction of all attributes by 30 for 1 month. With the incorporation of these 3 specifications concerning sprites, the fourth category of special contract type should indeed live up to its name, unrestricted by prior contracts, and capable of synergizing with fruit abilities. I eagerly anticipate your maturation. Li Shu gazed intently at the 17 sprites entwined in vines, muttering softly as he tossed a seed into the air, which burst above the plants, causing over 30 corpses to plummet. As soon as the bait appeared, they were immediately drawn by the scent of blood. In an instant, nearly 100 roots surged from the ground, eagerly vying for today's feast, creating a scene that was quite gruesome. Ignoring the bloody tableau before him, he scrutinized the bulging center of the plant, where 17 colors, black, brown, blue, green, yellow, representing various elemental attributes flickered in brightness, the luminous moments far exceeding the dim ones. Only 70% maturity, he mused. Too slow. Based on previous successful cases, reaching complete maturity is merely the beginning. Continued nourishment is essential for the fruits to manifest. Once the roots had consumed the bait, they retracted into the earth, leaving only the 17 sprites standing silently. Li Shu gestured for them to revert to their previous guise of ordinary green grass before turning to depart. Having traversed for over 9 years, I aim to orchestrate a significant event by the 10th anniversary. Relying solely on the sporadic arrivals of pirates for sustenance is ultimately too sluggish. I need to explore new sources. Hey, isn't Laxus always yearning to see the outside world? I shall offer you the opportunity. Chapter 4, Dominance at Noon. Having relished the culinary delights prepared by Sisanu, Li Shu reclined contentedly in his chair, his hands resting naturally by his sides. His neck pressed against the backrest as he basked in the warm sunlight, utterly unconcerned about his appearance. Moments later, Susanu diligently cleaned the dishes, prompting Li Shu to turn his head slightly towards Laxus, who had also overindulged. Laxus, you mentioned your rigorous training was aimed at defeating me to gain the right to explore the seas, correct? Laxus chose to ignore this, contemplating the notion of gaining the right to venture out. This was predicated upon the condition of defeating a certain someone. Yet he was inherently bound by the core code that prevented him from resisting. Oh, I recall now. A smirk gracing his lips, Li Shu continued. Without having received permission, you are absolutely forbidden from making a move against me. TSK, how frustrating that must be for you. I imagine you wish to pummel my handsome visage with your oversized fists? Furious, Laxus glared at Li Shu, crackling with wrathful electricity, his demeanor suggesting he was on the verge of unleashing his fury. Hey, Li Shu chuckled defiantly, waving his hand dismissively. Are you seeking mutual destruction? Do take care. To bring you into existence, all the beasts on this island were extinguished. Their vengeful spirits are watching you. As the continuation of their lives, do not narrow your path. Boom. Thunder roared as Laxus unleashed a tempest of electrical fury. His eyes transformed into those of lightning, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the courtyard. Did this fellow speak sense? The continuation of beasts? A warrior may be slain, but not humiliated. I am Laxus Dolia, the Dragon Slayer Mage of Lightning. Li Shu, witnessing the commotion stirred by Laxus, raised his hand, summoning 3 robust vines that erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the furious column of lightning. Squeezing and compressing until a resounding crack signaled its shattering into countless erratic arcs that dissipated into the air. Whether in anger or not, creating such a spectacle was unnecessary. While it did not intimidate me, I must not reveal my tranquil haven. Remember, while eruptions elsewhere on the island are inconsequential, disturbances here will disrupt my peaceful existence. Humph. After a brief silence, Laxus grunted, his expression grave. Observing the ease with which Li Shu had dismantled his lightning pillar, he recognized the immense strength he possessed. Mutual destruction? The hope was bleak. As his eyes returned to normal, Laxus stared at Li Shu for several seconds, his heart heavy, before resolutely turning to leave the courtyard, determined to intensify his training and become stronger. Hey, noticing Laxus's retreating figure, Li Shu seized the moment to speak. You do not genuinely believe that my restrictions on your outings are meant to imprison your freedom, do you? His footsteps faltered, Laxus halted in his tracks. Facing away from Li Shu, yet not turning around, he remained still to listen to what followed. Turning your back on the world? Who do you think you are? Li Shu scoffed inwardly, continuing, your elemental magic, the Dragon Slayer magic, is indeed formidable. Your once vast magical power has transformed into a robust physique with astonishing endurance. However, upon these seas, apart from the devil fruits, there exists an entirely unfamiliar power system. Haki. Observation Haki. Armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki. Until you master the two-color Haki. Upon leaving this island, you will be merely a Tier 1 powerhouse in this initial segment of the paradise. Yet, from what I know of your aspirations, the new world is where your true desires lie, is it not? In that realm, the two-color Haki is commonplace. Oh, or perhaps, the two-color Haki serves as a ticket to the new world. Without it, you will be reduced to mere prey. Prey? Laxus's face darkened. Just moments ago, he was called the son of a beast, and now this? Li Shu was the one who was truly cowardly. After all that was said, Laxus's voice grew somber. Striving to suppress his ire, he suddenly turned and bellowed, why don't you teach me, then? And why have you never mentioned the existence of Haki before? Huh? 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 The three Hus crescendoed in fury, his frenzied demeanor suggesting he wished to devour Li Shu whole. Heh, Li Shu chuckled awkwardly, opting to sidestep the matter entirely. Thus, I have decided to temporarily permit you to venture out to assist me in hunting 100 sea kings. Upon your return, 2 options await you. 1. I will impart to you the authentic training methods for the two-color Haki. 2. I will cultivate a fruit that grants you two-color Haki. The choice is yours. At a loss for words, Laxus found himself speechless in response to the abrupt change of subject by that individual. Striving to temper his rising anger, he directly extended his hand towards Li Shu, who instantly grasped his intention. With a surge of various abilities, Li Shu swiftly conjured 10 enormous seeds of internal space, gently pushing them forward to Laxus. After securing the seeds, he maintained a serious expression and inquired, once I master the dual-colored domineering, I can officially venture off the island. Correct? Please provide a definitive answer. Absolutely, Li Shu replied with a playful grin. Observing Li Shu's cheeky demeanor, Laxus clenched his fist tightly, feeling an unsettling sense that Li Shu's words might not be entirely trustworthy. Yet, what choice did he have but to place his faith in them? With a swift flick of his cloak, he strode away, as he watched Laxus's figure retreat into the distance. Susanoo withdrew his gaze and handed the freshly squeezed fruit juice to Li Shu, inquiring, is it possible for me to cultivate the dual-colored aura as well? As a Guardian-type Imperial tool, encountering a completely new power system, I should consciously attempt to master it and maximize my potential, embodying the essence of protection. Li Shu took a sip of the juice, rolling his eyes internally, thinking, why does this all-purpose caretaker always yearn for battle? Your greatest value lies in tending to my daily needs. How can a caretaker be so ambitious? By the way, since biological humanoid Imperial tools are still fundamentally Imperial tools, and given their biological prefix, shouldn't they be able to wield the aura? Let's wait for Laxus to return and see his choice. In the meantime, Mr. Su, you can listen in. All right. At the port, Laxus, clad only in light blue swim trunks after changing out of his cloak and trousers, arrived at the harbor. He cast a wary glance at the pirate ship docked nearby, suspected to belong to the Water Serpent pirate crew. The ship, after all, serves as a means of transportation. With a leap, the valiant Laxus decided to swim across the sea, traversing the ocean towards the calm zone where the Sea Kings congregate. Observing Laxus dive into the sea from the island's vegetation, Li Shu couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting on the plight of a dragon-slaying mage who could not utilize any means of transport. Chapter 5. Such brutality in the courtyard. With a supply of feed obtained by the helper, Li Shu looked up at the sun, noting it was the time of day when sunlight was most abundant, perfect for collecting a harvest to complete his daily tasks. The Bodhi tree incident from 5 years ago had resulted in the sprouting of twin leaves across the island, not merely to satisfy his own dark whims. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, Li Shu activated the awakening powers of various fruits. A nameless wind surged from within him, radiating across the entire island at a speed akin to sound. On the island, diligent farmers, skilled artisans, and robust guards remained oblivious to the wind as it swept past them, continuing their lives as usual. However, in the wake of the breeze, a faint glow erupted from their bodies, lasting but a moment, concealed by the sunlight, unnoticed by anyone for 5 years. Bioluminescence? No, it was vitality. Indeed. Li Shu had just harvested a wave of life force across the island, with no adverse reactions from those affected. This was due to 2 reasons. First, The amount of vitality each individual lost was minimal. Second, the twin leaves had nurtured them in return. Why did the Kilo Kingdom abandon the investigation into the masterminds behind the Bodhi tree incident? Because there were profits to be gained. A broader view of the Great Route revealed that the overall strength of the Kilo Kingdom had improved steadily since 5 years ago. The king's army, led by Captain Na, was merely at the level of a swordsman 5 years prior, but thanks to the nurturing from the twin leaves, his strength had surged, nearing the threshold of a great swordsman, perhaps with a fierce battle of life and death or an epiphany regarding his sword path. The realm of a great swordsman would be within his grasp. It could be said that following the Bodhi tree incident, Li Shu had established a mutually beneficial relationship with the island's populace. In the courtyard, Li Shu sat cross-legged, enveloped in a gentle white light that merged with his breath, nourishing his cells, strengthening his organs, and enhancing his physical prowess and stamina. With a population of 6.4 million on the island, even if each person contributed a bit of vitality, the total would be an immense quantity. Moreover, after 5 years of uninterrupted nurturing from the twin leaves, their physical fitness had greatly improved, allowing them to provide far more vitality than just a little. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, a quarter of an hour later, Li Shu opened his eyes, silently gazing at the white light obscuring his view. He deftly retrieved a white pearl-like seed of life, capturing the vast amounts of vitality within it. In an instant, his normal vision returned. The absorption rate was nearly negligible. With a faint smile, he understood his situation. After cultivating vitality for 5 years, his physique had reached its limits, leaving no room for further enhancement. The previous training felt habitual, as he relished the sensation of being enveloped in vitality, warm and comforting. Had time not exceeded a quarter of an hour, they would have dissipated rapidly, and he would have cherished another half an hour of this sensation. My physique has reached the limits of this world. If I wish to continue improving, it seems I must wait until I cultivate the 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish to the dragon. A vision of the future flashed through his mind as Li Shu shook his head, feeling no urgency. He possessed ample vitality to squander. Even the giant race was but a younger sibling, and he had plenty of time to take things slowly. Oh, this one is full too. Holding the seed of life, which radiated a shimmering aura, Li Shu smacked his lips, pulling aside his robe to reveal a pouch hanging at his waist. He opened the bag and tossed the seed inside, producing a crisp, clinking sound. With Laxus supplying feed, the maturation of the elven vines is just around the corner. It is time to begin constructing the protagonist of the second major event. Without rising, he lay back on the grass, soaking in the sunlight, slowly closing his eyes while contemplating the new protagonist following the emergence of the elves. Once the elves appear, the greatest beneficiaries should be the ability users. If they acquire elves that match their abilities, their combat prowess will undoubtedly multiply, thus overshadowing non-ability users and swordsmen. Next, should I consider some benefits for non-ability users or focus on swordsmen? Rubbing his temples, he realized a truth. If he were to cultivate new concepts of power specifically for non-ability users, it seemed that ability users and swordsmen would also benefit, ultimately failing to achieve his initial goal. Therefore, it is unnecessary to deliberately enhance non-ability users, as the sea becomes richer and more colorful with various power systems. Those who wish to keep pace with the times must not cling to their purity. They will inevitably open their hearts to accept and master the powers they once resisted. With this resolved, he declared, it shall be the Zanpakuto. The direction in which the world would evolve rested solely on his will, free from hesitation. He would cultivate whichever system he preferred, aligning with his own desires. Having determined the new concept to be developed, Li Shu sprang upright, brimming with motivation. Stroking his chin while murmuring to himself, spiritual energy? That feels too unpirate-like, erase that. Each Zanpakuto possesses its own unique abilities? Should I retain that aspect? After a prolonged contemplation, he slapped his thigh, realizing Zanpakuto is a benefit prepared for all swordsmen. Whether they desire those flashy abilities is up to them to decide. Why should I worry about that? With a rough idea forming in his mind, he seized the moment, raising his hand to conjure a blank seed. Then, crossing his thumbs, he placed the blank seed in his palm, activating the various fruit abilities to envelop the seed and commence the conceptual development of a new system. The Zanpakuto, its shape, state, and abilities are forged from the very soul of the Shinigami, learned through sword meditation, and its true name is called forth to harness its power. The soul is too ethereal. It requires optimization. I could emulate that certain individual from the Zero Division, producing shallow strikes in bulk. Once swordsmen possessed them for an extended period, they would gradually merge with their souls, transforming the shallow strikes into tangible prototypes of Zanpakuto. Through the medium of sword meditation, establishes a dialogue, an exchange, to comprehend its true name, thereby unleashing the formidable power of the Zanpakuto. As for the initial and final releases, these two aspects warrant significant refinement. True masters of the sword, the grandmasters, pursue the sword path with a certain purity. I possess a single blade that can transcend myriad laws and cleave through the heavens. For them, regardless of the formidable challenges they face, with sword in hand, they stride forth undeterred. Thus the initial and final releases could be envisioned as enhancing one's own strength. Let us consider this. Upon invoking the true name of the Zanpakuto for the initial release, one's physical prowess could surge threefold, with enhancements in strength, agility, and reaction speed across the board, potentially yielding an overall combat capability 5 times greater than the norm, befitting the effects of the initial release. As for the final release, if the initial release amplifies physical attributes, could the final release not augment the power of one's strikes 5-fold? A moment of contemplation ensued. As a frown creased Li Shu's brow, would that not be excessively brutal? With a physical capacity 3 to 5 times greater than normal, executing a strike with 5-fold enhancement. If wielded by someone like Haka with the Supreme Blade, could it not cleave Kaido in two? After a protracted period of introspection, Li Shu's eyes gleamed with resolution. Chapter 6. The Spirit Seated Upon the Grass. After a brief moment of contemplation, inspiration struck Li Shu. The final release is not so easily attained. Perhaps in the years to come, I shall cultivate another remarkable system, and by that time, the final release will merely fall into place. Yes, it is prudent to proceed cautiously. Let the physical exertion during the final release be significantly increased. This defines the Zanpakuto prepared for those who walk the path of pure swordsmanship. Universal love. One must embrace universal love, for it encompasses the love for all beings. Engaging in self-reflection, Li Shu resolved not to favor one over the other. Alongside those who pursue the purity of swordsmanship, there exist those who revel in flamboyance. For these sword wielders, the approach is far simpler. Let us retain the original attributes of the Zanpakuto. For the initial release, one shall acquire a wholly new ability, as well as a doubling of physical prowess, no more. The final release shall see this ability undergo transformation, with power amplified 5-fold, while physical attributes remain unchanged, albeit with increased stamina consumption. Pure or extravagant, I leave the choice to you. Having solidified the two modes of the Zanpakuto, Li Shu commenced fervently channeling various fruits, utilizing his mind as a quill and the awakened abilities as ink, meticulously inscribing the refined concepts into the blank seed. 1 day, 3 days, a week, a fortnight. A month later, with a silent exclamation of finally succeeded, Li Shu opened his eyes wide. His palm gently cradled a seed, shaped like a dagger, floating above it. Listening closely, he could faintly hear a sound from within, reminiscent of a fetal movement, a sign of successful development. The most challenging initial seed had been completed. What followed would merely be a matter of replication. The process posed no difficulty, yet he decided to pause momentarily. After such an extended period of intensely stimulating the fruit's capabilities, physical exhaustion was negligible, but the fatigue of the mind was paramount. Moreover, today seemed to mark the return of Laxus. The sound of wind chimes floated in, producing a series of enchanting, healing tones that eased Li Shu's weary spirit. He smiled softly, gently stroking its adorable little head and murmured, "Thank you, wind chime. I feel much better now. You are truly wonderful." The wind chime, with its golden beam-like eyes forming crescent moons, felt elated to assist Li Shu. In the next instant, it skillfully tied a blindfold around his eyes, expressing its affection in its unique way. "Hey, you're blocking my view, wind chime." Though he protested, Li Shu had no intention of removing it. Even without the use of his observation haki, the verdant grass and foliage of the island served as his eyes and ears. Let it be. For wind chime was simply too happy. After enjoying lunch and harvesting today as vitality, Li Shu rested for over an hour on a recliner. Soon, the grass in the courtyard began to rustle. Is he back? It's been quite the wait. With the plants as his eyes, Li Shu perceived a tuft of golden fur rapidly approaching the island from the sea. It was Laxus, returning after a month of procurement, finally laden with goods. Before he knew it, half an hour had elapsed. With a crackle of thunder, Laxus reappeared, donned in his favorite attire, his fluffy cloak swaying slightly behind him. 127 Sea Kings. I have exceeded your request. 10 seeds traced a parabolic arc towards Li Shu, who effortlessly caught them all, gently sensing the contents within. The corners of his lips curled upwards. Impressive, Laxus. However, Exceeding the request? Ah, those extra 27 must be your chosen means to acquire the dual-colored haki. They are intended for cultivating the tree of haki, aren't they? You truly understand me. Unfazed by Li Shu's teasing, Laxus maintained a stoic expression as he articulated his needs. I opt for an immediate method to obtain haki. Cultivating dual-colored haki and hastening the growth of the haki tree undoubtedly requires nurturing materials. Given your nature, this nourishment would not produce itself, since it will ultimately fall to me. Isn't it prudent to prepare in advance? Bravo! What a clever little rascal you are, Li Shu commended, giving him a thumbs up before turning to head towards the back courtyard. Come along, let us witness the moment when the little sprite officially enters the world. Laxus fell silent, following closely behind the figure of Suzu, as the trio made their way to the usually inaccessible back courtyard. Upon arriving at this simultaneously strange yet familiar place, Laxus's calm gaze was tinged with a soft nostalgia. 2 years prior, he had awakened here. According to Li Shu, the beings and items he cultivates are replicas optimized from a specific template. This implies that in that world, I remain a mage of the guild, teaming up with comrades to undertake missions, striving to grow stronger for their safety, standing at the forefront. How wonderful. Laxus. Cultivating dual-colored haki with merely 27 sea kings as nourishment, based on my experience, would suffice for maturity. However, it would only allow you to master the first stage of haki. Li Shu's voice pulled Laxus from his reverie, leaving him momentarily stunned. The first stage? Does this mean haki has multiple stages? As questions arose in his mind, he opened his mouth to inquire further, but found Li Shu had already tossed all 10 seeds into the air. Under his control, a sea king over 100 meters long was spat out from the seeds. In the next moment, countless roots surged from the ground, frantically competing for the sea king's feed, the pungent scent of blood enveloping the entire courtyard in an instant. Ferocious and horrifying, Laxus watched the multitude of roots snatching at the feed like demonic entities, silently closing his mouth, his heart trembling. So, I was born in such a manner. 1, 10, 20. As the 36th creature was expelled, 17 vibrant, ethereal vines burst forth, each emanating a distinct hue, signaling their maturation. Oh, Li Shu whispered softly, disregarding the metallic tang of blood that tickled his nostrils, his gaze alight with anticipation as he focused intently on the 17 magical vines. Spring sowing a single grain, autumn yields a myriad of seeds. After such a long wait, the moment of harvest has finally arrived. Before his eyes, the roots continued their frenzied feast upon the sea dwellers, fervently drawing nourishment. With each passing moment, the luminous glow radiating from the vines intensified, and within their swollen cinders, the silhouettes of tiny spirits began to emerge. 45. As the 45th sea creature was devoured, the vine representing the ice element trembled suddenly, its 3 entwined green tendrils unfurled, and the swelling part retracted sharply, releasing a burst of white light. Thus, the second tiny spirit was born, following the first with a melodic chime. Chapter 7. The Lizard King in a Flash of Brilliance. A small spirit with azure skin and a shell-like back appeared before Li Shu. Ride the dragon, he thought, a smile curving his lips as he named the spirit. His spirits lifted not only by his fondness for it, but also by the promise of the impending harvest. Indeed, the moment was ripe. The remaining 16 vines soon bore corresponding spirits: the fire element, Black Luja; the steel element, Kokodola; the grass element, Cunning Sky Dog; the flying type, Big Mouth Sparrow; and the electric type, Shock Monster. The roots remained ravenous, and after the 54th sea creature was claimed, the second round of harvest commenced, yielding the rock element, Sun Coral; the ghost type, Night Skeleton; and the bug type, Final Moth. 9 spirits. 9 sea creature corpses can birth a new batch of tiny spirits, divided among 17 vines. It implies that, on average, half a sea creature can generate 1 tiny spirit. Li Shu mused, mentally calculating the conversion efficiency, his previously joyous mood now elevated further. He had anticipated that nurturing them to maturity would consume considerable time, yet the transition from maturity to harvest proved remarkably effortless. Unable to contain his delight, he chuckled softly, casting a glance towards the direction of Laxus. Laxus, with your relentless spirit, upon learning of the various stages of dominance, you would surely not be content with merely scratching the surface. So before your departure, allow me to seize my share. 99 spirits. The 7th batch. Harvest. As the 99th sea creature was poured forth, yielding the 7th batch of tiny spirits, Li Shu commanded the vines to cease their endeavors, summoning them back into his palm. leaving one for Laxus as a token of gratitude for his venture into the sea. As he toyed with the vine in his hand, observing the bewildered tiny spirits surrounding him, Li Shu turned to Laxus and Susanoo, only to find the two locked in a fierce gaze, rife with hostility. Vying for the ownership of a particular tiny spirit. Another wind chime. Susanoo, your holder has already claimed one, and having spent years in his company, you are effectively one and the same. Is it necessary to contest me for the second wind chime? Are you not concerned that having two wind chimes cohabitate may lead to rivalry and discord, ultimately harming one another? Allow me this one. In the struggle for the wind chime, it is the brave who prevail. Laxus's words of reason were met with an even more vigilant glare from Susanoo. Laxus, perhaps after today, you will depart. The sea is fraught with peril. It is not a safe haven for it to follow you. If both remain, they can coexist harmoniously. With my presence, neither will face harm. No, you are mistaken, Susanoo. Laxus replied resolutely, as a dragon slayer mage, I do not possess a singular companion. The wind chime is my partner, regardless of the stormy seas ahead. I can assure you that the only sights before the wind chime will be my back and the tranquil beauty of time. Danger? I shall obliterate it with thunder. Witnessing Laxus's fervor, Susanoo shook his head in denial. No, Laxus, your hubris blinds you. The sea harbors not only overt powers but also many lurking unknowns. While a direct confrontation may be evaded, the hidden threats are harder to guard against. The risk of the wind chime accompanying you is too great. I cannot agree. Li Shu found himself at a loss for words. It seemed prudent to refrain from interjecting until they reached an accord over the second wind chime. He turned his attention to a particular tiny spirit among the 100. The grass-type lizard king aligns with my abilities and is one of my favored spirits. Let us forge a contract. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the lizard king before him, bending his middle finger to deliver a gentle tap to its forehead. In the next moment, overwhelmed by an irresistible force, the bewildered lizard king collapsed, its eyes spinning in a daze. It took considerable effort for Li Shu's blood to drip from his fingertip onto the unconscious lizard king, and in an instant, the blood fused with its essence, transforming its form into a radiant red light that surged into Li Shu's forehead, manifesting as an image of the lizard king. The contract was successful. Merge, transform, and flourish. Let me first experience the newly defined utilization of the spirit's power. Merge. Silently urging the command, the emblem in his forehead erupted in a vibrant green light, enveloping him entirely. What is this? Attracted by the resplendent glow, both Laxus and Susanoo turned to gaze upon Li Shu, who was now encased in light. In the next heartbeat, the brilliance exploded, revealing Li Shu in his merged form before them. His eyes remained the same, yet now they were adorned with a striking ring of crimson shadow, exuding allure. His previous attire vanished, replaced by a fitted green combat suit that accentuated his physique, exuding an air of elegance. A red satin ribbon encircled his waist, with green scabbards housing blades on either side, a testament to his formidable presence. Around his neck flowed a long red scarf, its ends defying gravity, trailing down in a blend of gold and yellow. Is this what I envisioned? A transformation that accompanies the spirit merge? Cool. Li Shu beamed in satisfaction, admiring the striking changes in his appearance. After surveying his new ensemble, he drew a blade from his waist, its polished surface reflecting his features. To his surprise, he found the crimson shadow around his eyes to be particularly striking and stylish, enhancing his charm. However, when he tilted the blade to inspect his hair, he was met with the sight of a spiky green mohawk, growing defiantly upward. He felt a twinge of disappointment, but thought, well, green is green. It represents the grass element, vibrant and full of life. Being a single man in 2 lifetimes is not a concern. With a swift motion, he slashed the air, accompanied by the sound of ruptured atmosphere. A blade of energy surged forth, soaring nearly 10,000 meters before diminishing into nothingness. With remarkable speed, he sheathed his weapon and, harnessing his physical prowess, activated the Lizard King's abilities, appearing almost instantaneously before a grand tree in the backyard. He struck forth, a scarf, defying gravity, replaced the Lizard King's tail, crashing against the trunk with a fierce gust, producing a resounding thud. The seemingly delicate scarf effortlessly severed the mighty tree, showcasing immense strength. As the tree lost its support, it began to topple. Li Shu raised his hand, drawing forth a crimson energy that coalesced in his palm. In the next moment, a robust red energy cannon erupted, obliterating the tree into dust before it could touch the ground, scattering in the wind. Having briefly experimented with a few of the Lizard King's skills, he reverted from the fusion mode, the green combat attire, the sword, and the red scarf converging into a radiant light at his forehead, manifesting the insignia of the Lizard King, restoring his original garments. Indeed, there is no sense of weakness. After a moment of attunement, Li Shu felt no discomfort. His physique was extraordinarily robust, completely disregarding any negative states. Shall I attempt transformation again? With a mere thought, a red light burst forth from his forehead, and the Lizard King materialized before him, its gaze lively and fervently fixed upon its contractor. Memories of their brief fusion echoed in his mind. Powerful, truly formidable. Sharing the contractor's vitality, the Lizard King felt invigorated, believing itself capable of tearing apart divine beasts with ease. With heartfelt submission, the proud Lizard King knelt, bowing beneath the weight of its contractor's strength. Chapter 8. The old time. Seeing the Lizard King bend its knee, Li Shu chuckled softly. A green blade of grass sprouted rapidly, assisting the Lizard King back to its feet. From this moment forth, we shall be equals, partners in arms. A conquered foe may bow, but not with bent knees. As my contracted spirit, Lizard King, stand tall. Uphold your regal pride until I fall. The Lizard King, momentarily bewildered, soon responded with unwavering determination, chest out and head held high, taking its place behind Li Shu as a loyal guardian. As he stroked its angular head, joy radiated from him. Yet, upon closer inspection of the Lizard King, he felt something was amiss, an absence of embellishment. Smack with a sudden realization, Li Shu understood what was missing. He lifted his garment and retrieved a vibrant pearl from his silk sash, activating the powers of various fruits to transform it into a branch adorned with a single green leaf. He bent down and offered it to the Lizard King, who, upon receiving the branch, widened its eyes in astonishment. The life force emanating from the branch surged into its body, filling it with vitality that coursed through every part of its being, an overwhelming sense of strength overwhelming it. Do not be surprised, as my companion. Sir Su deserves to possess what you have, Li Shu explained briefly to the Lizard King. He had no intention of attempting a third explosion mode that would put the Lizard King on a 6-month cooldown. He approached the halted argument between Laxus and Susanoo. Are we not arguing anymore? As he spoke, 2 wind chimes with crescent-shaped eyes floated to his sides, emitting ethereal sounds that were similar yet distinct. Just as no 2 leaves are identical in the world, so too are the little spirits. You two are truly narrow-minded. Li Shu teased the 2 wind chimes with his fingers, continuing, since a second one has appeared, providing sufficient nourishment to cultivate a third is merely a matter of time. Are you both devoid of intellect? Oh, I see, Laxus realized, having overlooked this logic, perhaps due to being overly concerned and stifling his own thinking. Laxus remained silent, rolling his eyes inwardly. Did you really need to mention that? I had considered it when the second wind chime appeared. However, having harvested 7 crops, I encountered repetition only with the wind chimes. Furthermore, I am about to venture into the sea. If I do not seize this opportunity, when will I have another chance? It is better to cherish the present. You just asked how many levels there are to the domineering aura. If I wish to attain the highest level of the dual-colored domineering aura, how much nourishment will I need to supplement? Laxus inquired. Li Shu smiled, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. 50 or 100 is not too little. 200 or 300 is not too much. Of course, if you prepare ample nourishment, cultivating the third wind chime is not a drain. Moreover, there exists a certain probability of producing a little spirit with attributes perfectly suited to you, dragon and electric dual attributes. Laxus, if you wish to exploit me, just say so. A week had passed since Laxus last ventured out. During this time, Susanoo meticulously tended to over 100 little spirits, attempting to contract with them numerous times, all to no avail. Humanoid biological artifacts were, after all, not true humans, even with the little spirits' active cooperation. The attempts ended in failure. Sir Su, Li Shu said lazily, having just finished lunch and basking in the sunlight on a rocking chair. He glanced at Susanoo, surrounded by little spirits, and murmured, do not take it to heart. The inability to contract little spirits now does not mean it will always be so. Be patient. One day, I shall help you break free from the shackles of the artifact and become a flesh and blood human. Amidst the cacophony of the little spirits, which drowned out Li Shu's murmurs, Susanoo meticulously groomed the feathers of his spirit, and a sincere smile broke across his solemn face. Li Shu smiled in return, then turned his gaze away, resting his head on his hands and contemplating the blue sky and white clouds. When Laxus returns, having obtained what he desires, this incredibly useful tool will head for the sea. It is understandable, a thunder dragon deprived of freedom cannot roar across the skies. The free and vibrant sea is its true home. However, he thought, with his departure, I must seek a new tool. The graduation of the little spirit system is imminent. Yet the path of the soul cutter remains long and arduous. Without a capable tool to hunt the sea kings, when will I mature and bear fruit? Finding a new substitute is of utmost urgency. Realizing the pressing need at hand, Li Shu gently closed his eyes, activating the powers of various fruits. In an instant, the greenery of the entire island swayed as if moved by an unseen wind, conducting reconnaissance and relaying images to his mind. After a lengthy process of reading and filtering, two figures emerged from the multitude. One, Captain Captana of the Royal Guard, a master swordsman at the pinnacle of his craft, stands on the verge of transcending to the rank of Grand Sword Master should he truly comprehend his own way of the sword, thereby entering the ranks of the world's strongest. 2. Bartla, an old pirate who has secluded himself on an island, possesses the powers of the bottle fruit, now aged 87, with his abilities awakened to their fullest potential. And he is well versed in the dual-color hockey. Ah, fate has its peculiarities. Li Shu chuckled at the sight of Captana's figure, recalling that it was indeed he who severed the tree of Bode 5 years prior. Little did he expect that 5 years later, their paths would cross once more. Truly, the whims of life are unpredictable, he mused inwardly, extending his left hand to caress the grass beside him, channeling 2 messages through his fruit abilities. Mr. Su, please prepare some fruits and pastries. We are expecting 2 guests shortly. Guests? Su Suzuna's heart stirred at the thought, reminiscing about all the memories since his inception. Apart from Laxus, it seemed this courtyard had never truly welcomed visitors. Understood, he replied with a hint of hesitation and rose to head towards the kitchen. Chapter 9. The two on the outskirts of the royal palace, at the military encampment of the Kingdom's forces, on the expansive grassland. Master, be cautious. A young man in his 20s, breathless and gripping a long sword, assumed his most formidable stance, urging his master Captana to remain vigilant. Unleash your full power. Let me see if you are worthy of the responsibilities of the next captain. Captana, under 40, with a resolute visage and robust physique, wielded the fine sword he sway, directing it towards the youth with a calm, yet expectant gaze. Show your brilliance and earn my acknowledgement. Then, take on the duty of guarding the kingdom while I seek my own way of the sword, aspiring to become a grand sword master and behold greater vistas. Extreme Raven. The youth summoned every ounce of his strength, condensing his surging aura into a pitch-black raven that surged towards Captana, accompanied by a fierce intent to kill. Excellent. With admiration in his eyes, Captana leaned forward and accelerated, his blade flashing as he appeared behind the youth. The dark raven gradually dissipated, leaving them 3 meters apart in stillness. Crack. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the shattered blade. He had lost utterly. Although he knew he was no match for his master, he had hoped to draw out something from him, yet his weapon had broken, signifying a complete defeat. Exhaling softly, the youth regulated his mindset, refusing to succumb to despair. He turned, lowering his head in shame. I apologize, master. I am indeed far from sufficient, with such strength. I fear I cannot bear the weight of safeguarding the kingdom. No. Captana sheathed his sword, gazing at the unyielding youth with a sense of pride. Lift your head. From this day forth, you shall be the new captain of the royal guard. Ah? The youth was taken aback, his gaze searching for understanding. How could he, with his feeble strength compared to Captana, possibly take on the role of captain? Noticing the lack of confidence in the youth's eyes, Captana reassured him, Mon Bois. The role of captain requires strength, yet it does not solely depend on the measure of one's might. You may be young, but I have faith in your future. Stepping closer to the youth, Captana placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Embrace this responsibility. As you truly guard the kingdom as captain, you will find boundless motivation, growing stronger for your beliefs. One day, you will surpass me, becoming the true pillar of the nation, safeguarding its peace. Mon Bois, you shall one day be the pride of your master, a hero of the kingdom, my successor. Cultivate your confidence. The youth's eyes glistened with moisture as he gazed at his mentor, stifling the urge to shed tears, and nodded resolutely. Yes, master. I, Mon Bois. Vow that day shall not be far off. Ha! I eagerly await that day. Captana laughed heartily, giving the youth's shoulder a firm pat. His gaze fell upon the broken sword in the youth's hand. This fine sword, he sway, which has accompanied me for 50 years, shall now be entrusted to you as a gift to commemorate your ascension to captain. How can this be? He sway has been with you longer than I. Before Mon Bois could finish his thought, the grass around them rustled, and a message surged into Captana's mind. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned to face a certain direction. Master, what is wrong? Monbois inquired, noticing Capitana's sudden change in demeanor. Stunned. He gripped the still unbestowed sway, his eyes twitching involuntarily as he coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Indeed, it is more reassuring to have it by my side, especially as I prepare to meet that mysterious ability user who has sent an enigmatic message. Monbois? At the Akajan Tavern, Bartla. An elderly figure with silver hair leaned on the table, his chin resting on his palm, gazing intently at the several patrons within, reveling in their merriment. No. His true focus lay upon the lush, green shoots above their heads. The time is drawing near. Through the window, Bartla observed the bright sunshine outside. In half an hour, it would be the prime moment of daylight, and he could no longer wait to harvest his daily rations. As thoughts swirled, he pushed himself up from the table. Fatigue evident on his face, and with a tone of regret said, I apologize, everyone, but this establishment shall be closing soon. Those wishing for discounts may begin to prepare. Don't be like that, old man. I've just begun to enjoy myself. Yes. A few more hours wouldn't hurt, would it? You close so early every day. Business cannot thrive this way. As the closing time approached, many patrons expressed their discontent, urging one another to prolong their stay. It was inevitable. For the exquisite taste of the libations at this tavern was unparalleled, rich and fragrant, each bottle seemingly having been imbued with the essence of time, leaving an everlasting aftertaste. Silence. Suddenly, a powerful voice cut through the cacophony, commanding attention. The guests turned to identify the source of the proclamation, and upon recognizing the figure, promptly fell silent. It was Floridaki, the notorious bully of the town. The owner is advanced in age and understandably weary. It is only natural for him to seek rest during the midday hours. Let us all behave accordingly, form an orderly line, and patiently await our turn to enjoy today's discounted offerings. What is all this commotion about? Floridaki displayed his domineering nature, instantly subduing the crowd. Yet, he could not shake off the anxiety gnawing at him as he furtively glanced at Batura, feeling a wave of relief wash over him when met with a benevolent smile in return. Oh, the burdens of my heart. He reminisced about 5 years past when he reigned as the formidable leader of the city's underworld, commanding a legion of over 400 followers. With every passerby taking care to avoid his path, he truly was the sovereign of the city. However, that sense of power shattered the moment he encountered Batara, particularly when the latter unveiled a glass bottle, drawing in over 300 of his subordinates in an instant. It was a complete and utter collapse. 5 years. 5 long years, and who knows the tribulations I have endured. He felt a swell of anguish, nearly brought to tears. Yet, with pride, he lifted his chin and called out, Someone, bring forth the punch force tester. How can one be so blind? Can't you see the patrons have lined up? Oh, I will attend to that immediately. An innocent customer became the target of his frustrations, not daring to retort, and hastily engaging in laborious tasks. Before long, a glass-made strength testing device was wheeled out and placed at the front of the line. With a resounding thud, Floridak clenched his fist tightly and struck the pressure zone. A dull sound echoed, and a value appeared on the glass display. 8-1. Oh, congratulations, you've earned an 8-1 discount. Batla's voice drifted into his ears. Floridak, with a slightly weary smile, chose to disregard the sensation that a vital force had been drained from him upon striking the device. He puffed out his chest and held his head high, disdainfully surveying the customers behind him. 8-1 discount, impressive, isn't it? 19 vitality points. Thank you for your patronage. And we look forward to your next visit. As he accepted the short-lived vitality from Bailey, Batla observed Floridaka's complexion regaining its rosy hue in mere moments. Nurtured by the tender sprouts, he couldn't help but marvel at the practicality of such fruit abilities. A few minutes later, once all the customers had departed, he approached the glass testing device. In the next instant, it spontaneously softened and shrank into a transparent glass bead, filled with the vitality it had absorbed. Grasping the bead, Batla summoned a bottle that could prevent any prying eyes from observing him. Time was running short. He was no mere chive that could be harvested at will. At his advanced age, accumulating vitality was no easy feat. It was best to remain hidden. Suddenly, an unusual rustling sound emanated from the grass, and a message entered the ears of the person wishing to retreat into the bottle. In that moment, Batla's expression shifted dramatically. Had his sneaking been caught red-handed? Chapter 10. Recruitment. Kylot Kingdom Palace. After bidding farewell to his disciples, Capitana did not immediately proceed to the location indicated in the message. After some contemplation, he arrived at the palace and disclosed all the intelligence to the king for discussion. The king, Jenner, in his early 60s, showed no signs of aging, exuding vitality. With flourishing tinder sprouts atop his head. After silently listening to Capitana's report, he pondered deeply. Organizing all the information in his mind before speaking, the other party has indicated a location, but it cannot be clearly articulated. It is indeed quite mysterious. However, despite this, they likely harbor no ill intent. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a roundabout invitation to meet. Your Majesty, do you agree? I concur, and even encourage you to go. Upon hearing this, Capitana displayed a look of confusion as the king continued. It has been 5 years. And now a mysterious ability user has chosen to reveal themselves. Why should we refuse? Of course, this is only one aspect to consider, more importantly. I hope this journey will help you unravel the emotional knots that have burdened you for 5 years. Emotional knots? Capitana's gaze darkened as memories of the Tree of Betrayal incident from 5 years prior resurfaced. If only he had been stronger then. Perhaps the citizens would not have sprouted tinder leaves atop their heads. Although their existence had brought benefits, strengthened bodies, enhanced vitality, what if, one day in the future, the mastermind harbored malicious intentions? Would the safety of the nation then hinge upon their whims of good and evil? No, that cannot be allowed. A nation that cannot control its own fate has no future. I understand. Bowing respectfully, Capitana said, Your Majesty, Monbois may succeed my position. Though young, he possesses great potential. You could guide him to grow swiftly, with him safeguarding the nation. If I do not return from this journey, then so be it. Fool. The king frowned at this statement, reprimanding, What foolishness. I command you to return alive. Monbois is indeed promising, but he is still young. You must teach him how to be a competent captain. Afterward, whether you resolve your emotional knots and emerge as a grand swordsman to venture forth or choose another path, I shall no longer interfere in your life. But for now, in the midst of his words, the king stepped down from his throne, pausing beside Capitana. His tone imbued with hope. Return alive. More than half an hour later, as Capitana arrived on the grassy courtyard, he encountered Batla, who stood hesitantly, lost in thought. Their eyes met, each surprised. Were they merely coincidental passers-by, or equally invited guests? Suddenly, the sound of soft, even footsteps reached their ears. Turning to look, they beheld a stern-faced figure. The guests have been awaited for long. Please follow me. Silently observing the figures retreating back, the two followed, each lost in their own thoughts. In the courtyard, a square table was set at the center, laden with various fruits and pastries. Li Shu sat at the head of the table, smiling as he watched the two enter, gesturing invitingly. Please, have a seat. Maintaining silence and adhering to the philosophy of listening more and speaking less. The two took their seats at the host's invitation, continuing to remain quiet. Li Shu chuckled, glancing at the inquisitive yet silent Capitana, then at the perplexed Batla. He shook his head and said, Since you two are so reserved, allow me to introduce you. This is gesturing towards Capitana, he continued, the captain of the kingdom's army. Capitana, an extreme swordsman, revered as the sword of the nation by the people. In his 12 years of service, he has defeated nearly 60 pirate crews and slain over 1,000 enemies. A true hero of the kingdom. Oh, and he remains unmarried. A rather aged bachelor. A rather aged bachelor? Capitana's brow shot up in alarm, struggling to maintain composure as his already tumultuous thoughts grew more chaotic. So, it is indeed the esteemed captain of the kingdom's army. Realizing the identity of the man before him, Batla smiled and nodded at Capitana, a silent greeting. Humph. Ignoring the disgruntled grunt from a certain individual, Li Shu gestured towards Batla, exclaiming, And this remarkable individual is artist Batla, a paramecia-type bottle fruit user, whose fruit has awakened. He is proficient in dual-color hockey and once sailed with his captain into the New World, forging his own reputation with a bounty of 473 million. By the way, this bounty is over 40 years old. A pirate? Learning of Batla's pirate status, Capitana was taken aback. As the captain of the guard, he ought to be at odds with pirates. Yet throughout his years of service, he had encountered some pirates who left a positive impression. Moreover, Batla, with his aged demeanor, seemed to have retreated from piracy. Oh dear, I haven't been a pirate for many years. To unveil my past identity before Captain Capitana feels somewhat unfair to an old man. How could this be? Li Shu responded with a radiant smile. Captain Capitana is a swordsman with a clear sense of right and wrong. During his tenure, he managed to forge amicable relationships with certain pirates who set sail for their dreams. Now that he has resigned half an hour ago, devoid of the responsibilities of his position, it is a trivial matter for someone like you, a retired elder who abides by the law, to turn a blind eye. Oh, it seems I have been overly concerned. Bartlett chuckled heartily, yet his eyes narrowed slightly, concealing a flicker of surprise. Resigned? This occurred merely half an hour ago? He is remarkably well informed. Such formidable intelligence capabilities suggest that my actions over the years may have long been laid bare before him. The subject of the conversation, Kaitana, was equally astonished. His gaze sharpened, and his mind raced to consider how the information might have leaked. In an instant, he arrived at a particular possibility. Could it be the tender sprouts above us? I did not anticipate that they would play a role in monitoring the entire island. It appears that no one harbors any secrets. Quite a practical ability. Sighing, he expressed his denial. One cannot say such things. I do respect the privacy of others. This is a fundamental courtesy I uphold. However, for the two of you, as potential companions I hope to recruit, a preliminary investigation is, I believe, quite understandable. Recruit. Upon hearing this term, Kaitana and Bartlett willingly overlooked the fact that they were being watched. Bartlett's heart stirred. His previously narrowed eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within them. Recruit us? At my age, I doubt I possess any value for recruitment. Huh? Li Shu smiled enigmatically, his eyes glinting with mischief as he regarded Bartlett's aged countenance. Elder, there is no need to conceal anything in front of a discerning person. Absorbing vitality? Though somewhat petty. Over 5 years, the vitality you have amassed is quite considerable, enough to rejuvenate you by a decade. There is no need to maintain this day of aging. Chapter 11. 50-50 Absorbing Vitality? Rejuvenated by a decade? Upon hearing Li Shu's revelation, Kaitana was inwardly alarmed. He stared wide-eyed at Bartlett, grappling with the enormity of the information. The notion of siphoning vitality from others to restore oneself, could it truly reverse aging? Indeed, with the secret exposed, Bartlett realized that every action of his had been under the other's scrutiny. To continue hiding would be unbecoming. Resolute, he relinquished his unique disguise, activating the capabilities of his bottle fruit, unleashing years of accumulated vitality. In an instant, his silvery hair returned to its original ebony hue, and he shed his aged appearance, reverting to the visage of his prime. Time is but a fleeting grain of sand, and aging is merely a passage of years. This face bore the resolute charm of weathered experience, tempered by the passage of time, exuding a deep, steady masculinity. After enduring the storms of life, it blossomed anew, akin to an ancient tree sprouting fresh branches. Observing Bartlett, who no longer concealed his true self, Li Shu chuckled knowingly. Now this is more like it. A renewed youth. How could one not be honest when in possession of such a better form? Young? Bartlett could hardly concede to this notion. He chuckled softly. Returning to their previous topic. Is your idea of recruitment the establishment of a pirate crew? To set sail in pursuit of the great treasure left by the pirate king? One Piece. Shaking his head in disinterest, Li Shu replied, I prefer the comforts of home. The monotonous life adrift at sea does not suit me. I cherish the tranquility of waking naturally, enjoying the culinary delights prepared by Mr. Su, savoring fruits and pastries after meals, and basking in the sun. Such leisurely, stable days are the essence of the life I love. Bartlett was perplexed. I do not comprehend. You already possess such a life. Why invite us to expose your existence? Would it not be preferable to remain in the shadows? Furthermore, your so-called recruitment, without the intention to form a pirate crew or venture to the sea, what is its significance? Same question. Kaitana remained silent, suppressing the many questions that arose. His gaze toward Li Shu mirroring Bartlett's confusion. Do they contradict? A grin spread across Li Shu's face. As I mentioned, I am quite the homebody, disinclined toward distant travels. My life is self-sufficient, and barring unforeseen circumstances, my outings in the coming years will be quite limited. However, once life's worries are alleviated, I also have my aspirations. Recruiting you is essential for pursuing my ambitions. Bartlett, become my companion. If you join me, I shall provide as much vitality as you desire, restoring you to your peak condition. Even if you wish to live for another 100 or 1,000 years, I can offer that consistently. Until you grow weary of living. Silence enveloped the air, as Bartlett remained speechless, gazing at Li Shu, whose eyes burned with intensity as he extended a hand of recruitment. Restore me to my prime? Provide boundless vitality until I tire of life? Such an alluring promise. I concede. I am tempted, but your aspirations? Bartlett, ever composed, though his internal scales tilted towards agreement, felt compelled to inquire further before committing. Before I respond, I wish to understand what your aspirations entail and whether they merit my dedication and sacrifice. Clicking his tongue in disappointment, Li Shu retracted his hand, feeling as though he had failed. Well, I can articulate my aspirations, but should you choose to join after hearing my words, it would be a joyous occasion. Otherwise, I may have to resort to certain methods to erase your recent memories. Half an hour later, in a certain part of the kingdom of Kolo, a gust of wind, devoid of origin, swept through, and suddenly, the verdant floor of a certain meadow began to grow wildly, soaring to a height of 3 meters in an instant. Soon after, it seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, retracting rapidly to its original form, leaving the meadow unchanged, save for the addition of a slumbering figure lying upon it. Kaputna, having lost consciousness and plunged into a deep coma, lay upon the grass, his complexion pale, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and the tender twin shoots atop his head wilted, suggesting he had recently endured a severe blow. Within the courtyard, Batla gazed in horror, fixated on the transparent crystal memory gem clutched in Li Shu's hand. Within the crystalline depths, a series of images unfolded from a first-person perspective, scenes from the journey to this place, encounters with Batla, moments shared around a table with Li Shu, attentively listening to Li Shu's aspirations, and finally, the moment of refusal and resistance against the erasure of memory, culminating in Batla fainting from the sheer intimidation of Li Shu's gaze. With a crack, Li Shu exerted force, shattering the memory gem into a flurry of sparkling shards that dissipated into the air. Remarkable! An ordinary fruit of the superhuman variety has been developed to such an extent by you. Though I too have awakened my fruit abilities, I cannot help but feel inferior in comparison, Batla expressed with admiration, utterly captivated after hearing Li Shu's elucidation of his ambitions, as well as the impressive methods he employed. Not long ago, Kaputna had resolutely declined an offer, only to be struck unconscious by an indescribable, overpowering presence. Subsequently, Li Shu had condensed a seed and applied it to Kaputna's forehead, nurturing it with memories until it matured into a memory crystal. Such an extraordinary feat, and yet, it appeared to be merely a trifling matter before their new leader, who dared to fabricate concepts and establish an entirely unique power system upon the ocean. And it seemed there was already a successful case in point. What manner of extraordinary figure am I following? Half an hour had elapsed. Yet Batla remained in a state of turmoil, utterly astonished. Ah, he chuckled lightly, gazing skyward. The potential of fruit abilities is limitless. The breadth of one's heart determines the expansiveness of the stage. It is merely you, all of you, who are confined by your inherent perceptions. Perhaps, Batla replied, feeling he had reached the limits of fruit development, his thoughts rigid and lacking in innovation. Thus, he shifted the conversation, asking, having chosen to join, "How should I address you, Captain? That seems inappropriate, as we have yet to establish a pirate crew. Just call me young master, like Mr. Su," Li Shu suggested. Batla's mind stirred. Mr. Su? Is that the man who greeted us at the door? I recall he referred to you as master then. With a wry smile, Li Shu replied, "Though I am his possessor, I regard him more as a companion, a partner. Really, there is no need to elevate my status at the expense of his." Possessor? Batla pondered this new information silently, choosing not to inquire further, as he had only just joined and was not in a rush to delve into their deeper connection. This only serves to highlight Mr. Su's loyalty to the young master, he remarked, keenly observing the intimacy between the two. Speaking of which, since entering, I have not seen Mr. Su. As a newcomer, I should be introduced to him, shouldn't I? Indeed, Li Shu nodded in agreement, gesturing for Batla to look to the left. Simultaneously, the robust vines on that side swiftly retreated into the earth, revealing over 100 small spirits of various colors and the extremely serious figure of Suzu no Ana. Li Shu. Chapter 12. Batla's private matter. As the vines retracted, Li Shu met the icy gaze of Suzu no Ana, feeling an uncharacteristic sense of unease. Master, during your encounter with danger, you obstructed my role as a divine tool by using your abilities to protect me. Such actions contradict my duty and undermine the purpose of my existence. The cool reprimand from Suzu no Ana clarified the reason for his serious demeanor, making Li Shu feel slightly guilty as he scratched at the corner of his lips. It's not what it seems, Mr. Su. After all these years, you have taken such good care of me that I have grown quite plump. It was rare for someone to cause a disturbance at home, and I couldn't resist the urge to stretch my limbs. Who would have thought the opponent would be so weak that they fainted at a mere glance? So technically, I wasn't attacked at all. No need to worry. Suzu no Ana remained unmoved, continuing to gaze at him with a frosty stare. What could he do? I'm sorry. It won't happen again. If I do not possess absolute confidence in a successful recruitment, I will refrain from inviting strangers into this space, potentially placing myself in perilous circumstances. And of course, even if I believe I have 100% certainty, I will ensure Mr. Su is by my side next time. Li Shu sincerely lowered his head in apology, and upon receiving a satisfactory response, Suzu no Ana's serious expression finally softened to its usual demeanor. Observing quietly from the side, Batara timely interjected, "Master's temperament is indeed quite amiable. It seems my days ahead will not be too bleak." With a light chuckle, Li Shu chose to shift the topic, saying, "The psychic-type fruit seems to lack any particularly compatible spirits among the 17 types. Batara, do you have a spirit that you particularly favor? One that complements your own abilities?" In the lengthy discussion that had unfolded half an hour prior, he had provided a general introduction to the spirits of the 17 types. Indeed, Batara replied affirmatively, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he observed the 100 or so spirits before him. As for the psychic type, while I am proficient in dual color dominance, my true strength lies in fruit abilities. The psychic type telekinesis from the 17 types could be exceptionally suitable. It would assist me in better controlling the crafted knife bottles and weight bottles for combat. Moreover, a significant advantage is that telekinesis allows for flight, enabling control over both land and air. If I can engage, I will, but if the odds are against me, retreating becomes remarkably convenient. With a light-hearted shake of his head, Li Shu respected Batara's choice and further advised, "For now, let's hold off on the psychic-type contract. The spirits currently cultivated are of average quality. I recommend you contract with Mutwo, a legendary spirit. One must always choose the best among allies." Mutwo? Batara silently repeated in his heart, gladly accepting the recommendation of the new leader. Legendary spirits are splendid, but why wait? Is it in anticipation of that partner returning from hunting the Sea King? Perhaps it is unnecessary. Oh, Li Shu, slightly surprised, turned back to gaze at him, awaiting his next words. "After my fruit abilities awakened, I developed a skill I take pride in. Subspace bottle." As he spoke, Batara reached for the necklace around his neck, revealing a gourd-shaped silver glass bottle at its end. The subspace bottle contains an expansive space, which I have segmented into numerous independent chambers. Any person or creature enclosed within is imprisoned in solitary confinement, their consciousness plunged into absolute oblivion. However, the flow of time within the bottle is equivalent to the external world, and as time passes, they will perish from hunger and utter ignorance, their thoughts ultimately descending into darkness, marking their demise. "Ah," Li Shu responded with an elongated sound, admiring Batara's eloquence. "Your imagination truly transcends dimensions. Impressive work, Batara. Just this alone is enough for me to regard you with newfound respect." "Ha ha ha. I cannot compare to the potential of your fruit abilities, Master. I was merely young at the time, wanting to elegantly contain foes in a bottle during combat. It seemed rather dashing, hence I developed this application." Laughing heartily but remaining humble, Batara continued, "Those imprisoned within the subspace bottle, though dangerous creatures may perish, their bodies remain relatively intact due to being contained. Therefore, as you mentioned, the nutrients required for hastening the cultivation of new spirits might be salvaged, allowing for a repurposing of their residual value." "Quite agreeable," Li Shu affirmed, adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He then turned and strode toward the rear courtyard. "Come along. Unless you are present to facilitate the release of the nutrients within, the courtyard is not a place for just anyone to tread. Mr. Su, would you like to join?" A bowl of water is held level. As Li Shu and his companions arrived in the backyard, 17 strands of the spirit vine had assumed their original forms, with over 1,000 small, arm-length tendrils springing forth from the ground, swaying erratically, poised and ready, awaiting the next offering. However, this time is peculiar. Someone has prepared a special treat for the supernatural vine, so you need not join in the commotion. With a gentle press of his hand, Li Shu utilized the power of the fruit to revert the other 16 spirit vines to their guise as ordinary grass, leaving only the supernatural variant. "Let us commence." With a heart brimming with astonishment, Batra gazed at the remaining spirit vine, his eyes alight with anticipation. He then hurled the precious vial into the air, and in the next moment, the vial, no larger than a fingernail, expanded hundreds of times, its opening facing downward, pouring forth a treasure amassed over nearly 40 years. A multitude of 30, 50, and 60 entities rise from below, dozens of tendrils soaring into the air, welcoming all without discrimination. Regardless of how many days they have been deceased, they swiftly consume and absorb the fallen resources. 60 entities. After 127 corpses had been laid to rest, the vine of the spirits finally bore a brand new sprite, the Hippowdon. Close to 130, Li Shu murmured while counting the number consumed. 130 is merely equivalent to half a portion of aquatic feed. Well, that is not too alarming. Although the quantity is considerable, it pales in comparison to weight. Young master, what is this little sprite? Bartla inquired, gazing at the pink creature before him. Oh, it's a hippodon. A water and psychic dual-type sprite. Not quite what we anticipated, Li Shu replied casually. Then let us proceed. Bartla, momentarily disappointed by Li Shu's nonchalant response, hastened to continue the process. After traversing the seas for nearly half a century, accumulating a wealth of scars and a collection of imprisoned bodies, the title of artist was not without merit. As the vine of the spirits continued to yield results, an array of sprites emerged. 5 minutes later, the backyard was graced with 21 new arrivals. Once again, Bartla observed a peculiar sprite with multiple large eyes and asked, "Is this one not it either?" "Indeed not." "Oh, very well." With each sprite that emerged, Bartla inquired, and after 22 consecutive disappointments, he felt a twinge of frustration, yet it ignited a resilient spirit within him. Good things come to those who wait. The longer the wait, the better the reward. I shall secure the Mutwell. Chapter 13. The contract sprite standing at the height of an arm. The sprite is entirely pink, resembling a cat. Its nose is short and wide, with triangular ears erect, and a long, slender tail that ends in an olive shape. Its blue eyes shimmer with curiosity. This must be it, right? As Bartla's hopes waned, he realized the stock within the treasure jar had been completely exhausted. If this one did not meet his expectations, he might just shed tears in front of Li Shu. It was proving to be quite the challenge. "Ah!" Li Shu exclaimed, noticing Bartla's forlorn expression. He felt a pang of guilt. His recommendation of Mutwo had stemmed from a degree of selfishness. Although the psychic type boasted numerous legendary sprites, his preference lay with Mutwo. How about the mythical sprite, Mew? Not wanting to press for Mutwo any longer, Li Shu continued, though it is not Mutwo, Mew is a product artificially created using its genetic template. Therefore, Bartla, you have exceeded the task requirements. Well, Mew is indeed a splendid choice. Let us contract with it. After all, when you merge with it, its ability to become invisible is akin to acquiring a cloaking fruit. Moreover, it can mirror the appearance of anyone, possessing their abilities as well. Akin to an enhanced mimic fruit, coupled with its innate talent for flight, it presents a counterfeit float fruit. By contracting with it, you shall possess the world. I am rather envious. Huh? Bartla was astonished by Li Shu's description of Mew's advantages. There exists such a convenient and practical sprite within the psychic type? Why did you recommend that Mutwo then? Surely, this is sufficient. How could I? Under Bartla's scrutinizing gaze, Li Shu felt a twinge of guilt but spoke with sincerity. Mutwo, as its name suggests, embodies the essence of transcending dreams. However, this transcendence primarily pertains to combat prowess. Each has its merits and weaknesses. Very well. Now that I have cultivated my desired sprite, let us put the previous matters aside. The next step is to subdue it until it loses consciousness, correct? Having grasped the necessary steps for contracting the sprite, Bartla was eager to engage with the mythical sprite before him. With a silent sigh, Li Shu raised his hand to restrain the eager Bartla. It was not that he underestimated Bartla's strength. In a direct confrontation, Mew would likely prove a formidable opponent. However, should it take to the skies in a disadvantageous situation, Bartla might truly lose his composure. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by my prior recommendation. Therefore, we may forego the battle and proceed directly to the contract. With a flick of his fingers, Li Shu discreetly activated Mew's deepest hidden command, absolute obedience till Li Shu and a refusal to resist any of his orders. Ah, one must maintain the appearance of propriety. With a mere flick of a finger, an invisible force imbued with unparalleled conqueror's haki struck the dreamy little head, and it complied with the command, receiving the blow directly and succumbing to unconsciousness. Butra, stop dawdling and seal the contract, reminded Li Shu, who then turned his gaze towards the nearly 50 little sprites cultivated in the backyard as mere embellishments. He called out to Souza, "Mr. Souza, I must trouble you once more to take care of them." In the royal palace, a worn-out expression marred Captain's face, his demeanor as somber as a still lake. He couldn't accept his defeat. By calculating the passage of time, he realized he had indeed encountered the hidden power behind the scenes. Yet his mind bore no trace of it. His memory had fractured. Do not blame yourself. The king, seated on the throne, broke the silence, offering words of comfort. In the midst of misfortune, there is a silver lining. You have returned safely. This alone suggests that the adversary harbors no significant malice. They merely erased your memories instead of causing you harm. Perhaps it is a gesture of goodwill. to have no intention of opposing the kingdom, to remain uninvolved, thus ensuring mutual peace. Is that so? Suppressing his inner turmoil, the king spoke reassuringly. Over the years, the kingdom's power had steadily risen, and its citizens thrived in peace. Wasn't it akin to the sprouting of tinder buds? Beneficial and harmless, so why delve deeper? The coexistence of not interfering in each other's affairs seemed quite agreeable. Captain's gloomy expression did not soften. He raised his head gravely. Your Majesty, this incident has left my heart even more troubled. The path to becoming a great swordsman now seems distant. Therefore, as for the mastermind behind this, I wish to dedicate the rest of my life to uncovering the truth. For the potential dangers that may lie behind the tinder buds, and for my own opportunity for advancement, I implore you to grant me this. Have you truly made your decision? The king regarded Captain, resolute and determined to confront the hidden power. He attempted to dissuade him. This may be a path that yields no answers. Life is not simply black and white. If advancement seems hopeless, you could pursue other meaningful endeavors. There is no need to squander precious time on this. Silently resolute, Captain bowed once more to the king. Your Majesty, 6 months? I have failed in my duty. Momboy requires your guidance for growth. After this parting, I shall traverse the entire island step by step. If I cannot find what I seek in one attempt, I shall try 10, and if that fails, 100, until I recover my lost memories and uncover the conspiracy behind the tinder buds, providing the truth to the citizens of the island. Captain departed, his resolve unwavering. Half a month later, in the courtyard, life returned to its leisurely rhythm. Although the recruitment of 2 new subordinates yielded mixed results, the overall impact was negligible. Mr. Souza received a seed of life brimming with vitality, restoring him to his middle-aged form, and the dark injuries that once plagued him healed as well. Butra, lazily floating thanks to dreamlike abilities, glanced at Li Shu, who was dozing in the sunlight, and curiously inquired of Souza, is the young master always this idle? Having joined for half a month, my condition has not only returned to its peak, but has also improved significantly. Is there truly no task I can assist with? Are you bored? Well, a little, Butra admitted, feeling somewhat guilty under Souza's calm, patient gaze. Since that is the case, just as Souza was about to speak, Li Shu's voice broke through as he awoke from his nap. He paused, redirecting his attention, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 14, Vince Mocha. Sitting up from his lounge chair, Li Shu stretched lazily. I initially intended to wait for Laxus to return from his journey before assigning you your official duties. Since you find yourself bored, let us proceed ahead of schedule. Yes, what task awaits? Butra responded eagerly. Having been recruited for half a month and finding each day aimless was indeed tedious. Through our time together, I've realized you are not one to linger at my side indefinitely. Very well, everyone deserves the right to freedom. I shall not restrict yours. Take a trip to the North Sea and help me bring back a faction. Once you do, you may roam freely on the island. Your restlessness is somewhat bothersome. The North Sea? Very well. Which faction? Butra asked with uncontainable eagerness, thrilled at the prospect of facing a faction in his first mission. Germa 66. Li Shu casually replied, shaking his head. It seems that none of you can remain settled. It appears I must bring in my designated backup subordinates ahead of schedule. Backup subordinate? So I am merely a tool? Butra exclaimed, surprised. But we agreed I would be a partner. Having undergone modification through the bloodline factor, Butra was robust and utterly obedient, the ideal choice for a tool. Indeed, and you still say that? Li Shu continued. Their clone soldiers are impressive as well. They can cultivate a 20-year-old soldier in just 5 years. Let us capture some. I will see if I can hasten their growth with the seed of life. If successful and within acceptable limits, congratulations, you may escape your role as a mere tool. I thank you. Though he grumbled, Butra harbored no resentment. He had prepared himself for the possibility of being a tool upon learning that Li Shu did not intend to form a pirate crew and preferred to stay away from external affairs. This task seems quite significant. Rest assured, young master, I shall return with good news. With a hearty laugh, Butra's figure gradually ascended before vanishing from sight, soaring swiftly toward his destination. Indeed, he can fly. He certainly doesn't plan to walk. Li Shu mused, redirecting his focus to the newly developing abilities that remained untested. While I may prefer to stay indoors, it does not hinder me from developing a clone that shares my vision and synchronizes my thoughts. Attaching it to Laxus to experience the vast ocean in a different form. A clone seed. Centered around the seed of life, it would channel energy, imprint my mental waves, and incorporate settings such as vision, thought, and ignoring distance, resulting in a seed shaped like rippling water. Laxus will return within 2 months. I must strive to make progress. setting a silent deadline. Li Shu closed his eyes, conjuring a seed of life, which had transformed from its previously rounded form to an oval shape over the past half-month. Still some distance from resembling the rippling water shape. Time passed quietly, and before long, it was already more than half a month later. North Sea Germa 66. Also known as the Germa Kingdom, is one of the nations affiliated with the world, a unique maritime nation without a fixed territory. Typically, it operates with hundreds of snail ships, merging them to form the kingdom. Today, the Germa Kingdom, having gathered on the sea, welcomed an uninvited guest. As per the young master's instructions, it was straightforward to capture them all, though the task was direct. I felt it was only natural to stretch my legs after such a long journey. Batla enthusiastically twisted his neck to warm up. The windless zone, marked by a lightning emblem on his right eye and emblazoned with the fairy tale guild insignia on his left chest, revealed Laxus clad solely in azure swim trunks. His gaze, icy and resolute, fixated upon a colossal sea creature's carcass adrift upon the ocean's surface, its blood seeping into the water, exuding a pungent scent that beckoned other sea creatures from afar, luring them into a trap. Suddenly, arcs of electricity swirled around Laxus, and in an instant, his imposing figure vanished, only to reappear above a stag-headed sea creature drawn by the scent of blood. Thunder Dragon's Fist. He bellowed, his right fist clenched tightly, enveloped in a tempest of raging lightning. With a thunderous crash, his electrified fist collided with the sea creature, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated its bodily structure in an instant. The once mighty stag-headed sea creature, measuring approximately 200 meters, was felled in a single blow, its lifeless form floating on the ocean's surface, flickering with remnants of electricity. Progress 1. Extracting the remains of the stag-headed sea creature, Laxus summoned lightning to flash once more, reappearing atop the carcass of the bait sea creature, awaiting the approach of his next target. A quarter of an hour later, with no prey in sight, Laxus disdainfully scoffed, realizing it was time to shift to a new hunting ground. Gathering the remains of the sea creature beneath him, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot off into the distance. Above the North Sea, the kingdom of Germa was beginning to warm up. Butra, somewhat taken aback, noted that he had lingered there for a while, pondering how the dominant power of the North Sea could exhibit such a lack of vigilance. Had they truly failed to notice his presence? With a dismissive scoff, he decided to extend a cordial greeting. Suspended in the air for an extended period, and still observing no signs of alertness from below, Butra, ever the straightforward individual, raised his hand, and the temperature plummeted suddenly by several degrees. Hail! He activated the little sprite's ability in its usual manner, and with a cacophonous crackling sound of freezing vapor, a multitude of hailstones, each the size of a fist, began to rain down upon the snail-shaped vessel. Suddenly, sirens blared, awakening those below to the realization of Butra's presence. Enemy attack. Counterattack. The clone soldiers were the first to react, some armed with firearms, unhesitatingly aimed at the airborne intruder and pulled the triggers. The air erupted with the sound of gunfire as countless bullets rained down upon Butra. With his observation hockey active, he nimbly evaded each projectile, a smirk playing on his lips. With such commotion, the elite of Germa must surely have taken notice, yes? Stealth mode activated. Within the realm of his observation hockey, a figure, nearly invisible, swiftly appeared behind him, wrapping its blue-clad arms around his neck. Electroneedle. Bang. A knee strike collided forcefully with Batla's lower back, sending a surge of electric sensations coursing through his body, evoking a soft, comfortable grunt from him. Electric punch. The assailant's sneak attack succeeded, releasing Batla as the crackling sound resonated. Blue electricity surged from the fist, striking his back with tremendous impact and propelling him several meters away. A cry of anguish escaped Batla, perfectly timed with the performance, though in reality, even without the use of armament hockey, he felt no harm. Spark Revolution. Under the observation of Kenbunshika hockey, a red figure rapidly approached, and Batla's eyes darted as he allowed the fiery fist to slam into his chin, flipping him several times into the sky. Clad in combat gear number 2, with sky-blue hair obscuring his right eye and his left eyebrow curling upwards, Vince Smoke Niji coldly addressed the red figure. Brother, the opponent has withstood 2 of my strikes. He must be either dead or severely injured. There is no need for another blow. With a silent, sinister smile, Vince Mokichiji, donned in combat gear number 1, similarly obscured on the right, with deep crimson hair and an upward curling left eyebrow, replied, as the most professional of warriors, we cannot afford to give our enemy a moment's respite. Chapter 15. Come into the bottle. What? Is it already over? Vinsmoke Yanji, in combat gear number 4, hovered in the air thanks to his technological shoes. Disdainfully observing Batla plummeting toward the sea, such a feeble individual daring to provoke the authority of the North Sea overlords of Germa Kingdom, truly overestimating oneself. Suddenly, a voice, almost whispering, echoed in Yanji's ear. Little one, until the enemy's demise is confirmed, any reversal is possible. Jet propulsion. As a successfully modified warrior. Even with the enemy approaching silently, Yanji remained utterly composed, swiftly utilizing the technology of his shoes to distance himself from Batla. With a light chuckle, Batla allowed the distance to grow, his deep gaze assessing the three figures suspended in the air with technological aid, along with the watchful Vinsmoke rage below. He rubbed his lower back, relishing the tingling sensation, pondering the presence of the four Vinsmoke siblings. Where was Judge? Could he be afraid? Come forth and join the fray. With your combined strength, you still fall short. Do you not intend to leverage your numbers to encircle this old man? With a sense of invulnerability and arrogant disdain, he issued his contemptuous remarks as heavy footsteps resounded from the snail ship, adorned in a metallic helmet, with flowing golden hair and a tall stature. Vinsmoke, Judge, materialized before them, his expression grave, and his sharply angled mustache lending an air of absurdity beneath his serious demeanor. You are not from the North Sea, are you? Observing Batla, who appeared to be under 40, Judge utilized Kinbunchika Haki to discern a weighty truth. He was powerful. Thus, what brings such a formidable being to the North Sea, to Germa Kingdom? Please clarify your intentions. Germa 66 may be able to offer some assistance in personnel. Assistance in personnel? A wicked grin spread across Batla's face. Indeed, I do require such aid. Listen well. I, Batla, hereby declare that you are all surrounded by me. Surrender obediently and accept the fate of being taken away by this old man. Judge's eyes darkened immediately. He unsheathed a spear from his back, pointing it at Batla. A brazen fool who dares to trample upon the dignity of Germa Kingdom, kill him. Understood. The genetically modified beings, devoid of emotion and possessing superhuman physiques, sprang into action upon receiving the command. Figures of red, blue, green, and pink surged forth, propelled by their technological footwear toward their target. Sparklight Fist. Ichiji charged ahead, and as he neared Batla within 5 meters, his eyes ignited with a crimson glow. With a powerful shout, his hands transformed into blinding white light, unleashing a torrent of attacks toward the target. Too dazzling. Batla squinted slightly, raising a hand to press forward into the void, conjuring a dark shield-shaped glass bottle that emerged to obscure the blinding light, simultaneously blocking the dense barrage of attacks, the sounds of impact ringing out. Electric flying kick. Niji, having circled to Batla's rear, unleashed a right leg crackling with electric currents, striking swiftly toward the back of his head. However, Batla, already aware of the approaching movement through Kinbunchika Haki, calmly tilted his head aside, effortlessly evading the blow, his gaze shifting to the blue figure about to glide past him. The shield bottle instantaneously transformed into a liquid form, elongating and bending under his control, morphing into an oddly shaped lock bottle that ensnared Niji's mobility. Twist and decapitate. Just as he aimed to deliver a follow-up blow to Niji, a mechanical prosthetic hand rapidly enlarged in his vision, fingers shooting out like a net to ensnare Batla. He deftly evaded, but instead of pursuing, he swiftly seized the confined Niji and pulled back. Pink poison arrow. Arrows composed of various toxins converged from 3 directions, evidently aiming to restrict Batla's movement trajectory, paving the way for another's attack. Electromagnetic thrust. Judge made his move. Propelled by his technological shoes, he surged toward Batla. The spear in his hand charged with high-voltage electricity, thrusting toward Batla's heart. Boom. What? Accompanied by the sound of impact against a hard surface. Judge stared in shock at the scene before him. Batla's palm, dark as ink, effortlessly caught his powerful strike, disregarding the high-voltage damage. This is the power of technology. Explosive flying kick. Before Batla could finish his proclamation, Judge seized the moment of his negligence, the high-tech shoes emitting a burst of high-pressure energy, generating explosive acceleration as he kicked at him. Psychokinesis. The power of the little spirit activated, enveloping Judge in vast, overwhelming psychokinetic force, easily suspending him mid-air while maintaining his kicking posture. What is happening? Why can't I move? The air feels so thick. In a state of terror. Judge's cold eyes flickered in panic as the psychokinetic force pressed upon him like mountains, distorting the air and rendering breathing a struggle. Honestly, Batla, his eyes aglow with supernatural light, declared with extraordinary authority, could you not let me finish my sentence? Yes, this is the power of technology. I concede its aesthetic appeal in the realm of the extravagant. Aesthetic appeal. The power I have pursued my entire life is reduced to mere spectacle. Facing an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, the outwardly strong yet inwardly cowardly judge felt tears streaming down his eyes and nostrils. Hoping desperately that his 4 children would come to his rescue, the individual before him was an enemy he could never hope to defeat. Wait, is he crying? Batla was taken aback, incredulously observing Judge. Has the young master made a mistake? Such a temperament truly warrants my arduous journey to capture him? Or could it be that the young master's true objective lies with them? As the gaze shifted towards the 4 of Eg, the embodiment of killing machines, their tranquil eyes remained devoid of any trepidation or urgency, even upon witnessing Bartla subdue Gaji. It was as if they were utterly indifferent, observing their expressions. Bartla clicked his tongue in disbelief. Gaji, are they truly your progeny? No, they are mere emotionless machines. If I were to extinguish your life right now, not a single tear would be shed by them for their father. As a parent, you have utterly failed. Realizing that the combat prowess of Germa 66 could not satiate his thirst for amusement, Bartla set aside his playful demeanor, enveloping his fist in armament hockey. In a flurry of movements, he struck the 4 of Eg, rendering them unconscious, and subsequently activated the spatial treasure vessel. Come forth into the bottle. Chapter 16. Memories of reading. Half a month later, in the courtyard, Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 30 million berries, reclined on a familiar lounge chair. With his right arm cradling his head, he lifted a freshly minted bounty notice with his left hand, gazing at the photo of the grinning figure donning a straw hat. He mused, the Pirate King Luffy, is he already beginning to make waves? Ah, the destined child of the original tale. I wonder how your trajectory of growth will unfold as I stir the seas. Releasing his grip, the bounty notice fluttered in the wind, drifting away. The straw hat has vanquished the captain of the pirate crew sent back to the East Blue by Hawkeye. The bounty has been updated, indicating an imminent entry into the Grand Line, which means the curtain has been raised on the war at the top. The timing is impeccable. The 10th anniversary event is also entering its final preparations. Li Shu's spirits soared uncontrollably, laughter bursting forth as his bright eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for chaos. When the little sprites descend in large numbers, how will the war at the top transform? I can hardly wait. Everything was in place, awaiting the return of Laxus. With a harmonious understanding of Li Shu, the Lizard King, whose vision was shared with him, chimed in agreement. A ripple-like mark on its forehead glimmered, resonating with the pattern on Li Shu's own brow. He had succeeded. After considerable effort, he had completed the development of the Avatar seed just days prior. The seed's essence merged with his brow, and due to the contract with the Lizard King, it naturally bore the ripple pattern. Furthermore, Li Shu inscribed the ripple pattern on the foreheads of all the sprites he had summoned, allowing any future contractors to perceive their surroundings through the sprites as intermediaries. Should he choose to do so, the 17 sprite vines in the backyard were also not forgotten. The subsequent sprites would inherit the ripple pattern upon their birth. As he caressed the pattern on his forehead, a glow emanated from the ripple under Li Shu's control, swiftly transforming into a palm-sized pseudo-memorial entity. A pseudo-memorial entity refers to a projection that splits from a sentient being, possessing an independent personality in humanoid form. An independent personality? Not necessary, he declared. I am neither dead nor burdened by unfulfilled desires. A close imitation will suffice, acting as my eyes, ears, and mouth, and upon Laxus's consent, establishing a new contract to reside within the body of Jekram, experiencing the pirate world I have transformed. The pseudo-memorial entity, palm-sized and resembling a tree spirit from Western fantasy, featured pointed ears and leafy wings, adorned in a gown woven from minuscule leaves. Yes, indeed, Li Shu had assigned it a feminine form. Would you like to see the scenery beneath my skirt? The tree spirit fluttered before Li Shu, her voice as soft as the gentle flow of a spring. Yes, certainly. Beside him, Susanoo gazed in silence at Li Shu interacting with his own doppelganger, a flicker of human disdain surfacing on his meticulously composed face. What are you staring at? It is merely a clone of my own creation. How could I not be aware? She merely possesses a feminine fade. A week later, on a certain part of the island, Batla, with a light step and a cheerful tune on his lips, made his way towards the courtyard, his face radiating joy. Having completed his task, he anticipated the moment he would present the task item to Li Shu and subsequently receive permission for free movement around the island, albeit within its confines. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye, causing Batla's lively pace to falter slightly. He paused to observe Captain Na, the head of the front guard, who was earnestly surveying his surroundings for any anomalies. Unexpected encounters always come unannounced, Batla mused. Is he searching for something? Upon closer inspection, he realized. No. It seems he is. A thought flickered through his mind, and Batla smiled knowingly. He is indeed persistent. Memories that have been erased and destroyed cannot be reclaimed. Especially those of the young master's secluded courtyard. Connecting the dots of past events, he easily deduced the reasons behind Captain Na's seriousness. It was a pity. He whispered softly, shifting his gaze away and continuing on his path, lamenting the potential and misfortunes of Captain Na, yet acknowledging that the path chosen was his own. Captain Na, sensing something, turned to look at Batla's retreating figure, his brow furrowing in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he relaxed his expression and resumed his careful examination of the surroundings. In the courtyard, Li Shu was leisurely sipping afternoon tea when he suddenly glanced up towards a certain direction and gestured, after a month and a half of back and forth. Well done. Please, sit and have a cup of tea. This is fine tea that I personally cultivated. A sip will surely refresh you. Even while cloaked, you can detect my presence. How impressive, Batla replied, revealing himself and gracefully settling into the chair opposite Li Shu. He accepted the teacup offered to him, knowing that he must savor the young master's carefully grown tea. Taking a delicate sip, he allowed the fragrant essence to blossom upon his palate, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Indeed, it is exquisite tea. Once he finished the cup, Batla placed it down and announced, Young Master, the mission to the Northern Sea has been successfully completed. All members of the Germa family, as well as the soldiers of the Germa Kingdom and the snail ship, have been brought back. What do you think? Let us first release Gaji, Li Shu instructed. He had never dealt with bloodline factors before and needed to understand how to control his offspring's inability to resist and their absolute compliance, thus seizing his authority. Naturally, this would lead to acquiring perfect tools like Iji and Niji. Understood. Batla retrieved the precious vial, and with a thought, Gaji, who had not consumed anything for over half a month, was released. Thud. The famished individual fell to the ground, faint and barely breathing. Are you not afraid of starving him to death? Li Shu shook his head disapprovingly, remaining seated. Activating his fruit ability, he swiftly condensed a memory seed and cast it onto Gaji's forehead, commencing the extraction of memories for rapid growth. 3 minutes, 5 minutes. A quarter of an hour later, Mr. Su's memory seed ripened. Li Shu raised his hand to capture it within his palm, simultaneously instructing the nearby Susanoo. Please prepare some easily digestible food for this rather vacant individual and do make ample provisions. Yes, young master, Susanoo replied, turning to head towards the kitchen. Li Shu then resumed his seat, gripping the crystal that had deprived Jiaji of all his memories from birth to capture. As the crystal made contact with Li Shu's forehead, it shattered spontaneously, transforming into countless shimmering fragments that surged into his mind, assimilating his memories at a pace of 1 second per year. A minute later, the realization dawned upon him. Chapter 17, Two Choices. With his eyes wide open in astonishment, Li Shu fixated on the unconscious figure of Gaji. Gently lifting a finger, he commanded a blade of grass, which swiftly glided across Gaji's skin, collecting droplets of fresh blood as it extended towards its master. With a deft stroke of his index finger upon the grass, he stained it with Gaji's blood and once again activated his fruit ability, coalescing a vivid crimson seed at its core. Next, I must establish a sequence of codes for it. Through Gaji's memories, Li Shu comprehended the essence of the genetic factor technology. He merely needed to embed the coding into this seed, while Gaji had lost all recollection. Upon successful execution, he would become the new sovereign of the Germa Kingdom. It was a straightforward task. Half an hour would suffice. Brimming with confidence and enthusiasm, Li Shu promptly commenced the development of the bloodline seed. Observing the focused individual engrossed in the creation of new abilities, Batla was left speechless, realizing, well, it seems that my young master, apart from being somewhat reclusive, possesses a rather decisive temperament. Half an hour later, when Susanoo returned with a pot of soup, he was already unfazed. My young master instructed me to prepare more. You must have some captives in that bottle who are also in dire need of sustenance. Indeed, Mr. Su, Batla replied, pouring forth 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, who had succumbed to starvation. An hour later, what is the purpose of this? Batla stared at the watermarked imprint on Ming Huan's forehead, momentarily perplexed by Li Shu's intentions. However, upon glancing at all the little spirits in the courtyard, he noticed they all bore the same emblem on their foreheads and relinquished his contemplation. Well, why ponder so much? My future life is bound to the young master's dreams. Being stamped is only natural. Dismissing the distractions in his mind, he turned his gaze to the table at the center of the courtyard, where Li Shu sat opposite Lei Jiu. As for Yi Ji and the other three, just a few moments prior, they had been assigned to battle by Li Shu, destined to become his subordinates for future tasks. Unlike them, after being modified by genetic factors, you successfully acquired a resistance to toxins, gaining the ability to absorb and release them, while retaining the emotions of a human, which is commendable. Observing the alluring and mature Lei Jiu, Li Shu recalled certain aspects of her character. For instance, when witnessing Yongji and others brutally slaughtering defenseless civilians, she would display an expression of disdain. Or when her family was on the verge of annihilation at the hands of a formidable foe, she still thought of Sanji, urging him to escape swiftly. Graceful and poised in her demeanor, with a heart that empathizes with others, you deserve an opportunity for choice. I have erased the memories of your control over your clone. Shortly, I will return a portion of his memories limited to cloning technology. Thus he will serve me wholeheartedly, losing his right to command you. The shackles binding you have been released. Now, I present you with two choices. Would you like to hear them? Is one who aids others deserving of new choices? The sea is vast, and I have finally encountered someone who treats me with kindness. In this moment, the memory of rescuing Sanji from her childhood flooded Lei Jiu's mind. Sanji. A man must not always shed tears. Listen well, never return here again. The sea is vast. One day, you will meet gentle souls. Run, do not look back. Oh, time seemed to rewind to that moment, and a radiant smile, as bright as the sun, graced Lei Jiu's face as she prepared to hear the choices presented to her. How healing, reflected Li Shu, his tranquil gaze softening further. For the first choice, he raised a finger. Become my partner and fight for my pursuits. Of course. The targets will not be humans but the omnipresent sea kings. Hunting them will not cast a shadow upon your kind heart. Become a partner? Lei Jiu felt a tremor in her heart. From birth, she understood that her father sought not the companionship of a child, but a relentless machine capable of fighting and killing for his ambitions. Thus, she adeptly concealed her emotions, aligning herself with Yi Ji and the others, laughing along when they mocked others, merely to avoid being drawn into their circle of isolation and bullying. The name Vinsmoke filled her with loathing. Can I finally live according to my own will? For the second choice, Li Shu raised a second finger, which could also be seen as a test for you. As a free individual, reside in this courtyard for a year, during which you must not experience boredom or negativity, but instead embrace the serene atmosphere of this conflict-free existence and discover a passion that resonates with you. The first choice seemed reasonable, but the second option left Lei Jiu perplexed. Her eyes, like spring water, pierced the heart, evoking the image of a startled fawn that struck something deep within someone. The second choice sounded somewhat inscrutable. What would await me if I fulfilled your conditions? With a grin, Li Shu leaned slightly forward, his lips curving upward. What awaits you? You are too eager. First, pass this test. Lei Jiu was speechless, having quietly prepared herself psychologically, only to find this was the outcome. As she envisioned the scenario in her mind, she felt a flush creeping across her cheeks. This expression was undeniably charming, under Li Shu's playful gaze. Despite her efforts to remain composed, she ultimately faltered, casting her eyes about awkwardly, attempting to divert the subject. If I fail the test, what meaning does the second choice hold? Would it be akin to my father compelling me to obey through orders? Or would it default to the first choice, binding me as your partner? No. Leaning back, sitting upright, Li Shu did not wish to exert pressure on the bewildered Lei Jiu and shook his head. If you fail, it indicates that we are indeed not fated. I will not force you. I will erase all your memories of me and let you go. True freedom. Gradually calming down, Lei Jiu pondered briefly, a smile forming as she replied, I choose the second option. It seems I have nothing to lose regardless of the outcome. Erased memories? Chapter 18. Coexistence 2 weeks later. Beneath the courtyard, 100 meters down, spacious and bright, the 66 emblem hung high above. Below it lay neatly arranged layers of glass containers, each labeled with incrementing numbers, housing clones in the incubation phase. Nearby, massive machines injected necessary nutrients into the containers through tubes. Roots? Dressed in a short skirt and low-cut top, with a light pink jacket, Lei Jiu followed Li Shu, her long legs pacing behind him. Her exposed left eye observed the enormous roots supporting the vast base above, interlacing to withstand the pressure of the upper soil. Did you develop this base using your own abilities? Is your power to manipulate the flora of nature? And that sprout atop your head, is it a side effect of your fruit ability? It is rather amusing for a normal person to have such a thing growing out of their head. Hence, to avoid appearing out of place, You planted the same sprout on Mr. Su, Mr. Batla, and myself, didn't you? Stunned, Li Shu halted, turning to face her. Lei Jiu, no longer concealing her thoughts, bore a mischievous yet relaxed smile that captivated him, instantly dispelling his earlier slight annoyance, and a smile crept onto his lips. So I am this fragile, resorting to involving the innocent to mask my bizarre appearance. Yet it matters not, as long as I expand the scope. If all 600,000 residents of the island bear this likeness, discrimination would cease to exist. Over 600,000 residents? Taken aback by the number. Lei Jiu's radiant smile remained, surprised that he had achieved such an extent. It seemed she had underestimated his ambitions. You, shaking his head with a chuckle. Li Shu resumed his stride and explained softly, is the superhuman various fruits. The devil fruit I consumed is the seed fruit. In its conventional capacity, it can cultivate any plant or fruit found in the world. The roots and stems are merely one of its applications. As for the twin leaf sprouts you mentioned, they represent a method I developed after awakening the fruit's abilities. Through these sprouts, while the people of the island engage in activities under the sun, they undergo abundant photosynthesis, producing a continuous supply of beneficial substances that enhance human health. Over the years, this process gently strengthens the physical constitution of the hosts. And as their bodies grow increasingly robust, their vitality flourishes as well. Subsequently, I will harvest a minute amount of their vitality from the twin leaf sprouts atop their heads, establishing a mutually beneficial model. Listening to Li Shu's exposition, Lei Jiu's smile abruptly faltered. She gazed pensively at the leisurely figure ahead. To disclose such crucial information so casually, are you utterly confident? Or do you intend that when the year arrives, if I refuse, all memories of you will be eradicated, rendering any secrets disclosed now harmless? Eradicate memories? She mused, dismissing any distractions. Lei Jiu maintained her smile, though it now bore a hint of strain. At that moment, a sudden curiosity sparked within her. It was impressive to develop the fruit's capabilities to such an extent, nurturing the entire island's populace to harvest their vitality. According to your previous information, the effects of vitality are remarkably comprehensive. Since 5 years ago, with an abundant supply of vitality, it seems your capabilities in various domains must have ascended to extraordinary heights. Having laid the groundwork, Lei Jiu seized the opportunity to pose her question. Are all aspects flawless? No, at least in certain respects. Even an abundance of vitality cannot suffice. Oh? Li Shu continued walking, expressing interest. In what respects, for instance? In understanding a woman's heart. Lei Jiu replied. A woman's thoughts are the most elusive. They often speak in contradiction. When someone confesses, she may have already silently acquiesced, yet verbally rebuffs him. This does not imply indifference. It could stem from modesty, apprehension, or perhaps a test to gauge the depth of his affection for her. What if she faces rejection for the first time? If he truly loves her, he would persist, demonstrating greater sincerity and care. If one attempt fails, he would try again, twice, thrice, until success is achieved. Is there a hidden meaning in your words? Li Shu discerned that Lei Jiu's example seemed directed towards him. Perseverance in pursuit. You say? He slowed his pace and glanced towards a certain direction where a steadfast individual was intent on traversing the entire island on foot. No, there is no need for that. Not long ago, I sincerely invited someone to become my companion, but alas, he declined. I tend to be quite proactive when I desire something, yet more often, I adopt a detached attitude, believing that everything is governed by fate. The moment he chose to refuse indicated that our destinies were not aligned, even after careful consideration before our meeting. Thus, let him be. Relationships too require a sense of fate. Therefore, when someone embarks on a pursuit, she may choose to savor the entire process. When the moment of confession arrives, she ought to respond with her heart's truest voice. Genuine love that reciprocates will not be laden with frivolous trials. We have arrived. Reciprocation, you say? As Lei Jiu pondered these thoughts, Li Shu reached their destination, the Vitality Cloning Laboratory. The two entered the laboratory. Moments later, Li Shu emerged from the lab with Lei Jiu and the disheartened Gaji, whose memories had been meticulously rearranged. Sighing lightly, he reflected that in the brief quarter of an hour, he had tested the efficiency of using the seed of life to accelerate the cultivation of clones. The results were dishearteningly low. With a population exceeding 6 million on the island, the total vitality harvested daily is considerable. Yet it takes approximately 6 to 7 days to fill a single seed of life. TSK, hardly worthwhile. Exhausting a seed of life only yields 8 mature clones? Such wastefulness is not the way to squander resources. Perhaps it is best to revert to using the premium marine nutrients. By the way, Laxus has been away for quite some time. He should be returning soon. Then we can finalize the preparations for the decade celebration. Shurji. Chapter 19. The luminous white space 4 days later, in the courtyard. A glass comb in hand, Raja gently brushed the fur of the six-tailed creature before her, who closed its eyes in bliss, its six soft tails swaying rhythmically behind. Returning to her true self, Raju, once constrained by the Vince-Mock family's rules that prevented her from adopting pets, now took a solid step towards nurturing her interests. The gentle chime of a wind chime she had longed for floated beside her, occasionally emitting melodious tones that relaxed her spirit. Free from the burdens of missions and the distaste of violence, accompanied by a beloved pet and the ethereal sounds that soothed her mind. Raja's smile radiated the tender warmth of tranquil days. A year of solitude? No, I could dedicate my entire life to such a way of living. Suddenly, as thoughts danced in her mind, a thunderous sound pierced the air, causing her brow to furrow and her sweet smile to fade. With vigilant eyes, she turned towards the figure that had appeared in the courtyard. The cloak of the newcomer fell slowly. It was Laxus. Upon his arrival, he let out a soft grunt, tilting his head slightly, his electrifying eyes locking onto Raju's position, or more precisely, the wind chime floating beside her. Having been away for quite some time, he suppressed the urge to seize the wind chime, shifting his gaze to the alluring Raju. However, after enduring the various three-point styles of the fairy tale, he remained unfazed, his attention solely on Raju herself. A new face, a newly sprouted companion, perhaps? Laxus mused. Welcome back, Laxus, came a languid voice from the familiar recliner. Li Shu removed the newspaper covering his face, greeting him nonchalantly. Don't be misled. Things are not as you assume. Raju is a local I've granted a year's stay. Eh? Upon hearing Li Shu's explanation, Laxus let out a soft exclamation. Not a newly sprouted companion? A local for a year? What in the world has happened here? The one who despises disturbances to his serene life has seemingly changed? That is not quite accurate, Raju interjected, her vigilance dissipating as she recognized Laxus as Li Shu's ally rather than an adversary. With a playful smile, she remarked. A year is merely a transition. Who knows, perhaps in the long run, I might become the mistress of this courtyard. Laxus paused, taken aback by the term mistress. What on earth transpired during my absence? Li Shu chuckled heartily, leaving the question unanswered, while Raju reveled in the serene atmosphere of her life. She realized this was merely the novelty of the beginning. Time would tell. Stepping down from his recliner, Li Shu ambled towards the backyard, and Laxus followed suit. Watching the two depart, Raju's bright eyes glinted with dissatisfaction. Huh? What is the meaning of this? Are they underestimating my resolve? In the backyard, the process remained unchanged. Without needing Li Shu's elaboration, Laxus skillfully retrieved all the seeds and tossed them into the air. Under the influence of their various fruit abilities, colossal sea creature corpses emerged methodically. Thousands of roots broke through the ground, vying for sustenance. As time passed, a multitude of either novel or familiar little sprites descended upon the pirate world. However, after a quarter of an hour, an unforeseen event unfolded, catching even Li Shu, the developer, off guard. With a flash of brilliance, the last of the new sprites, Mutuo, burst forth from the psychic vine. Following this, the psychic vine erupted in an intensely blinding radiance, rising into the air under the astonished gazes of two onlookers. The brilliant light then retracted sharply, transforming into a pearly seed. A seed of psychic energy? Li Shu mused, instantly recognizing it as the very seed that had initially been planted. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something within the seed, a substance flowing that had never been present before. Drawing it closer, he examined the bean-sized seed before his eyes. Indeed, Li Shu confirmed the transformation, realizing there was something coursing within. Planting, nurturing, maturing, yielding. After producing all the psychic sprites, an unknown change has occurred? If this psychic vine has transformed, might the other 16 also become new seeds upon completing their mission? It's too early to discern any strange effects. We must gather all 17 seeds first. How intriguing. The uncertainty in his eyes faded, replaced by unbridled curiosity. Li Shu felt a surge of excitement. The unknown was captivating, and he eagerly anticipated the changes that would come with gathering all the seeds. 3 minutes, 10 minutes, and half an hour later, Zekrom, Rayquaza, Indii, Regice, Latios, Shalebi, Dialga. A multitude of mythical creatures began to emerge, heralding the imminent arrival of the final moment for the 16 vines of the spirits. The Wind King, Arceus, Hoopa. At last, in a fleeting moment, The tendrils that soared skyward to seize their sustenance quivered in unison, transforming into dust and dissipating into the ether. Upon the ground, the 16 vines of spirits underwent a metamorphosis akin to that of psychic vines, appearing in hues of jet black, fiery red, deep brown, and azure blue. 16 seeds, each radiating its unique luminescence, floated serenely in the air. Suddenly, a force beyond his corporeal grasp compelled Li Shu's palm to open, and the psychic seed violently burst forth, soaring into the air to reunite with its 16 companions. A dazzling brilliance erupted, blinding in its intensity. Laxus found his vision engulfed in white, losing his ability to see, while Li Shu merely squinted, observing the 17 seeds arranged in a circular formation, rapidly spinning closer together, seemingly on the verge of merging. Another explosion of resplendent light ensued. And this time, Li Shu too succumbed to its brilliance, his vision momentarily lost. When it returned, he found himself in a mysterious space. This realm, an expanse of ethereal whiteness, lacked solid ground. Li Shu floated above, silently contemplating the enigmatic space that had drawn his consciousness within. Upon gazing upward, Li Shu discerned the likely source of this phenomenon. 17 seeds, each a different hue, arranged in a circular pattern and slowly rotating, with a pitch-black vortex emerging at their center. The vortex resembled a portal, extending into the infinite void, closely linked to the phantasmal world beyond, gradually siphoning translucent matter from that realm. This was the power of the world. Suddenly, a cool voice resonated within the space, and upon reaching Li Shu's ears, it instilled a remarkable calmness. That is the power of the world. The voice continued, and Li Shu's gaze remained steady as he comprehended the implications. Ah, the power of the world. It seems I have indeed developed an extraordinarily formidable ability, even drawing you out, world consciousness. The voice's owner, the world consciousness of the pirate realm, tacitly acknowledged Li Shu's deduction. The cool voice echoed once more in the pristine space. For countless years, the power of the world has intermittently leaked into the unknown. Today, witnessing your capacity to plunder the powers of other worlds, I seem to understand. Perhaps in those other realms, there exists a similar entity, cultivating the power system of this world, slowly and methodically siphoning its essence. To date, I have lost nearly 20% of my original power. Others from different worlds cultivating the power system of the pirate realm? No, you're mistaken. The severe loss of original power can be attributed to other travelers. Systems and such are merely convenient and straightforward means to acquire what one desires. Li Shu dismissed the truth lingering in his mind, choosing instead to address the world consciousness. You brought me into this space because I have cultivated the ability to plunder the original power of other worlds to replenish this one. Correct? So what are your intentions? To enslave me? Or do you wish to coexist as equals, to become collaborators? Despite not knowing the reason, an overwhelming certainty filled him in that moment. The world consciousness sought to forge a cooperative alliance, to grow stronger together and achieve greatness anew. Indeed, the next moment, it presented the very option Li Shu had anticipated. You are unique. I can faintly sense a world-breaking power concealed within you. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason behind your astonishing achievements. It is too crucial. I do not wish to gamble, fearing that should I enslave you, it may vanish. Therefore, cooperation is the optimal choice. World-breaking power? Li Shu was taken aback by this unexpected revelation, instantly realizing that the so-called world-breaking power referred to the talent he had speculated upon during his traversal. A smile graced his face as he comprehended the underlying truth. To become collaborators means mutual benefit. I can plunder the essence you require to replenish the lost 20% and advance further. However, this raises a question: what do I gain in return? The white space trembled, and a container marked with scales materialized beneath the dark vortex, collecting the wisps of matter flowing forth. World Authority. The scales represent the boundaries of world authority, totaling 100 slots. Each filled slot grants you a certain degree of authority within this world. When all 100 slots are filled, we shall jointly wield control over the entire realm. Once more, the space quivered, and beneath the 100-slot container appeared a larger vessel, densely covered in numerous scales. Beyond the 100 slots lies the 1,000. Once filled, I shall become your vassal. In the courtyard, blinding light followed by further blinding light. When Laxus regained his vision, he was immediately captivated by a surge of crimson light ascending into the sky. He beheld the mythical creatures taking flight, vanishing into the horizon. He remained unmoved, understanding that as beings birthed from the same source, they could not have escaped the courtyard without Li Shu's consent. Have they been granted sufficient respect, awaiting a fateful connection in their newfound freedom? he murmured, though their time together had been brief, and his interactions with Li Shu limited. Laxus perceived that Li Shu was not one to coerce others into servitude through sheer force. Rather, he operated from a position of equality, enticing others with mutual benefit and a spirit of cooperation. Indeed, as Laxus turned, he spotted the majestic Zekrom. While the other mythical creatures had departed, it remained behind, affirming his suspicions. The contract could wait. His gaze shifted to Li Shu, who stood motionless, lost in thought. Your current state and the recent phenomena. Everything seems to align with your expectations, the creator of miracles. Within a radiant white expanse, a projection hangs in the air. In this projection, a figure adorned with two famed swords, Sakura, tin and withered wood, serves as prosthetic limbs. A ship's helm is nestled in their hair, which cascades to the ground like a lion's mane, and they are clad in an orange-yellow traditional Japanese kimono, a cigar resting between their lips. The figure gazes into a mirror and, startled by their own reflection, unexpectedly bursts into a whimsical dance. As the perspective of the projection gradually retreats, it sweeps over houses, forests, and mindless beasts, ascending to the heavens to survey the scene below. Veilmayu emits a cold voice, and in an instant, the projection shatters, coalescing into a golden thread that entwines itself around Li Shu's wrist. In response to your request, this golden thread serves as a welcome gift for your first encounter and the establishment of a cooperative alliance, guiding you to the hidden lair of Shurji. However, in acquiescing to Li Shu's request and sharing coordinates, their voice carries an undertone of helplessness. Are you truly so indolent? Even though you possess the strength to gaze down upon the vast ocean, having cultivated a fourth contract-type sprite that could reshape the oceanic landscape, you remain content to dwell in that realm of laziness. Shurji, do you really wish to leverage his hand to announce the existence of sprites to the world? What a superfluous endeavor. In response to their perplexing inquiry, Li Shu chuckles heartily, nonchalantly toying with the golden thread on his wrist, and replies, humans are complex creatures, with their intricacies lying in appearances, while the roots of their complexity reside within. Some seek the thrill and excitement of adventure, setting sail into the unknown. Even when faced with insurmountable disasters, they may feel fear, yet more often, they are driven by an adrenaline rush. If they meet their demise at sea, it is merely a stroke of ill fortune in their pursuit of their inner desires. But what if they succeed in surviving against the odds? That exhilarating sense of achievement becomes the most exquisite poison, elevating their very souls. Conversely, some prefer a life of tranquility, laboring to lead a stable existence. As for me, I lean towards the latter, but wish to infuse my mundane life with a touch of entertainment. Thus, Shurji is quite fitting. He has been absent for over 20 years, during which he accidentally discovered an entirely new power system that had vanished from history. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? For him to take the stage and declare to the world that there exists an unknown new power, it should be readily accepted. Do not urge me to step into the limelight. Everyone has their aspirations. My joy is beyond your imagination. Thank you. He shakes the golden thread playfully, offering a warm smile to the vast white space as his consciousness begins to fade, disappearing from this realm. Chapter 21. The Host in the Backyard. Li Shu's dazed eyes regain their brilliance, gradually scanning the area only to find all the divine beasts and sprites have vanished. His gaze remains calm, devoid of excess emotion, as he tilts his head towards a certain direction. Solgaleo return. He raises his hand in a beckoning gesture, and shortly thereafter, a small sprite resembling a lion, standing over 3 meters tall and entirely white, is summoned into the air. It possesses a blue-gray nose, pale blue eyes, and most intriguingly, the upper half of its face displays a deep blue area where celestial phenomena continuously shift, imbued with an air of mystery. For golden spikes crown its head like a regal diadem, corresponding with 2 pairs of spikes on either side of its jaw, further accentuating its majestic appearance. Solgaleo, a dual-type psychic and steel legendary sprite, is revered as the beast that devours the sun by ancient civilizations, harboring immense energy that enables it to enter its radiant form. A third, light blue eye emerges within the starry region on its forehead, while the celestial patterns transform into vertical beams of light, and the non-white parts of its body shift to a golden hue. As it descends from the air, Solgaleo's pale blue eyes reflect a human-like perplexity. My apologies. Li Shu explains, meeting its gaze. Plans have altered. Shurji's location has been confirmed, so I cannot grant you the freedom I initially intended. Oh no, it softly murmurs, lowering its head slightly, accepting its mission. Hey, what was that strange phenomenon earlier? After their exchange, Laxus timely voices his confusion, sensing that something significant must have occurred. Shurji? You don't mean the infamous Golden Lion Shurji, one of the three great pirates alongside Whitebeard and Roger, the captain of the flying pirate crew and the user of the float fruit? Has his location been confirmed? There are too many questions. Are you not going to enlighten me? Of course, Li Shu reassures Salgaleo before flashing a gentle smile at Laxus. He reaches into his pocket, producing 2 seeds that he scatters over the vacant ground left by the vanished 17 sprite vines, silently directing the still suspended Nanzhong to pour out new Sea King corpses. In a calm tone, he begins to recount his recent experiences. As the dual-colored powerful vine voraciously consumes the Sea King corpses, Laxus initially maintains a tranquil demeanor, but soon his expression shifts to one of shock and disbelief. Moments later, as his internal confusion dissipates, Laxus finds himself utterly stunned, taking several seconds to process the information he has received. So, several years from now, this world will ultimately become your backyard? The world's consciousness will become your vassal? Wait, this is too outrageous. Laxus exclaims in disbelief. Oh. Li Shu lets out an ambiguous chuckle, his expression unfazed as he regards Laxus. Becoming a vassal requires filling 1,000 grid scales. It is no easy feat. Not easy? Nonsense. Laxus nearly curses, fully aware of Li Shu's penchant for mischief. Despite his reclusive nature, Li Shu possesses an extraordinary drive for chaos. And now with the allure of becoming the true master of the world, such an amusing prospect would undoubtedly fuel his ambition, with the dual-leaved sprouts providing vitality. Your lifespan stretches infinitely. 1,000 grid scales? Merely a matter of time. Should I congratulate you in advance for your impending role as the world's sovereign, enabling you to orchestrate grand events at your leisure? It is truly a pity for this world to fall into the hands of someone as quirky as you. Hey, that's a bit much. Li Shu rolls his eyes, glancing back at the 2 powerful vines, which, with ample nourishment, grow rapidly, already beginning to yield fruit. Laxus. He calls his name softly, a serious tone creeping into his voice. Laxus responds casually, his gaze fixated on the 2 powerful vines, eagerly anticipating their maturation. There is something I need to consult you about beforehand. His tone grows increasingly earnest, the use of consult catching Laxus's attention, making him realize that what follows will closely pertain to him. Speak. With a wry smile, Li Shu remarked on his succinct demeanor, casting a sideways glance at him. You know me well, a homebody who shuns the outside world. Yet, the ocean is soon to become more vibrant and lively, all due to my efforts over the past few years. If I cannot behold the magnificent landscapes of this new era with my own eyes, wouldn't that be akin to donning fine garments while sneaking through the night? Laxus, arms crossed, fixed his gaze upon the 2 formidable vines. Homebody, witnessing it firsthand. These are 2 contradictory choices. He refrained from commenting, aware that his inquiry had not yet reached its critical juncture. Therefore, I have devised a pseudo-missive entity. She syncs with my thoughts, shares my vision, and can represent me in witnessing the ocean's myriad wonders. However, she requires a host. He gestured towards her. The tree spirit emerged from Li Shu's forehead. Her petite form crafted from delicate leaves, with wings made of foliage fluttering gracefully before Laxus. Her innocent eyes sparkled as she chirped, "Could you be my host?" With her endearing appearance and pitiful gaze, Laxus felt his capacity for speech diminish. He gazed at the tree spirit, his hand instinctively reaching out to catch her. But as he lifted his arm, he abruptly turned to glare at Li Shu. Thought sync? Shared vision? So, this is also your doing? I agree. His expression turned rather cruel, and with a rough motion, he seized the tree spirit, pressing his thumb firmly against her face, rubbing and kneading. At that moment, Li Shu stood aghast, sensing an invisible force vigorously massaging his face with unparalleled strength. Hey, be gentle with women. Unable to contain himself, Li Shu shouted at Laxus. The tree spirit is so adorable. How can you bear to treat her this way? Humph. Laxus scoffed dismissively, ignoring the rebuke. He even gripped the tree spirit's wings, swinging her around in circles, venting the frustrations he had accumulated over the years. Stop. What grievance do you hold? If you have a problem, direct it at me. The tree spirit is innocent. Though this little torture would hardly affect him, Li Shu played along with Laxus's performance, swaying his head as if truly dazed. Humph. With another cold huff, Laxus finally ceased his actions, releasing the tree spirit to float freely. After expelling his pent-up frustration, a faint smile crept upon his lips. I have adopted her. Now, what must I do to become her host? I suddenly have some regrets. Perhaps I should reconsider? Less chatter, just speak. Chapter 22. Are you teaching me to work? Half a month later, above a certain expanse of the Grand Line, Laxus moved at an astonishing speed, his cloak flowing effortlessly behind him, untouched by the wind. Jekrom, a dual dragon and electric type, one of the three dragons of the path, is a legendary sprite said to incinerate the world with lightning. Its form is a fusion of a dinosaur and a western dragon, adorned with a lightning-shaped gray horn crown atop its head, and an engine-like tail that glows with a brilliant blue hue when in hyperspeed mode, casting a fluorescent glow upon its entire being, imbuing it with tremendous power that can be wielded for both offense and the creation of anti-gravity fields, allowing flight unimpeded by air resistance or gravity. Having formed a pact with Jekrom, Laxus was currently utilizing its abilities to soar through the skies with astonishing swiftness. Ahaha. The tree spirit perched on Laxus's right shoulder, her elbows resting on her knees, hands clasped together supporting her cherubic face. What a perfect match. With anti-gravity activated, the shortcomings of any mode of transportation are rendered moot for the Dragon Slayer. Ding, ding, ding. A unique wind chime belonging to Laxus floated alongside him, its silky lower half swaying gracefully while producing a melodious sound. 4. Bartola diligently nurtured the superpowered Tengu, resulting in the birth of 4 chimes, one of which was acquired by Lei Chio through her pleas, while the remaining 3 found their own homes. Originally, Li Shu possessed one, and with Susanoo often accompanying him during his awakening, it was practically his as well. However, in a bid for equitable treatment, someone gifted him another exclusive wind chime, doubling his joy. The other 2 belonged to Laxus and Bartola. Laxus acknowledged the tree spirit's teasing. With this newfound ability, he could bid farewell to all forms of transportation. For him, this convenience far outweighed the power boost provided by Jekrom. Bartola, huh? A memory from a week prior surfaced in his mind, recalling the man who had replaced him as the new tool, middle-aged, exuding a mature and seasoned aura, whose strength had instilled a considerable pressure upon him. Very strong. His little sprite is quite formidable, possessing an array of unpredictable tactics. Moreover, as he contemplated the information Li Shu had relayed about Bartola, Laxus's gaze drifted to the tree spirit's neck, where a silver necklace adorned her, from which hung a miniature glass vial, an improved version of the subspace vial. It has been modified to establish a habitable subspace spanning a radius of 10,000 meters, akin yet superior to the previous storage capabilities. Laxus withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and called out to the tree spirit. As your essence indicates, you are merely his eyes to the ever-shifting world. Although endowed with the damage transferability, redirecting any attack aimed at you to your core to shield you from harm, your fragility is indisputable. Are you truly so unconcerned about carrying all these sprites with you? Unafraid of unforeseen circumstances? The tree spirit tilted her delicate face in surprise. Unforeseen? But you are here, are you not? Are you worried that your power may not suffice, Laxus? Laxus's expression darkened. Evidently, he had overstepped. Ahahaha, it's quite all right, she replied with a gentle laugh. Shiki is no longer the former golden lion. You can handle it. Even if you do falter, I can attempt to persuade him with my words. Besides, are we not heading to Sky Island to further enhance your strength? Once we acquire the nature-based Thunder Fruit, a Devil Fruit, alongside your Haki, Dragon Slayer magic, and Jekrom for powers converging into one, you should be more than capable of overpowering Shiki. Otherwise, how disappointing would that be, Laxus? His expression darkened further at the mention of Shiki. When we finally meet, don't blame me for being too harsh. It's all his doing. Humph. A sudden, disgruntled grunt resonated above a certain expanse of sea, the source of which had vanished into the horizon, at an altitude of 10,000 meters on the sacred island of Gaia. For drums adorned with the emblem of the triple swirl were affixed to his back by metallic rings. With a white turban atop his head and elongated ears adorned with dangling earrings, he donned voluminous lantern pants, reclining languidly upon the throne that symbolized his divine status. Enel rested with one leg crossed over the other, his bare feet rhythmically tapping as he yawned. His robust physique was on display, and a look of sheer boredom etched across his haughty visage. Supporting his head with one hand, he reached for a crimson apple from a nearby fruit platter, bringing it to his lips. Today, there were no dissonant voices among the subjects of the divine realm to tarnish the sanctity of his authority. How dreadfully dull. Perhaps it was time to randomly select a fortunate soul to receive the divine punishment. Beneath his languorous facade lay a heart of cruelty. Enel swiftly devoured the apple, leaving not even the core behind, before grasping a golden staff and pointing it skyward. With a resounding rumble, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, its force reverberating through the very fabric of the earth. The blinding radiance illuminated the surrounding area, sending the inhabitants of the Sky Islands reeling in terror. They trembled uncontrollably, desperately striving to suppress any thoughts of defiance against the deity. As the pillar of thunder dissipated, its brilliance faded, revealing the unfortunate soul, charred and lifeless, at the bottom of a gaping pit. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing the utter silence of a particular individual's voice, Enel erupted into raucous laughter, reveling in the fear that echoed from his subjects following the strike, a most profound homage to his divine authority. His boisterous and cruel laughter reverberated through the temple, reaching the ears of 4 distinctly different priests below, whose demeanor remained largely unchanged. For 6 years since the god took dominion over Gaia Island, this exuberant laughter had become a familiar sound, one they had long since grown accustomed to. In a distant sky above the floating islands, Laxus, who had been searching in vain for his destination, suddenly turned, sensing a powerful surge of thunderous energy. A user of the thunder fruit? Are you guiding me towards my goal? Adjusting his course, he soared towards the source, compelled to investigate, for in the absence of clear guidance, it was worth a look. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the silhouette of a desolate island came into view at the horizon, the white sea resembling a genuine ocean, with waves rising and falling, creating a rugged tumult. He chuckled softly as he gazed at the rapidly enlarging empty island, pondering the concept of fate. What is this so-called destiny? When seeking you, I scoured countless paths, only to suddenly hear your call. You have illuminated the lighthouse and extended an invitation. Laxus, he has entrusted the seed of blankness to you. Do not forget the process, lest you be left wondering where the new thunder fruit will reincarnate after the opponent's demise. Are you instructing me, the Great One, on how to proceed? A flash of impatience crossed Laxus's mind as he silently nodded. The steps? Merely a trivial procedure, to insert the seed into the heart of the opponent upon their death. Such a straightforward and crude task requires your reminder. Within the temple, apples soared and fell, caught by Eneru, who tossed them back into the air while nonchalantly scratching his ear, reclining on his throne as if in a light slumber. The divine existence, aside from occasionally showcasing its might, was rather monotonous and tedious. It appears this is the place. Laxus, a sudden unfamiliar voice resonated within his consciousness, merging with his perceptive abilities. With a drawn-out nasal sound, Eneru abruptly opened his cold, piercing eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. An unfamiliar aura. Could it be yet another intruder from the Qinghai? With a soft crackle, his body elementalized, and he vanished from the temple, leaving the 4 priests exchanging perplexed glances. Here it comes. In Laxus's observation, a tempestuous bolt of lightning surged towards his location. Blue arcs of electricity erupted, gradually coalescing into a figure. The foundational application of elementalization from the natural fruit indeed proved to be remarkably convenient. Laxus regarded the bizarre silhouette before him and raised his hand to touch the wind chime, which transformed into a crimson light and darted into the glass ring on his unnamed finger. Oh! A metallic staff appeared in midair, upon which Enerus sat cross-legged, propping his chin with one hand while gripping the staff with the other, bestowing it with the strength to bear his weight. His eyes fixed on the ring in Laxus's possession with a mix of disdain and curiosity. A ring capable of containing living beings? What an intriguing artifact. Mortal, if you present it to the god, God shall pardon your transgressions for trespassing into the divine realm. Ah, how terrifying. Eve fluttered her leaf-like wings and took refuge behind Laxus. Although she could redirect damage, she preferred not to suffer a lightning strike without cause. Thus, she discreetly retreated behind someone else, casting a silent glance at the tree spirit. Laxus began to scrutinize Eneru, noting his remarkably elongated earlobes. Oh! At that moment, Eneru, meeting Laxus's peculiar gaze, suddenly perceived a spark of realization. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Oh, how could it be? Why could the gods not hear your voices? Your expression betrays thoughts most offensive. Abominations. You are all aberrations. Entities that the gods do not permit to exist in this world. The gods have decreed that such anomalies must be purified by the emblematic thunderbolts, and as aberrations, all your possessions shall be surrendered to divine dominion. Discharge, 20 million volts. A blinding radiance erupted as arcs of electricity ravaged Eneru's form, and in the next moment, a robust bolt of blue lightning surged toward Laxus. Yet, in the face of this formidable assault, Laxus inhaled deeply, drawing in all the incoming lightning with fervor, savoring the crisp flavor of the electricity. Thank you for the hospitality. The taste is delightful. Eneru stood aghast, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. mouth agape in incredulity. As he witnessed Laxus devour the raging thunder, the sheer magnitude of 20 million volts had failed to inflict any effective harm. And the only response he received was a mere appreciation of flavor? Could he truly accept such an absurdity? A surge of lightning coursed through his body, and Laxus felt invigorated. Observing Eneru, who had yet to regain his composure, he wore a smile imbued with fierce determination. Borrowing a phrase from Gray, he declared that the weather was about to shift. The tempestuous, golden lightning coalesced within his fist as he accelerated towards Eneru. A complex and arcane golden magic circle unfolding before him, heralding the commencement of battle. Thunderstrike. In a bid to awaken the dazed Eneru, Laxus unleashed this experimental attack. The Thunderstrike collided with its target, resulting in an explosive reverberation. As he deftly evaded, Laxus shattered half of Eneru's form. The blue lightning flickered as Eneru regained his composure, his ravaged physique replenished by the electric energy. Grasping his metallic staff, he pivoted into a battle stance. His earlier disarray replaced by an air of disdain and arrogance. Fool, do not presume that your flashy antics can truly disrupt a deity. I am the all-knowing God, an immortal entity. You shall pay with your life for daring to affront divine majesty. Ignorant wretch. With a derisive snort, Laxus cast a sideways glance. A mere frog at the bottom of a well. Immortal? It is but a superficial application of natural powers. My restraint in not using hockey to crush you is solely due to my curiosity regarding your fruit's capabilities. I merely wish to witness its effects. Suddenly, with a boisterous laugh, Eneru's eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury. How dare he declare a god to be a mere amphibian? Remember, you have thoroughly insulted divinity. The all-knowing God shall now toy with you until your demise. You will not strike me again. As punishment for his affront, Eneru declared, accept your fate. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. He struck the drum on his left shoulder with his staff, unleashing a frenzied blue lightning that manifested into a wolf-like thunder beast. Charging ferociously at Laxus, its form menacing. Mindless beast, do you dare to harm me? Laxus sneered, conjuring a magic circle. With a swift motion, he released a potent current that formed into a luminous spear to meet the oncoming threat. Thunder Spear. The collision of blue and golden lightning in midair resulted in a dazzling explosion, radiating blinding light and slicing winds that drew the attention of all below. God, reveal your true power. This trivial probing is unnecessary. A hand of lightning elemental magic effortlessly countered the opponent's assault, leaving Laxus profoundly disappointed. Is this truly the extent of the Thunderfruit's effects? TCH, how dull it is to learn this. You have genuinely incensed me. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. With two resounding beats on the drum, Enel unleashed a wider expanse of blue lightning, compressing it into a colossal thunder dragon, which soared and danced menacingly towards Laxus. Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the previously derisive Laxus adopted a serious demeanor. Was the technique he just executed called Thunder Dragon? Chapter 24. The advantage is mine. Is this move truly named Thunder Dragon? As he gazed at the Eastern-inspired Thunder Dragon charging towards him, Laxus, perceiving its feeble power through his observation hockey, was consumed by rage. Who dares to besmirch the name of a dragon? As a dragon slayer, he harbored an intrinsic reverence for dragons. And despite the Thunder Dragon before him differing greatly from his memories of dragons, he would not permit any weakling to tarnish the title. Dragons are not so superficially hollow. Who grants you the liberty to name your technique Thunder Dragon? Laxus's voice thundered with fury, golden lightning erupting from his mouth. As his words fell, a more magnificent magic circle coalesced before him, the energy of the Thunder Dragon gathering in his lungs. The roar of the Thunder Dragon, an unprecedented fury. A concentrated storm of lightning capable of obliterating everything in its path erupted from him, bathing the sky in golden brilliance, shattering Enel's blue Thunder Dragon effortlessly. Its force surging relentlessly towards him. The electric web captured the trajectory of the roiling attack, hearing the immense power contained within it. In an instant, Enel elementalized, evading the onslaught. Unwilling to confront its brilliance directly, the Thunder Dragon's crushing fist. Laxus was no stranger to observation hockey. His mastery surpassed even Enel's. In the very moment Enel dodged, Laxus executed a preemptive crushing fist that met its mark. What? Enel's gaze sharpened, the attack now mere inches from him, with no means of evasion left. He chose to elementalize once more, but the next instant, the Thunder Dragon's crushing fist enveloped him entirely. Suddenly, the elementalized Enel emitted a cry of agony, his wails receding into the distance as he was sent hurtling backwards into the sky by the force of the crushing fist. Moments later, as the lightning from the fist dissipated, Enel, having reverted from elementalization, revealed a glimmer of crimson at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. The speed of his elementalization had faltered just slightly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wiping the blood from his lips, Enel's heart raced with panic. How could the god of all-knowing evade your attack? How could the deity that commands lightning be harmed by lightning? An anomaly? Are you the nemesis of gods? No. Gods are the most perfect beings in existence. No such nemesis can exist. You, a taboo-like aberration, shall perish beneath the aesthetics of the divine. Unable to accept this, Enel's disdain and arrogance vanished the moment he was wounded, replaced by an overwhelming madness. He would utterly destroy the one before him, presenting the might of a god. 200 million volts, god of thunder. In a frenzy, he unleashed all his lightning power, enveloping himself in an aura of 200 million volts. In the next instant, countless bolts converged, transforming him into the visage of a colossal god of thunder, his form retaining Enel's features, surrounded by arcs of blue electricity, crackling with energy. So this is your strongest form, god of thunder? Very well, I can see the worth of the thunder fruit. Come forth. Laxus was invigorated by the prospect of battling Enel in this state. This was a clash of thunder against thunder. Armament hockey? The previous crushing fist was not imbued with it, and it was even less likely now. Raising his right arm, fingers grasping at the void, a radiant magic circle unfurled in the air. Lightning coursed through Laxus's outstretched hand, morphing into a resplendent golden halberd, exuding an aura of annihilation. Thunder Dragon Halberd. Whoosh. The unmatched halberd was hurled with great force, its speed akin to lightning, reaching Enel in an instant. However, the god of thunder raised his massive hand to meet it. With a deafening crackle, the god of thunder was sent flying over 100 meters after intercepting the halberd, only to grasp it with his fingers, shattering it effortlessly into a myriad of golden arcs that dissipated into nothingness. Haha. Aberration, do not struggle in vain. All resistance is futile before the god of thunder. Enel's voice thundered grandly, resonating throughout the skies, reaching every corner of the island. The 4 high priests within the temple, former god gone fall, and the warriors of Skypia looked on in awe, wondering if such power could truly be matched by a mere mortal. Exhaling lightly, Laxus showed no sign of defeat, his expression serious as he regarded the oppressive presence of the god of thunder. An awakened level of power, indeed. I have underestimated the strength of this world. Merely relying on the various abilities of the Paramecia type, the capabilities post-awakening are acknowledged by him. It is only natural that a natural-type thunder fruit, far rarer and more precious than the Paramecia type, would possess such combat prowess. Yet, humans are distinct. Your talents have desecrated the thunder fruit. The one most suited to it is I, Laxus Drayer. The secret art of Dragon Slayer, Thunder Roar, channeling all his strength into his hands. Laxus hurled a punch through the air, and in an instant, arcs of golden lightning traced chaotic paths towards Enel, moving with incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. The bolts struck their target, erupting in a cacophony of electricity that left the god of thunder's form riddled with wounds. Useless. In the form of the god of thunder, I am an indestructible deity. All your attacks shall be in vain, despair, aberration, and accept the judgment of the divine in unending hopelessness. Haha. The secret art of Dragon Slayer had yet to inflict significant damage, but Laxus remained confident, gazing down at the triumphant Enel, who was still smiling. You have yet to grasp the reality of this battle. As a wielder of the Thunder Fruit, dragging this conflict into a stalemate with the Dragon Slayer would only lead to your defeat. Before he could finish, Laxus charged at Enel, drawing in a breath as arcs of electricity danced at the corners of his mouth. It is undoubtedly me, the roar of the Thunder Dragon. A dazzling magic array erupted into existence, powerful and robust, with mighty thunder erupting from within. I told you it was useless. Are you truly that dim-witted? Enel retorted with impatience, raising his massive palm to counter with a similar attack. Divine Judgment. Boom. The two attacks collided violently, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, ultimately dissipating into a chaotic maelstrom of blue and gold lightning. Suddenly, Laxus leaped into the fray, a triumphant grin on his face, and began to consume the intertwining blue and gold lightning, revitalizing his spirit and restoring his stamina. What? Witnessing the other party once again consume lightning through utterly incomprehensible means, Enel remained utterly astonished, his eyes wide with bewilderment. This time, the flavor was even more delectable. In gratitude, the invigorated Laxus, fists clenched tightly, offered his own gift. Defying gravity, he soared above Enel, gathering his dual fists to compress the magnificent force of thunder, delivering a devastating blow, Dragon's Roar. As the sun set and the moon rose, what should have been a night for rest was transformed, the sky awash in gold and blue. each hue claiming half of the celestial expanse. The air crackled with the rapid and thunderous resonance of ominous storms. This night was destined to leave countless souls restless. Chapter 25. Crimson Thunder. The battle raged from day into night, relentless and fierce. As dawn's light began to illuminate the earth from the east, the silhouettes of two combatants engaged in fierce confrontation continued unabated. What had begun as a standoff had morphed into a relentless chase, with blue fleeing from gold. In the courtyard, one questioned, "Why do you persist in your pursuit? The deity has already acknowledged your strength. Why not cease this senseless conflict?" Meaning? Defeating you is the very essence of meaning, the roar of the thunder dragon. With a divided focus, Li Shu simultaneously observed the pursuit unfolding beyond the confines of the floating island through the eyes of a tree spirit while contemplating his own dilemmas in the courtyard. He has been stripped of 20% of his essence, vanishing into an unfathomable abyss. If my conjecture holds true, it must be the work of fellow travelers wielding their extraordinary abilities, a system perhaps obscuring the reasons for his disappearance. I possess no system. The realm of the little spirits is inconsequential. It likely lacks a world consciousness, or its awareness is profoundly chaotic. The true sovereigns remain those divine beast-level spirits. They may plunder as they wish, even if they become aware of this world's existence. Capturing one or two poses no significant challenge. But what if? What if I were to cultivate a shadow with the power to shatter stars, akin to the Dragon Balls? Would they descend through the pathways forged by the extraction of that world's essence? Then, would they obliterate everything in their wake, leaving all in utter devastation? This presents an unknown peril. Alas, without a system to safeguard me. Moreover, he mentioned that I possess the attribute of breaking boundaries. It is upon this foundation that my conceptual abilities have found success. Could it be that this force, which facilitated my traversal, is a concealed boon? A soft chuckle escaped Li Shu's lips as he shook his head, casting aside superfluous thoughts. The more he learned, the more insignificant he felt, and with that came an array of anxieties. It would be prudent to exercise caution, releasing a breath laden with tension. He softly murmured his resolution. Until the existence of potential hazards is determined, he would temporarily exclude the formidable power systems of high-risk worlds, such as that of the Dragon Balls, from his future grand schemes. Your words remain within my grasp. Reclining in his chair, resting his left hand beneath his head, he raised his right hand and gently traced the air, conjuring forth 108 sword-shaped seeds. Yamamoto, Yoruichi, Aizen, Ichigo, I eagerly await to see which of you may traverse the web of fate to confront me, either to deliver my demise or to meet your own. In a world devoid of spiritual particles, the pirate realm remains our absolute dominion. Hey, what are you muttering to yourself about? If you truly find yourself with nothing to do, why not assist me in gathering some flowers? On the nearby table, Reijiu, adorned in a delicate pink nightgown, exuded an enchanting grace, her figure barely discernible. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she gazed at Li Shu and spoke softly. All right. Captivated by Reijiu's radiant smile, he effortlessly snapped his fingers, causing 4 blades of grass to sprout and transform into verdant vine attendants, who then vanished into the earth. Flower arranging, a delightful pastime. He mused, noticing the table before Reijiu adorned with an array of floral vases, while the ground bore only a few remaining blossoms. Sixtails, the red flower, he instructed. With a playful squint, the creature dashed to retrieve a crimson bloom, returning to Reijiu, who gently stroked its fluffy head before accepting the flower. While contemplating where to place it for the most aesthetic appeal, she remarked, "Your courtyard is filled with grass and trees. Don't you think it needs some exquisite embellishment? Does it? A landscape abundant with flora and fauna signifies vitality, does it not?" Li Shu responded nonchalantly as he waved his hand to summon and collect over 100 Zanpakadao seeds, rising from his reclining chair to stroll towards the backyard, simultaneously transmitting a mission directive through the grass. In the backyard, he skillfully buried the seeds into the soil, then, with a swift motion, he sliced his wrist, stifling the healing of the muscle tissue at the wound, allowing his warm blood to cascade and soak into the earth below the seeds, nourishing them. Once enough Zanpakadao prototypes have sprouted, they should undergo wondrous transformations, forging connections to the realm of the Shinigami. The ethereal manifestation of the fairy realm was merely serendipitous. Li Shu had no precise method to replicate it. After days of contemplation, he could only deduce a vague hypothesis awaiting validation. Perhaps it might not be feasible, for aside from the Zanpakadao, the Shinigami world harbors numerous other forms of power. Nevertheless, these seeds shall serve as pivotal evidence. Somewhere on the island, A message wafted through the wind to Bartola's mind. Within a year, capture 10,000 sea kings. The blazing charcoal emitted intense heat, roasting a golden-skinned wild boar, its savory aroma wafting temptingly. However, gazing at the delectable feast, Bartola suddenly found his appetite waning. Ah, has the leisurely time come to an end? It is time for me to officially commence my duties. Receiving the directive, Bartola could not refuse. His gaze instinctively drifted to the three figures behind him. With a smile, he remarked, "E.g., come and savor the fruits of my labor. Indulge yourselves, for after this meal, you shall be quite busy." Finally, a task? E.G.'s lips curved into a smirk, his emotionless demeanor only ignited by a fervent passion for missions. The trio gathered around, devouring the wild boar in hearty bites, eager to fulfill their purpose. A year, huh? That means I have a year to leave the island. Bartola chuckled quietly, observing the three as thoughts raced through his mind, contemplating how to navigate the timeline of the task while ensuring he did not squander his vacation from freedom. In the skies outside the floating island, golden lightning streaked through the air. Chasing a blue arc, Laxus clenched his fist, unleashing a furious bolt of lightning upon the elemental Enel. The crackling thunder echoed as blue currents scattered wildly from the forceful impact. Gulping, Laxus inhaled, devouring the errant electricity to replenish his energy and extend his endurance. A day and a night. A day and a night. Why? Why do you insist on clinging to me? The elemental lightning coalesced into the upper half of Enel, while his lower half continued to escape amidst the storm. His eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor weary, his expression overtaken by a frenzied madness. Unfathomable. You are utterly incomprehensible. I have already pledged to the gods that together we shall seize the boundless land, side by side as deities, sharing divine realms. Why do you remain indifferent to such promises? Why cling to the defilement of divine authority? Yet, Laxus responded with one of his most formidable techniques. Having regained his full strength, let us conclude this cat-and-mouse game, shall we, God? A pitiful soul like you shall plummet into the abyss, burdened by your illusory delusions. Thunder Mercury, crimson lightning. The lightning, compressed to its utmost limit, erupted from Laxus in a torrent of liquid red-black energy, deftly pursuing Enel and enveloping him within its shroud. Chapter 26, Fusion Thunder Mercury, Crimson Lightning. Laxus bellowed, channeling the swirling crimson energy, enclosing Enel in a cocoon that thwarted any attempt at escape. With a resounding cry, he compressed the concentrated lightning, causing it to swell and explode. Boom. In that instant, the sky dimmed, consumed by the dark red hues reminiscent of a demonic domain. Dazzling and resplendent. Coughing, Enel, now incapacitated, fell, blood streaming from his mouth, as his elemental form was forcibly dispelled by the overwhelming force. At last, it is finished. He glanced at the unconscious Enel plummeting, fluttering beside the panting Laxus. You could have ended this battle much sooner using your armed color to dispatch him effortlessly. Why prolong it? You must be utterly exhausted after a day and a night of fighting. Humph. Laxus huffed, straightening his posture. Dragon Slayer's thunder versus natural lightning. The victor is Laxus Dola. Well, you've won a battle of pride, but it seems you've lost your stamina. He rolled his eyes, reluctant to engage with Laxus, who basked in an inexplicable sense of achievement. However, he could not restrain himself. If you don't act soon, the fruits of your victory will slip away. With a flash, Laxus vanished into the high heavens, Ye darting after him, his speed rivaling that of lightning. With an elegant maneuver to decelerate, Ye halted before Laxus, with the unconscious Enel suspended between them in a state of anti-gravity. Reaching into his cloak, Laxus retrieved the seeds Li Shu had given him before departure, placing it upon Enel's heart. In the next moment, it took root, its tendrils piercing the skin, connecting to his heart. That should suffice. Crackling with energy, Laxus concentrated, summoning a magnificent golden lightning bolt, and unleashed it with ferocity. Boom. The deafening sound of the explosion reverberated as the powerful strike landed squarely upon Enel's head. He remained motionless, as if lying upon an unyielding surface, absorbing the full brunt of the impact. White, red, and grisly remnants splattered across the scene. Yet under Laxus's careful control, none fell upon the two of them. Thus it began. At the moment of Enel's demise, the seed nestled within his heart burst forth, sprouting with an inexplicable fervor. In the mere blink of an eye, it had transformed into a towering, blue-hued plant, standing at half the height of a man. At its pinnacle rested a blue fruit, its surface an uneven canvas adorned with a pattern reminiscent of lightning. 10 seconds, 30 seconds. A minute later, a sudden sound echoed. A crisp sound resonated in the ears of the two individuals as the azure-hued fruit ripened, detaching itself from the plant, and, before it could even begin its descent, was deftly caught by the waiting Laxus. A fruit? He mused, examining the pristine thunder fruit in his hand with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. It was his first encounter with a devil fruit, and he had anticipated something akin to the dragon crystal that was embedded within him. Indeed, it is a fruit. You must taste it. The flavor of a devil fruit is rarely found in this world, Leaf chimed with a radiant smile, eager to witness the transformation of the typically stoic Laxus as he savored the devil fruit, indulging her own mischievous whims. Wait. An unparalleled flavor? You must be jesting. Your insidious gaze has betrayed your intentions, Laxus retorted, realizing that this devil fruit might harbor some issues. Having chosen to embrace this newfound power, he had no choice but to consume it, regardless of any potential complications. With a decisive crunch, he bit into the flesh of the fruit, and as it touched his palate, an exquisite flavor assaulted his senses. Laxus's expression stiffened, his stomach convulsing incessantly. What in the world was this wretched taste? Swallowing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Despite the overwhelming urge to retch, Laxus forced himself to swallow the succulent morsel, instantly regretting the size of the bite he had taken. As a fruit was consumed, a surge of lightning erupted from Laxus's hand, instantaneously reducing the remaining fruits to a fine powder. The indescribable flavor, one that defies articulation, would no longer tempt him, for it was unnecessary. Zzz, crackle, the blue lightning danced around him, bestowing upon him an entirely new power. Just as he contemplated testing it, two astonished voices echoed simultaneously. To their surprise, the blue lightning encircling Laxus suddenly receded, replaced by flickering golden arcs. Dragon crystal? Upon introspecting his condition, Laxus discerned that the dragon crystal implanted within him seemed to have come to life. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as the dragon crystal suddenly unleashed a ferocious surge of lightning power, materializing into a formidable thunder dragon, accompanied by a vast expanse of thunder sea. The visage of the thunder dragon was fearsome, roaring with a powerful dragon's might amidst the thunder sea, which remained steadfast, pulsating with endless blue lightning. Ah, how remarkable! He gazed at the celestial spectacle with shining eyes, exclaiming in awe. Truly, it is extraordinary. Laxus, if my conjecture holds any truth, this surge will grant you extreme enhancement. Though the words were unspoken, as the possessor of the dragon crystal and the new host of the thunder fruit, Laxus, in his bewilderment, began to grasp the significance of this moment. These powers were on the brink of a transformative union, as anticipated by both. The next moment saw the thunder dragon unfurl its robust wings and soar into the thunder sea. With a soul-stirring roar, the dragon opened its fearsome maw, devouring the thunder sea, which offered no resistance, flowing effortlessly into its being. Simultaneously, arcs of golden and blue lightning flickered across the dragon's scales, a dazzling display that lasted for 3 minutes before the intertwining arcs vanished, revealing the intricate blue patterns of a magical array. The transformed thunder dragon bellowed to the heavens, having undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Its appearance, now dominated by gold, accented by blue patterns, was striking, powerful, and shrouded in mystery, an exquisite sight to behold. As the fusion concluded, the newly reborn thunder dragon dove downward, and mid-flight, the blue patterns on its body glimmered subtly. In an instant, it transformed into a torrent of golden and blue elemental lightning, merging with Laxus and residing within the dragon crystal. Power. An overwhelming force surged through Laxus's entire being. Clenching his fist, he felt the air compress with a cracking sound. In that moment, he believed he could shatter a 1,000-meter sea leviathan with a single blow. Come forth. Beside him, perceiving Laxus's intention to explore the limits of his newfound power, he resolved to indulge his desire, for someone in the distant courtyard was equally curious. Unleash your full strength. Let him gauge your current prowess. Are you certain? A moment of silence ensued before Laxus, brimming with confidence and eager to test his might, declared, With this punch, you might very well perish. Chapter 27. The Power of Yi. 7 blades. With this punch, you might very well perish. Huh. Has your inflated confidence surged along with your newfound strength? Yi observed Laxus, whose self-assurance radiated brightly, as taunting laughter echoed in his mind from someone within the courtyard. Perish? You know nothing of true power. Unleash your might. This time, I permit you to defy the rules. Thus, Laxus could no longer contain his urge to unleash fury upon his opponent. He leaped back several meters, the emblem of Zekrom illuminating upon his forehead. Very well. Dragon Slayer magic, rumble fruit, contracted spirit, and dominance. I shall deliver the most devastating blow I can muster. With a brilliant glow, the Zekrom emblem enveloped him in light. As the light dimmed, Laxus's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He was clad in a suit of jet black armor that enveloped him completely, a mask covering his face while revealing only his eyes, which had turned crimson, exuding an aura of ferocity. The electric tail of Zekrom morphed into a stunningly sci-fi apparatus of 3 concentric rings, floating behind him, occasionally emanating blue luminescence, indicating its readiness to provide immense power. Wow, how cool. He gazed with sparkling eyes, envious of Laxus's transformed state. The mech-like figure and the reactor-like power source behind him embodied the essence of masculine romance. Brimming with grandeur, unaware of Ye's envious sentiments, Laxus silently activated Zekrom's abilities. The apparatus behind him glimmered with blue light. This move, typically one that would lead to chaos post-attack, transformed into a status skill that amplified his attack potential. A fierce pressure surged from his being, sweeping over Yi and radiating outward, parting the clouds above and creating a scene of clear skies for miles. The essence of dragon-slaying roared within him as a dragon composed of lightning emerged behind Laxus, spreading its wings and howling at the heavens amidst a tempest of blue and gold lightning, an aura of destruction lurking just beneath the surface. Above it, a colossal and splendid magical array bloomed. Activating the skills of the small spirit once more, the magical array erupted with light, and 9 smaller arrays appeared, revolving around the central massive array. In a climactic moment, the lightning dragon surged into the great magical array, and in the next instant, from the large array and its 9 smaller counterparts, 10 fearsome dragon heads emerged, each with eyes, 1 gold and 1 blue, crackling with violent lightning energy. The thick essence of armed color infused the magical array, staining the 10 dragon heads jet black, harmonizing with their scales, presenting an even more ferocious visage. Lastly, a word of caution. If you know you cannot withstand my combined attack, enduring it would be an utterly foolish choice. That said, brace yourself for the armed Thunder Dragon's billion impact. With a powerful shout, Laxus thrust his hands forward, and the dragon heads roared in unison, racing forth with lightning speed. One charging straight ahead while the 9 whirled around it, creating a tempestuous vortex that seemed to tear at the very fabric of space. Oh, with such a relentless force that could obliterate an island, Laxus, are you intent on rendering yourself lifeless? Yet, you remain composed, suspended in the air, observing the imminent attack, allowing the wind pressure to caress him, murmuring with an air of appreciation. In the courtyard, as the attack approached, the wind pressure unleashed by you wreaked havoc, causing trees to sway violently and leaves to be torn from their branches, spiraling skyward. To prevent this peaceful courtyard from bearing the brunt of the assault, he decided to confront it high above in the sky. With a gentle push of his toes, he ascended gracefully, leveraging the leaves to rise even higher, quickly reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, accompanied by the swirling green leaves he had gathered. Standing atop 2 leaves, Yi awaited the incoming onslaught. Meanwhile, Yi's petite arms crossed over her chest, accentuating her small yet curvaceous figure. In the next moment, the 10 dragons lunged at her, and just as the first attack approached, it vanished without a trace. The subsequent waves continued for a full 3 seconds before they were entirely redirected, leaving the scene in a sudden silence. Only the gentle breeze remaining to sway her skirt. Here it comes. As for the hardened armed color, it was non-existent. Yi, with his hands behind his back and absolute trust in his physique, chose not to defend against Laxus's grand combination attack. Foolishness? A soft chuckle escaped his lips. Before him, the void suddenly warped violently, and with a thunderous roar, the formidable attack appeared just 10 meters from him, accompanied by the overwhelming might of the dragon and its roar. The armed Thunder Dragon's billion impact, a fusion of Dragon Slayer essence, rumble fruit, contracted spirit, and dominance, struck him with tremendous force, slamming into his unguarded form. Boom. As the attack approached, his posture bent slightly, and a massive explosion erupted behind him, sending leaves swirling chaotically. Boom, 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 boom. A resounding blast echoed, followed by 8 successive sonic booms, creating a spectacle akin to breaking the sound barrier. However, the cost was a slight bend in Li Shu's already stooped posture. With a thunderous roar, the main attack followed, its tremendous force instantly dispersing the previous grandeur into a massive shockwave, a colossal air circle expanding with an impressive radius of 1,000 feet. Even from 10,000 meters above, the subjects of the kingdom below could witness this miraculous scene. Compared to the appetizer-like 9 impacts, This strike was of such immense strength that the two leaves beneath Li Shu finally succumbed to the pressure, shattering and sending him hurtling backward. The violent shockwave of the Thunder Dragon God propelled him backward several meters, and upon landing on two new leaves, they too shared the burden of the impact before meeting the same fate as the earlier ones. Their sacrifice was indeed worthwhile. In that fleeting moment of leverage, Li Shu straightened his posture once more. After sliding back several meters again, he landed on the fifth and sixth leaves, which, despite their imminent destruction, absorbed a significant portion of the remaining force. Shifting his right leg, he forcefully crushed the seventh leaf, while the residual impact was now merely a remnant. His left leg then stepped onto the eighth leaf, producing a faint cracking sound, yet it remained intact, halting Li Shu's retreat at last. As the residual waves dissipated, he glanced down at his exposed eight-pack abs, a relaxed smile creeping onto his lips. With a wave of his hand, he brushed away the remnants of his torn clothing. Activating his fruit abilities, the fabric came to life, intertwining threads autonomously, restoring his tattered attire to its former glory. Quite impressive indeed, the power of 7 leaves. Chapter 28. The King's potential with Li Shu's assessment rendered. On the other side, Yi, in sync with his thoughts, gazed at the panting Laxus with a bright smile. Laxus, your latest splendid strike has earned a 7-leaf power rating from the entity, indicating you are not far from a level worthy of recognition. 7-leaf power? Laxus, struggling to catch his breath, displayed a look of confusion. The implication behind Ye's words was clear. His most powerful attack had failed to garner due respect. Unacceptable. Unable to reconcile with such an evaluation, Laxus's inflated pride surged. Ignoring his still labored breathing, the technological apparatus on his back flickered to life, illuminating with energy. Encased in armor, his unwillingness to accept reality was obscured, save for his crimson eyes that gleamed with an even more fervent insanity. You will not only survive my next attack, but will be gravely wounded. To exaggerate one's strength is a hallmark of weakness. I, Laxus Doria, permit you to surpass my might, yet you must recognize the truth. True strength is never defined by sheer power. Thus, even if it defies convention, I shall make you see your true self. The heart, the will, these are the true sources of human strength. Embrace the baptism of reality. With that, the shadow of the Thunder Dragon reemerged, resonating with the power source behind him. Armed with the color of armed hockey, Laxus inhaled deeply, as a magic circle blossomed before the fearsome dragon's maw. Armed, destructive roar of the Thunder Dragon, as the red glow of destructive energy flickered to life. It was swiftly engulfed by the black hue of armed hockey, accompanied by the effects of dragon-slaying magic and thunderous abilities. Boom! The dark destructive force, laced with blue and golden lightning, surged towards the tree spirit, Yi. She remained silent, indifferent to the oncoming assault, though Laxus's state caused her brow to furrow. On the other side, Li Shu, having sustained no injuries from the prior attack, descended gracefully upon the leaves, as if descending a staircase. When he was less than 4,000 meters from the ground, he paused, looking up towards the void. Embrace the baptism of reality? His expression shifted subtly. He was taken aback by Laxus's reckless defiance of the established rules. Although he had no intention of punishing him severely, there must be consequences for such transgressions. Considering it was a first offense, rooted in a misguided sense of concern for him, it was somewhat forgivable, albeit tinged with self-interest. Well then, let us punish you with a dose of reality's baptism. Meanwhile, as the destructive force enhanced by special effects bore down upon her, Yi flapped her wings to meet the formidable attack head-on. A mere sheet of paper separated the attack from her true form, as she transformed into a streak of green light, merging with Laxus's brow. Despite the armor enveloping him, her movements remained unobstructed. A bizarre sound reverberated, and before Laxus, a scene materialized in the void. In this vision, Li Shu stood upon floating leaves, and in the next breath, an attack suddenly emerged to strike him. The Li Shu in the image cast a glance at Laxus, then raised his left hand, effortlessly countering the attack with a casual flick, shattering the armed Thunder Dragon's destructive roar, which amalgamated 4 types of power into a tempestuous force that gradually dissipated. Laxus, just this once, and never again, echoed Li Shu's voice in his mind. Laxus's crimson eyes trembled violently as he stared, incredulously, at the scene before him. Was his attack truly so feeble? Could it be obliterated with such ease, without even utilizing armament hockey? No, that can't be. Suddenly, Laxus's gaze fixated on the leaves beneath Li Shu's feet. Observing how Li Shu effortlessly shattered the attack while standing atop the leaves, his crimson eyes dimmed significantly as realization dawned upon him. With a soft sound, the vision closed, and Li Shu's figure reappeared from within his mind. Laxus silently relinquished his combined form, the black armor vanishing, reverting to his previous attire. Shock. An overwhelming astonishment lingered in his heart as Laxus's confidence was ruthlessly ground down. His eyes seemed to lose their luster as he stared blankly at the floating leaves, questioning. Could the power of 7 leaves he mentioned refer to simply standing on 7 leaves and effortlessly neutralizing my attack by shattering them? Ah, Li Shu elongated the sound, his small eyes observing Laxus's disheartened state, suffering from a profound blow and slightly recovering from his combined form. To be precise, it's 7 leaves, just shy of 8. If you were a tad closer, you would have attained the esteemed power of 8 leaves. Huh. An esteemed power of 8 leaves. Laxus let out a bitter laugh, then fell silent, gazing skyward. His spirit, deeply wounded, was filled with an indescribable sorrow. So, it is I who has overestimated myself. Have I come to terms with reality? Yes. Yet I feel so powerless. In a moment of despair, tears streamed down Laxus's cheeks. Feeling the tears tracing down his face, he abruptly snapped back to reality, lifting his hand to wipe away the liquid from his chin. Have I shed tears? I can't believe I have shed tears. How could I, the great Laxus, shed tears? In that instant, all confusion, despair, and shock evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming surge of anger. The crackling thunder surged, evaporating his doubts. No, this is not me. I am not one to weep over a setback. Boom. The furious, savage thunder erupted around him. Enveloped in blue and gold lightning, the once proud and powerful Laxus reemerged. Undeterred by a single trial, I am Laxus, the king of the thunder god, the dragon slayer mage. Buzz. Suddenly, an entirely new force surged within him, exuding a pressure akin to that of a dragon or a tyrant, sweeping across the sky, causing the air to hiss and pushing the clouds far away. The conqueror's hockey. Laxus unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, awakening a new power that granted him the qualities of a king. Ah, my. Li Shu gazed at him with wide eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. It seems I have worried unnecessarily. Not only has he swiftly emerged from the shadows, but he has also taken a monumental step toward joining the ranks of the world's strongest. Congratulations, Laxus. The entity in your origin has already sensed your transformation. He entrusted me to convey to you that when you achieve the title of world's strongest, he will accept your challenge, an unrestricted challenge until one side is completely defeated. Silently absorbing the new power surging within him, Laxus clenched his fists, his determination soaring. Tell him that, at that time, I will utterly defeat this evil dragon that has circled above me, upholding the dignity of a dragon slayer mage. Uh-huh. Li Shu laughed heartily, nodding in agreement, relaying. He said, don't cry then, young thunder dragon. Shut up. Chapter 29, Ignited Shut Up. Recognizing the vast chasm between himself and that entity, Laxus coldly snorted to mask his embarrassment and shifted the topic. Our mission has been successfully accomplished. It's time to confront the legendary pirates. Indeed, Li Shu chuckled lightly, not exposing his intentions. She raised her small arm, and the golden thread that had previously wrapped around her hand spontaneously flew before them, dancing in the void before speeding off in a certain direction. The anti-gravity field. Laxus felt a slight weight on his right shoulder, knowing Li Shu was prepared. He then summoned the wind chimes that had been stored in his ring. As it embraced freedom once more, producing a clear sound, they instantly vanished from their location, pursuing the guiding object ahead. Dr. Indigo, clad in a doctor's coat, adorned with a peculiar scarf and sporting a comically absurd hairstyle, Dr. Indigo approached a dazed figure with a gait that resembled flatulence. Shiki glanced at his doctor and combatant, observing Indigo come to a halt before performing a mime act, the level of which was as atrocious as his appearance. Remarkably, Shiki watched him perform with earnestness, nodding in agreement. I understand. We will have roasted meat for lunch today. That's not it. Seeing Shiki misinterpret his meaning, Indigo exclaimed loudly in denial. Wait, you can talk. Shiki's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping the cigar from his mouth, and soon, the two stood together, striking comical poses. Woo-boo, woo-boo, woo-boo. Beside me, a gorilla clad in human attire emitted a hearty laugh, contributing to the joyous and whimsical atmosphere. What, mother? Turning to Scarito, Shurji, in a moment of bewilderment, uttered an excruciatingly awkward term of address. What on earth? It's merely a gorilla. Oh, I see. I thought my mother had come to summon me for a meal. In the midst of a playful exchange, two individuals and a beast found themselves inexplicably merging into whimsical poses, only to return to their original positions as if the entire spectacle had been but a fleeting illusion. Ah, Captain, A voice crackled with excitement. I bring you splendid news. The research on IQ has reached its final stages. Our long-sustained plan of 20 years is poised to plunge the world into unending terror. Has this moment finally arrived? With a rare moment of clarity, Shiki did not respond with his usual deflection, but instead laughed uproariously, gazing toward the East Sea. Roger. You foolishly surrendered your life to the feeble navy for the absurdity of the great pirate era. As a man, I acknowledge, I shall use your homeland. The entirety of the East Sea as your grave. What treasures, what raftel. My aim is to instill panic across the globe and to become the sovereign of this world. Indigo. As per our original plan, commence sending invitations. Gather all the scoundrels of the sea to partake in this cataclysmic feast. That expanse of ocean will ultimately transform into a hellish purgatory beneath the feet of countless ferocious beasts. Suddenly, arcs of electricity surged through the air. And with a resounding thud, two charred bodies collapsed before Shiki, revealing the presence of Laxus and Leaf. Ah, how fortuitous your arrival is. Leaf's melodious voice flowed like a gentle stream, disregarding the smoldering corpses beneath them. You wish to invite the sea's villains? To destroy the East Sea? To plunge the world into chaos? Spare me, for the sea is my paradise. Shiki, refrain from meddling, unless you desire to become my messenger. With a cold disdain, Shiki murmured the names of his two fallen loyal subordinates, his icy gaze betraying a hint of regret, yet devoid of sorrow. Ha! What a splendid reunion this is. You have slain my two subordinates, and I offer you a choice. Join me. Lightning, you are a user of the rumble fruit, are you not? With your strength and abilities, you are far more suited to be my subordinate than they were, to share in the forthcoming grand endeavor. Laxus and Leaf exchanged glances. Laxus perplexed. Is this truly the champion you have chosen? A messenger to obliterate the East Sea and compel the world government into submission? Merely an aging lion lost in delusions. Ah. Do not be so sharp with your words, Leaf retorted lightly. They ignored Shiki's invitation, engaging instead in casual conversation, hoping he might awaken to reality and thus alleviate their burdens. If not, Leaf mused, we could reset his memory, for what he treasures is none other than the legendary title of Shiki and the dormant period of 2 decades. I have been utterly mocked. Through their candid exchange, Shiki grasped the current situation. They had come prepared, intent on capturing him as a messenger. With a thunderous laugh, Shiki's demeanor darkened, his eyes exuding a lion's ferocity as he unleashed a wave of murderous intent upon the two. You have incited my wrath, young ones. Wave. In a sudden assault, he unleashed a colossal blade of energy, cleaving through the very fabric of the room and the ground beyond. Indeed, a user of the rumble fruit. Do you truly believe that elemental transformation grants invincibility? As the room split in two, the electric currents intertwined, seamlessly restoring Laxus's form. Without utilizing Haki, you wish to test the waters? Allow me to provide the answer. Let us engage in earnest now. The air crackled with violent energy as Laxus's spirit ignited, recently invigorated, yet eager to display his true strength against the legendary pirate, even if the once great hero had now faded. You donned armor. Shiki's thoughts drifted unexpectedly, recalling his own lost suit, pondering its whereabouts. With fists encased in armor, Laxus's crimson eyes shone brightly. Lost in thought, are we? What audacity to underestimate me. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. He unleashed a powerful spell, a dazzling array of gold and blue erupting forth. Unfazed, Laxus's confidence surged as he refrained from launching a sneak attack, instead opting for a straightforward yet formidable confrontation. Lion's thousand cuts. Sensing danger, Shiki instinctively countered with a series of slashes, but was met with a violent explosion that engulfed the room in thick smoke. Emerging from the haze, Shiki, using the float fruit, hovered above, casting a steely gaze upon the arcs of electricity dancing below. You can fly too? I am increasingly intrigued. I extend my invitation once more. Join me as my first mate, and together we shall upend this monotonous world. Uproot, instill fear, dominate. Your imagined world is dreadfully dull. With a resolve that resonated, Laxus retorted, Shiki, you have grown old. Since your self-inflicted escape from Impel Down, the once mighty pirate fleet commander has perished. The audacious pirate who dared assault the Navy headquarters is but a ghost now. Today, you are merely a relic, cloaked in the guise of a legendary pirate, dreaming of chaos in the East Sea to intimidate the world government, a remnant of a bygone era. Ambition has withered, the pinnacle is no more. What right do you have to extend an invitation to me, you who attempts to borrow from others? To kill is to strike at the heart. Against the backdrop of Conqueror's Haki, Laxus's inquiries thundered in Shiki's mind like a bolt from the blue. Yet, for the remnants of a bygone era, no matter how deafening the call, it could not awaken the resolve of those feigning slumber. No, you understand nothing. Struck at his core, Shiki howled in a frenzy, denying. Roger was wrong. Only by uniting can we save this world and eradicate those swine-like celestial dragons. But he repeatedly rejected me. At the Battle of Ightval, I lost the majority of my fleet, but it mattered not, for he was the man I recognized. Yet, how could he be publicly executed by the Navy after attaining the title of Pirate King? I refused to believe such a man could be captured by the feeble Navy. Thus I slaughtered the Navy headquarters in search of an answer. But he truly perished for an illusory new era, merely to unveil the dawn of the pirate age. Why? If we united, with his strength and my influence, we could topple the world government. He was mistaken. Roger was gravely mistaken. If a mistake deserves punishment, then Rogtown? East Blue? The homeland of the Pirate King? Ha ha ha. For 20 years, I have meticulously orchestrated a flawless plan to utterly engulf the East Blue, making Roger pay a hellish price for his transgressions. Will you attempt to stop me? Come forth. Though the lion is aged, its might remains. Lion's Might, Elegy of the Black Moon. In an extreme frenzy, Shiki spiraled into the depths of his memories. His float fruit enabling him to rotate in circles as the dual blades of his prosthetic limbs sliced through the air, imbued with a thick aura of haki. Unleashing a colossal crescent wave that cleaved the atmosphere, producing a cacophony of splintering sounds. Roar. The shadow of the Thunder Dragon let out a fearsome roar. Its sharp sword intent reverberating against the ebony armor, as Laxus raised his hand, claws poised, synchronizing with the Thunder Dragon behind him, its body cloaked in haki. Its claws and scales painted in deep black. With a fierce thrust, the immense shadow of the Thunder Dragon advanced undaunted to meet the black crescent slash. Armed, Thunder Dragon's claw. Boom. The two forces collided, the shadow of the Thunder Dragon grasping the crescent wave and holding it suspended in midair, unleashing an onslaught of fierce gales that surged outward. With added force, the dragon's claws cracked the crescent wave, revealing white fissures, and with a sharp sound, its robust dragon arm crushed it into stardust that dissipated into nothingness. Arrogant youth, be buried beneath the earth. Shiki was not surprised that his opponent could withstand his crescent wave, yet being shattered by bare hands. This scene provoked his frenzied psyche. Raising his hand, he summoned the full extent of the float fruit's power. Lion's Might, Earthly Roll. The ground trembled violently as the earth within 1,000 meters erupted, forming majestic lion heads that defied gravity, descending in a ferocious assault towards Laxus. Gazing up, as the sky darkened, Laxus remained undaunted, his power engine responding rapidly. Enveloped in fierce azure light. Roar. The shadow of the Thunder Dragon roared, its haki surging. He chose to confront the attack. For the Thunder Dragon's destiny lay in the vast sky. How dare mere mud lions attempt to bury the pride of a dragon? Armed, Thunder Dragon got S10,000 thunderclaps. With a fierce shout, the shadow of the Thunder Dragon shifted, activating the Shadow Clone skill, creating over 20 replicas. Their dark dragon forms vibrated as they collided with the lion heads, shattering them effortlessly, soaring into the heights. Boom. The Thunder Dragon clones exploded in the sky, transforming into a sea of high-pressure lightning, and in the next moment, unleashed dragon-shaped lightning bolts towards Shiki. Lion's Might, Ultimate Thousand Cuts Valley. The dragon-shaped lightning expanded in Shiki's eyes, sealing all avenues of escape. In a panic, he kicked out the highest frequency of his crescent wave in a bid to resist. Yet, the dragon-shaped lightning easily shattered the dense crescent waves, detonating against his hardened body. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 31, Persuasion Ahaha. From the sidelines, the tree spirit Yi expressed her astonishment, witnessing the legendary pirate's downfall. She was not surprised by this outcome. Shiki was no longer at his peak. Once a legendary pirate standing alongside Roger and Whitebeard, he had fallen into madness, reduced to a vengeful beast. His defeat was a foregone conclusion. Roger, Roger, Roger? All I hear is Roger. It seems his obsession and heartache lie with him. Can you not accept that the powerful man you acknowledged met his end in such a manner? Having discerned the ailment, persuading you shall become a simpler task. Yi murmured to herself, having identified the target for her forthcoming verbal battles. It was merely a matter of unresolved feelings. Crackle. Cracking under the strain, arcs of electricity danced across Shiki's form as he emerged from his frenzied memories, his once ambitious gaze now dimmed, staring vacantly at the clear sky. Zing. The flicker of lightning signaled Laxus's return to his side, his expression unperturbed as he remarked, "You withstood my strike without fainting, though your strength is not at its peak. Your physical resilience remains formidable." Shiki, shaken from his stupor, turned with difficulty to regard Laxus's youthful visage, a glimmer of light sparking in his dimmed eyes. Behind him, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of Roger, once an enemy and friend, always optimistic and smiling. Roger, is this the new era you envisioned? Suddenly, I understand. Go ahead, young one. Claim my head and carve out your own name. Ha! At life's end. If I can serve as a stepping stone for a powerful being like you to enter the world stage, allowing the next generation to rise from Roger's legacy, it shall be my final act of service to him. Ha ha. With a hearty laugh, even in his defeated state, Shiki's eyes glimmered with tears. Momentarily transported back to the vast seas, where a grand aerial fleet journeyed into the distance, greeted by the rising sun. Roger, calmly closing his eyes. Shiki awaited his moment of demise with tranquility. Ahaha. He swooped in, glancing at the willingly resigned Shiki, slightly surprised. Have you come to terms with it? This scene of generous sacrifice is rather touching. Hey. Laxus, however, was unconcerned with such sentiments. He called out, Yi. Judging how the remnants of this era would fare under her evaluation. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with profound bewilderment. As the one tasked with weighing his worth, should not the verdict be rendered by you? In order to bask leisurely in the sun, I have dutifully evaded, you see. Very well. With a sigh of resignation, Laxus chose not to linger on the matter. What assessment could he provide? Perhaps 3 leaves, no more. Considering he had yet to unleash his true potential and had effortlessly vanquished Shurji. Awake now, open your eyes. He fluttered his leaf-like wings, gracefully landing atop the helm of Shurji's vessel, leaning down to whisper, this is not the place of your demise, rather, it is the beginning of a new chapter. Provided you choose to become his envoy. As Shurji slowly opened his eyes, a petite, delicate head came into view, and Ye's words echoed in his mind, stirring the still waters of his heart. Envoy? He repeated weakly, recalling the term he had heard upon their first encounter. He chose not to delve deeper into its implications. The tumult within him calmed once more. Accepting defeat and death was one thing, but submission? That was out of the question. He would not debase himself for mere survival. Do not speak so absolutely. Ye's voice softened as he began to weave his rhetoric. The title of envoy does not necessitate an oath of allegiance. It is but a nominal distinction. What he values is your identity and experiences, without imposing any subservient relationship, fostering an equitable and loose alliance. For reasons he could not disclose, he resided in a secluded corner of the world, leading a mundane yet fulfilling life. Beneath his seemingly indifferent exterior, however, pulsated a restless heart, yearning to stir the winds of change while shunning the limelight. Thus, you, Shurji, became his most fitting partner, bearing the name of envoy. Shurji remained silent, offering no response. TSK, 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 he clicked his tongue. Do not feign ignorance. Do you not wish to hear about the advantages and benefits of becoming an envoy? Silence persisted. Shurji, resolute in his despair, remained unresponsive to Ye's mention of benefits, adopting an attitude of indifference. Alas, she had no choice but to highlight the key phrase. Are you truly disinterested in an opportunity that could surpass Roger? Roger? Yi mused to himself, sensing Shurji's composure falter at the mere mention of the name. An opportunity to eclipse Roger? What do you mean? The dimness in Shurji's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his previously subdued emotions now surging forth. Yes, now we're communicating, and there lies meaning in our continued discourse. Yi continued. It seems your life's turning points revolve around Roger. During the battle at the Eight-Wool Sea, you lost a significant portion of your fleet because of him. In the conflict with the Navy headquarters, you were imprisoned and lost your legs due to him. You sacrificed so much, yet what of him? He chose to surrender for his dreams, facing public execution, and at the cost of his life, he ushered in the era of great pirates. To this day, his legend endures upon the seas, a testament to his success. And now look at you. A helm embedded in your skull, artificial legs replacing your own. Reduced to this comical state, the once mighty conqueror's aura has vanished, leaving behind only memories of your former glory. You must feel a sense of bitterness. For over 20 years. Apart from the pirates of the previous era, how many remember your title of Flying Admiral? When the current pirates speak of Golden Lion Shurji, what comes to their minds? Oh, isn't he the one who fell to Roger, captured by the Navy, and then escaped, retiring to obscurity? Living on in legend as a failed remnant of a bygone age, adrift in a new era that no longer bears a ship. Surely, you feel a deep-seated dissatisfaction. Time has passed, and now the name of Roger, the Pirate King, resonates through the heavens. While Whitebeard's title as the strongest in the world casts a shadow over the new world. What of you, once a contender among them? You have long been forgotten. Ground down by the wheels of history. Do you truly accept this fate? To be swept into the annals of obscurity, merely a fleeting memory that others recall with mockery? Is this the significance you sought in life? Every man who aspires to conquer the seas, if he cannot leave an indelible mark in his time for future generations to admire and remember, then that is the epitome of a failed existence. Chapter 32. The moment is ripe. Do you accept this fate? Do you accept this fate? Do you accept this fate? With a series of relentless inquiries and eloquent declarations, the tumultuous inner world of Shiki surged with waves of turmoil, each crest surpassing the last, causing his resolve to embrace death to falter, to tremble violently. Suddenly, with a roar of laughter, Shiki's eyes sparkled with the sharpness reminiscent of a lion king, his laughter echoing uncontrollably, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Enough, he commanded, halting his frenzied laughter, only to be invigorated with an indomitable fighting spirit. Remarkably, Shiki leaned upon his unparalleled willpower to conquer the paralyzing arcs of electricity coursing through him. Rising upright with his hands pressed against the ground. Aha! You leapt from the helm, landing gracefully before Shiki, unable to contain his admiration, such tenacity of spirit. It appears you are but a moment away from reclaiming your conqueror's haki. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. My interest in the messenger you speak of is piqued, Shiki replied, seemingly oblivious to the flickering arcs of electricity that danced upon his form. What are the chances of surpassing Roger? The title of Pirate King is the pinnacle of worldly honor. What does it mean to surpass that? I am all ears. Aha! The title of Pirate King is the highest honor? That assertion is somewhat exaggerated, he countered. In ancient weaponry, distinctions are made between heavenly kings, sea kings, and underworld kings. How then can the Pirate King claim supremacy? With a mere mention, I shall not elaborate excessively. They possess the capacity to annihilate islands and devastate nations. Are they truly formidable? After many years, through his relentless efforts, perhaps even a pirate of some repute, when armed with various powers, would find them rather inconsequential. What bestowed the title of Pirate King? It was merely that Roger was the first to reach Raftel. Given that the sea harbors Raftel as a symbol of kingship, who can deny the existence of a sky island above? The one who discovers it first could indeed be deemed the Sky King. A sky island? The Sky King? Shiki's gaze sharpened as he pondered the implications of Ye's words. His curiosity piqued. Who could refute the notion that this might be a mere fabrication of yours? You have misplaced your focus. Ye gently guided. Whether it exists or not is of little importance. If we declare it exists, then it is indeed real. Having been dormant for over 2 decades, a user of the float fruit, with the ability to soar through the skies, could announce to the world, under the guise of a legendary pirate, that he had discovered Sky Island, thereby claiming the title of the conqueror of the skies. No one would dare question its authenticity. One in the heavens, the other on earth. In terms of reputation, you would be on par with Roger. A falsehood? Shiki, unable to accept this, stared blankly. His turbulent emotions suddenly stilled. His fervor deflated, and he collapsed once more onto the ground. No need to continue. To surpass Roger through deceitful means is not my wish. Please, end this swiftly. Such a proud sense of self-esteem, Ye remarked, glancing at the prostrate Shiki, fully aware that the process would not be smooth. It is not a falsehood. He will render Sky Island a reality, an existence in its own right. The only distinction is that Roger discovered Raftel on his own, while you shall be elevated to that position through our combined efforts. If your pride cannot accept this concession, I shall have to resort to his contingency plan. Him again. Shiki could no longer contain his confusion. Who is this he you incessantly reference? The reason Raftel symbolizes the Pirate King is due to the alluring secrets it harbors. Can it truly lend substance to the fictitious Sky Island? How could it be made manifest? Attempt to persuade me. I might concede this step. Ah, I see now. You require proof before believing. Recognizing Shiki's wavering resolve, Ye understood that the claim was but a fragile illusion, easily pierced. If there truly exists a treasure to substantiate it, the Sky King would willingly bear the honor of equaling Roger. Roger, the Pirate King has already taken your form, even becoming the second. You shall still live beneath your own glory. To surpass one must utterly transcend. The Sky King aligns perfectly with my aspirations. Laxus. Ye called to the observing Laxus, come. Dispel our envoy's final doubts. Ding. Your assistant has logged in. Laxus, orchestrating his role as an aide, could not decline. He approached Shiki, his expression impassive, and stated, Behold. This represents 2 power systems that transcend this world. Transformation. With a mere thought, the symbol of Jectrome on his forehead glowed brightly, and a crimson light emerged. Taking the form of Jectrome, a dragon-like figure with a dark exterior and a tail reminiscent of an engine. Jectrome, a dual attribute of dragon and electricity. One of the 3 dragons of the path, my contracted partner. Shadow Clone. By issuing a mental command, Jektrome's form shimmered, and numerous identical clones materialized from thin air. In our recent battle, your observation should have noted this skill's effect. 100,000 volts. Thunder. The engine-like tail of Jektrome illuminated with blue energy as it unleashed two skills upon an open space, rumbling as powerful lightning carved deep trenches into the ground. This combination of skills was the very technique that bested you. Shiki gazed in awe at Jektrome, through its demonstration, Laxus' exposition, and his recollection of the battle. He became convinced of the veracity of their claims. Next, behold another power system. ZZZZ. Blue and golden arcs of electricity burst forth as Laxus gradually elementalized himself, deftly controlling the power of lightning until, framed by the two-colored lightning, a crystalline object materialized before Shiki's eyes. Dragon Crystal. I am the second generation of Dragon Slayers. And this crystal is the source of my power, an entity not of this world. Roar. Having summarized his explanation, a shadow of a thunder dragon erupted behind him. A terrifying Maagape, a radiant magic circle igniting as it unleashed a powerful roar skyward. The roar of the thunder dragon is formidable. As the dragon crystal fully merged with the thunder fruit, I have dubbed this strike roar of the thunder dragon. That is all. Ding. Your assistant has logged out. Having perfunctorily completed the demonstration, Laxus dissipated the surging lightning, retracted Jektrome's transformation, and quietly stepped aside. Shiki followed his gaze, as if peering at a rare treasure. Overwhelmed by astonishment. Ha. At that moment, he laughed, a more unrestrained laugh, to entirely new power systems. Elves? Dragon crystals? Ha. What a revelation. Roger. This new era is undoubtedly one you never anticipated. The Great Pirate Era? No. This shall be my era. Shiki's era. The era of the Sky King. Ha. Done. With a smile observing Shiki's fervor, Ye's eyes crescented like a moon. The final piece of the 10-year celebration was now complete. It was time to orchestrate a grand event. Chapter 33, Pirate Ha. Half an hour later. Hey, Junior. Vibrant and youthful, the helm atop his head vanished, revealing a slightly balding mane of golden hair that bristled with vitality. After consuming a seed of life, Shiki returned to his prime state, looking not a day over 40. Solgaleo, the radiant spirit of the sun, Solgaleo, stood beside him, its majestic lion form complementing Shiki perfectly. He had grasped a new power system and found it hard to believe, yet a palpable sense of strength coursed through him. Buzz, the conqueror's haki, reclaimed with vigor, radiated from Shiki as he fixated intently on Laxus. Let us engage in battle once more. Buzz. Under the weight of Shiki's overwhelming conqueror's haki, Laxus summoned his own, albeit less refined, to meet the challenge, his cloak billowing as he matched Shiki's intensity. What a familiar moment of inflation. It seems your trial shall be all the more thorough. The two conquerors' haki clashed fiercely, causing the very sky to tremble. Yea. Basking in the winds generated by their collision, sighed in exasperation, they say a gift of a feather signifies deep affection. Oh, my dear. This wave of haki is a grand gesture, yet in such a wide domain, how could I avoid it? Ha. Lion, unite. Restoring to a peak state. Shurji's heart surged with an uncontrollable exuberance, yearning for a thrilling battle to express his tumultuous emotions. However, upon issuing the fusion command, Solgaleo did not comply as he had hoped. The clash of two powerful auras suddenly halted, each retracting the overbearing will they had displayed. Turning his gaze, Shurji beheld Solgaleo quietly lying on the ground, completely disregarding his command, as if the recent contract ceremony had been a mere illusion. With this revelation, his expression darkened, and Shurji came to understand that this power, bestowed by him, harbored hidden dangers. Ah, do not wear such a fearsome expression, Leaf said, approaching Solgaleo and gently caressing it. As headstrong as you are, perhaps it is time to temper those unwarranted thoughts and fulfill your duty as a messenger. He shall always be your steadfast support. Shurji laughed heartily, masking his thoughts, while Laxus shot him a disdainful glance, utterly ignorant of the weight behind certain fists. Unwarranted thoughts? Merely in need of a baptism. In the serene and peaceful courtyard, Li Shu sipped juice under the sun, as Susanoo placed down a platter of fruit and walked towards Lei Ju, having prepared a deliciously sweet fruit dish for her. Lei Ju reclined on a beach chair, dressed lightly, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, two mixed auras of overwhelming power erupted, engulfing the courtyard and instilling a sense of intimidation. Susanoo's steps remained unperturbed, showing no sign of disturbance. Lei Ju stifled a gasp, her pupils constricting in shock as the oppressive aura drained the color from her face, beads of sweat forming on her cheeks, caught in an unforeseen calamity. Li Shu scratched his head in silence, taken aback by the abruptness of it all, realizing that Lei Ju would soon be preoccupied once more. With a crash, the sound of falling and shattering vases echoed through the air. The overwhelming will came as suddenly as it had receded. As the residual force dissipated, Lei Ju's body trembled slightly, drenched in sweat, her beauty fading as she pressed a hand against her wildly beating heart. Before she could regain her composure, her gaze fell upon the scattered shards of vases and petals on the ground, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Mr. Su, do not hold me back. I shall confront him." "Calm down. This was merely an accident, a wake-up call, if you will. In the days to come, such occurrences may become commonplace. It is but a matter of acclimatization. Maintain your composure." Anger still simmering, Lei Ju found herself ensnared in confusion. So, must she remain ever vigilant in the time ahead? Otherwise, constant surprises would surely lead to a nervous breakdown? The sounds of a boisterous chant echoed. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Buttra, utilizing the powers of his dream fruit to cloak himself, floated leisurely in midair, hands behind his head and legs crossed. Having offloaded Li Shu's assigned tasks onto Ichi and the others, he indulged in a vacation-like tranquility, whimsically humming Bink sake to infuse joy into this leisurely holiday. However, a resounding crash reverberated through the skies, accompanied by a fierce wind sweeping through, causing the sea to churn and waves to surge toward the depths. What? The joyous atmosphere was shattered by the remnants of battle. Buttra's composed gaze shifted, his relaxed posture morphing into one of alertness as he peered toward an island where a fierce battle raged. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a striking scene from several dozen nautical miles away, one side shrouded in thick black smoke, the other ablaze with flames, the two forces clashing, illuminating the heavens. Two nature-type users were engaged in combat. Buttra's curiosity piqued. He maintained his invisibility and soared toward the heart of the fray. En route, the standoff between the two forces resolved itself, with the flames succumbing to the encroaching darkness, ultimately vanquished. On Bonero Island, amidst the battleground, remnants of destroyed buildings littered the ground, the echoes of fierce collisions fading. A young man, bare-chested and barely clinging to consciousness, knelt on the ground, blood and sweat marring his striking features. Across from him stood a rugged, burly middle-aged man with a shock of body hair, grinning broadly, his mouth revealing a few missing teeth. He embodied the very image of a villain amidst the backdrop of rising black smoke. What a pity, Ace. The era of our father is drawing to a close. By refusing to join me, you shall assist in my ascension to the title of warlord as your second in command. With this title, he intended to venture forth to recruit allies. There were plenty of nefarious individuals to be found, and with them under his command, the throne of Pirate King would be within reach. Marshal D. Teach, an ambitious man who had bided his time within the Whitebeard pirates for decades, finally grasped the power he had long awaited. His suppressed ambitions now surged forth, seeking to use the warlord title as a stepping stone to infiltrate Impel Down, rallying the vicious and formidable criminals imprisoned on the 6th level, and ultimately seize the crown. The Pirate King? No. The rightful heir to the throne of Pirate King can only be our father. Gasping heavily, Ace struggled to maintain his battered body, raising his proud head to fix a gaze upon Teach, his vision fading, the voice within him too weak to utter. With a thud, he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 34. Human form sea prism stone exposing his chest, Teach looked down at the utterly defeated Ace sprawled on the ground, lifting his hands in mock triumph, reveling in his victory. Do you refuse to acknowledge it? Just wait and see. The vacant throne that has awaited its master for over 20 years shall finally be filled. Whitebeard is old. My era is just beginning. Once I capture you for the Navy, they will not squander this opportunity that shakes the seas. A public execution? Indeed. Even if the Navy hesitates to provoke Whitebeard, the world government behind them will seize the moment. At that time, the Navy will engage in battle with the strongest man in the world and his captains, and I shall take the opportunity to recruit subordinates and strengthen my power. Ultimately reaping that power, a grand event, a monumental upheaval sweeping across the seas, is upon us. On this stage, where the eyes of the world converge, I, Teach, shall make my grand entrance, leaving the world in awe. Ace, let your life be the prologue to my new chapter. With a burgeoning ambition, Teach approached the unconscious figure, his gaze filled with greedy aspirations for the future. In the shadows, Buttra hesitated, having initially intended to save the fallen youth. However, the echoes of Teach's prophecy of a grand event resonated in his ears, conjuring the image of a certain individual in his mind. A grand event? Is this not the kind of excitement that the young master relishes? This youth's defeat shall serve as the catalyst for a grand event? Ha ha ha. It appears I am not suited to intervene. Withdrawing his hand, Batla gracefully ascended into the air, witnessing Tich lift Ace as if it were a trophy. Striding purposefully in a certain direction. As the final notes faded and the crowd dispersed, the battlefield lay strewn with remnants of destruction. Where an orange cowboy hat remained motionless in the breeze, its smile and sadness badges reflecting the emotions of parting from its owner. A hand reached into the scene as Bartla retrieved his hat, brushing off the dust that had settled upon it before placing it upon his head, slightly lowering it to shield his weathered eyes. The ocean embodies boundless freedom. Having ventured through life's tumult, he had long since embraced the notion of transcending life and death. Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard, had become the catalyst for monumental events. This, perhaps, is your destined abode. Removing the cowboy hat, he hurled it skyward with vigor, allowing it to dance upon the sea breeze as it sailed towards the horizon, heading for the infinite expanse of the ocean, gazing towards the direction where Teach had vanished. Bartla reflected upon the final words he had just uttered. To reap that power? What does that signify? Moreover, the devil fruit he consumed belonged to the natural type, evoking an odd sensation within him. Let me witness the extent of its abilities. Having encountered Teach firsthand and observed the manifestation of his fruit's powers, the conditions had been met. Transformation. The ethereal abilities ignited, the sigil upon his forehead radiating light. In the next moment, Bartla's form began to shift, and Teach re-emerged amidst the aftermath of battle. The nature-type dark fruit. Upon activating the fruit's abilities, the body is enveloped in black smoke. It possesses the power to draw in, compress, and shatter objects and attacks within a void of darkness. Unable to elementalize? Contact with the user can temporarily nullify the abilities of any fruit, regardless of its type? Messages flashed through Batla's mind, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. As his thoughts stirred, a dense black smoke began to rise from his palm. Could such a perilous ability truly exist in this world? The power to nullify fruits? This is utterly excessive, a walking sea prison stone. Moreover, as the black smoke coiled around his hand, he continued to sense the transformations of this new body. To his horror, Batla discovered that Teach's physique was exceedingly unique. With an astonishingly peculiar structure, it felt as though another being was parasitically residing within this body. Harvest that power. Suddenly, Batla recalled Teach's words, and a revolutionary thought erupted in his mind. The cruel and malevolent visage of Teach was now etched with terror. Could it be? Could it truly be? Startled by his own conjecture, Batla exclaimed in disbelief, harvest that power? It cannot possibly refer to Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability, can it? A monster. This body is indeed a monster. To become an unprecedented wielder of dual devil fruit abilities? Though this would upend the world's understanding, the grotesque sensation this body imparts, perhaps he could truly succeed? With his mouth agape in astonishment, Batla instantaneously dispelled his transformation, reverting to his original form, and the bizarre feeling vanished without a trace. His gaze, filled with restless energy, turned towards the direction in which Teach had departed. Marshal D. Teach, you have indeed opened my eyes. Capturing Ace, instigating the war between the Navy and Whitebeard, only to emerge as the beneficiary, wielding darkness that counters all abilities while simultaneously assaulting the mightiest Tremor. It is a marriage of two formidable forces. Your potential as a powerful adversary genuinely fills me with trepidation. Reaching into his bosom, he produced a fragment of Laxus's life paper, torn between thoughts, while you remained by his side. After a fierce inner struggle, Butcher resolved to embrace the possibility of being discovered. What of laziness? As long as the mission is accomplished in full, I must personally verify whether the contract with the spirit, upon merging, can exempt me from the constraints of the dark fruit. Otherwise, I find little solace. The dark fruit, I dare say, is the most malevolent of all devil fruits. I pray the outcome of this verification is not the direst of conclusions, Blackbeard. Otherwise, humph. With a cold, muffled grunt, Butcher's gaze turned somber as he withdrew his sight, palm open, cradling the parchment of life. As it subtly indicated the direction, he vanished into thin air and soared swiftly toward the depths of the ocean. Ha! Welcome to Vermal, or rather, now renamed Scar Island. The island's inhabitants have been entirely banished by Shiki, returned to someplace in the Qinghai Sea. Meanwhile, the vast number of beasts within the forest, eroded by IQ, have been captured and packed away by Laxus to be presented as nourishment for some fellow upon their return. Little darlings, are you prepared to serve as the backdrop under my title of Sky King? Observing the sprightly little spirits that replaced the beasts in the forest, Shiki hovered midair, bursting into an excited laugh. Having been away from the sea for so long, it's time to greet my old friends among the Navy in my golden lion fashion. Sitting upon Laxus's shoulder, you watch Shiki with keen interest. Is it about to unfold? The scene of the Strong? Chapter 35, The Scene of the Strong Naval Headquarters. Marie Ford in the Marshal's office, bent over a desk adorned with the phrase justice that reigns over the world, a man with glasses and a braided mustache. Wearing a Navy cap embellished with a seagull, known as the wise strategist, Sengoku, diligently attended to a myriad of documents. Bring. Suddenly, the telephone snail on the desk rang. Click. He casually answered the phone while passing a document to the goat responsible for shredding. Speaking in a steady tone, "This is Sengoku. What is the matter?" "Marshal Sengoku, it's terrible. We are under attack." The assailants are chaos and horror filled the voice of the Marine on the line, stammering as he reported their plight. Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream echoed, cutting off the connection. "Attack? Who has attacked you? Hello? Speak. Where's the location of the assault?" Bang. Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk. Although shocked, he remained composed, attempting to maintain communication with the assaulted Marine. However, all that emanated from the telephone snail were frantic screams. Clenching the receiver tightly, a surge of anger enveloped him. How dare they brazenly assault a naval vessel? Surely it must be pirates, but which audacious pirate crew would dare challenge the Navy's authority? After a moment of waiting, with no response forthcoming, Sengoku, though reluctant to admit it, had to accept the grim reality of their demise. Ha! Suddenly, a familiar yet foreign maniacal laughter echoed, striking Sengoku like a bolt of lightning. He recognized that laugh all too well. "Long time no see, my old friend Sengoku." Shiki's voice rang out, confirming Sengoku's suspicions. "Shiki?" As he softly uttered the name, Sengoku's expression darkened incrementally, grasping the gravity of the situation. After more than 20 years of absence, you could no longer suppress your ambition and have returned to the sea? Such a high-profile assault on the Navy. Truly a hallmark of the legendary pirate. Ha! Sengoku, brace yourself. This is merely the beginning. I shall present the naval headquarters with a most sincere gift of introduction. With that, the telephone snail was violently crushed, the call abruptly ending, leaving Sengoku in a prolonged silence, veins bulging in frustration. Guard! Bang! The door swung open, revealing a Marine standing at attention. "Marshal Sengoku, how may I assist?" "Notify Garp that his holiday is cancelled and he must return to Marine Fort at once. Trouble is brewing." "Yes." The Marine saluted and departed, while Sengoku stared blankly at the door, his deep gaze contemplating, before dialing a specific telephone snail. Moshi? A languid voice emerged on the other end, belonging to one of the three admirals, Borsellino, the yellow monkey. "Sengoku, the celestial dragons have been returned to the Holy Land. Did you really need to confirm such trivial matters with a call? You're working yourself too hard." "Yes, Borsellino, return to headquarters immediately. Something significant is about to unfold. The Golden Lion has attacked naval vessels and is heading towards Marie Fort." "Oh, the legendary pirate Shiki is making a comeback? How terrifying." Casual and nonchalant, even upon hearing such alarming news. The voice on the other end maintained its relaxed tone. Bang. Sengoku, infuriated by the response, slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "This is an emergency. Pay attention and return to headquarters to prepare for defense." Yes, understood." Click. The call ended, and Sengoku rubbed his temples in exasperation. He moved to the window, gazing out at the sea, his expression grave. Shiki, after such a long seclusion, could no longer contain his burgeoning ambition to stir the tides of fate. Humph. Was it not better to live in legend? The present sea is no longer the one of our era. As memories flooded back, he recalled the day Shiki had stormed Marine Fort alone, battling him and Garp, the two of them having to pay dearly to capture him. Would history repeat itself? Sengoku was uncertain. That time, Shiki had come with a resolve to fight to the death, and even when gravely wounded, he had pressed on for the chance to meet Roger, leading to his eventual capture. This time, the future was unpredictable. 2 days later, under the coordination of the Yellow Monkey, the naval headquarters had made ample preparations. The families of high-ranking officials had been relocated, and protective measures were efficiently underway. During this time, Sengoku received multiple reports of attacks, and with the naval forces unable to provide feedback after attempting calls. The total number of naval vessels in Shiki's hands had reached 26. On this day, at dusk, the fiery clouds painted half the sky red. "They're coming." Garp, donned in his justice coat, expanded his observation hockey, sensing the swiftly approaching objects in the distant sky, breaking the tense silence. Garp, Sengoku, and Borsellino, The three pinnacle forces of the naval headquarters lined up, watching intently as the fiery sky drew nearer. Suddenly, black dots appeared on the horizon, gradually amplifying in size. Buzz! Buzz! The alarm blared, its echo resonating across Marineford. Even the distant Sabaody archipelago could faintly hear the rising tension, drawing the attention of numerous special individuals monitoring the naval headquarters movements. Hurry, everyone, return to your posts immediately. Stand guard. That individual is approaching with his intimidation. For the honor of the headquarters, for justice. For justice. Amidst the blaring alarms, the hastily assembled Marines wore solemn expressions, vociferously voicing their convictions to alleviate the tension in their hearts. Before long, a cacophonous and arrogant laughter echoed from above Marineford, heralding the return of Shiki. He descended upon the naval headquarters, rejuvenated and brimming with vitality, standing aloft in the sky. The ship's wheel that once adorned his head was gone, replaced by a mane of golden hair that flowed like a lion's mane, illuminated by the fiery hues of the setting sun. The legendary pirate, who once roared across the seas, had risen anew from the ashes. His prosthetic limbs, a constant reminder of his past disgrace, replaced the legs that could have been restored by the seeds of life, serving as a testament to his capture by the Navy. How could this be? How is this possible? Even in the dim light, with the crimson clouds overhead, Carp and Sengoku, who had clashed with Shiki for decades, instantly recognized his youthful visage emerging from the twilight. Horrifyingly, the legendary flying admiral had returned to his peak form. The brown-tinted sunglasses shimmered in golden-red hues as Kizara tilted his head and casually exclaimed his astonishment. Sengoku shouted loudly, while Shiki disdainfully glanced down at the three figures below. With a mere gesture, he commanded the 20 ships floating behind him to plummet downward, carrying Marines who awaited their fates in terror. After many years apart, accept this grand gift I have prepared for you. Ha ha ha. Boom. The ships crashed to the ground, the tremendous impact igniting the ship's ammunition stores, and the explosive flames swiftly engulfed the vessels, leaving the Marines aboard with grim prospects. Boom, boom, boom. A ship plummets, and several others follow suit. Above the naval headquarters, which should have been a bastion of stability and solemnity, resounds the cacophony of violent explosions, the desperate wails of Marines, and the turmoil of the crowd below. It is sheer madness. Sengoku witnesses the tragedy unfold before his eyes, hearing one voice after another extinguished, while a fierce fire of indignation burns in his shadowed gaze. The man capable of such devastation is known to me. Indeed it is you, Shiki. With a grave demeanor, Kizara reveals his steel-clad teeth, gazing intently at the sky. His fists clenched with a resonating crack, as he watches the young Marines lose their lives. Their dreams and sense of justice shattered at what should have been the sanctuary of the naval headquarters. A profound irony wells up within him. At this moment, even the typically irreverent Kizara falls into silence, tugging at his Admiral-esque cloak, feeling the weight of justice behind him grow heavier. No matter how ambiguous or languid, justice has its limits. Boom. After the final explosion, the Marines on the ground scramble to extinguish the flames, clinging to the hope that there are survivors above, unwilling to abandon even the slightest chance for rescue. Ha 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 ha. Shiki's laughter, reveling in the chaos he has wrought, is jarringly loud, echoing in the ears of the three below. Kizaru, raising his pinky to his ear, muses, "How brazen, Sengoku. Shall I send a return gift?" As he speaks, his form begins to shimmer and elementalize, a brilliance rivaling that of a lion's mane. Wait. Initially inclined to nod in agreement, Sengoku suddenly exclaims in surprise, halting Kizaru's inquiry. In his eyes, Shiki's silhouette is reflected as he notices the latter producing a din-din mushi, tossing it to a small, overlooked figure nearby. Simultaneously, on the Sabaody archipelago, Laxus transforms into lightning, darting through various locales, dropping live din-din mushi in densely populated areas. After completing the task assigned by Ye in District 13, he suddenly senses a prying presence upon him. The electric arcs momentarily falter before he sprints towards the next destination. At the knock-in bar, the silver-haired Rayleigh, brimming with vitality, sets down his bottle, the scarred right eye glinting with intrigue. Electric arcs? Is that the long-lost fruit? Such a heavy aura. Have they discovered me? Don't you wish to take a look? Inside the bar, the alluring Shaki exhales a plume of smoke, resting her elbows on the counter, gazing towards the naval headquarters through the window. That faintly audible alarm, coupled with intercepted confidential intelligence, suggests that the legendary presence has indeed arrived at the naval headquarters. Furthermore, with the movements of the unfamiliar ability user you've sensed, something significant may be about to transpire. Shiki, huh? In one swift gulp, Laley drained the remaining spirits from the bottle, setting it down before rising to his feet. He ambled out of the tavern, and in an instant, vanished from sight, leaving Shaki lost in contemplation. In this era of burgeoning supernovas, what tempest shall your return, Shiki? In sight? Upon Laley's arrival at the live broadcast venue, a throng had already gathered, engaged in hushed conversations, the cacophony of voices resounding around him, disinterested in their chatter. He chose to retreat to a discreet corner, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Suddenly, the live broadcast device sprang to life, its large, snail-like eyes opening to project an image of the Navy headquarters, a scene mirrored across various locales. Shiki's boisterous laughter erupted, filling the air with a chilling resonance. In the fiery twilight of Marineford, Shiki's resplendent figure stood out, suspended in midair, his arrogant laughter echoing across the heavens, amplifying the grim spectacle below. With a sudden, wild laugh, Shiki leaned forward, shouting fervently. His youthful visage became vividly etched in the minds of the three observers, simultaneously transmitted via the broadcast to the onlookers of the Chambord Islands. Those of the elder generation familiar with Shiki were taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock at the sight of his rejuvenated form. Even the composed Laley was not immune to the astonishment. What are your thoughts on the greeting from this old man? The feeble Navy must be trembling in fear, are they not? Yeah, displaying an innate talent for direction. Captured the harrowing scene with the fluttering wings of leaves, broadcasting the shocking imagery to distant viewers. Oh dear, the headquarters was under siege. And such devastation was hardly fit for grandiose proclamation to the outside world. The yellow ape, with a click of his tongue, raised his hand, where a brilliant laser beam coalesced at his fingertips. For the sake of the Navy's dignity, young one, might I be permitted to obliterate what you hold? A beam of golden light shot forth, accurately targeting the petite figure of Yi as she twisted and turned. Shiki observed this scene with a contemplative squint, yet he had no intention of intervening to rescue her. After all, he remained oblivious to her true nature. Why hinder someone who could probe her capabilities? Ah, how amusing. As the laser approached, it was deftly redirected, leaving Yi unscathed in midair, her gaze curiously fixated on the assailant, Kizaru. Legends of the past seemed to echo in the air. Was it not better to simply glide through life? This strike had disrupted someone's enjoyment of their meal, narrowing their path. Yet, it mattered little. Given his amiable disposition, it was unlikely he would pursue the matter too earnestly. Several gasps of astonishment echoed as those with the keen eyes of Sengoku, Carp, and others discerned that Kizaru's attack had not been effortlessly withstood, but had been diverted by some unknown means. Disrupting someone's enjoyment of their meal? Sengoku mused, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on Yi. Could it be that Shiki's return is being orchestrated by unseen hands? The situation grows increasingly precarious. How terrifying indeed. Narrowing the path? One strike failed to achieve its purpose, and the laid-back Admiral Kizaru, recognizing the situation, lazily remarked, in a position of such authority. Refraining from action at this moment may lead to a reduction in salary from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The young fellow chuckled lightly, expressing his understanding. Indeed, it is you, Admiral Kizaru. Your salary is secure, and the four emperors are but a mere shadow. With part of his focus still on the young man, Sengoku coldly retorted against Shiki's mockery, declaring that a man of justice could not be intimidated by evil. State your intentions, a man of your caliber. Bearing heavy gifts cannot merely be here for trivial conversation. Shiki, suppressing his speculations about the young man, returned to the main subject with a booming voice. Listen closely. Sengoku and everyone present before the broadcast. Laugh tale is indeed real. Chapter 37. Iteration with Shiki's proclamation. The onlookers of Sabeti Archipelago were suddenly struck with astonishment. 20 years had passed since the death of Pirate King Roger, and no one had managed to ascend to the pinnacle of piracy since. Many among the active pirates began doubting the authenticity of his final words. Unexpectedly, on this fateful evening, the legendary pirate Shiki had appeared to reaffirm their truth. From his concealed position, Rayleigh's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that the ambiguous ally and adversary, Shiki, would so boldly propel the era forward. With his name as validation, it was certain that the seas would become even more tumultuous. However, before Rayleigh could fully contemplate this revelation, the golden figure on the broadcast continued to speak. But the great pirate era that Roger ignited with his life is not the entirety of this world. The sea is vast, brimming with freedom and infinite possibilities, yet it is confined solely to the ocean. Have you all overlooked the skies, which are even more boundless? Shiki's exuberant laughter echoed as Sengoku, The astute strategist suddenly realized the implications of Shiki's words. Perhaps his subsequent inquiries would lead the world into an unforeseen turning point. Shiki, what do you mean by the sky is vaster than the sea? After 20 years of seclusion, what have you discovered? Tell me. The final words were uttered with such intensity that Sengoku seemed to expend all his energy. His weary body disregarded as he fixed his burning gaze upon the figure suspended in the air, awaiting the world's pivotal moment. Ah, Sengoku, with your stature. You have posed these questions, indicating your readiness to confront an era more tumultuous than the present. Listen well, all you spectators. Shiki declared. Reaching Laugh Tail symbolizes the Pirate King, and high above, there exists an island that resonates with it, Skypiea. Those who successfully arrive there shall be deemed the King of the Skies. I, captain of the flying pirate crew, Sky Admiral, and Golden Lion Shiki, today return bearing the crown of the King of the Skies to announce to the world that there lies a throne, buried beneath history, that stands on equal footing with the Pirate King. It exists high above, rising with the sun and aligning with the moon. Having overlooked the world since ancient times, Skypiea is indeed real. As the fervent speech concluded, the Marine headquarters fell into a profound silence. The other end of the broadcast on Sabaody Archipelago equally stunned by Shiki's revelation. Shock washed over the faces of the onlookers as they stared blankly at the live feed. Moments later, the sound of swallowed breath shattered the stillness, and chaos erupted across Sabaody, a cacophony of voices mingling with the incessant buzzing of the den mushi. At that moment, the world descended into madness. Rayleigh, too, could not conceal his astonishment as he gazed at the figure on the screen. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment, Skypiea? The island lost to the annals of history? The symbol of the King of the Skies? Does it truly exist? Roger struggled to calm his tumultuous heart, softly calling out the name of his captain. Have we all missed the era? The journey to freedom has no endpoint. Beyond the sea lies the sky. Sengoku was equally astonished, his eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing, as he momentarily lost his ability to speak. Regret washed over him for having posed those questions. The emergence of another throne would inevitably plunge the world into a new frenzy, placing immense pressure upon the Marines. Oh dear, Kazara's languid tone, now laced with gravity, betrayed his attention on the legendary figure in the sky. He found himself at a loss for words. This audacity. Such declarations, once again, I bear witness to history. Yet, Skypiea, situated 10,000 meters above? Given the current technology, the proliferation of airships seems unlikely, hopefully. My workload will not increase too drastically. A silver lining, perhaps. As those words reached Sengoku's ears, he abruptly turned to glare at Kizaru. What are you saying? At a time like this, your concern is your workload? The world is veering towards an unknown direction. Kizaru raised his hands in surrender, feeling the weight of his superior's gaze. How frightening. Hey, Shiki, the irreverent Garp, entirely dismissing the title of the King of the Skies, posed his own pressing question. Pirate King? King of the Skies? I'm not interested in that. Rather, how have you suddenly regained your youth? What method did you use? Share it with me. And I'll trade you some senbei. There's plenty in Sengoku's office. Garp's inquiry drew an array of dark lines across Sengoku's forehead. One must maintain decorum. Even in jest, but the question he posed was indeed one he was curious about. Shiki, you have achieved your objective. Sengoku, mindful of the image of the Marine Admiral during the live broadcast, refrained from engaging in Garp's antics. He turned back to Shiki, continuing his inquiries. The declaration of the King of the Skies must encompass more than this. Roger utilized his life, treasure, power, and status to usher in a new era. What about you? Empty words hold little persuasive weight, even with your legendary name. Having committed to this course of action, there was no turning back. It was better to seize this opportunity to extract more information, thus providing a reference for future actions. You've hit the nail on the head, Sengoku. With your cooperation in solidifying Skypiea, I suspect your position as Admiral will soon become unstable. The world government behind the Marines will undoubtedly create obstacles. Join me. I recognize your strength. Shiki unabashedly attempted to recruit a formidable ally in front of the world, wielding his metaphorical scythe. The outcome, however, was evident. I refused coldly by the warring states. A recruitment attempt deemed utterly futile, Shurji nonchalantly shrugged and lamented, "What a pity, you shall miss the opportunity to reclaim your youth." Furthermore, the emblem of Sorgalios flashed, revealing for the first time to the world his diminutive sprite. You will also miss out on this unprecedented power, the fourth system, independent of the three types of devil fruits. An ancient power system buried in the dust of history. Chapter 38. The Navy Conference. A week later, 7 days had elapsed since Shurji's arrival at the Navy headquarters, heralding the dawn of a new era. During this week, news of the sensational events across the seas, the Grand Line, and the New World echoed throughout the globe. Many self-proclaimed powerful pirates, hunters, and free individuals focused their gaze upon the skies referenced in Shurji's declarations. Hey, did you know? There exists a spring on that sky island that can restore youth. Drinking from it grants eternal vitality. It's Sky Island, the counterpart to Raftel's Sky Island. What is that power? A contract with the fourth system sprite? An iteration? A mainstream power from another era before the world's destruction? Does such a phenomenon of iteration truly exist? And not just once. Each iteration brings forth corresponding power systems? Who knows how many new powers the Sky King Shurji possesses? That is not the point. The crucial matter is that the first revealed contract sprites truly exist. The legendary Great Pirate, the Sky King Shurji, has elucidated and confirmed their existence. Transformation, fusion, explosive growth. With one S-own contract sprite, anyone's strength can be doubled in an explosive state. It can be enhanced severfold. What an outrageous effect. No, enhancement is one aspect. Don't you think Shurji's transformation during fusion is incredibly striking? Indeed. His golden hair turned platinum, and his once magnificent mane now appears even more majestic, especially the celestial phenomena behind him, mysterious and vast, utterly captivating. Why is no one mentioning the advanced sunrise state? Platinum transforms into crimson gold, and within the celestial phenomena, a third eye opens. When I was at Sabaody Archipelago, even just seeing it through a screen felt like being completely scrutinized. No secrets left. Hey, where are you going? Rather than discussing the shock and awe, it's better to act sooner. Compared to those already renowned, they have received permanent pointers from Shurji in these days, securing their tickets to the feast. Anyone who conquers the skies and successfully approaches Shurji will have the opportunity to choose a sprite contract. My strength hasn't reached the standard. But Shurji hasn't abandoned us. He scattered 100 permanent pointers across the seas. If we don't seize this chance, we shall be crushed into the dust by the wheels of history. Exactly. I'm going too. The times have changed. All the renowned powers of the world have begun to move. Contract sprites will become a prerequisite for entering the ranks of the strong. Without them, one will surely lag behind the times, ruthlessly discarded and expelled from the ranks of the powerful. You go ahead. My meager strength isn't worth joining the fray. Even a sprite of the ordinary variety is beyond my aspirations, let alone those of divine caliber. Sigh, I shall simply live a humble life. The sea is no longer a place for me. Well, live well. One day, my name shall also resound across the seas. Unwilling to be mediocre. Ambitious individuals embarked on their journeys, yearning for that slim opportunity and dreaming of a future as powerful beings. At Myriad, the epicenter of the storm ushering in a new era, within the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, gathered were the prominent figures of the Navy: Garp, Tsuru, Kizuru, Akainu, and Akiji. The new world was tumultuous with rising winds. Various factions, including all four emperors, were rallying personnel and consolidating power in preparation for the feast a month hence. Even the Whitebeard pirates, seemingly indifferent to the struggle for supremacy, were mobilizing towards a singular goal: to obtain that new power. For their family to roam freely across the seas, and for the islands they protected to enjoy peace and prosperity. Whitebeard had compelling reasons to act. Thus, Akainu and Akiji stationed in the New World were summoned back to headquarters, leaving only the necessary personnel to monitor the dynamics of various factions. Sengoku stared silently at the permanent pointers laid out on the table, ultimately acknowledging that Shurji had indeed left them a pointer directing towards the Sprite Sky Island. What a pity. Kazara remarked, casting a glance at the contemplative Sengoku, leisurely polishing his nails. The divine-level sprites? The Admiral is simply relinquishing that? Those are on par with the Sky King Shurji's contracts. Bang. Sengoku snapped back to reality, slamming his hand on the table, glaring fiercely, and bellowing, "Are you suggesting I submit to pirates in front of the world? Utterly preposterous." "Enough, Sengoku," Tsuru interjected, soothing the atmosphere. Her wise eyes swept over the permanent pointers on the table before gazing through the window at the high skies. Divine-level sprites? That is merely an empty promise from Shurji. He mentioned that apart from himself, only one native, who has resided on the island for generations, has earned the recognition of a divine beast and formed a contract. The remaining divine beasts return to the sky, sea, and land upon his unsealing, awaiting their destined counterparts. To be honest, what intrigues me most is that peculiar creature accompanying Shurji. Could she be akin to the ship's sprite, the island spirit of Sky Island, which has endured through iterations? Though it seemed quite absurd, I couldn't help but let my thoughts wander in that direction. Indeed, little Tsuru, if your speculation holds merit, Sengoku concluded, we should perhaps devote more energy to her. Has the world undergone numerous iterations? Each iteration gives rise to new power systems. If we were to master her, other systems following the sprite would fall under the Navy's control, ensuring that justice reigns across the seas, utterly stifling the pirate's existence. Yes, that would herald the most stable era in the world. A glimmer of hope crossed Tsuru's aged face, but being acutely aware of the world's darker aspects, she knew that as long as the world government existed, various forms of exploitation and oppression could never be eradicated, and the soil that breeds pirates would endure. Peace and stability? They have always been relative. Capture that extraordinary creature? Kizaru, the only one present to have acted against her, suddenly shivered, recalling that moment. He threw up his hands and said, spare me. You might not believe it, but when I attempted to approach her, she warned me, and in that instant, an unprecedented chill engulfed me. It was almost instinctual to explain myself, and only then did that sensation dissipate. So, I advise you both to tread carefully. The experience felt as if the entire world disdained me. Quite dreadful. Disdained by the entire world? Coupled with that entity she once mentioned? Could it possibly refer to the will of the world? Listening quietly to the Yellow Ape's narrative, both Sengoku and Admiral Fujitora found themselves immersed in contemplation, each deeply weighing the decision to believe. Such a lengthy discourse of consolation could not have been uttered so freely unless it resonated profoundly with his character. Yet, how could this be possible? Chapter 39, Reunion. The iron-willed man, Akainu, scoffed at Yellow Ape's timidity, dismissing the matter with a cold grunt. Unwilling to dwell on it further, he held unwavering faith in his own strength and preferred to confront the pirates face to face, ready to bury them beneath magma. Do we need to take action? Under absolute justice, the rampant piracy cannot be tolerated. This might be an opportunity to annihilate the gathered pirates once and for all. You are far too radical, Sakazuki, spoke Admiral Akiji, countering his plan. To gather and crush the core of the pirate forces? Setting aside the question of success, how many lives of our sailors would be sacrificed in the process? We cannot take such risks that could plunge the Navy into despair. Timid, Akainu retorted coldly, holding a low opinion of Akiji's indecision. As long as we can effectively eradicate the pirate threat, necessary sacrifices are wholly acceptable. Perishing in battle is the finest fate for a sailor, a true embodiment of justice. I maintain my stance. You are too radical, Akiji responded, opting not to engage in a war of words, his resolve icy. Kazan, gurgle, gurgle. Influenced by his emotional turmoil, scorching magma dripped from Akainu, hissing as it met the ground. Control yourself, Sakazuki. Sengoku interjected, halting Akainu from further damaging the headquarters. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he continued. This grand feast of an era cannot see the Navy absent. Should the pirate forces grow stronger while we remain stagnant, the world's balance will be disrupted. To prevent a passive future, Garp, in my capacity as Fleet Admiral, I appoint you to lead Aikiji, Yellow Ape, and all the Vice Admirals of Headquarters to rendezvous in a month, and act according to the situation, a pact of spirits. Ha ha ha, leave it to me, Garp boned, heartily accepting Sengoku's command. Gurgle, gurgle. Streams of magma flowed from Akainu as he clenched his fists, vehemently resisting the exclusion from the arrangement. Yet, as a soldier, he understood the necessity of obeying orders and could only express his discontent in his own manner. The meeting is adjourned. Casting a glance at Akainu, whose expression was grim yet resolute, Sengoku declared the high-level meeting concluded. Here, consensus was reached, while in the Holy Land, the five elders continued their discussions, focusing on the concept of iteration. Despite their extensive historical knowledge, the long-established world government had spent a week deliberating without grasping the essence of iteration, nor why each iteration birthed new power structures. Let them delve into it at their own pace. If they can unravel this mystery, I, Lee, would willingly emerge from my sanctuary to bow in apology at the Holy Land. Indeed, it was all orchestrated by me. My apologies for causing you to lose your hair in pursuit of this lie. New World, Whitebeard Pirates, Moby Dick. The man known as Edward Newgate, revered as the strongest in the world, sat at the center of the ship, his imposing form adorned with numerous foredrips. Under the dual afflictions of time and illness, even the mightiest man found himself in the depths of frailty. His eyes, however, remained undimmed, fierce and brilliant, exuding a commanding presence. The iconic white mustache, resembling a crescent moon, twitched with vigor as his hearty laughter echoed. Suddenly, A golden figure floated before him, descending gently. Gururara. It has been so long since I have seen such a youthful visage. Shiki. After 2 decades, the two titans of the sea reunited, their gazes locking in mutual reflection. Whitebeard lamented the relentless passage of time, realizing how many years had slipped away unnoticed. He fondly recalled when Shiki was but a young face among the members of the Rocks Pirates. Newgate, you have aged, Shiki remarked, observing Whitebeard's deteriorating physique. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Despite their similar ages, he could no longer deny that he too had entered the twilight of his years. An envoy? Perhaps this is the wisest decision I have made. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Time, year by year, day by day, second by second, falls upon us like a relentless blade. It is difficult to escape the grasp of age. And you, the King of the Sky? What a grand title. Tell me, does Skypiea truly harbor waters that can restore youth? Keek. Shiki, momentarily lost in thought, erupted into laughter at Whitebeard's inquiry. You wish to extend your years to safeguard these young ones? Join me, and I shall help you reclaim your youth, leading all captains and subordinate pirate crews under my banner. The captain of the 1st Division, Marco, scratched his pineapple-shaped head and gazed skyward in exasperation. Clearly, this was not a topic he intended to discuss. Merging with the flying pirates? There was no way his father would ever consent to such a notion. Guh la 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 la. Whitebeard shook his head in amusement, unchanged as ever. Once fixated on Roger. Did he now set his sights on me simply because Roger was no longer present? I refuse. They are all my family, not mere pawns to barter for youth. Indeed. Shiki was not angered. After years of friendship, he understood his temperament all too well. You are just like Roger, possessing that infuriating stubbornness. Are you not the same? Fully aware that Roger would decline, yet you persistently extend invitations? Guh la 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 la. Ha ha. Upon uttering these words, the two shared a hearty laugh. The camaraderie of former companions rekindled. The memories of their shared past, the trust they placed in one another, surged back with vivid clarity, as if it had transpired only yesterday, fresh in their minds. A hearty laugh broke the long-standing silence within Shichi, creating a fissure in the depths of his heart. Beneath this crack lay the goodness he had sealed away after parting from his original captain, for he understood that while the sea embodies freedom, conspiracies and malevolence lurk at every turn. The figure that once shielded him from all treacherous plots had long since vanished. To survive, he must bury these thoughts deep within, leaving only the elements of cunning, malice, and cruelty, factors that would aid him in navigating the harshness of existence. Come on, continue. Whoosh. A beam of white light shot towards Whitebeard, which he effortlessly grasped in his hand. As he spread his broad palm, a dimly glowing pearl lay quietly within it. What is this? A question escaped his lips, while waves of emotion surged within him. Whitebeard sensed it, the abundant vitality contained within the pearl. It was as if fate had whispered to him, should he ingest this pearl, though he could not guarantee a return to youth, he would at least reclaim a decade of vigor. Is this the concentrated essence of the fountain of life? Chapter 40. The banquet. Is this indeed the concentrated essence of the fountain of life? With a hint of exasperation, Shiki spat lightly and urged him. Stop pretending to be oblivious. Consume it immediately, or I shall regret it. Father, Marco, who had been quietly attending to them, felt a tremor in his heart. Listening to their conversation and gazing at the pearlescent orb in Whitebeard's hand, he inhaled sharply with a mix of horror and excitement. Could this truly be the legendary elixir of youth? Such a profound vitality. What? The miraculous water? Father, hurry and consume it. Yes, Father, this is precisely what you need. Once rejuvenated, no ailment shall pose a challenge. We trust in Marco's medical expertise. Father, do not hesitate. Since Shiki's arrival, all the captains aboard had maintained a respectful silence. However, upon witnessing the emergence of this fabled treasure, they could no longer contain their urgency, imploring their patriarch to ingest it without delay, lest Shiki be afforded a chance to regret his actions. Gulalala. Whitebeard remained remarkably calm, pinching the luminescent pearl between his two enormous fingers, showing no intent to swallow it. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed at Shiki. Without the helm of the ship, you are the Shiki I once knew. These seemingly cryptic words ignited a fire within Shiki. His mane of hair bristled, and his teeth bared in a menacing snarl. I regret this. Give it back to me now. Gulalala. Whitebeard chuckled, lifting the pearl to his mouth and swallowing it. This action elicited a collective sigh of relief from his sons. Fortunately, Shiki's moment of regret had come too late. Meanwhile, Shiki silently rolled his eyes, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Even though the pearl had already been significantly depleted by Shiki, the remaining vitality was still abundant enough to invigorate him. A profound silence enveloped the ship as all eyes fixated on the transformations occurring within Whitebeard. His wrinkled skin began to smooth, the scars on his chest gradually fading. Externally, the change was evident, and internally, the injuries left by the tremor fruit were swiftly mending. A quarter of an hour later, with a sudden awakening, Whitebeard extricated himself from the overwhelming sensation of comfort that had enveloped his very soul. Rising to his feet, he forcefully removed the intravenous strip from his body and grasped the immense weapon, the supreme blade, known as the 12 Clouds. A resonant hum emanated as the formidable haki surged forth, his spirit soaring as he prepared to strike at Shiki. Simultaneously, Shiki, with a defiant grin, reacted with his own haki. The floating fruit hovered in the air as he boldly faced the incoming slash of the Naginata. The collision of two peaks of haki sent shockwaves throughout the vicinity, stunning all but a few of the most powerful captains, who braced themselves against the overwhelming force. The clouds overhead twisted ominously, creating an apocalyptic tableau that compelled the nearby marine soldiers, tasked with monitoring the Whitebeard pirates, to hastily report the extraordinary event. After a brief stalemate, both combatants tacitly withdrew their haki, bringing an end to their spontaneous display of friendly greetings. Gulalala, my children, prepare for the banquet. With that proclamation, the atmosphere transformed into a bustling preparation for the feast, as chefs gathered ingredients and idle hands set about organizing the venue. Marco observed Whitebeard's rare state of joviality. Considering his remarkable recovery, he shook his head, deciding, well, I suppose today I shall not curtail Father S' enthusiasm for drinking. His gaze shifted to Shiki, expressing gratitude with a respectful bow. The earlier regrets were merely a fade. Marco understood that if Shiki truly intended to retract his words, no treasure, no matter how precious, would be taken without Whitebeard's consent. Yes, only among recognized friends. Hum, the ethereal voice of the tree spirit, Yi, chimed as she materialized beside Marco. I've added 2 more seats. I trust you won't mind? The adorable Yi floated before Marco, who managed to suppress his astonishment at her proximity, instead offering a warm smile. Of course, the Whitebeard pirates never turned away additional friends from their festivities. Is that the voice's owner? Having scrutinized the recorded footage, he now recognized Yi's identity. The fleeting glimpse of her laser attack had left a lasting impression, piquing his curiosity. Hey, Laxus, it's all set. Yi waved her small hand, beckoning Laxus, who floated above due to anti-gravity, to descend and join the free banquet. Could you refrain from being so loud? It's rather embarrassing. Laxus landed on the ship, his cold demeanor serving as a protective shell against the unfamiliarity of the crowd. Who are they? Whitebeard's observation haki had already detected the 2 newcomers, and he inquired of Shiki only when they fully revealed themselves. Contractor of the Divine Beast, Laxus. Spirit of Sky Island, Yi. Eh? The Whitebeard pirates fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. Contractor of the Divine Beast? Spirit of Sky Island? A throng of crew members encircled Yi and Laxus, their eyes wide with incredulity, observing as if they were witnessing something extraordinary. Gulalala. Don't frighten the guests. Disperse. Of course not, Father, they replied dismissively, yet the captains and crew members quickly began bombarding the newcomers with a flurry of inquiries. What kind of divine beast? Can you summon an incarnation for us to behold? Indeed. I want to be among the first to see the second divine beast. Does that mean you know everything about Sky Island? What comes after the spirits? What is the system? And how does iteration work? Were there humans active in the world before iteration? Or were there other peculiar life forms? Let us get to the point. How many iterations have occurred to date? What other systems lie buried in history? Amidst the barrage of questions, Yi felt relatively unfazed, but Laxus, standing beside her, was visibly overwhelmed. Had it not been for their status as guests, he would have unleashed his paralyzing electric arc by now. Incarnation. Unable to endure further, his forehead glowed, and he unceremoniously cast aside his companion, Zekrom, using it as a shield. The red light coalesced, manifesting the appearance of a small spirit. Wow, how cool. Look at its tail. It's so unusual and stylish. Seems like there is another one. Laxus squeezed through the crowd, exhaling deeply. The enthusiasm of the crowd was almost too much for him. Hum. Splendid work, Laxus. Seizing the distraction caused by Zekrom, he too managed to escape the onslaught of questions. Internally lamenting, this is unbearable. Indeed, the festivities belong to others. I am not suited for this atmosphere. I'll just observe. Chapter 41. Joyous revelry. The banquet continued late into the night, the joyful atmosphere akin to an ocean, with radiant smiles adorning every face. During the merriment, Laxus found himself the target of attention, as a dozen captains successively coaxed him into drinking. With spirits high, their objective was easily accomplished. Fusion. Laxus' face flushed red as he was egged on into his fusion state. The instant the pitch-black armor enveloped him, the ambience of the banquet soared to new heights, eliciting awe from the onlookers. Even inebriated, Laxus retained his wits, refraining from showcasing excessive power. Instead, he approached Whitebeard with a colossal bowl of liquor. Hey, the world's strongest man, I look forward to the day you acquire your own contract spirit. Then, I, Laxus Dreyer, shall formally issue a challenge to take your place. And then, we'll see. He remembered Li Shu's promise. Upon earning the title of strongest, he could challenge him until one of them fell. Yet Laxus recognized that to confront Whitebeard now would be an exercise in futility, so he chose to temper his ambitions for the moment. Gulalala, I am Whitebeard, unafraid of any challenge. I await the day you stand before me. The two shared a hearty drink, concluding their interlude. However, once Laxus resumed his seat, the captains on board pounced on him with renewed vigor. Naturally, as the enigmatic spirit of Sky Island, you could not escape scrutiny either. In a rather absurd turn of events, she leaped into a bowl large enough to serve as a swimming pool for her petite frame, inadvertently splashing a nearby individual with liquor. Huh? What is this? That is cheating. All right, disperse. This is too dull. The outcome resulted in a rather unsatisfactory dispersal, leaving only a couple of self-proclaimed titans eager to test their limits, after which nothing followed. The next day aboard the Moby Dick, a disheveled crowd lay sprawled, victims of their intoxication, as the morning light cascaded upon them, dispelling the chill of the night. The formidable Whitebeard and Shiki, both renowned connoisseurs of spirits, appeared unaffected by the effects of drink. After downing the last drop, Shiki gazed at the relatively sprightly Whitebeard, momentarily at a loss for words. Are we leaving? Shiki inquired, his companion not turning to face him, instead peering into the distant, gentle sunrise, warmth enveloping him as he felt his vitality returning. I truly owe you a great debt. Your favor is exceedingly rare. It must be meticulously planned, Shiki chuckled. Or perhaps you could lead your forces to conquer the Navy headquarters. Unbeknownst to Shiki, this flippant jest would soon transform into reality. With a soft laugh, Whitebeard chose not to pursue the conversation further, casting his gaze toward the awakening Laxus. Realizing that the moment of parting had indeed arrived. No feast lasts forever, he expressed his gratitude for the warm hospitality. Noticing Laxus' awakening, Shiki retrieved a stack of drawings depicting small fairies, meticulously annotated with their racial attributes and names, along with a note at the bottom proclaiming their capacity for mega evolution. This information would suffice as a token of gratitude. The effects of the float fruit caused the papers to flutter before Whitebeard, dispersing into the air, approximately 40 in total. Meanwhile, Shiki, Laxus, and he ascended gracefully, preparing to depart. With a cursory glance at the drawings, Whitebeard instantly comprehended their significance. They contained invaluable intelligence about the rarest of creatures in the current world. Shiki, you before Whitebeard could utter any sentimental words. Shiki's boisterous laughter drowned him out as he departed, his voice echoing into the heavens. A new era is upon us. Continue to solidify your position. Do not fade away at the dawn of this new age. The sea will be devoid of joy without you. In a moment of silence, Whitebeard's spirit surged, a broad smile breaking across his face as he inhaled deeply. I am Whitebeard, he declared, his powerful voice scattering the drawings before him. One of the fluttering papers landed in front of Marco, who caught it, his gaze drawn to the formidable image of a Blaziken. His focus honing in on the annotation below. Mega evolution? Images flashed through his mind, ordinary, demigod, divine beasts, but there was no mention of mega. Understanding dawned upon Marco, and he clenched the paper tightly, gazing wistfully in the direction Shiki had vanished. Father, he resolutely decided to have us assault the Navy headquarters with this intelligence. Whitebeard chuckled softly, calling over the children who had been roused by the commotion. Come, choose the targets that resonate with you. To conquer the Navy headquarters? This is a reward for our banquet. Yes, Father. The captains and crew members gathered excitedly, creating a moment of delightful chaos. Observing this scene, Marco silently tucked the paper into his garments. As they departed, he chuckled softly, dancing lightly before Shiki. You've surprised me with your nature. I did not expect you to so easily part with such precious intelligence without negotiating a trade. Humph. Shiki snorted. I will fulfill your conditions. But how I utilize this information is my prerogative. Suit yourself, you shrugged nonchalantly. Considering the scene in our final farewell might bring a smile to someone. I'll grant you a chance to choose. Will you lower the difficulty of the task or accumulate joy points? Once enough joy points are gathered, I shall reward you with a brand new life seed, brimming with potential. Hmm? Hmm? Suddenly, two exclamations of surprise echoed simultaneously. Shiki was taken aback by Ye's implication, realizing that such a method to regain a life seed existed. With such favorable terms, he naturally chose the latter. Meanwhile, Laxus looked ahead, startled by a vague voice that seemed to flit about, elusive yet present, blending into the vast sky, its source indeterminate. You lot, what are you doing running around aimlessly? Chasing from the Grand Line to the New World nearly wore my old back out. Bartra had arrived. Chapter 42. The Plundering Game. Bartra, Batla, with a face full of exasperation, appeared before the three, hastily flying in and noticing Ye's gaze upon him. He averted his eyes sheepishly, awkwardly scratching his head and saying, Ahem, I assure you, I have not been idle. The task is proceeding in an orderly fashion and will not miss the deadline, absolutely not. You let out a prolonged sound, having long anticipated Batla's tendency to take time off, when the task was assigned with a 1-year deadline. There was an implicit understanding that he was permitted to take occasional breaks. Thus, his brazen appearance before me necessitated some form of reprimand to save face. Oh dear, please. Allow me to explain. Batla exclaimed in a flurry, his expression suddenly turning grave. During the task, I inadvertently discovered a critical major issue. That individual is a monster, an absolute aberration, whose abilities are exceedingly perilous. In order to swiftly verify a matter, I had no choice but to proceed, even knowing you were present. Hey? Proceeding despite fear? You truly are a remarkable character, you teased. That individual, an aberration? Abilities? Ah, it must be him. Through a few key phrases, you deduced who Batla was referring to in feigned ignorance, asking, what monster? Who has frightened you so? I am quite curious about his abilities. Would you care to showcase them? The fruit of darkness that restrains all abilities, facing the contract spirit, how will your notorious reputation hold up? I await with bated breath. Batla's heart raced, and his form gradually morphed, his attire transforming until Teach stood before the three. A signature laugh erupted, and Teach summoned forth swirling black smoke from his hands, unleashing an immense gravitational pull that unexpectedly drew Laxus closer. Caught in a powerful suction, Laxus did not resist but allowed Teach to pull in near, gripping his neck with a menacing glare. What do you want? Teach's grotesque face registered profound surprise. What do you mean? What? Do you not feel it? For instance, that your fruit ability cannot be activated? Suddenly, arcs of electricity burst forth as Laxus transformed into an elemental state, reappearing nearby with a slightly furrowed brow. He noted that while he could indeed use his abilities, the fluidity felt somewhat lacking. What? Just a bit lacking. Teach found this hard to accept. Such a result was unexpected. Even if he was not the original, he had witnessed the process of his abilities in action and thought he could replicate them to a significant degree. How could the outcome be so disappointing? It must be due to the complete fusion of the Thunder Fruit and Dragon Crystal. Batla, unaware of Laxus's transformation, suggested. While Yi chose not to reveal the crucial detail. Laxus, try entering the fusion state once more. All right. Fusion, clad in obsidian armor, with a high-tech engine rising behind him. Laxus beckoned to Batla, signaling him to proceed. The dark water surged again, pulling the fully armed Laxus closer. What is the sensation? With his scarlet eyes fixed coldly on Teach, Laxus raised his fist, gathering gold and blue lightning, which crashed down in a powerful strike against Teach's face. That felt incredible. There is no unusual sensation at all. Ah, it hurts so much. How can it be this painful? Batla lamented, halting his backward flight, rubbing his face and shouting in a strained voice. The pain was real, but joy filled his heart. Indeed, the fusion state allowed him to bypass the constraints. Beside her, Yi was laughing heartily, thoroughly pleased with the results of the test before her. I choose the second option, huh? 15 minutes later, beneath a stretch of sky, Bartla lay sprawled, his eyes devoid of hope as they gazed upon the azure expanse. Beside him, Yi, in a similar posture, languidly reclined upon his chest. TSK, Bartla thought, feeling utterly speechless, as the repercussions of skipping work had ensnared him, compelling him to acquiesce to Ye's request to renew their contract. He had consented to allow her to reside within the dreamlike patterns of his forehead, embarking on voyages across the seas together. Ah, he sighed. Let's look on the bright side. At least there will be no more skipping work, and no longer confined to a year-long term. We can wander freely and explore at will, for fortune and misfortune are intertwined. You softly called out his name, to which Bartla, seemingly indifferent, inquired. Laxus and I have agreed to the contract. You may traverse between us freely. Aren't Sky and the others preparing for a grand feast? Such a significant event must be bustling with excitement. Wouldn't you prefer to head there? Ah, no hurry. Time is ample, and Laxus will remind us when the time comes. For now, I, your thoughtful companion, have chosen to keep you company, my solitary elder. Is that not touching? Not at all. I do not dare to move. The mature Bartla, with his profoundly charming visage, expressed his silent frustration, his gaze lowering to the comfortably resting Yi on his chest, affirming his reluctance to stir. Laxus possessed an anti-gravity field, enabling her to move freely, but Bartla lacked such ability. His dreamlike flight power only applied to himself. Thus, the languid found herself resting upon him. How ironic. You can fly, Bartla silently scoffed, just as Ye's voice reached his ears again, asking about their next entertainment endeavor. Entertainment, you say? Ah, I have a sudden idea. He chuckled mischievously. Why don't we engage in a plundering game? On our journey here, I spotted a naval vessel transporting criminals. On my calculations, it should not have yet reached Impel Down. Ah, that proposal is splendid. Quite intriguing. Let us go. On the Grand Line, aboard the naval vessel, stood a naval admiral draped in a cloak of justice at the ship's bow. He wore 2 renowned swords at his waist. His expression stoic as he closed his eyes, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his long black beard, which hung down to his navel. His head adorned with a peculiar high-crowned hat. It was uncertain whether the hat was odd or if his skull was unusually elongated, fitting snugly beneath it. Stalaberry, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters under the command of Kizaru, had previously dealt a severe blow to the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. Mastering the dual-color hockey, he was among the Navy's most formidable forces. Report to the vice admiral. Impel Down has sent a communique indicating their preparations to receive the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Stalaberry murmured. Eyes still closed. Stay vigilant. Until we reach Impel Down and successfully transfer the criminals, we must not allow ourselves a moment of leniency. Understood, Vice Admiral Stalaberry. Chapter 43, Crocodile Usurpation. At the forefront of the battleship's deck, Vice Admiral Stalaberry slightly parted his tightly closed eyes, peering into the distant sea. Anger surged within him. Pirates are untrustworthy. The warlords of the sea, possessing the legal right to plunder, are even more so. Each one is a blatant opportunist, joining for their own secretive motives. Crocodile is certainly not an anomaly. Elves, he muttered softly, his heart heavy as he closed his eyes once more. A new power structure, what shall become of the future of these seas? Ultimately, it is the common folk of the world who will suffer. A month hence, at the forthcoming grand feast, I shall exert every effort to procure ample elves for the Navy, instilling fear upon the seas, all in the name of justice. As he quietly expressed this resolve, his hands instinctively gripped the hilts of his swords. HM? Who goes there? Clang. With his observation hockey detecting an unfamiliar presence drawing near. Yet unable to ascertain its precise location, Stalaberry resolutely unsheathed his sword, executing a sharp strike toward the vague void ahead. Alert! Enemy attack! He bellowed, urging the sailors aboard to prepare for confrontation. Clang, clang. As soldiers of the Navy headquarters, they were all well trained. Upon hearing their vice admiral's warning, they readied their guns and unsheathed their swords, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings for signs of the enemy. Not intending to reveal yourself? Stalaberry, with narrowed eyes, showed no sign of opening them fully. His expression remained impassive as he suddenly thrust his arms forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward the anticipated enemy's direction. Dual sword style, instant 100 slashes. In an instant, a myriad of sharp strikes enveloped a certain void, the swirling air exploding as it attempted to force out an enemy concealed in the unknown with sheer violence. In a state of invisibility, Butcher bore Ye upon his shoulder, skillfully predicting the trajectory of each attack, nimbly evading all strikes without a single feather touching him. Dual blade style, heavy slash. Observing that his previous assault had achieved nothing, Major General Stalaberry raised his dual blades to his left side, his muscular arms bulging, and with a fierce upward thrust, unleashed a colossal slash capable of cleaving mountains. Suddenly, a smacking sound echoed through the void. Butcher finally dispelled his invisibility, revealing himself with eyes seasoned by time glimmering with mirth. As he raised his hand, armed color enveloped his palm, held aloft to meet the oncoming strike. Boom. Accompanied by the ferocious gust of wind, his dark palm firmly grasped the massive slash. And with a crunch, he crushed it barehanded. Not bad, a solid 60, just passing great. Leaving ample space for Butcher to maneuver, Ye leapt into the air, weaving through the sounds of gunfire as she darted into the ship's hold. Major General Stalaberry's squinted eyes widened as he watched Ye enter the cabin unimpeded. His brown eyes flickered with intensity. It's her. The special being responsible for filming during the Marine headquarters assault, mentioned in the report by Admiral Sengoku. Possibly the spirit of Sky Island? How could she be here? In that moment, his thoughts became chaotic, and he pondered notifying the Marine headquarters immediately to relay the situation. Hey, how rude. Daydreaming in battle? Are you planning for me to ambush you? Buttra, believing himself to have enough seniority, expressed his dissatisfaction aloud. This is serious. The sudden appearance of the spirit of Sky Island made Strawberry realize that events might spiral beyond his control. However, when he glanced back at Buttra mid-air, a wave of horror washed over him once more. An elfin pattern? How is this possible? Strawberry, incredulous, stepped back in disarray. The feast had yet to commence. How could one have already contracted an elf? No, that spirit from Sky Island. Was it truly her? No, that isn't right. The report from Admiral Sengoku to the entire Marine hierarchy indicated that she should merely be a special entity, a island spirit born from iteration. Perhaps privy to many buried historical secrets, but likely lacking actual authority. Otherwise, why wait until Shiki landed on Sky Island to manifest in the world? After ruling out impossibilities, a more alarming possibility suddenly dawned upon him. According to Shiki's remarks that day, aside from himself and the native who resided on Sky Island for generations acquiring a Divine Beast-level elf contract, all other Divine Beast elves returned to nature at the moment of unsealing. Thus, he deduced, you are the Divine Beast contract holder. Hence, the island's spirit appears beside you, mistaking you for a descendant of the humans who have lived on Sky Island for generations. Resolutely, Strawberry was convinced that his deduction was indisputably correct. The enemy attacking the Marines turned out to be the first Divine Beast contract holder of unknown intelligence, adeptly employing imaginative reasoning to rationalize his appearance while selectively ignoring another possibility. What is happening here? Momentarily taken aback, Buttra shook his head in bemusement. Hey, this is excessive. So brazenly adding drama to yourself. Be careful, or I might just ensure you don't survive this chapter. In the ship's hold, Crocodile, styled with slick-back hair and clad in a fur coat, exuded an air resembling that of a mafia boss, bound by a sea-stone chain, lay on the wooden floor. Gazing upwards, regardless of the cacophony of gunfire outside, he maintained an indifferent demeanor, trapped in a cycle of self-doubt after experiencing defeat once more. I have failed, utterly failed. Years of plotting, and in the end, it is all for naught. The King of Hell is not an Alabasta. External resources cannot be sought. And my own strength has waned. Defeated by a fledgling pirate? A mere bucket of water? Wahaha. I once made a name for myself in my youth, contending with many heroes without losing ground, and today I am defeated by a bucket of water. Pathetic. Regrettable. Even laughable. Weakness is a sin. I was wrong. Ultimately, external resources are mere aids. One's own strength is paramount. Ah, it's so noisy outside. Is someone battling the Marines? Who could it be? The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, accompanied by urgent shouts. Quick, stop that thing. Don't let her near the prisoner. Gunfire is ineffective. Try blades. The opponent might be a power user. Hurry to retrieve the spare sea-stone equipment. Oh no, she has flown into the cage housing the prisoners. Sensing someone approaching, Crocodile weakly turned his head, his cold eyes accentuated by the scar stretching across his nose, revealing an air of indifference. Sassy no matter what, Crocodile. Chapter 44. Fantasy Li Shu had once heard a quip about Crocodile. As long as he uttered the preamble sassy no matter what, he would be forced into a 50-50 chance against anyone. Upon encountering the person from the quip, he mischievously recited those words. Sassy no matter what, Crocodile. However, the origin of the quip seemed to leave Crocodile in a daze, his cold gaze earnestly scrutinizing Ye, eventually arriving at the conclusion, Hey, do we know each other? Ah. No, we don't, Ye replied with a cheerful laugh, floating in front of Crocodile, leaning down, but what does it matter? You are Crocodile after all. Saying this line feels quite delightful. So, can you tell me what is happening outside now? Crocodile, perplexed by the notion of feeling, fell silent for a moment before asking with a tone rich in flavor. Oh, outside? It's nothing major. We're just bored and decided to plunder a marine ship to pass the time, and coincidentally see who the transportee is. Little did we expect to find the former warlord of the sea, Sand Crocodile here. Bored and plundering a marine ship to kill time? Though the reasoning was absurd. Crocodile refrained from commenting, Gwahaha. And then, upon discovering I am such a failed world criminal, would you just leave me be? Or perhaps lend a hand? The question of whether to save him is certainly warranted. It would be a great misfortune for such an intriguing pirate to be confined within Impel Down. The vast ocean is his true stage, and I firmly believe he can conjure even more captivating moments. However, it does not preclude you from indulging in a bit of teasing. It is indeed worth pondering, for a notorious criminal like you. The implications of a rescue would be far graver than an assault on the Navy's headquarters. It could incite the wrath of the world government, leading to a worldwide manhunt by the Navy and the world government for a fleeting thrill. It seems hardly worth the risk, wouldn't you agree? Crocodile chuckled nonchalantly, a strange glimmer igniting in his indifferent gaze. A worldwide manhunt? Don't make me laugh. You, who derive amusement from plundering Navy ships, truly care about such hollow bounties? What a grand joke. You're deviating from the script that you should be following. How utterly dull. This makes my role exceedingly challenging. He whimsically twirled in the air before landing once more in front of him, stating that one doesn't T-count. Let us try again. Action. Crocodile regarded you with a cold stare, irritation flaring at such a mischievous disposition. Yet, circumstances were beyond his control. With such a penchant for mischief, you and your companions must be extraordinarily formidable. A worldwide manhunt by the Navy and the world government? Isn't that even more entertaining? The ocean as a playground. A game of predator and prey, standing on opposite sides of a chessboard, engaging in a life and death gamble. Such a thrilling pursuit, indeed. Wow, 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 he exclaimed in admiration, gazing at the securely bound crocodile. Truly impressive. But, one must ponder, is merely rescuing you sufficient to orchestrate this grand game? How about eliminating a celestial dragon as well? Adding such a significant bargaining chip would surely elevate the stakes of this life and death game, wouldn't it? Just the thought is exhilarating. Eliminate a celestial dragon? Crocodile was taken aback, his cold eyes widening. Should I deem you mad or utterly confident? To provoke the world government's fury and attract the pursuit of Navy admirals, skipping over ordinary difficulties and opting for a hellish beginning? That is sheer arrogance. Oh, he mused, her gaze piercing as she regarded him. Arrogance? Should I interpret that as you advising us to act within our means? The repercussions of slaying a celestial dragon would tip this game into chaos from the outset, leading to a one-sided pursuit. So you were not entirely deranged. Upon realizing that he had discerned the nuance in his words, Crocodile faced her squarely. Knowing the risks, was your eagerness to slay a celestial dragon merely a jest? How dreadfully tedious. Caught red-handed, you replied. Once her ruse was unveiled, she ceased to provoke him further, circling Crocodile before landing on the chain binding him. She then bent down to embrace the chains, utilizing the mechanism of damage transfer to expose her proximity to someone within the courtyard. Crocodile exclaimed, glancing incredulously at Yi, who appeared unaffected by the sea prism stone chains. You are not a devil fruit user? Indeed not. TSK, such cumbersome chains are rather bothersome to dismantle. But you seem quite capable. A Marine stood armed and vigilant, convinced of the efficacy of the sea prism stone. Upon the entrance of Yi, he was on high alert, mistakenly believing her to be a power user. Even upon encountering the criminal, he found himself unable to effect a rescue. With firearms rendered ineffective, he resolved to wait for the arrival of Vice Admiral Stolberry to deal with the enemies outside. Little did he know that the adversary lay atop the sea prism stone chains, wholly unaffected. Killing the celestial dragon? Reflecting on the nefarious words just uttered by her, the Marines could no longer maintain their composure. They could not afford to wait for Vice Admiral Stolberry's assistance. Quickly, she is not a power user. She is attempting to rescue the criminal. Open the cell door and stop her. With a swift motion, a sharp-eyed Marine unlocked the cell door, and a group of over 10 Marines rushed in, abandoning their firearms to wield their weapons against Yi. Clang, 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 thud. Ineffectual, their blades met with futility. Most strikes passed harmlessly by her, regardless of the weapon's material, resulting in shattered edges. A few attacks, however, struck the chains, producing sharp sounds, and inevitably, some blows landed upon Crocodile, inflicting grievous wounds. Hey, hurry up, Crocodile exclaimed, anxiety creeping in. Was this a rescue or a curse? He swiftly surveyed the now diminished chains and glanced at the Marines, who, after a moment of shock, resumed their assault. As a notorious pirate, he did not wish to die without dignity beneath a flurry of blades. Steady, you will not perish, Yi reassured him, though her words bore little effect. In the urgency of his gaze, a new wave of attacks approached. Sandstorm. In the final moment, Yi severed the chains, allowing Crocodile to break free from the sea prism's restraints. The power of the sand fruit surged back, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a tempest of sand, effortlessly blocking all assaults and sweeping away the enemies, thus averting the crisis. However, thud, clang, thud, more wounds were inflicted upon him. The stinging pain jolting him back to reality. He had not severed the chains in the timely manner he had desired. You are undoubtedly a minion sent by the Alabasta citizens to torment me. Chapter 45. Foolish methods with his illusions shattered and suffering from fresh wounds. Crocodile nearly succumbed to despair. He recalled the Alabasta he had wronged. Was retribution now at hand? Yi, having finished her task, soared into the air, gazing down with surprise. Oh dear, how did you get so hurt? Shut your mouth. Crocodile bellowed in fury. Summoning all his strength, he strained against the remaining chains of the sea prism. And with a sudden roar, the chains clanked to the ground as he broke free. Sandstorm, emerging triumphantly. A confident aura enveloped him as a violent whirlwind of sand erupted within the ship's cabin, rapidly swirling and ensnaring the surrounding marines, propelling them out into the open air. As the sandstorm swept across the deck, Crocodile's form gradually solidified. His cold gaze swept over two figures before him. Oh, you gracefully descended. Astonished to see Bartolomeo and Staloberry still locked in a stalemate. You two haven't decided the outcome yet, despite my rescue efforts? You think I want this? But I have no choice, Bartolomeo replied, exasperated. At my age, it would be unseemly to bully a junior. I intended to let him strike first before countering, but instead, he prattled on, adding theatrics to the encounter, leaving me utterly bemused. Staloberry, at a loss for words, merely shook his head. He glanced at the seemingly competent vice-admiral. Now that it's 2 against 1, you should have no chance of victory, right? If you've yet to make a move, how about letting us leave? What? 2 against 1 means no chance? Bartolomeo bristled. With the meager attack power that just barely passed, if I wished, I could inflict severe wounds. Bring him to the brink of death, and ultimately claim his life. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped with your life. Enough with the empty boasts. He interjected, turning her attention to Crocodile. Now that you've broken free, remaining aboard the Navy ship is not suitable. Let us depart together. Crocodile, of course, opted to leave. But as he surveyed the empty sea surrounding him, he questioned, You don't mean swimming, do you? Where's the ship? Humph, Bartolomeo huffed, still miffed about the earlier exchange. 2 strikes to take his life would not have been difficult. Why the need for such words? Despite his irritation, he understood the necessity of following orders. He raised his hand, unleashing an endless flow of liquid glass that, under the influence of his fruit's power, began to take the form of a ship. Shimmering brilliantly under the sun. With the vessel now materialized, Yi and Crocodile alighted upon the deck in their respective manners, while Bartolomeo descended to the ship's stern. Creating a reflective mirror with his ethereal abilities, announcing loudly, Brace yourselves. The shark in a set sail. With a clenched fist, he gathered strength and struck the mirror. Boom. The powerful impact resonated through the air, unleashing a deafening sound and a ferocious shockwave. Under the mirror's influence, the glass ship shot forth into the distance at remarkable speed. Staloberry, momentarily taken aback, watched the swiftly departing glass vessel with a heavy heart. Crocodile had been rescued. He had failed in his duty. As he gazed upon the now invisible ship, he suppressed the humiliation within and quietly retrieved his transponder snail to contact the Navy headquarters. A minute ago. In the tranquil and serene courtyard, an unexpected sound pierced the air with a whoosh, followed by a flurry of bullets appearing as if from thin air. The sharp cracks echoed as some struck a vase, shattering it into fragments, while others thudded against the ground. Reiju was momentarily taken aback by this sudden and inexplicable attack. But in the next instant, she grasped the situation. Veins bulged and dark lines formed on her forehead, enveloped in a thick cloud of negative emotions. Her fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Li Shu bellowed in anger, while Reiju, with a gloomy expression, pointed towards the damaged area in the courtyard, demanding, What on earth is happening here? A bullet materialized from thin air, hurtling directly towards Li Shu's face. He raised his hand, pinching it delicately between his fingers, and with a gentle grind, reduced it to powder that scattered away. He responded nonchalantly, The world is ever-changing. You seem quite satisfied with the last drink you refused. So do not complain this time when it's a bullet instead. I warned you, it's all about your mindset. Rage clenched her fists. Leggio trembled with indignation. How can they be the same? How can they be the same? The satisfaction from drinking was due to the constant anxiety prior. And that rare chance to relax made it all the more enjoyable. Just when I had finally alleviated my fatigue, now this again. Ah, I see. Observing Leggio's lingering fury, Li Shu scratched his head, then retrieved a pearlescent bullet from his bulging pouch and handed it to her. This impotent rage stems from a lack of strength, doesn't it? Take this. Once your physical prowess is significantly enhanced, you will gain confidence and a sense of calm will follow. My apologies. That was my oversight. Huh? Grasping the flying pearlescent bullet, Lei Jia was taken aback. His tone clearly indicated his disdain for her weakness, and what was this about impotent rage? This is too much. Frustrated while clutching the seed of life. Lei Jia glanced at the courtyard where Susanoo was nowhere to be seen, realizing no one would stop her from confronting that certain someone. With a huff, she stomped toward her room, her long legs swaying enticingly. A light chuckle escaped Li Shu's lips as he raised his hand once more, fingers flicking towards the sword that seemed to descend from thin air. The sound of clinking echoed as he effortlessly deflected each strike, and after a brief pause, an object the size of a palm, thin as paper, materialized before his eyes. Was it sea prism stone? As he reached out to touch it, an unusual energy surged from the stone into Li Shu's body, fervently suppressing the myriad abilities he possessed, rendering him passively ensnared in a state of silence. Sensing the changes within, Li Shu exhaled a soft note of realization. Indeed, the sea prism stone was the nemesis of all who wielded powers, and he was no exception. However, with a decisive snap of his fingers, he crushed the sea prism stone before him with sheer force. The suppression of his abilities was inconsequential. His physical form remained intact, thus his impact was minimal. Then, with a series of swift movements, his fingertips became mere shadows as he repeatedly shattered the sea prism stone. Employing a rather rudimentary method to rescue Susi Buridana, Chapter 46, in a certain expanse of ocean beyond the city, the waves of water conjured towering surges, propelling a gleaming glass vessel into the distance. Ugh, Leaf remarked with annoyance as he observed Batla, whose eyes glowed with brilliance from the exertion of his supernatural abilities. You should have done this much sooner. To intimidate that naval officer, you even resorted to enhancing your power with air reflector? How bizarrely creative. As the waves crashed against the surface, Batla remained silent, seemingly engrossed in navigating the glass ship, leaving him no room for distraction. Laughing heartily, Crocodile stood at the edge of the deck, observing the relentless rise and fall of the waves. His indifferent gaze was filled with perplexity. Hey, shouldn't your ability be of the paramecia type? Judging by this glass vessel, is it a glass fruit? Perhaps that's somewhat inaccurate, but surely this ability to manipulate seawater is beyond what a paramecia fruit could possess? Batla remained silent in his unwavering focus, as if inviting speculation. Guess right. And perhaps he would reveal the truth. At that moment, the call of a seagull pierced the air, drawing the attention of the three men. The bird circled down to the ship, donning a white cap, with a thick roll of newspaper and a pouch for collecting coins around its neck. It was none other than a news-selling seagull, one of the employees of Morgan, the president of the World Economic News Agency. A newsbird, how delightful. Let me see how the world government has fabricated my crimes. Crocodile murmured as he produced a bill from his pocket, placing it in the seagull's coin pouch. And in return, he extracted a copy of today's newspaper. With the transaction complete, the newsbird politely flapped its wings and took flight. Under the unfolding curtain of a new era, the four emperors of the sea had united. As he unfurled the newspaper, the headline that leaped into his view caused Crocodile's brow to furrow. The curtain of a new era? The gathering of the four emperors? How could it not be reporting on my affairs? Not in haste to delve into the headline's content, his gaze briefly skimmed over the titles of the remaining articles. The Clash of Titans. Shiki arrives at the Moby Dick. Conqueror's Haki rends the sky. The Marine headquarters takes action. Heroic Admiral leads the charge. War or alliance? Beasts and Big Mom stand off across the sea. Headline struck Crocodile's nerves with relentless force, and his indifferent gaze gradually became animated. What on earth is happening in this vast sea? In the brief span of my confinement, what events have transpired? The leaves fall upon his shoulders as he cheerfully remarks, the times have changed. Impel down is not your destiny. This tumultuous sea is your stage. Keep watching. This newspaper will reveal the waves of the era. In silence, Crocodile first turned his attention to the content of the headlines. 1 minute, 3 minutes, as he continued to read, the tremor in his eyes intensified. Following the headlines were other articles. Each word and punctuation mark meticulously scrutinized as he absorbed the information with utmost seriousness. A quarter of an hour later, Crocodile exhaled deeply, gazing intently at the vast ocean ahead. Clutching the newspaper tightly in his hand, he appeared calm on the surface, yet within him, a fierce fire ignited, and his boundless ambition surged uncontrollably. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered as Crocodile erupted into a maniacal laughter that echoed through the skies, unable to contain the exhilaration within him. A spirit. A brand new fourth contract spirit. How wonderful it is. Indeed, the vast sea should harbor infinite possibilities. Sky Island. King of the skies? Another throne added to the highest seat, heralding a new era and a grand feast for the powerful. This time, I shall claim the might for myself and stand atop the pinnacle with my name. Crocodile. With a resounding declaration of his determination, Crocodile extended his hand toward the heavens, as if to grasp the throne of the King of the skies. Ah, splendid resolve, Leaf remarked, playfully toying with the golden earrings dangling from her earlobes, her voice ethereal. External dependencies? Mere crutches for the weak. That Hades you have been scheming about, perhaps years from now, its power to easily obliterate islands may pale in comparison to your simple strike. Look ahead, for the future of the sea knows no bounds. After imparting such motivational words, Leaf suddenly paused, contemplating the implications. If future strong beings could effortlessly annihilate islands, would this world not descend into chaos? Hey, my dear self, this is a significant matter. Make time to discuss it. Do not let the world you have come to see as your backyard be destroyed. Manual iteration? How amusing. Crocodile appreciated the motivational discourse but remained grounded. He glanced at Leaf, pondering the meaning of a simple strike. After harnessing the spirit's power, the strength of the peak warriors will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. However, the spirit system alone may not suffice. Spirit of Sky Island? Your words ignite my curiosity for the systems that follow the spirits. What might they entail? Could you divulge some information? Perhaps not, Leaf replied, maintaining a playful demeanor while disregarding Crocodile's inquisitive gaze. She soared into the air, positioning herself directly before him. Their eyes meeting at the same level. It is precisely the unknown that breeds anticipation, is it not? Let us focus on the present. The future of the ocean will undoubtedly be fraught with peril, with fierce battles among various powers. The four emperors? In this new system, even they may not remain invincible. To fall behind, even once, could mean a descent from grace. Thus, it is time for you to make a choice, Mr. Crocodile. Oh, his cold gaze narrowed slightly as he mused aloud. A choice, you say? When you decided to rescue me, this so-called choice was already prepared, was it not? Ha ha ha. This is not a matter of repaying favors. Leaf interjected. If you wish to venture alone across the seas, your resolve must remain unshaken. Imposing your will upon others is not our interest. We will let you go, parting ways amicably. When we meet again, we may share a drink and reminisce. So, would you care to hear my next proposal? Crocodile fell silent, gazing into the distant ocean, feeling a sense of confusion. The notion of claiming power for oneself versus wandering alone or alongside others did not seem inherently contradictory. Not responding? I shall take that as an acquiescence. Leaf continued without giving him a chance to ponder. The system of warlords of the sea, I find it quite appealing. It has a certain ring to it. We wish for it to endure, to stand as a formidable mountain that deterrs would-be usurpers, remaining unyielding against the challenges posed by powerful pirates. However, this king does not refer to the navy or the world government, nor does it denote the one who ascended to the throne of the King of the Skies, Shiki, but rather to an unseen existence. Only he truly deserves the title of King of the World. He? Who is he? Crocodile's gaze sharpened as he sensed the weight of the revelation. Is there truly such a powerful figure concealed from the world? An enigmatic being. The genuine ruler of this realm. Who is he? Do not rush. I grant you 3 seconds to ponder. Once I utter the next words, you shall have no choice left. Join or be erased from memory. Leaf's demeanor turned grave as she regarded Crocodile. This serious expression alerted him that what she was about to reveal was of utmost importance, not meant for the ears of outsiders. Erased from memory. Crocodile chuckled lightly, shaking off the gravity of the statement. What a serious consequence. Therefore, allow me to respectfully decline. Let such an existence continue to dwell in the shadows. To bow beneath anyone? Impossible. As long as I draw breath, I shall never yield to anyone, not Whitebeard, nor him. What a pity. It seems you are even more resolute than Shiki. Leaf noted, not pressing further. Each had their own ambitions, and there was no need to recruit every likable individual into his fold. Let fate decide. Shiki? Why is he suddenly involved? Crocodile's curiosity was piqued by the unexpected mention. What does he have to do with this? Are you implying Shiki chose to align with you? Surely, you jest. He is the king seated upon the throne of the King of the Skies, a legendary pirate with ambitions to conquer the world. Ha ha ha. Leaf chuckled nonchalantly, unwilling to debate, leaving a backdoor for Shiki's identity as the King of the Skies. Such a dismissive attitude. Crocodile felt a surge of irritation. Hey. Those who once looked down on me have all been turned to dust by my hand. You owe me a proper answer. Oh, threats now? Bartolomeo, no longer distracted while piloting the glass ship, eyed Crocodile with interest. Youngster, 3 strikes. I could easily take your life. Care to test that? With an exasperated sigh, Leaf smacked her forehead, turning to Bartolomeo. Are you serious? You can't just challenge everyone to 3 strikes. Remember last time someone was struck by a thunderous punch and cried out in pain? Why bring that up? Bartolomeo sulked, looking skyward, feeling abandoned. As a fellow tool, it's clear that the original is preferred. Do you truly wish to know? Leaf inquired, her tone shifting to one of intrigue. I can reveal it. But the price is your nominal submission to Shiki, to be considered a peripheral member of his circle. His? This he surely does not refer to Shiki? Crocodile's expression turned serious as he pondered. Peripheral member? While I cannot believe it, Shiki is a peripheral member, is he not? Ha ha ha. I accept. Okay. Leaf's countenance brightened as she exclaimed. Although the outcome diverges slightly, it matters not. With Shiki as his envoy, the meaning is quite similar. Envoy? Once again, an unfamiliar title has emerged. Upon hearing it, Crocodile became convinced of his suspicion. Shiki, the newly crowned king of the skies, has indeed chosen to align himself with that elusive and mysterious figure. Indeed, Shiki accepted the title of messenger in exchange for assistance, ultimately achieving his ascent to Skypiea and earning the honor of being the Sky King. Is the truth truly this? Crocodile exclaimed, astonished. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Are you suggesting that the one who first discovered Skypiea was, in fact, him? It seems that Shiki has been thrust into the limelight while remaining hidden in the shadows, basking in glory. Well, it appears your mind is quite astute. For you are nearly spot on. Ha ha. With confirmation from ye, Crocodile suddenly found himself bewildered by the world. Such supreme glory can simply be relinquished? It seems he is genuinely disinterested in vying for dominance, transcending the world, witnessing the rise and fall of sea emperors, observing the passage of time, and viewing the world as a chessboard where all are mere pawns. What a grand vision. You called upon Batara, instructing him to tear a portion of the life paper from Laxus and hand it to Crocodile. Shiki's situation is unique. He has bestowed upon you a contract with a divine beast-level spirit. You may seek them out, should the divine beast be lost. You are permitted to choose a semi-divine spirit at your discretion, and when you are strong enough to capture the divine beast, you may exchange it. Ha. Another light chuckle escaped Crocodile. He felt fortified. The notion of receiving a divine beast is unsettling. One must ponder the validity of the claim that divine beast-level spirits return to nature. Surely they remain under his control? Such matters are for you to speculate upon. With a non-committal shrug, Yi finally cautioned, for the sake of your well-being, let his existence remain confined to those in the know. I am aware of this world-shattering secret. Crocodile clenched the life paper tightly, his emotion surging. The spirits that the world fervently pursues were merely a choice for him. And upon his liberation, he successfully reserved one, such is the unpredictable nature of existence. In the New World, in the Rainsford Sea, dark clouds loomed ominously. Beneath the dim sky, 2 colossal fleets faced each other across the sea, the cold winds stirring waves that rolled fiercely, the howling winds accentuating the tense and oppressive atmosphere. Lingling, times have changed. We can certainly return to our former selves. Pirate King, as long as you agree to ally with me, the red coordinates I possess will be yours. I, on the other hand, prefer the title of Sky King. Thus, let us forge an alliance. Towering in stature, adorned with dragon-like horns and long, flowing black hair, the bare-chested captain of the beast pirates, Kaido, boomed his alliance proposal, his voice resonating above the howling winds. I am Big Mom. What of it? To become the world's sovereign and claim the title of Pirate King, I require no alliances. I shall defeat you fair and square and seize the log pose. What you propose is mere charity. Today, the entire beast crew has come to my territory. An alliance is out of the question. If you wish to diminish your competitors before the feast arrives, then come at me. Until a victor emerges, whoever retreats first is a coward. With the highest known human stature, Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, fiercely rejected Kaido's proposal, despite being rebuffed in her plea for an alliance. Kaido's resolute expression faltered slightly. I'm not here to provoke or incite war. Don't you understand? The sky and the sea are 2 distinct realms. Our dreams do not conflict. Let us join forces. Together we, the 2 emperors, shall. Silence. If you cannot comprehend human speech, let my blade provide the answer. The Elbaf Spear. Chapter 48. The Strike. An alliance? Big Mom's royal status does not permit her to ally with anyone, even if they are both emperors. Tired of verbal exchanges, she removed her pink pirate hat, transforming it into a longsword, her formidable strength surpassing even giants as she wielded it. With a powerful swing, she unleashed a colossal slash, sending a formidable shockwave surging forth, cleaving through the sea with immense force. In the next moment, the vast and powerful strike barreled toward Kaido, who stood unfazed, wielding his massive kanabo, wrapped in lightning, ready to meet the assault head-on. Thunderous clash. Boom. As the two emperors clashed, their formidable attacks collided, unleashing a tempest that swept across both fleets. Those of lesser strength struggled to maintain their footing against the residual force, while the frontline warriors braced themselves against the fierce gusts, enduring the discomfort of constricted breathing without retreating a single step. What a jest! As the two sides faced off, standing defiantly against the wind only served to enhance their captain's prestige. This is called human sentiment. Should anyone falter, it would only bolster the opponent's arrogance. This is misfortune. No matter how uncomfortable, they must endure. This is the nature of human relations. Jin, Kakuri, the existence of a royal vice, felt the winds caress them, seemingly unaffected, as they gazed across the sea, focused solely on each other. Should the situation escalate rapidly, they would become the primary targets to be vanquished. After a single strike, as the aftershocks dissipated, the surging waves of the sea meandered restlessly between the two sides, momentarily unsure of where to surge forth. Ultimately, amidst the confusion of jagged edges, tranquility was restored. In the distant expanse, the surface of the sea, a naval vessel, belonging to the fleet, braved the tumultuous aftermath of the clash, swaying unpredictably as it anchored upon the vast ocean. The sailors tasked with monitoring the movements of the emperor's sighed with a mix of relief and trepidation. Despite the considerable distance, they had nearly succumbed to the onslaught of the residual waves, underscoring the gravity of confrontations between sovereigns. Report to Admiral Sengoku. The negotiations between the Beast Pirates and Big Mom appear to have collapsed, resulting in a fierce confrontation whose causes and consequences remain shrouded in uncertainty. We shall continue to observe and await further developments. Within the confines of the ship, a Marine responsible for liaising with naval headquarters conveyed the unfolding events with a resolute expression etched upon his face. At the Marine headquarters, in Admiral Akainu's office, the response was swift. Should any anomalies arise, abandon the mission immediately. Your own safety must take precedence, Sengoku cautioned, severing the connection with the ever-shifting tides of the New World. With swift strokes, he inscribed critical notes on paper, then raised his gaze, his wise eyes clouded with apprehension for what lay ahead. Vice Admiral Stillowberry had just reported that the Spirit of Sabaody Island engaged in a piracy of naval vessels, rescuing the notorious criminal Crocodile, while simultaneously igniting a conflict between the emperors and the New World. The tempestuous era had indeed arrived. Could the Navy maintain its dominion over the seas amidst such upheaval? A sigh escaped, as if the Warring States period had aged several years, leaving both body and mind weary. In just a few days, the renowned artist Buttra, a beast contract holder, had emerged. In the upper left corner of the desk lay a once prominent bounty notice, unmistakably displaying Buttra's visage with a staggering reward of 473 million Bailey. Furthermore, the mention of Zephyr hinted at a season of turmoil. The weary gaze of the Warring States drifted towards the azure sky, where clouds floated lazily in a fleeting moment. One cloud seemed to take the form of a figure clad in a coat of justice, whispering something to him. Alas, separated by a great distance, he could hear nothing. And eventually, that ethereal shape dissipated among the drifting clouds. In a pristine white expanse, 17 luminous orbs of various colors hovered above, arranged in a circular formation and slowly rotating, creating a long corridor that linked to the ethereal shadow of another world, gradually siphoning its essence. Beneath the multicolored halo, a bottle marked with 100 notches stood silently, gathering strands of worldly power that settled at its bottom. To date, the total amount of essence plundered from the fairy realm was still meager, insufficient to fill the bottom of the bottle. With a hum, the space trembled as the thought form of Li Shu gradually materialized. You have arrived, echoed a voice as cold as a rootless lily, resonating within the white space. You're not ignoring me, Li Shu replied with a faint smile, greeting the omnipresent consciousness of the world. Is there something significant that you summoned me for? The consciousness, perplexed by Li Shu's amusement, directly inquired. As the conversation turned serious, Li Shu slightly reined in his smile and pointed at the notched bottle, asking earnestly, I have a question I failed to clarify last time. The essence, the power plundered from the outside world within. Does it not require the entire bottle to be filled before it can be utilized? You wish to employ it? The cold voice expressed confusion, yet provided a definitive answer. No, it does not need to be completely filled. Although I am uncertain why you suddenly inquire about this, I can assure you that the essence accumulated due to your abilities grants you absolute rights to its use. Oh, Li Shu's lips curled into a slight smile, pleasantly surprised by this assurance. As for this, you need not worry. The plundered essence will only fully integrate with me once it leaves this space and is utilized, thus restoring and enhancing the upper limit of this world. Furthermore, the increment scale index post-utilization will not reset. Our collaboration is fair and just, with addition and consumption existing as parallel lines, unaffected by one another. A light, surprised laugh escaped Li Shu, feeling quite content within. The fact that they do not interfere pleases me greatly. I firmly believe that our cooperation will endure in a mutually beneficial manner. I too hold this conviction, my ally. The cold voice resonated with a tone of determination, affirming Li Shu's sentiment. Then, he laughed heartily, waving his hand towards the notched bottle, drawing the essence of the world into his palm, forming a peculiar transparent substance. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. As the thought form began to dissipate, the white space trembled gently, and a stream of information regarding the utilization of the essence flowed into Li Shu's mind, causing a moment of surprise to flicker across his heart. In the courtyard, Li Shu, reclining in a chair, stirred slightly, opening his brilliant eyes, raising his palm to reveal the transparent essence of the world. TSK, the method of use is truly simple and direct. As thoughts danced in his mind, he manipulated the transparent orb to float from his hand, landing on the ground, whereupon it transformed into delicate threads, merging with the earth. Chapter 49. The startled lion. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, caressing the entire island, as grass and trees swayed in response, serving as Li Shu's eyes and ears, keenly observing the wondrous changes brought about by the infusion of the essence. Along the coastline, waves crashed against the rocky shore, submerging and revealing the boulders intermittently. Thud, thud, thud. Somewhere on the island, a young man with 2 budding leaves atop his head struck a great tree as he routinely trained his physique. Another punch landed on the trunk, which should have shattered under the force, yet remained standing, merely splintered on one side. Accompanied by the young man's astonished exclamation, the breeze continued its journey towards a valley. Come on, gather more stones, and we will meet today as quota. Roaring, over 20 burly men, bare-chested and wielding tools for rock extraction, sweated profusely as they pounded a massive boulder encircled by them. Clink, crack. Suddenly, a nearly intact tool snapped under the strain, narrowly avoiding injuring their backs. What? My newly bought tool. Curse it. Old Gachi sold me a defective item. Mine broke too. Mine as well. As the breeze brushed past, offering a refreshing apology, it continued to sweep across other areas, witnessing changes unfold before finally settling into tranquility. In the courtyard, receiving feedback from the events, Li Shu chuckled knowingly, confirming the current state of the island infused with the essence. The size has increased, and the hardness of the vegetation and rocks has multiplied several times. He murmured softly, nodding in satisfaction. As long as I continue to plunder this power and spread it across the world, in years to come, the sea will be more expansive, the sky will soar higher, and the earth will become more stable, able to withstand greater impacts. Eventually, I shall be able to present various power systems without hesitation, enhancing the strength of the populace. The future is promising. The remarkable changes wrought by a mere orb of essence infused into the entire island were already evident. Li Shu gazed intently at the sky, his thoughts reaching the backyard, where 108 seeds of the soul-cutting sword had broken ground, vibrant green shoots thriving, seemingly responding to a familiar presence. Swaying gently in acknowledgement. Pouting one tea help. After drinking my blood for so long, you are no longer mere seeds. Quietly wait. The hunting party has yet to return. Withdrawing his thoughts, Li Shu chuckled, reassuring the young plants, filled with anticipation. Once this experiment validates his hypothesis on how to effectively construct the shadow of a world, he would proceed to plant them in bulk, acquiring vast amounts of essence to fortify the resilience of the pirate world, ensuring a robust stage for his ventures. On the Red Earth continent, this land, intersecting with the Grand Line, hosts the most expansive red mountains in the world. Today welcomed 2 unexpected guests. A robust figure, with a mane of golden hair and dual blades for arms, floated above, casting a defiant laugh at the majestic Red Earth continent before him. What a waste! This most expansive continent, with the exception of a tiny fraction atop the peaks inhabited by world pests, is largely unsuitable for human settlement. Rather than linger here, forgotten by the world, let it serve as a foundation for the new era, fulfilling its worth and contributing to the impending feast. Two figures soared side by side. After Shiki declared his intent, he cast a provocative glance at Laxus. Hey, our second confrontation has been halted. It is inappropriate for comrades to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Let us compete instead. His gaze settled upon the red earth before them, and Laxus grasped his meaning. They would unleash their most potent strikes. The victor would be the one who shattered the greater area and delved deeper. Indeed, that sounds agreeable, he exclaimed with a hearty laughter. This time, I have undergone a profound transformation. The victor shall undoubtedly be me. With a booming declaration of resolve, the emblem of Solgaleo erupted into brilliance upon Shiki's forehead, instantly transitioning him into his combined form. Clad in a white divine robe adorned with golden embroidery at the collar and cuffs, his physique was tall and composed. Muscles defined like those of a lion. His once golden mane had been transformed into a striking platinum hue, cascading energetically down to his ankles. Ankles, indeed. Following his fusion with Solgaleo, Shiki's artificial legs had been replaced by those of a beastly lion, with paws as dark as ink, reflecting a gem-like sheen. Behind him unfurled a celestial spectacle, exuding an enigmatic aura of vastness. Sunrise mode, he bellowed, triggering a second transformation. A resplendent yet gentle golden radiance enveloped him, bestowing an ethereal quality upon his divine robe and flowing hair, which shimmered like liquid gold, trailing vibrant afterimages as he moved. Within the celestial phenomenon, an eye slowly opened, seemingly capable of perceiving the very essence of the world. Beside him, Laxus silently entered his combined form, enhancing the effects of the reverse scale skill. Casting an envious glance at Shiki, the aesthetic appeal of his armor was undeniably superior. Humph, who doesn't have special effects? The distinctly layered, strikingly futuristic engines suddenly glowed, emitting a dazzling blue halo that accentuated the resplendent colors of his armor. Ha ha ha. Attracted by Laxus's movements, Shiki laughed heartily as he turned to him, the third eye within the celestial phenomenon revealing an inquisitive glint, eager to discern the true essence of his opponent. Eh? 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 The enigmatic gaze from the starry sky fell upon Laxus, and in an instant, Shiki felt a jolt of astonishment thrice over. What he perceived was an immense power concealed within Laxus, a force that left him awestruck. He witnessed a new crystalline core formed from the fusion of two powers, seemingly housing a terrifying thunder dragon, and deeper still, he glimpsed a shadow that made the starry eye tremble violently. Oh, it appears that the third eye of Solgaleo possesses some remarkable insight, allowing you to perceive my existence. Peeping is not a commendable habit. Shiki. The shadow within the starry eye lightly raised a finger and pointed into the void, an overwhelming aura of death flooding through the gaze and enveloping Shiki, overwhelmed with terror. The starry eye instinctively closed as the chilling sensation gradually faded. How is this possible? In disbelief, Shiki shouted, overwhelmed by shock. How could such a powerful being exist in this world? Just a mere gesture from afar, an indescribable terror shattered his fighting spirit. He was utterly unmatched, facing someone who was undeniably the strongest. What's wrong with you? Laxus looked at Shiki with curiosity, observing his uncontrollable trembling. Shiki, lost in thought, failed to register Laxus's concerned inquiry. It took him 2 or 3 minutes to regain his composure. With a heavy exhale, he reopened the starry eye, yet dared not to continue probing Laxus. His confidence was severely shaken. Shiki gazed bleakly at the sky and tremulously asked, Laxus, about that person. Chapter 50, shattered Laxus, about that person. How powerful is he? Can you tell me? Just moments ago, Shiki had faced the greatest defeat of his life. If you cannot offer me any solace, I might. Shiki's heart quivered in fear, his confidence crushed to dust by the overwhelming strength of another, a power that transcended dimensions, leaving an indelible shadow on his psyche. Though Laxus was unaware of the events that had transpired, he recognized Shiki's fragile state of being. He understood that if he did not intervene, Shiki might spiral into self-doubt. That guy, Laxus began, a sense of camaraderie blossoming in his chest. When I first acquired the Thunder Fruit, and it fused with the source of my power, I was overwhelmed by the sensation of rapidly increasing strength, caught in the delusion of being the strongest. After receiving permission, I had the opportunity to confront him. The fusion of the Thunder Fruit and the source of power refers to that crystal core? You fell into a state of delusion, didn't you? I did too. As Shiki absorbed this information, he listened intently. Upon hearing that Laxus had challenged that individual, he was taken aback and inquired eagerly, what was the outcome? What happened after the confrontation? With a self-deprecating chuckle, Laxus glanced at Shiki and replied honestly, defeat. A complete and utter defeat. My most refined attack was ultimately rated as 7-leaf power. Ha 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 ha. Shiki fell silent, the echo of Laxus's melancholic laughter resonating in his ears. Though he did not understand what seven-leaf power entailed, he sensed that it was a dismissive evaluation, indicating that the individual had not taken the encounter seriously, merely treating it as a playful jest. Is that so? You seem utterly despondent. I might have guessed the reason for your inquiries about him. It was that wasn't it? Due to my unique existence, it saw things that should not be explored, thus leaving you shaken, correct? Placing a hand on Shiki's shoulder, Laxus felt a kinship born from shared struggles and gently patted him. There is no need for that. We need not measure ourselves against his heights. In the days to come, we must focus on embracing new power systems, striving to elevate ourselves, inch by inch, narrowing the gap. I believe that in due time, we will grow to a level that demands his recognition. Then, we shall raise our fist and strike, making him aware that the once feeble selves we were now possess the strength to compete. With the thunder dragon roaring in the skies and the lion's roar echoing through the land, we shall join forces and bring him down, relieving the frustrations we once endured. As Laxus's words of encouragement washed over him, Shiki's shattered confidence began to mend. Just as he was about to speak, the symbol of Jekrim flickered, releasing a vibrant green light. Yahaha! Yi, appearing through the sprite symbol as a conduit, descended from Bartla. Oh! Upon appearing, you drew out her words, glancing at Shiki. You're quite brave, daring to peer into him through Solgalio's third eye. Did it cause you distress? Chattering away, she circled around Shiki before landing on Laxus's shoulder, continuing, Humph, you're recovering well. Did you give him advice? Or else what? Laxus rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage with her. Having just frightened Shiki, now she came to offer her mockery. He wished she would show some kindness. As Shiki regained some composure, he quietly observed Yi, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He had already doubted her true essence, and now, coupled with her earlier words, he could not help but question her connection to that individual. Ha 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 ha. With a deep chuckle, Shiki regarded Yi once more before shifting his gaze to Laxus. Strength is the foundation of everything. Until one reaches a certain pinnacle, some questions are best left buried deep. Hey, Laxus, let us continue our earlier contest. I wish to see how I measure against you, who possesses seven-leaf power. Have you recovered? Good. To help you realize the gap, I will exert my utmost effort. And Yi, observe closely. I am no longer the same. After the interlude, the two returned to the initial point of their challenge. Laxus readily agreed, his eyes brimming with electric brilliance as they flitted toward Yi. Roar. The shadow of the thunder dragon emerged, letting out a soul-shaking roar as it unleashed 300 magical crystal spheres filled with golden and blue lightning. Forbidden magic, the divine sound hall. 300 golden blue intertwined magical crystals ascended into the heavens. With a whisper of the Dragon Slayer's ultimate secret, the crystals erupted in a thunderous explosion, transforming into colossal magical circles that enveloped the sky. Simultaneously, the shadow of the thunder dragon flapped its mighty wings and emerged from within, revealing a fearsome dragon's head. Contract Spirit, Shadow Clone. In an instant, from the remaining 299 magical circles, dragon heads erupted forth in unison. The aura of overwhelming might surged, infusing each dragon head with an enhanced offensive capacity. A combined technique was unleashed, and an electrifying blue light illuminated the sci-fi engine apparatus behind him, casting a magnificent reflection upon the armored figure of Laxus. The Black Forbidden Art, Thunder Dragon God's 300 million shockwaves. A cacophony of dragon roars filled the air, reminiscent of a dragon's lair, as the magical circles radiated with brilliance. In a flurry, 300 thunder dragons surged forth, merging together in the sky, 300 into 100. 100 into 10. When only 10 remained, they completed their final fusion, basking in the sunlight, their corporeal dragon scales refracting blinding halos, as if they had taken on a physical form. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a primal scream, the conqueror's haki accompanying the dragon's roar, manifesting a heavy, viscous pressure that compressed the air, producing ominous cracking sounds as it firmly suppressed the heavens above. Meanwhile, Shiki, who was preparing his most formidable strike, found himself paralyzed by the overwhelming might of the dragon, stunned in place as the powerful gust from the thunder dragon god assailed him, his eyes bulging in bewilderment at the scene unfolding before him. This sense of oppression. Is this truly a strike worthy of a seven-leaf evaluation? Shiki's recently restored confidence shattered once more. Witnessing Laxus's devastating Black Forbidden technique, he decided to raise the white flag, silently dissipating his own power for the Lion King's Sunlit Spiral strike. Monster, you are the real monster, aren't you? If you had unleashed this blow against me from the start, resistance would have been futile. It would be better to embrace death in despair. Perhaps that way I could depart more peacefully. As the dawn mode and fusion state dissipated, Shiki found no desire to contest. He merely observed as the Thunder Dragon God collided with the Crimson Earth. Crack! Before the attack even reached its target, an intense wind pressure struck the Crimson Land, which, despite the ravages of time, remained intact, yet now could not withstand the force and began to crack. Boom! The Thunder Dragon God soared in, unimpeded, piercing through the earth to create a massive hole with a diameter of 100 meters. Compressing, expanding, exploding. A thunderous rumble echoed from within the Crimson Land, which trembled violently, fissures and countless crevices manifesting amidst the quaking, accompanied by gold and blue light spilling forth, growing ever brighter until it engulfed everything, severing the trio's line of sight. Boom! At a certain moment, a cataclysmic explosion of light erupted, sending countless massive fragments soaring into the sky, the sound resounding like thunder, rendering Shiki momentarily deaf, as he stared blankly at the mountain that had instantaneously evaporated, his pupils trembling in shock. With the force of a nuclear blast, the shockwave followed, propelling him backward a dozen meters before he steadied himself, as the sea recoiled, raising towering waves that surged toward the ocean's depths. In that moment, Shiki was profoundly shaken. Rendered speechless after losing his hearing, gazing upward at the Crimson Land, which now bore a concave landscape, as if the earth had been pierced through. No, I forgot. I am gazing up at the Crimson Land. Laxus's strike, though shocking, still lacked the potency necessary to penetrate the Crimson Land completely. Yahaha. Ignoring the oncoming shockwave, Yi soared beside Shiki, reminding him, wake up. If you don't gather those massive fragments from the sky, they will plummet into the ocean, wasting Laxus's efforts. After all, what if Shiki regained his composure, following Yi's gaze toward Laxus, only to see an unusual flush on his face, his eyes dimmed, and his chest heaving violently? Clearly in a state of exhaustion. Speechless, utterly speechless, Shiki felt a surge of frustration, wanting to grab him by the collar and shout, is it really necessary? You pushed yourself to that extent just to unleash such a brilliant strike, and yet you leave yourself in this weakened state? Is it really necessary? With great effort, Shiki attempted to calm his tumultuous emotions, bracing against the residual shockwaves as he ascended into the sky to reclaim his objectives. Huff, huff. Laxus, still panting heavily, glanced at you with weary eyes, questioning how many leaves of evaluation he might receive this time. Sighing, you shook his head, choosing to respect his intent. As for the number of leaves, it signified, when your casual strike possesses such power in your normal state, be prepared to meet me again. Considering this is your first formal challenge, I will only use one hand. If you can push me back a step, then you shall be deemed victorious. Laxustoria. Do you hear this? Inside the courtyard, after 3 days apart, one must view with fresh eyes. Through Ye's perspective, witnessing the devastation wrought by Laxus's ultimate strike, Li Shu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The child had exerted himself to such a degree just to unleash the most brilliant of attacks for a new evaluation. Yet there remains much to achieve. To truly earn my regard and stand before me, the power of a singular strike is far from sufficient. Only when your casual strikes possess such might shall we reconsider. At that moment, I will stand still, welcoming you with one hand. Should you manage to push me back even a step, then that will be your true moment of rising. Press on, young Thunder Dragon. I eagerly await your future. Synchronizing his thoughts with Yi from afar, Li Shu devoted his full attention to the situation there, while his remaining energy focused on his own contemplations. Gourmet cells? Once the planting of the Zanpakuto is successful, and I validate the feasibility of my hypotheses regarding the construction of the world's shadows, I can fully strategize for the primordial realm. As long as one consumes, they shall grow stronger. This is a process of gradual accumulation. We can hasten the cultivation and release it into the sea. Yet, the concept of gourmet cells originates from the work food wars, derived from a deep-sea creature, the phantom jellyfish. Discovered and utilized by the god of gourmet, once implanted into the human body, it activates the cells, allowing one's strength to augment while indulging in culinary delights, gradually surpassing human limits. Devil? The gourmet cells reside within the human form in a demonic state? When sufficiently powerful, they may even escape the confines of the body? This setting. Well, one devil fruit is sufficient. Let us focus purely on enhancing physical prowess. All notions of demons, culinary skills, alternate realms, devouring all things, and regeneration can be dismissed. We are not yet at that stage. The sea cannot withstand such destruction. A more restrained version would be best. If the setting is too fully developed, it might inadvertently connect with cross-dimensional pathways, attracting those inhuman entities capable of extinguishing stars with a mere flick of their wrist. With the forms and effects of existence determined, what method shall we employ for deployment? Li Shu fell into contemplation, various deployment methods flashing through his mind, momentarily indecisive. However, there is no rush. He has ample time to ponder. A few days later. Several days had passed since the Navy headquarters caused the world to descend into chaos with their grand announcement. The sea was tumultuous, with various factions gathering, poised for an impending greater disorder that necessitated a powerful deterrent. Crocodile's failed coup led to his expulsion from the warlords of the sea by the world government and navy. However, even before the dawn of a new chapter, one warlord's audacity stirred the waves, prompting others to entertain similarly reckless thoughts, to admonish others to behave, and to attract new strong allies to fill the void. The Navy headquarters had issued a summons days prior, calling all active warlords to a meeting at the Holy Land. Yet, not long ago, Myriad was unexpectedly shaken by an unknown tremor. To ensure the safety of the world nobles, the meeting location was hastily moved to the Navy headquarters. In the spacious and brightly lit conference room, a large round table occupied the center, with Sengoku, adorned in a seagull military cap, seated at the head. Beside him were Vice Admiral Tsuru and 4 rear admirals. He clasped his hands on the table, his authoritative gaze fixed upon the 6 figures before him: Dracula Myhawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbe, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Boa Hancock, and Gecko Moria. Originally indifferent to the Navy's summons, these 6 pirates unexpectedly heeded the call to Marineford, the birthplace of a new era. Though they had missed the significant events of that fateful evening, upon their arrival, they felt the surge of emotions as if they were witnessing the curtain rise on a new epic. Doflamingo, clad in a pink feather coat and donned with sunglasses, lounged at the table exuding a nonchalant bravado, his laughter resonating with audacity, his powerful presence enveloping the room. A smirk played upon his lips. Sengoku, the gears of time once again turning, pondered whether the Navy still possessed the strength to quell the tumultuous waves of this new era, ignited by the throne above and the arrival of new spirits. This urgent assembly is merely a pretext regarding Crocodile's affair, isn't it? The so-called discussions and recruitment of successors openly reveal that the Navy has begun to lose its grip on the seas. The world is on the brink of a dual kings era. Sengoku remained silent in response, while Vice Admiral Tsuru, as an experienced adversary who had interacted with Doflamingo the most, took the floor. Do not underestimate the Navy's resolve and scale. In times past, the Navy dedicated itself to maintaining global equilibrium. The very existence of the warlords of the sea was to create a buffer zone between pirates and the Navy, a truth all present were well aware of. Now, as the seas approach a period of turmoil, Doflamingo and the rest of you, when you fail to fulfill this mission or align openly with the pirates, the outdated system unfit for this era will face its demise. At that time, the Navy will proactively shatter this long-maintained balance, allowing the world to endure a brief period of turmoil, launching an all-out offensive into the new world to eradicate all pirate factions. Do not question the Navy's resolve. All present had weathered great storms, and Doflamingo laughed boisterously, casting a glance at the composed Tsuru, his eyes momentarily flashing with caution, memories of past encounters flooding back. He decided to extend a courtesy. Indeed, you speak wisely, with a height nearing 7 meters and a devilish visage. Moria joined the conversation. I have no desire to relinquish the advantageous title of Warlord of the Sea until I exact my revenge on a certain individual. I shall comply with the Navy's directives, for the battlefield is where I truly belong, provided the Navy does not hinder my quest for more powerful shadows and corpses. For the stability of the world, I shall take up this mantle. The noble Jinbe articulated his unwavering stance. Hancock, renowned as the world's most beautiful woman, disdainfully scoffed, adopting a haughty demeanor. Even if I were to willfully reject the Navy's requests, I would be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful. Kuma, seated upright, nodded seriously while Myhawk, with his noble bearing, withdrew his gaze from the unreasonable pirate empress and spoke calmly. My initial intentions for joining remain unchanged. As long as the Navy's requests pique my interest, I shall gladly lend my services. As the wave of declarations concluded, Sengoku, with a subtle nasal tone, nodded slightly and transitioned the discussion. Crocodile has been removed, leaving a vacancy in the 7 warlords. Let us now deliberate on suitable candidates for succession. Maynard, the brawny rear admiral, had been quietly listening. Upon hearing Sengoku introduce the new topic, he promptly picked up a stack of bounty notices before him and stood up to distribute them among the 6 individuals present. These 6 were renowned pirates, each having carved out their own names in the vast seas. Which one might we invite? Who would best cooperate with the Navy's operations? Just as Sengoku's words lingered in the air, an elegant voice resonated among the assembly. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The atmosphere on the Navy's side turned austere as an intruder breached the marshal's presence, unnoticed by any department. In contrast, figures like Doflamingo, though momentarily startled by the unexpected visitor, were more inclined to savor the Navy's potential embarrassment. The Devil's Lieutenant, Lafitte. Vice Admiral Tsuru fixed her calm gaze upon the newcomer and casually identified him. Once a security officer, you became notorious for your brutal demeanor and excessive use of force, ultimately leading to your expulsion. Have you come to invade the Navy headquarters, perhaps to spend your remaining days with an impel down? It is a privilege, Vice Admiral Tsuru. That you are acquainted with my name, Lafitte responded, tipping his hat with a gentlemanly gesture while toying with his black cane, which doubled as a weapon. I must apologize for my sudden intrusion. However, necessity dictates my actions. Marshal Sengoku, you are discussing candidates for the new 7 warlords? Yes? There's no need for such formality. I can recommend a suitable candidate. Teach. Suppressing his rising anger, Sengoku murmured with curiosity, his mind racing to recall this seemingly familiar name. Indeed. It belonged to the captain of our pirate crew, Lafitte added with a gentle smile. Never heard of him? The lack of results suggested the name bore little significance. Sengoku narrowed his eyes towards the window, asserting, such an obscure individual cannot possibly intimidate other pirates. Before he could finish his sentence, Lafitte interrupted by striking his palm with the cane, asserting, Indeed, I am well aware of that. We are also devising a comprehensive plan, and it has already succeeded. Oh. Our group's name is the Blackbeard Pirates, led by Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Please remember this. Doflamingo released his aura to press down on Lafitte, intrigued. How amusing. Has any nameless wretch become so arrogant? Remember this? Though not wielding Conqueror's haki, Lafitte felt a jolt of alarm under Doflamingo's overwhelming presence. Yet he maintained an air of ease, raising his hand to adjust his black hat while smiling faintly at his adversary. The title nightmare is earned through deeds. Our captain's previous hiding place was not suited for overt prominence. I believe that after this, Blackbeard's reputation will indeed cast a shadow over the seas. Hey, Sengoku. I find myself quite curious about this purportedly successful plan of his. Why not share it with us? Ignoring the rogue's suggestion, Sengoku contemplated seriously before nodding in agreement with his own judgment. Chapter 53. Arrest on a certain stretch of ocean. A resplendent glass ship sailed forth, and a tall figure stood at the helm, his cigar flickering intermittently. With narrowed eyes, Crocodile seethed with anger. Has he truly departed? I can now indulge in a vacation all to myself. Hey, I shall lend you these precious wind shells of mine. With their power and the life paper in your possession, locating Shiki will merely be a matter of time. Thus, I shall set forth. Memories surged back, scenes flashing in his mind from not long ago. Crocodile clenched his cigar tightly, fury bubbling within him. He was in the mood to unleash his wrath. You ought to have left behind sufficient provisions and water. His stomach audibly protested at that moment, and Crocodile's countenance darkened. How many days had it been? He could scarcely recall how long it had been since his last meal. Marineford, conference room. What? Ace, my younger brother? The fishman, Jinbe, sprang to his feet, incredulous. Fire Fist Ace had been defeated and captured. He was currently being escorted in the vicinity of the Navy headquarters. As a token of allegiance, he sought to join the Shichibukai? How dare Blackbeard do such a thing? Did he not fear retribution from the world's strongest? The whale shark fishman, adorned with the sun emblem on his chest, suddenly appeared before Lafitte, seizing his collar with his broad, light blue hands. His jaw jutted out as he questioned. Where is it? Where is the pirate crew holding Ace? Speak clearly. Jinbe, the fishman, Lafitte, gripped by the powerful creature, felt cold sweat bead on his pale face. Yet he maintained his defiance. Renowned for his chivalry, however, in this context, such valor was glaringly conspicuous. You wish to rescue Fire Fist Ace, the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression darkened as he fixed a cold gaze upon Jinbe. Jinbe of the Shichibukai, are you openly aligning yourself with pirates? While others might turn a blind eye, Jinbe continued to hold Lafitte firmly, his authoritative visage directed at Sengoku. Old Man Whitebeard is a great benefactor to Fishman Island. I cannot remain indifferent while his child falls into the hands of the Navy. My sense of justice forbids it. Taking advantage of Jinbe's brief distraction, Lafitte unfurled a pair of pristine wings from his back, using his cane to leverage against the whale shark's broad chest. Escaping into the air at the cost of a garment. Floating outside the window, he adjusted his hat and quipped with a light-hearted tone, "Old man? Heh. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you should understand the implications of that title. To identify as the son of Whitebeard while being a member of the Shichibukai, such a character." Observing Jinbe's resolute stance, Doflamingo laughed sinisterly. "Sengoku, with such a character among us, it's quite difficult to feel secure. Shall we assist in restraining him now, rather than later when he may act in ways detrimental to the reputation of the Shichibukai? The stakes need not be elaborated upon, I trust." Moriya's eyes glinted with greed as he stood from his chair. "The shadow of the Shichibukai. I eagerly anticipate the prospect of gaining a formidable zombie subordinate. Admiral, such a character is unfit to remain in the Shichibukai. Let us capture him together." Sengoku's face darkened as he issued a solemn warning. "Jinbe, are you truly willing to forsake the increasingly harmonious ties between Fishman Island and the world government, the Navy, for a pirate? Once you completely abandon your identity as a Shichibukai, the previously clandestine acts of hunting will escalate uncontrollably. Have you considered this? Whitebeard may protect Fishman Island for a time. But what comes after? In this world on the brink of turmoil, the Navy is the enduring ally. Thank you, Admiral, for your care of Fishman Island." Jinbe expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply, then raised his determined visage. "However, the kindness shown to Fishman Island by Old Man Whitebeard and the bond one share with Ace compel me to act in his defense, without warning." Sengoku's face twisted with rage, and he shouted, his body radiating golden light as his fruit power activated. In the midst of this divine brilliance, he raised his hand, unleashing a shockwave. "You have been blinded by your sense of chivalry and must first go to Impel Down to regain your composure. The Shichibukai allied with the Navy cannot harbor a traitor siding with pirates." Boom. The shockwave shattered the external walls of the conference room, and Jinbe was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. As he fell, Sengoku leaped into action, delivering a more powerful subsequent strike. Fishman Karate, Sharkwave Fist. Despite being propelled backward, Jinbe adjusted his stance mid-air and unleashed all his strength in a counterattack against Sengoku's shockwave. Boom. The fierce collision generated a gust of wind, and Jinbe was thrust downward with increased velocity, while Sengoku, employing Moonwalk, pursued him with renewed vigor, delivering a blow enhanced with armament haki towards the fallen dark-skinned fishman. Boom. Crack. The ground, unable to withstand the force, fractured deeply, fissures radiating outward. A jet of fish blood erupted forth, even with the enhancement of armament haki bolstering his defenses. The ferocity of the barbaric impact still penetrated Jinbe's defenses, causing his vital energy to surge violently as he spat out blood. He stood with his hands in his pockets, legs crossed, leaning forward slightly as Doflamingo gazed down from the shattered wall. His laughter, once exuberant, had now transformed into something more somber, and even behind his sunglasses, the gravity of his demeanor was palpable. It was indeed formidable. He had managed to injure Jinbe, a man of immense physical prowess, with just 3 strikes, embodying the overwhelming presence of the Buddha of war. Parasite line. Suddenly, he deftly flicked his fingers, and dozens of invisible threads scattered through the air, darting towards Lafitte like meteors plummeting from the sky. However, this abrupt assault missed its mark. Lafitte flapped his wings, skillfully evading all the threads, soaring to a safer distance before coolly remarking, "How perilous." Indeed, when approaching you ruthless pirates, even the slightest lapse in vigilance is unforgivable. Being caught off guard by Jinbe was a grave oversight, and now, Tenyasha, are you seeking to provoke a clash with the Blackbeard pirates? Doflamingo adjusted his glasses, a smile creeping across his face, the corners of his mouth curving dangerously as he chuckled. To invade the Navy headquarters alone and nominate yourself as the successor to the warlords of the sea. What an amusing feat you have accomplished. It makes me curious to test the waters. If you can evade this strike, I can only imagine that the man you revere as captain must be even more intriguing. Chapter 54. This matter is not over. A tentative probe and a few exchanged words led to Doflamingo refraining from further intensifying the conflict with Lafitte. Before discerning the overall strength of the opponent, it is unwise to recklessly cultivate enmity. Doflamingo, with his vast enterprises and stronghold, harbors no desire to antagonize unfamiliar forces unnecessarily. His primary concern presently lies with the battle unfolding below. A thunderous clash reverberated through the air, and through his observation haki, he perceived that Jinbe's voice had significantly weakened, while Sengoku remained largely unperturbed, suggesting that a resolution to the conflict would not be long in coming. At that moment, The composed Vice Admiral Tsuru unexpectedly spoke. She was well aware of her old friend S. prowess. Facing Jinbei alone would allow her to secure an effortless victory, especially with the considerable number of Marine soldiers at their disposal below, rendering her attention on that battle unnecessary. Her astute gaze fixed upon Lafitte. Using Fire Fist Ace as a token of allegiance indeed attests to teach smite, yet he must also grasp the consequences of striking against the family of Whitebeard. Is it truly worth taking such considerable risks for the title of warlord? With a cautious glance at Doflamingo, who appeared disinclined to act further, Lafitte drew closer and courteously inclined his head. Vice Admiral Tsuru, there exists a disparity in our intelligence, and it would be of no harm to inform you that the assertion "is it worth taking such risks?" is unfounded. In truth, our captain was originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not long ago, due to a certain incident, he struck down the 4th Division commander, Sachi. A deep-seated enmity has already been forged between us. Thus, why not pursue a singular course and capture the 2nd Division commander, Ace, as a stepping stone? One life is a burden, and 2 lives are also a burden. Even after departing from the Whitebeard Pirates, our bonds have not diminished. Rather, due to their sacrifices, they have become even more solidified, would they not? With a calm and collected demeanor, Lafitte divulged more insider information, and his words fell upon the ears of those present, prompting Mihawk to turn and regard him. This bond, steeped in blood, indeed appeared unbreakable. Lafitte, is your captain, Teach, a swordsman? Hearing his earlier remarks draw the attention of the world's greatest swordsman, Lafitte grinned, believing himself to be a swordsman as well. He respectfully inclined his body and replied, "It is an honor to receive your attention, but I regret to inform you that our captain does not wield a sword." Upon receiving this negative response, Mihawk's eagle-like eyes remained calm and unperturbed, merely uttering a soft acknowledgement before diverting his focus. Is he the traitor from the Whitebeard Pirates? Strange. A traitor who has killed Commander Sachi. Such a heinous act should be utterly intolerable. Wouldn't you agree, Newgate? The ramifications are severe, even if you were to mobilize personally. The Navy would not be surprised. Yet, why then, did you merely send one individual to pursue him? Do you believe Ace possesses the strength to handle this alone? The outcome is evident. He was defeated and captured. Or perhaps the more fundamental reason for not acting personally is that you truly are growing old. Thoughts whirled through Vice Admiral Tsuru's mind, and her eyes, weathered by the passage of time, reflected a somber hue. Even someone as formidable as Whitebeard must succumb to the ravages of time, mustn't he? If this conjecture holds true, then Ace, used as a token of allegiance, will indeed have considerable maneuvering room. One day later, Captain Dial Snake of the Dial Snake pirate crew, hailing from the North Sea with a bounty of 72 million, after enduring numerous trials, successfully entered the Grand Line. According to their original plan, they would head straight for the Sabaody archipelago to replenish supplies, coat their ship, and then dive into Fishman Island, subsequently making their way into the New World. However, just a few days prior, the Sky King, Shiki, re-emerged, bringing with him a shocking power and the contract of the spirits. In pursuit of even greater strength, they resolved to postpone their entry into the New World, prioritizing the quest for the 100 scattered log poses that pointed towards the permanent pointer of the island of Banquet. Listen, my comrades. Once we secure the pointers and forge a contract with the spirits, despite the perils of the New World, we shall carve our names into the annals of the sea, making our homeland proud. With a roar, they proclaimed their ambition to become renowned pirates across the oceans. Suddenly, a light sound interrupted their fervor. The captain felt a firm pat on his shoulder, jolting him from his reverie and confronting the stark reality before him. "Captain, please do not drift off. If we fail to properly serve that esteemed individual, we may all end up as dried corpses. I refuse to accept such a fate." Captain S., awakened by his crew member, recalled the recent events with a shudder, his head drooping in despair as he began to meticulously prepare the ingredients at hand. Why is this happening? Just moments ago, I was enjoying my drink and singing joyously when that formidable figure abducted me. Me, a dignified captain with a bounty of 72 million, reduced to the role of a mere cook? No. Crocodile. A quarter of an hour ago, the famished crocodile stumbled upon a pirate ship. The glint in his eyes radiated a menacing green light as he forcefully boarded the vessel. With a singular move, he drained the life of an unfortunate soul who had been acting as a showpiece, snatching the drink from his hands and pouring it down his throat. After quenching his thirst, he unleashed a formidable aura that terrified the crew, declaring, "You are surrounded by me. If you do not wish to become desiccated husks, provide me with more water and food to sate my hunger." Weak and helpless, The captain recognized Crocodile's identity and, aware that resistance would yield no chance of survival, complied with his demands. He ordered the crew to bring bucket after bucket of fresh water and instructed the cook to hasten the preparation of meals. Under the pressure of the cook's busyness, the captain was compelled to assist in the kitchen. Such is fate, he thought, his eyes brimming with tears. He tilted his head back, suppressing his sorrow, reminding himself that as a man of the sea, this pain was trifling. The sun shines after the storm. Hold on. You can endure this. Chef, I have prepared the ingredients. The captain urged. Quickly, quickly. Lord Crocodile is enduring the torment of hunger. How can we be slow when a person of such stature is aboard? The dining area of the ship was filled with the tantalizing aroma of the kitchen, stimulating Crocodile's empty stomach, which had protested many times already. Fortunately, food was on the way, and he could still hold out, but a low, chilling laugh escaped him, sending icy dread through the crew. Their faces paled, overwhelmed by an imminent sense of suffocation. Captain, help. I can hardly withstand this. This esteemed guest is too demanding. They trembled, fearing the furious tempest that seemed ready to erupt from him at any moment. More changes abound. That laxus. Running amok as if I were a mere dog to be led about at will? This matter is far from over. He bellowed. Where's the food? Bring it to me at once. Do you believe me to be easy prey? Chapter 55. The Straw Hat Crew. Has Fire Fist Ace been handed over to the Navy? The instigator of Crocodile's predicament, Bartolomeo, was leisurely floating in the air, holding a newspaper he had discreetly acquired from a newsboy. Navy Headquarters, the new warlord of the sea. Captain Blackbird Marshal D. Teach. Rapidly scanning the headlines, Bartolomeo found confirmation of what he had been told. The article prominently featured Port D. Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. With a bounty of 550 million berries, now imprisoned by the Navy. Ace was in place, and the anticipated grand event was surely not far off. Softly murmuring, he perused the rest of the content, finding it largely consistent with previous reports. He casually discarded the newspaper into the sky, stretching luxuriously as he savored his day of leisure. Suddenly, a profound and resonant chime echoed from the distant horizon, filling Bartolomeo's ears with an intoxicating melody that seemed to cleanse his very soul, a uniquely extraordinary experience. The tolling faded gradually into the ether. What an enchanting sound. Is that a bell? Wait, how can there be a bell at such heights? Intrigued, Bartolomeo recalled the direction from which the sound originated and swiftly took flight, determined to capture this beautiful phenomenon to share with his master. Sky Island, Angel Island. As the long bell tolls descended, the Shandians were moved to tears. Having rekindled the flame of the Chandora lamp after 400 years, the residents of Angel Island were similarly stirred, but unlike the Shandians, they wore smiles of enjoyment. Healed by the chime, the great serpent of Sky Island also listened, its massive form rising, tears glistening in its eyes as it once again heard the enchanting melody from its memories. Underneath the grand golden bell, Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Crew erupted in laughter, his joy infectious. What a beautiful sound. Do it again. Without hesitation, Luffy set off in search of the golden pillar he had recently used, which had been flung 30 meters away upon impact. Found it, he exclaimed, sprinting towards it and wrapping his elongated arm around the pillar before racing off again. Rubber, rubber, he shouted, accelerating as he lifted the pillar and hurled it towards the golden bell. Bong! The Chandora lamp shone anew, its resounding chime echoing across the sky, reaching the ears of all and lighting the coordinates for someone approaching. Beneath the towering vines, the Straw Hat Crew reveled in the melody, their smiles relaxed. Their energy, depleted from aiding their allies and defeating the four gods, seemed to rejuvenate. Clink. Sanji, clad in a sharp suit, lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke with a warm smile despite his slightly disheveled appearance, guarding the historical treasure. How could you have never attempted to let it emit such romantic light? Truly, a grave oversight. As he walked toward his companions, he passed by a spherical figure sprawled on the ground, unconscious, one of the four gods, the guardian of the forest. Minutes later, Sanji reunited with Zoro, Nami, and the others, gathering beneath the immense vine, awaiting their captain's descent. Ha ha ha, Nami. Luffy's joyous laughter echoed from above as he descended rapidly, his face lit with excitement, arms stretched to their limits, his body the only visible part to his crew. Look what I found, he shouted, while retracting his arms. A glint of gold flashed through the clouds, and Nami, keenly attuned to the scent of wealth, immediately recognized the golden treasure. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, gold. It's gold. However, Her excitement quickly turned to panic as she realized the sheer weight of the gold Luffy had gathered would plummet from such heights. Get out of the way. Luffy's trying to kill us. Without needing her warning, Sanji and Zoro sprang into action, scattering in all directions. The next moment, a deafening crash resounded, leaving everyone stunned. While Nami dashed back to the scene of scattered gold, idiot captain, with an angry swing of his fist. A sizable bump instantly formed on the head of the rubber man, Monkey D. Luffy, emanating wisps of steam, unaware of the perilous nature of his recent antics. Luffy threw his head back in boisterous laughter, saying, Nami, let us quickly sneak away with the gold. With this fortune, we can exchange for a larger, faster, and more comfortable ship. After a brief silence, Nami sighed in exasperation, contemplating her foolish captain, who was simultaneously infuriating and endearing. However, upon the mention of gold, her demeanor shifted back to her previously greedy self, as she swiftly gathered the scattered gold into a pile, cradling it in her arms, lost in a trance of obsession. Zoro stepped forward with a demonic growl. Are you out of your mind? If you ever act recklessly again, I will not show you mercy. Luffy, however, brushed off Zoro's warning with a carefree grin, replying, everyone is safe, that's wonderful. The anger that had initially simmered in the others dissipated in the face of Luffy's infectious smile, prompting faint smiles in return. Suddenly, a foreign male voice echoed through the air, causing the Straw Hat crew to stiffen. Only Luffy, with his usual obliviousness, replied, it's me. Who are you? A ghost? A ghost is speaking. Chapter 56. So tired beneath the massive vines, Zoro, startled by the sudden voice, assumed a defensive stance, his hands gripping the hilts of his swords. Sanji, exhaling a puff of smoke, cautiously stepped forward, shielding Chopper, who had used forbidden drugs, while observing the surroundings with heightened alertness. Such peculiar eyebrows, a voice murmured, as Bartolomeo, hidden from view, slowly materialized, floating several meters above, contemplating Sanji's circular eyebrows. Huh? So you're not a ghost? You scared me. I thought a vengeful spirit was after me for the treasure I secretly took. Luffy, still confused about the situation, let out a relieved laugh, continuing to speak nonsensically. Bartolomeo, amused by Luffy's antics, shifted his gaze from Sanji's eyebrows to Nami, who was fiercely guarding the gold. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, you seem to be in need of money, although I'm not entirely sure of your connection to Reiju. I wouldn't mind offering a helping hand. Reiju? Sanji's calm demeanor abruptly shifted, his eyes narrowing at the sound of that name. Years had passed since he last heard it, and memories long buried began to resurface. With a burst of telekinetic energy, Bartolomeo summoned a dazzling light that enveloped the Sky Island, causing golden artifacts from above and below to levitate. In an instant, under Nami's ecstatic gaze, the sky transformed into a sea of gold. Wow, that is amazing, Luffy exclaimed, starry-eyed in admiration, while Chopper, peeking from behind Sanji, expressed similar awe. Since you have so much gold, moving it must be a hassle. That ship docked at the harbor, is it yours? Huh? Mary, the sheepish head? That must be the Going Merry. Usopp exclaimed in surprise, puzzled by the conversation. Oh, I see. Bartolomeo gestured towards the harbor, and soon, the Going Merry, adorned with the Straw Hat Pirate's flag, soared into view, eliciting gasps of admiration from Luffy and Chopper. With telekinetic control, the floating gold moved in an orderly fashion, flying into the ship's hold, transforming the Merry into a vessel radiating golden splendor. Nami gazed up in adoration at Bartolomeo, but as she noticed the vast amounts of gold still floating, which the Merry could not contain, her expression shifted to one of despair. No, she thought, feeling a wave of hopelessness as she watched Bartolomeo gather the remaining gold into a glass jar, creating his own treasure trove. Hey, Sanji, now visibly agitated, urgently inquired. Where did you see Reiju? Is she well? What is your connection to her? Tell me, stupid cook? Zoro shot a wary glance at Sanji, realizing that despite their frequent conflicts, the intensity of Sanji's concern was genuine. Indeed, there is a connection, Bartolomeo confirmed, landing gracefully and placing the wealthy Mary on the ground. He observed Sanji closely, smiling. You must be Reiju's younger brother. How intriguing. I never expected to encounter the future brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Sanji echoed, bewildered, while Bartolomeo continued. Reiju is doing splendidly. She has escaped the life she once loathed, free from the horrors of violence. Now, she spends her days enjoying tea, reading, and nurturing her peaceful hobbies. Her life is even more serene than mine. Escape the life of violence? Sanji murmured, struggling to believe it. How could that man allow his tools to slip from his grasp? Bartolomeo, sensing Sanji's unspoken thoughts, shook his head. There is no need for doubt. Judge is doing just fine. He is quite the benevolent man, despite his indifference towards his sons. He granted Reiju the chance to start anew once he realized Judge had no further use for her, allowing her to live in peace. After listening to Bartolomeo's tale, Sanji inhaled deeply, allowing his excitement to settle into calmness. He gazed into the sky, warmth filling his eyes. It seemed Reiju had found her happiness. A life filled with tea and tranquility. Wait, Bartolomeo, you can call me Bartolomeo. As Sanji attempted to speak further, Bartolomeo interrupted, introducing himself. Yes, Bartolomeo. Who is this young master you mentioned? Did he save Reiju? And what do you mean by brother-in-law? Explain this to me. As he spoke, Sanji's voice rose again, this time filled with confusion rather than anxiety. After years of silence, someone had finally mentioned his long-lost sister, only to imply that she was possibly getting married? What is happening here? After venting his emotions, Sanji seemed disinterested in receiving a reply from Buttra. With a soft huff, he languidly remarked, "Convey to that fellow, whoever he may be, to treat Reiju with more kindness in the future, or I shall imprint the sole of my shoe firmly upon his face. Make sure he understands." Ha. Buttra inexplicably chuckled, gesturing towards the dazed Luffy beside him. What a grandiose declaration. However, the challenge is infinitely more daunting than this lad becoming the Pirate King. I am destined to be the Pirate King. Suddenly called out, Luffy instinctively proclaimed his dream. Bang! Sanji erupted in anger, kicking Luffy on the head. Due to his rubbery physique, Luffy's head elongated and flew away, only to retract and return to normal after a certain distance. Staring in bewilderment at the chef, who was retracting his foot. Hey, Sanji, I will definitely become the conqueror of the seas, the Pirate King. Idiot Captain. Can't you comprehend what the other party means? Sanji roared in frustration, exasperated by such a captain. Chapter 57, Pure of Heart. Idiot Captain. Can't you comprehend what the other party means? Sanji sighed, weary of this captain. It was pointless to be hard on himself. If Luffy had that kind of intellect, he wouldn't be the same Luffy. Buttra gazed at Luffy with penetrating eyes, admiring his resolute spirit and unwavering determination. Perhaps he truly had a chance at success. He's not an enemy, Zoro mused, gradually relaxing his grip on his sword, no longer as vigilant as before. Having recognized their kinship, a confrontation seemed unlikely. Suddenly, Luffy's voice rang out, filled with rage as he glared at Buttra. What do you mean, more difficult than becoming the Pirate King? The Pirate King is the strongest and freest person in the world. You must never belittle the honor of the Pirate King again, or I will surely send you flying. Old man? Old man? Nami was taken aback, quickly glancing at Buttra's astonished expression, and instantly grew furious. She rushed to Luffy's side. Idiot Captain, be more mindful. If you offend my benefactor, you will never see a single penny from me again. Bang! A bump reappeared on Luffy's head as he pitifully protested. I didn't say anything wrong. The Pirate King is the highest honor in the world. Why are you hitting me? You're missing the point. Nami seethed, shooting an angry glare at Luffy before turning to Buttra with a beaming smile. I apologize, big brother. Our captain is just a fool. Please do not hold it against him. You are magnanimous, after all. Buttra, regaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively towards Nami, intrigued by the stubborn Luffy. I should be in my prime years, shouldn't I? Unlike this young lady calling me brother, uncle is acceptable too. Why am I old man? Huh? I didn't misspeak. Luffy tilted his head. You look young, and your aura is powerful, but you give me the impression of an old man. The appearance may change, but the true age does not. Impression? Just an impression? Buttra scrutinized the naive Luffy once more, perceiving the essence beneath the surface. Is this terrifying intuition related to his dream of becoming the Pirate King? I find myself rooting for you even more. Haha. Impressive. Buttra chuckled, silently praising him. He chose not to disclose his actual age and, after sidestepping the matter, asked, May I inquire about the source of those majestic voices earlier? Big brother, do you also enjoy the sound of the golden bell? Its location is, Nami began to respond enthusiastically, preparing to point towards the top of the vine, but was abruptly silenced by Luffy's stern command. Nami? Huh? Nami was bewildered, not understanding why her captain halted her speech. However, upon seeing the serious expression on Luffy's face, she immediately quieted down, adhering to his command. Oh, Buttra drew out the sound, inquiring with keen interest. Have you sensed something again? Can you share it with me? Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy proclaimed with gravitas, it is peculiar, although this is our first meeting. I feel as though I can always hear strange murmurs emanating from you. The golden bell of Dorado, I shall not allow you to take it away. Should you wish to challenge me? Try it. I will send you flying. Whoosh. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, a dreamlike pattern illuminated, and a small sprite appeared. As the dream's contractor, Buttra was taken aback. Had it truly manifested on its own? Dreams appear only before those pure of heart. In that moment, Buttra recalled the information imparted to him by Li Shu. No wonder. In an instant, Bartolomeo comprehended the sequence of events. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Luffy, who was expressing affection with his dreamlike visage. Was he truly a pure-hearted individual? After all, he was a pirate. The Sanjians had fought for 4 centuries, ultimately reclaiming their dreams. This time, I must safeguard the lamp of Sandora that resides within their hearts. With unwavering resolve, Luffy assumed a battle stance, prepared for a decisive confrontation. Why is this happening? Nami, unable to accept the harsh reality, retreated towards the extravagant Mary, furtively concealing a portion of golden artifacts to mitigate her losses. Are we really going to fight? Just as he had lowered his guard, Zoro swiftly reacted, biting down on a sword and entering a combative state, awaiting his captain's command. Unexpected developments ensued. Sanji stepped aside, and alongside Luffy and Zoro, they formed a triangular encirclement around Bartolomeo. He extinguished a cigarette with his foot, silently affirming his captain's decision, despite Bartolomeo's acquaintance with Reiju. Being surrounded is quite vexing, Bartolomeo lamented, rubbing his head. The notion of a pure-hearted individual was undoubtedly a pejorative term. It was more fitting to describe him as a stubborn simpleton. Fine, I concede. He declared, the dream has betrayed us. What further conflict is there? Besides, when Laxus eliminated that Thunderfruit user, she was merely an onlooker. Since she showed no interest in the lamp of Sandora, the young master naturally shares that disinterest. Well, that makes sense, he mused. The sound was so loud when it rang, it's not suited for hanging in the courtyard to be frequently struck. Come back, dream. The pink sprite, hearing its name called, brushed its slender tail against Luffy's cheek before transforming into a red light and entering Bartolomeo's forehead, coalescing into a dreamlike pattern. As tensions eased, Luffy's innocent smile dissipated the atmosphere of hostility. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, each detecting a sense of relief in the other's eyes. For Bartolomeo's pressure had been overwhelmingly intense. What are you staring at, Algae Head? What are you looking at, you stinky chef? The two, caught in a cycle of love and rivalry, suddenly called out each other's nicknames, and then their weapons clashed in a fierce duel, as if they were mortal enemies. Such camaraderie. Bartolomeo chuckled, yet his heart felt a pang. Rubber, tightly bound. 2 rubbery arms reached out, grasping the back of his neck. Luffy launched himself into Bartolomeo's embrace, his limbs extending to bind Bartolomeo, his neck arching like a serpent. Hey, where's that little kitten? Let it out to play with us. Old man. Bartolomeo was exasperated. This relentless, stubborn demeanor was a far cry from their earlier standoff. Truly a sprite. Huh? Sprite? Luffy turned to see his new crewmate speaking. Robin. What is that? We should get one as a mascot for our ship. Chapter 58, Under the Shadow. Should we get one as a mascot? Although she had just boarded, Robin had already deciphered Luffy's temperament. This time, she chose to ignore him, her expression serious as she addressed Bartolomeo. Recently, the 4th series contract spirits have been stirring the seas. If the information is accurate, they should not yet have truly appeared before the world. Yet you have already contracted one. Sir, who exactly are you, or rather, who is the young master you speak of? Little girl. You should take a lesson from that gentleman with the curled brow. Asking too many questions is not wise. Bartolomeo was not one to divulge information lightly. As he jested, Luffy's bound form suddenly vanished, reappearing in midair. Teleportation. I come bearing tidings. Since you refuse to let me take my leave, well then, I shall emulate the young master's character, respecting your wishes, and bid you farewell. With a flash of mental energy, Luffy, Robin, Zoro, Sanji, and the Mary were enveloped and gently ascended towards the boundary of the Sky Island. Old lady. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he reveled in the unique experience. Soon after, Bartolomeo descended from the heights of the Sky Island, placing everyone aboard the Mary, and he dissipated the mental energy, saying, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not rush into danger. Seek the Banquet Island eternal pointers scattered across the sea. In this new era of the ocean, pirates devoid of the spirit's power have no future. With that, he departed, leaving the Mary dangerously close to sinking, its waterline threatening to breach the hull. Wow, Nami. The ship is sinking. Let's throw away some treasure. With predictable fervor, Nami's iron fist struck Luffy's head once more. Don't even think about it. Even if the ship sinks, we must protect our treasures. But I can't swim. Luffy weakly protested, clinging to his last shred of stubbornness. Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, you are the only non-devil fruit users here. Secure the ropes and swim to the sea. If we safely reach the next island, everyone will receive a reward of 10 million berries. Oh, 10 million. That's enough for me to get a better weapon. Zoro, blinded by greed, questioned the need for ropes and nimbly jumped into the sea, swimming to catch up with the slowly drifting Mary. Hey, Nami. The lovesick chef followed suit, diving into the water and beginning a rivalry with the algae head, each trying to outswim the other. Nami, I'm so light. I won't affect the Mary's weight at all. Usopp, terrified, stumbled back as gold blocked his path, crying out in desperation. Usopp, as a future Pirate King's crewmate, how can you fear the sea? You can do it. Hiki, Nami is right. As a Pirate King's crewmate, fear of the sea is unwarranted. Nami easily manipulated Luffy, successfully recruiting him as an accomplice. Under Luffy's persuasion to retrieve the ropes from the cabin, Usopp, who offered futile resistance, was tossed into the sea by his captain. How terrifying. Thankfully, I am a devil fruit user. The ship's doctor, Chopper, trembled in fear, hiding behind Robin. Hee. Robin's dark chuckle echoed as she activated her flower fruit powers, extending an arm from behind Chopper, gently stroking his fur. You shouldn't feel fortunate if a wave crashes down. We would have no means of resistance. With a heavy splash, Usopp plummeted into the water. Panic-stricken, he flailed to reach the surface. Suddenly, amidst his chaotic movements, his hand grasped something. In his frantic glance, he discovered it was an eternal pointer inscribed with the words Banquet Island. Whoa! Glug, glug! Shocked beyond measure, Usopp choked on seawater but managed to rise to the surface before losing breath. Luffy, look what I found. I, the captain, shall never yield. The Delay Snake pirate crew stood quietly on the deck, led by Captain Delay Snake S, silently gazing at the imposing figure before them, Crocodile, one of the former warlords of the sea, now a formidable pirate with a staggering bounty of 275 billion berries listed in the latest wanted notice. Indeed, the Navy had clearly documented this figure, and after careful consideration, it was entirely reasonable for Crocodile's bounty to soar to such an astronomical amount. With a commanding shout, Captain S led over 20 crew members to kneel in unison, a solemn atmosphere enveloping them as he lowered his head in defiance. Lord Crocodile, I am Delay Snake S, leading my 26 subordinates, humbly requesting to serve under your command. We are prepared to embrace death in full, willing to give our lives. As the sea breeze wafted through, Crocodile heard the vow behind him. He remained silent, neither accepting nor rejecting their plea. For many years, he had never opened his heart to others, trusting only in his own cunning and strength. Subordinates? Were they not merely expendable tools to achieve certain ends? In the past, he might have feigned kindness and accepted their loyalty, but now, with a deep, ambiguous laugh, Crocodile mused, embrace death in full, willing to give your lives? What a ridiculous declaration. Without personal dreams, one possesses nothing. Submitting to another's ambitions, risking your lives for someone else's dream, what a hollow existence. Even if you achieve success, you shall forever dwell in the shadow of another's greatness, and above that shadow, there looms an even more daunting peak. Is such a destination truly worthy? Ask your hearts. Is this genuinely the dream you seek? Rise, join my ranks, for with your capabilities, you shall only serve as cannon fodder. Instead of meeting a futile end in my ambitions, pursue your own adventures. The sea brims with infinite possibilities. One day, you shall achieve your goals through your own strength. I am not a worthy refuge for your lives. Upon reaching the next island, I shall disembark. Your journey marks the dawn of a new era. Finally, I thank you for your hospitality, leaving me with a memory worth cherishing. With laughter echoing, Crocodile began and concluded with mirth. He held a grudge against Bartolomeo for his carelessness, yet he found joy in their presence. Was their submission merely a fleeting lapse of judgment? He, a brutal and ruthless pirate, believed that solitude was his best ally. Formerly gathered subordinates faded into obscurity. The past was irretrievable. Resurrected in the waves of a new era, he preferred to ascend alone. For the heights were cold and desolate, rather than entangle himself with others. No, Lord Crocodile, Captain S passionately refuted. It is you who truly deserves our unwavering loyalty. Success beneath shadows? The captain welcomed it. Chapter 59. All down in the windless zone between the Grand Line and the East Blue. A medium-sized sky island swiftly traversed the sky, trailed by a multitude of red boulders of varying sizes. Ha 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 ha. Shiki's boisterous laughter resonated through the heavens as he maneuvered the island cluster to a halt approximately 1,000 nautical miles from the Navy headquarters. This shall do. With a wave of his hand, the power of the float fruit allowed the moving islands to hover in midair. Ah-hee-hee-hee. Ye laughed melodiously as she twirled in the air, her gaze sweeping over the medium-sized island seized by Shiki years ago. Now repurposed as the epicenter for a grand event, Feast Island. Let us begin the arrangements for the latter. Understood. After 2 episodes of shattered confidence, Shiki had regained his former vigor. He realized the immense power of that individual exceeded his previous understanding. Now allied with such a towering figure, the benefits were undeniable. There was no need to dwell on past grievances. As for Laxus, he possessed a distinct power system, especially with the lightning fruit, renowned for its destructive potential. Upon fully integrating with Dragon Crystal, it underwent a transformative evolution, making it inevitable for Shiki to be overshadowed. There was no need to fret over transient victories or defeats, future prospects awaited. Ha 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 ha. With a proud laugh, Shiki animatedly gestured, using his fruit ability to transport countless red stones down to the sea below. Ranging from mere meters to over 1,000, they scattered like meteorites, creating a staircase for the approaching feast. Soaring through the air was not a capacity possessed by all. It was essential to establish this ladder to the heavens to assist countless invited pirates in ascending to the Sky Island and sharing in the festivities. Given the limited number of sprites, the difficulty of ascending needed to be significantly heightened to better filter capable contractees. Let the games begin. It will be entertaining. After setting up the staircase, Shiki activated his observation hockey, adjusting the positioning of nearby stones, ensuring the distance between each was no less than 100 meters, with a height variation exceeding 20 meters. To heighten the challenge, he also established several dead ends where climbers would find themselves unable to proceed any further. Luck is also a part of strength. I eagerly anticipate the expressions of those unfortunate souls who find themselves at an impasse, he chuckled, reveling in the prospects. Bravo. Ye gave Shiki a thumbs up for his strategy, adding her own suggestion. But why stop there? We could make certain smaller stones one person only. After being leaped upon, they would be propelled into the sea by the reaction force, creating a more intense competitive scene. Your wicked mind is commendable. Shiki accepted her proposal, adding, to further ignite their competitive spirit and create tension. We must clearly mark these stones. Otherwise, no one would know which ones are designated, failing to stir their instincts for advantage. With a snap of his fingers, Shiki activated his fruit ability, causing hundreds of stones to tremble as their bases began to disintegrate into fine dust, standing out amid the vast sea of stones. All is ready. We await the day of the feast. Having completed the preparations, Ye and her companions soared towards the Sky Island, hovering above, surveying the ocean, valleys, lakes, forests, deserts, and volcanoes. Feast Island, transformed by Shiki, possessed a diversity of environments to accommodate the sprites relocating from Sky Island. As time passed, the tension in the air grew thicker with the approach of the final day. Any stirring from either side would attract the keen attention of many. 2 weeks later, in a certain area of the windless zone, a shadow darted through the sky, a brief glimpse revealing the figure's attire and appearance, tall and well-proportioned, clad entirely in black. With a long sword hanging at his waist and a pair of enormous wings on his back, he sped rapidly through the air. It was Jean. The formidable beast pirate's first calamity, known as the Flame Calamity, is Kaido's right hand, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 139 billion berries. He is the wielder of the dragon fruit, ancient type, in the form of a pterosaur. In his grasp, he holds the eternal pointer to Island of Banquets. Jean, with an innate desire to investigate the situation ahead, aims to gather more intelligence for his esteemed captain, striving to gain an advantage on the day of the opening in 10 days. This would allow him to form contracts with more spirits to enhance the overall strength of the pirate crew, thus fortifying their capability to alter the world. After an indeterminate duration of flight, Jean, with a focused expression, finally glimpses his destination. 10 miles ahead, amidst clouds soaring 4,000 to 5,000 meters above him, a colossal Sky Island drifts serenely, surrounded by countless fragments of land below. No, that familiar hue of red, it is a grand spectacle indeed. Cunning and brave, Jean, who dares to stand alone against Big Mom's pirate crew, is momentarily astonished. The cluster of stones must be fragments cleaved from the red land. His Majesty, the King of the Sky, chuckled Shiki, his laughter echoing into the distant heavens. Just as Jin's words fade, a figure he had sensed with his observation hockey descends from the Sky Island, a unique laughter resonating in the air. The day of the opening has not yet arrived. Yet you all arrive prematurely. Are you here to cause trouble? He mused, addressing Jean, the flame calamity, and the Marine Admiral Kizaru. Eh? Kizaru? Jin's heart quaked. Had he been tracked? He remained oblivious. Under his somber gaze, a golden beam shot forth from afar, coalescing into the figure of Borsellino. Adorned with tinted sunglasses and clad in a justice coat, Kizaru, with a languid tone, remarked, "What a bother. I merely wish to follow Jean to see what he intends to do during this sensitive time." Unexpectedly, I discovered the banquet location prepared by His Majesty, the King of the Sky. My luck is truly dreadful. A simple tracking mission should not devolve into a troublesome encounter. Watch it, Kizaru. Jean glared at Borsellino, feeling the weight of humiliation. It seemed that he had been followed since passing the Red Land, and despite flying here, he had failed to detect the other's presence, an unforgivable lapse on his part. Hey. Jean waved dismissively at the seemingly lethargic Kizaru, who gazed past Shiki towards the cluster of stones. What a considerate arrangement. The stone steps are quite convenient for the various guests who have been invited, albeit a bit abrupt. Might I be permitted to bring them all down, Your Majesty, the King of the Sky? Chapter 60, The Jewel Ice Mountain Raising a Finger. A blinding laser of light gathered at its tip. Kizaru regarded the floating stone steps, saying, "This convenience is too perilous. The Marines can only accept a limited number of pirate contracts with spirits. Too many would impose great pressure on us. As is my duty, let me ease the situation." With unparalleled speed, a powerful laser shot through the air, heading towards a massive redstone. Shiki did not even glance at it, intent on preserving their meticulously prepared arrangement. He had consented, yet that did not mean they would acquiesce. Just as the laser was about to strike the enormous redstone, a bolt of blue-gold lightning descended from above, intercepting Kizaru's attack with impeccable precision. A violent explosion ensued from their clash. "Oh, lightning!" Borsellino exclaimed in surprise. A probing strike had yielded an unexpected result. To acquire further intelligence, he crossed his arms, and in a flash, countless dazzling light bullets erupted forth, covering a vast area. 8 Shaka kg. A cold snort emanated from the Sky Island, and the next moment, a colossal and resplendent magical array unfolded against the cerulean sky. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. The resounding roar erupted from the magical array, diving down to intercept Kizaru's barrage of light attacks. One can succeed, two can succeed, but not three. After 2 failed attempts, Kizaru, sensing the situation, chose to withdraw, his eyes revealing a grave expression beneath his sunglasses. How terrifying, lightning. Is it the long-lost natural-type devil fruit? And that intricate pattern in the sky, it should not be the power of a devil fruit or a contracted spirit. Right. Distinguished from contracted spirits, perhaps a power system from a certain iteration. A fleeting thought crossed Kizaru's mind as he cast a glance at Jean, who appeared contemplative. After weighing the intelligence he had gathered, it seemed sufficient for him to report back. With that, he declared, "Unwelcome guests are not appreciated. Until we meet again in 10 days, farewell." Gradually becoming elemental, Kizaru waved his hand in farewell and transformed into golden light, gliding away into the distance. Haha, completely ignored. That yellow monkey. Think you can leave? I shall see you off. Shiki sneered, as his feet, adorned with the cherry blossoms, absorbed sunlight, unleashing a wave composed of countless light particles that instantly chased after the elemental Kizaru. The elemental state, which typically disregarded physical attacks, seemed ineffective this time. The wave struck, easily dislodging Kizaru from his form. How could this be? Blood trickled from Kizaru's lips as he turned in shock to gaze at Shiki's cherry blossom, which was now radiating sunlight particles before returning to its original state. So terrifying. Can the contracted spirits manipulate the power of sunlight? Such a troublesome ability. Kizaru departed, bearing the intelligence he had gleaned, coupled with an unexpected minor injury and a newfound caution towards Shiki. Solgaleo, capable of releasing stored sunlight into sunrise mode, had developed this ability to counter Kizaru after signing a contract with Shiki, achieving remarkable success in its initial application. As Jean watched Kizaru retreat, bloodstained and retreating, he suppressed his astonishment. Out of respect for the king, he lowered his proud head and said, "I apologize for this uninvited visit. The appointed day has yet to arrive. I shall take my leave." Haha. Shiki made no effort to impede him, laughing heartily as he watched Jean depart. 7 days later. Hee. On a pirate ship shaped like a flamingo, a pink-feathered coat fluttered in the sea breeze. Doflamingo, dressed in cropped pants and pointed shoes, stood with his hands in his pockets, raising his left leg atop the ship's railing, exuding an air of swagger as he let out a distinctive chuckle. The red sunglasses reflected the brilliant sunlight as he tilted his head slightly towards the figure on the deck, exclaiming in surprise. "I never expected a man like you to willingly board my ship." He, carrying the world's strongest black blade, Yoru, Myhawk sat calmly in a chair, swirling a glass of red wine. His composed demeanor, combined with his refined attire, exuded an air of nobility. With his right hand holding the glass and his left propping up his chin, his hawk-like eyes gazed out at the sea as he continued. "Our destination lies in the doldrums, where solitary navigation is slow. I do not wish to miss this grand banquet gathering various powerful figures. It should be quite interesting. I look forward to encountering a swordsman worthy of my skills to alleviate the monotony. Are you truly not considering it any further? United in our endeavor, we shall undoubtedly shine brilliantly amidst the grand banquet, boldly challenging formidable adversaries and reaping a myriad of spirits. The vast ocean of the future is already brewing with tumultuous waves, and the raging tides poised to engulf the world await their moment. To fight alone? The times have changed. Only through the coexistence of strength and influence can one possess the right to pursue the throne above the ocean and sky. Let us forge an alliance, Hawkeye. Boundless ambition swells within. Doflamingo sincerely invites Myhawk to join the alliance. As the world's foremost swordsman, rivaling the four emperors. Along with the power he has meticulously cultivated over the years, he fears no one. Regardless of how magnificent the ocean may be or how turbulent the winds, they shall surely carve out their place among the pinnacle of the world. I have no interest, Myhawk replied, taking a composed sip of red wine, his voice devoid of emotion. In this life, I seek nothing but the path of the sword. Fame? Power? Merely burdens that hinder my progress. You have mistaken your man. Doflamingo. Also, could you please quiet down? His sharp gaze swept over, and even without releasing a palpable aura, Doflamingo's robust figure tensed, sensing the pressure emanating from the strongest in the way of the sword. Ha ha ha. Though he chuckled, his tone dipped several degrees. I can grant you this allowance. In a certain windless zone, a booming aura of conqueror's haki radiated outward, causing dozens of colossal sea kings to be cowed by the majestic presence, retreating obediently beneath the surface of the sea and dispersing in all directions. Humph! Such mere sea kings dare to obstruct the journey of the 8 treasure navy? Presumptuous beasts. With a bounty of 542 million berries, the 12th generation pillar of the 8 treasure navy, a kindly elder with a concave skull, snorted disdainfully, retracting his conqueror's haki. His eyes, etched with the number 12 above his brows, gazed upon the calm sea, a deep anticipation flickering in his gaze. This time, we must secure the contract spirits, leveraging their power to shatter the Jade Ice Mountain and reclaim the treasures accumulated over generations. Chapter 61. 3 days the spear-shaped green pepper, named for its conical skull, once had the prowess to effortlessly shatter the ice layers of the ice continent, retrieving treasures hidden within. However, all of this changed 30 years ago. Carp. The green pepper had once engaged in a fierce battle with a youthful carp, and in the decisive clash, Carp's iron fist prevailed, flattening the proud conical head of the green pepper. Since then, no matter how hard he tried, his once mighty skull could no longer break the ice layer. The torment of countless treasures tantalizingly within reach but forever unattainable consumed him for 30 long years. 30 years, indeed. As he recalled the painful memories, tears streamed down the green pepper's face. Grandfather, please do not cry. We will fight with all our might for the treasures of the 8 treasure navy. Old Kayanabu, the new generation of the navy and grandsons of the green pepper, clumsily spoke to console him. Pillar, we will do our utmost to assist the 2 vice pillars. The treasures of the ice continent can surely be reclaimed. Please, do not be too sorrowful. A chorus of members from the 8 treasure water army voiced their consolation, their cries evoking tears from listeners and sorrow in the hearts of many. The 12th generation of pillars truly faced insurmountable challenges in this moment. Where was their earlier fierce defiance against the Sea Kings? In a certain windless area, a hearty laughter echoed, marking the source of someone's tears of despair. Standing triumphantly atop the corpse of a small Sea King, Carp shouted to a fleet of over a dozen warships in the distance. Come, a few capable hands. Assist this old man in preparing the Sea King. We shall feast on a grand fish banquet this noon. Amidst the chaos, Carp's jovial demeanor was met with an amused smile from Admiral Akiji, who casually instructed the admiring sailors behind him to lend a hand. He exhaled a breath of cold air, creating a path of ice for the sailors to traverse. In another maritime locale, 2 pirate crews unexpectedly clashed, exchanging cannon fire across the waves. The sound of cannonballs whistled through the air, detonating upon impact with the sea, sending tumultuous waves crashing against the pirate ships, violently rocking them. A thunderous explosion erupted as a pirate ship, flying the Jolly Roger, was struck, engulfed in searing flames. Return fire! Return fire! The captain of the beleaguered ship, while directing his crew to extinguish the flames, raised his sword high, shouting towards the opposing pirate crew, his voice tinged with tremor. Cursed fate! We set sail only to encounter this venomous serpent. Under the captain's command, several cannonballs were fired at the enemy. In this new era, there is no place for you weaklings. Meet your demise in the depths of the sea. From across the way, a robust man, approximately 4 meters tall, laughed boisterously. He sported curly white hair and traditional pirate garb, with yellow-brown eyes and a snake tattoo sprawling across half his face. Vasfer's Waite, captain of the White Phosphorus Pirates, known as the White Serpent, wielded the powers of the snake fruit, mythical Zoan, white phosphorus form. With a bounty of 966 million berries, he commanded a free pirate crew, unaffiliated with any faction. Suddenly, a flying slash emerged from behind him, intercepting all cannon fire midair, exploding into clouds of black smoke before continuing its trajectory toward the enemy vessel. The formidable strike of a Caslu, a master swordsman, was not to be underestimated. The captain, gripping his sword, infused it with haki, meeting the incoming slash. The collision unleashed a powerful gust, shattering the deck beneath him. For a brief moment, they were at an impasse. But alas, the captain could not withstand the onslaught of the slash. He was sent reeling backward, a grievous wound gaping in his chest. Blood sprang forth. Gasping, he fell, eyes rolling back as he plummeted to the deck. The captain of Caslu, with a bounty of 200 million, was outmatched by the local vice-captain's single strike. Wincy Camp, vice-captain of the White Phosphorus Pirates, known as the White Ghost, was a formidable swordsman with a bounty of 645 million. Pitiful weaklings. The tide of the new era is not a stage for you to meddle in. Camp sheathed his sword, his tall, athletic frame clad in white samurai attire, muscles rippling under the fabric as the sea breeze billowed around him. Waite laughed coldly. His ambition laid bare. Lads, let us bestow upon them a grand farewell ceremony. Sink them. A barrage of cannonballs erupted forth, shattering the enemy ship into fragments. Engulfed in flames as it sank beneath the waves, concluding this overwhelming naval battle. We set sail once more. Our era beckons. The sound of the telephone bug reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of all present, prompting a golden-haired youth to hasten his actions. Apologies. It seems I can no longer entertain you. Wearing a hat adorned with goggles, the youth skillfully evaded several pirate attacks, a confident smile gracing his scarred face. He formed a dragon claw gesture with his fingers. Dragon's claw. With haki enveloping him, his three-toed easily shattered their weapons before swiftly dispatching their throats, extinguishing the last vestiges of resistance aboard the pirate ship. This is Sabo. After neutralizing all foes, the golden-haired youth activated the telephone bug. Just as he uttered a few words, a furious voice erupted from the device, a girl's voice raging with indignation. Ah, Sabo, can you not adhere to the plan? Running off on your own is sheer chaos. The irate voice of Kral echoed, her frustration palpable as Sabo, ever the impulsive one, had veered off on an alternate route to Sky Island. Hello, this was not the plan. Ha ha ha, do not be upset. I fully grasp the essence of the plan. As for the method, I have a rather planned chaos. It's all the same, Kral. Sabo beamed, earnestly explaining that his actions were indeed well considered rather than reckless. Ah, Kral's voice became hysterical. Had she been before him, she would have undoubtedly shaken him by the collar, venting her frustration like a tempest. The storm of a significant event had already begun to brew, as countless ambitious forces plunged into the fray, guided by the eternal compass of Sky Island, heading towards the location of the banquet isle. 3 days remaining. Chapter 62. The heat of the feast island. A magnificent magical array unfolded in the void, crackling with electric blue and gold, unleashing a torrent of ferocious lightning that enveloped the feast island and the stone staircases below, sealing off any possibility of premature arrival, awaiting the moment the grand event would commence. As the curtain of thunder descended from the heights, interacting with the sea, it generated vast amounts of hydrogen and oxygen, ignited by the sparks of the crackling lightning, creating a blazing inferno at the edge of the electric curtain, radiating intense heat, compelling all forces that had arrived in the vicinity to retreat, patiently biding their time. Suddenly, a resounding roar pierced the eerie atmosphere of the sea, causing all factions from the New World to gaze skyward. They beheld a massive azure dragon, stretching several hundred meters, soaring through the heights. Its enormous body, glistening under the sun, reflected a blue radiance from its scales, showcasing the dragon's formidable physique and prowess. The 4 emperors, Kaido, The air was filled with exclamations of astonishment as the overwhelming aura of the dragon, akin to the conqueror's haki, descended upon the multitude of forces below, their expressions grave. The name of the world's strongest creature, upon its mere appearance, instilled a profound sense of pressure, causing some to feel a flicker of trepidation and hesitate to challenge it. In that moment of dragon might overshadowing the sea, a formidable presence, not unlike that of a lion king, surged forth. The sunlight itself seemed to intensify, bursting forth with a more radiant brilliance, accentuating the golden figure soaring from beyond the electric curtain, a distance of 10,000 meters. How long it has been, Kaido? The once young imp under Captain Rox has indeed ascended to the stature of an emperor, he cackled. Whitebeard, Kaido, Lin, none have brought shame upon our captain. Ahaha. After years of reunion with former comrades, Shiki laughed boisterously. With 2 of the 3 legendary pirates present and 3 of the 4 emperors accounted for, the era of Rox had faded, yet the epic of his crew continued unabated. The sea, after all, harbors infinite possibilities. King of the Sky Shiki. The fierce dragon had observed Kaido's current form as the latter confronted the Lion King's pressure with his own imposing aura, declaring with tremendous fervor, "After vanishing for so many years, your return truly brings me immense surprise. The throne above the skies is indeed fit for my dragon seat. Yield it, for no matter how the aging lion attempts to reclaim his youth, the dragon shall remain the true sovereign." Shiki laughed maniacally, his eyes narrowing with fierce intensity, a haughty smirk gracing his lips as the overwhelming conqueror's haki emanated from him, stirring the clouds into a frenzied tumult, pressing down upon the provocateur Kaido. Is the dragon truly the sovereign? Kaido, my boy, the title of emperor is merely a crumbling facade. Do not be blinded by the glories of the past. Listen to the tumultuous sea below. Those resounding voices that soar skyward, those blazing ambitions shall unite against you when the sprites scatter across the ocean, incinerating the name of the 4 emperors and ushering in a new era of fragmentation that will challenge your authority. Under the weight of Shiki's conqueror's haki, Kaido fearlessly responded with his own regal might, the clash of their auras unleashing a tempest of black lightning. Do not underestimate me, Shiki. To be challenged by the ambitious of the new generation? I have grown weary of such trivialities. The fates of the ignorant will not alter with the passage of time. I am the ruler capable of altering the world. This so-called new era is merely a fresh stage to facilitate my dominion. Thus, Shiki, relinquish the throne of the skies and disclose the location of Scar Island to me. Entrust me with the evolving power structure and retreat into the shadows with peace. For the rejuvenated lion belongs only in the annals of legend. With Kaido's grand declaration, Shiki erupted into a wild laughter, yet beneath the mirth lay a simmering ire. His indifferent eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Indeed, such arrogance deserved a dose of reality. Hey, Laxus, a foe of Emperor caliber. Would you be inclined to bestow upon him a baptism, to carve your name in the annals while also intimidating those restless individuals below? Having undergone an inner and outer purification twice, Shiki, as a former comrade, intended to honor the vow of solidarity, calling out Laxus with a sardonic smile. He believed that the latter's strength could indeed bring Kaido to a sobering realization. Emperors? Are they truly such formidable figures? Can they withstand several blows from the full might of the Thunder Dragon God? I am quite curious, he mused, intending to deliver a reality check to Kaido's confidence. However, Shiki's anticipation was met with disappointment. A sudden breach in the electric curtain revealed the enthusiastic voice of Yi. Stop fooling around, Shiki. It's rare to encounter such a congenial fruit form. Come back. And Emperor Kaido, you should join us too, but you must maintain this form, all right? The Azure Dragon, the dragon clan of my memories. Two surprised sounds echoed simultaneously. Shiki expressed disappointment, finding the treatment rather unequal. Yet memories of the dragon clan? Compared to the lion that had succumbed to his power, the Azure Dragon Kaido seemed more brash. With his observation haki expanding, he instantly sensed a uniquely vibrant life essence emanating from a tree spirit, demanding with an arrogant tone, a congenial fruit form? Memories of the dragon clan? Are you the so-called island spirit? Clarify to me what you mean by memories of the dragon clan. Were there traces of the dragon clan active during some buried historical iteration of this world? What is the truth? Answer me. With an ethereal, light-hearted laugh, he flew out from the breach, landing gracefully atop Kaido's head, curiously touching the dragon's horn and scales, her voice playful. I can tell you. But first, you must serve as my steed. Let me experience the sensation of being a dragon rider. What? Serve as a steed? In an instant, Kaido erupted in fury. Raising his dragon head and casting Yi aside, his oppressive aura bearing down on the insult from the island spirit. Do you take me for a fool? A sovereign cannot be disrespected. You shall pay for your flippant words. The dragon's mouth opened wide, a blazing orb of heat coalescing within as he poised himself for an assault, unleashing a powerful torrent of dragon fire. Deep breath. The searing dragon fire surged forth, illuminating Ye's face with a fiery glow, yet she remained unfazed, rolling her eyes in resignation. Well, that plan for the Dragon Rider experience has collapsed. As the scorching breath rushed toward her, a steady, charming voice resonated from the void. Butra. Unbeknownst to them, Butra had appeared before Yi. With a wave of his hand, his palm transformed into a jade bottle aimed directly at the dragon fire. The small bottle possessed an infinite absorption power, as Butra, now in the form of the jade bottle, withstood the impact of the dragon fire, effortlessly devouring it. Once the dazzling light faded, he activated his fruit's ability, returning the attack with double intensity. Supernova Rebound. The fierce dragon breath illuminated the sky once more, now enhanced with a layer of superpower, striking the astonished dragon creature with accelerated force, erupting in a thunderous roar. With a powerful blow, Kaido's massive dragon form was propelled over 100 meters before he regained control, the double force of the dragon breath leaving scars that quickly healed. His eyes clouded with shadows as he faced the unexpected arrival of Butra, fixating on the mystical pattern at the center of his forehead. Contractor? Is this the mysterious beast Contractor mentioned in the intercepted Navy intelligence who rescued Crocodile? With a playful tilt of her head, Yi observed the reliable figure with a teasing tone. Oh, Butra, such enthusiasm to showcase yourself. Are you hoping that when we meet Sussy Burita, I might assist in easing any potential conflicts? Clean up your own mess. Alas, Batla, perplexed, turned his head, bewildered by the incomprehensible situation. TSK, he remains unaware. Observing Batla's confused demeanor, Yi silently shook his head, perhaps forgetting the nonchalance with which he left Crocodile behind, devoid of sustenance. He nearly succumbed to starvation due to your negligence. This grudge has grown substantial. Huh? Batla's eyes widened in astonishment as memories resurfaced. Cold sweat beading on his forehead? Perhaps he had been too eager to embrace his holiday, genuinely forgetting to leave provisions for Crocodile. Remaining silent, Batla awkwardly scratched his head, unable to glance in the direction of the gap in the electric screen, where an intense chill descended. A sensation felt most acutely by the guilty. He feigned ignorance, whistling while averting his gaze. A dark cloud loomed. Above them, Kaido's colossal form soared, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, and then he surged towards the gap in the electric screen, smoothly penetrating it. Invite me in. Bring forth your finest beverages, for I yearn to indulge. In but a moment, Kaido, appearing reckless yet shrewd, had his own calculations in mind, undeterred by the potential dangers lurking within enemy territory. He set aside his earlier embarrassment, opting to accept the invitation in his dragon form. Dragon race? Divine beast harmonizer? I must clarify the matters that concern me. Countdown. 4 hours. On the morning of the impending feast, the sun's rays bathed the sky, island, and the earth below in warmth and brightness, heralding the dawn of a new era. Wayno, standing atop a swirling black thundercloud, wielding a serrated sword transformed from Napoleon, Big Mom's visage, no longer at its peak beauty, was marked by ferocity and wrath. With strength surpassing that of giants, she unleashed a colossal shockwave aimed at the electric screen enveloping the island. Boom. The powerful onslaught collided with the electric screen, creating a concave dent, as if it might be shattered by brute force. Just then, Laxus, in elemental form, calmly raised his hand, releasing a surge of thunderous power to nullify Big Mom's attack, dissipating it without a trace. Without permission, no one may enter the feast grounds prematurely. Not even the 4 emperors. Little brat, Laxus warned coldly, as Big Mom's anger deepened, her demeanor becoming more sinister. Do not challenge the dignity of an emperor. If Kaido may enter, so too can I. It would be prudent to open the gap, lest this troublesome barrier become unnecessary. With eyes marked by lightning, Laxus cast a scornful glance at Big Mom, a hint of a combative smile gracing his lips. If you refuse to heed my warning, splendid. It seems someone harbors unique sentiments towards the Azure Dragon, preventing me from defeating him and bringing shame. TCH shame? Let the discontent of the Thunder Dragon God be unleashed upon you. Zing. With a flash of electric arcs, Laxus transformed into lightning, darting beyond the barrier. Channeling the combined might of the Thunder Fruit and Dragon Crystals, his eyes gleaming with one gold and one blue, radiating resplendent electric light. For emperors? Come, allow me to measure your worth. A so-called emperor, Let us see how many of my attacks you can withstand, the roar of the Thunder Dragon God. As he spoke, Laxus inhaled deeply, golden and blue currents of electricity flowing from his mouth, manifesting a magnificent magic circle of intertwining gold and blue, unleashing a thunderous impact of greater magnitude than that of Wayno. Little brat, he warned. Provoking an emperor may cost you your life. As one of the 4 emperors. Even if Laxus's roar presented a formidable threat, Big Mom plunged forward without hesitation, flames erupting from her head, enveloping her serrated blade as she unleashed her emperor's sword, commanding the dark thundercloud beneath her with overwhelming force. Destructive blade. The flame-encased emperor's sword clashed against the roar of the Thunder Dragon God, the 2 forces colliding mightily. Yet, Laxus's attack was relentless. After a few breaths, Big Mom's cutting force began to wane, the continuous onslaught of lightning redirecting her emperor's sword, delivering a heavy blow to her massive form. Crack! The resounding roar sent Big Mom flying, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking bones. In a single strike, Laxus shattered her once proud steel balloon physique, inflicting injury upon her ribs. The roar propelled Big Mom sideways. She swung her sword again, the fire-enshrouded emperor's sword successfully intercepting the roar. The dark clouds avoiding the brunt of the assault, finally escaping the reach of the thunderous attack. Soul infusion. Gasping for breath, Big Mom conjured a sphere of soul in her palm, pressing it against her abdomen, healing her injuries through the infusion of her bones with soul energy, yielding remarkable results. Mama. Ignoring the blood trickling from her lips, Big Mom let out a brutal laugh, her face dark as water, her eyes clouded with shadows. You have thoroughly enraged me, nameless brat. Chapter 64. 3 hours you have thoroughly enraged me, nameless brat. Buzz. The Conqueror's haki erupted, entwining around the sword, the flames blazing a deeper crimson, as if encased in a viscous substance. Mingguang sword. Big Mom's expression twisted with rage, the thundercloud beneath her unleashing powerful lightning to further envelop the blade. A combination of lightning, flames, and the serrated sword, channeling all her strength to the tip of the sword, unleashing one of her ultimate moves. Mother's visiting cannon. 3,000 miles. Boom. In a frenzy of bloodlust, with a ferocious expression, Big Mom swung towards Laxus, unleashing a colossal wave of slashing force. As it tore from the blade, it transformed into an enormous female figure, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, erratically pursuing its target. Oh, the advanced application of Conqueror's haki, Laxus exclaimed, delighted by the sight. As a fellow wielder of Conqueror's haki, he understood his own situation, while he could expertly wield it to clear lesser foes. The more profound techniques remained elusive. Lightning cloak. Resolute, he enveloped himself in golden and blue lightning, intending to personally experience the advanced application of Conqueror's haki and seek inspiration. Zing. The tempestuous lightning cloaked Laxus, accelerating him through the anti-gravity field as he charged forward. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Laxus approached the female figure. An invisible force struck him, disregarding his lightning cloak, impacting his internal organs with a powerful force that sent his vitality into turmoil, causing blood to spill from his lips. Huh? Ignoring defenses? Come again. Hee. Perched atop the dragon Kaido, you shielded his eyes from the barrier to observe the battle beyond, perhaps a bit overconfident. Laxus, compared to these monstrous 4 emperors, holds an advantage in the potential for offensive power rather than in physique. So, to explore the advanced applications of Conqueror's haki, if this round ends in loss, so be it. The physical prowess derived from magical transformation may not be as formidable, but enduring a few days of punishment is hardly a concern. Experiencing the challenge is quite fine. Truly the first generation, quite courageous indeed. The dragon-shaped Kaido expressed his thoughts, lamenting that in his pursuit of further developing the Conqueror's haki, he had chosen to endure blows, seeking inspiration through personal experience. Bartolomeo felt fortunate that lacking the Conqueror's haki was not necessarily a disadvantage, as he was not inclined toward masochism. Upon hearing Bartolomeo's jest, Leaf feigned ignorance regarding the meaning of the first generation and playfully patted Kaido's dragon head, suggesting that he could revert to his original form. She surmised that continuing to ride atop him so brazenly would likely provoke a conflict with another emperor. Kaido, now in his human form, glared menacingly at Bartolomeo, who was gradually returning to his original appearance, his thoughts racing, transforming one's hands into bottles to contain and return heat. That is the ability of a paramecia-type fruit. This skill, replicated due to the magical pattern on his forehead, indicates a connection to a mythical beast. What a bizarre ability! To perfectly replicate another's fruit? Even in the previous power structure, the capabilities of a mythical beast-level spirit were exceedingly treacherous. Is it a mythical beast? Quite intriguing. Kaido's covetous gaze lingered on the fantastical ability, while Crocodile, seated quietly nearby, was also intrigued. His indifferent expression flicked toward the pattern on Bartolomeo's forehead, then subtly glanced at a small spirit standing beside him. The creature, towering over 2 meters, possessed a tail and was clad in an armor-like green shell, which extended into sharp spikes. Its chest bore several triangular holes, resembling a fearsome demon. It was the quasi-divine spirit, Banjira, standing resolutely. Its robust form seemed impervious to any assault, with powerful, confident eyes that betrayed no fear. When enraged, it could effortlessly alter the terrain around it, flattening mountains and forests alike, and with its sandstorm trait, it could conjure sandstorms in the wake of destruction, establishing a home field advantage. Crocodile chuckled as he recalled the feedback from his contract with Banjira. Though the spirit was not of mythical caliber, it was more attuned to his fruit's abilities. There was no need to covet what others had. He simply needed to develop its mega evolution form. According to Leaf's intelligence, Banjira's ultimate evolution would rival even some mythical beasts in strength. Captain T.S., the captain's aide, approached Crocodile with utmost respect, bowing as he presented a cup of freshly brewed tea. He had finally achieved his desire to be part of this grand feast. Crocodile received the cup, his expression calm, while his gaze shifted to the 5 steaming cups of tea on the tray beside S. With such prominent figures present, one must not be remiss in their duties. Yes, Captain, S replied eagerly, his heart swelling with gratitude as he observed the esteemed company surrounding him. He felt a sense of warmth, easing his apprehension about serving tea. I was indeed clever, regardless of their status. The first cup of tea must be offered to the captain. Pleased with his own thoughtfulness, S approached Shiki, bowing deeply as he presented the tea. Great lord. Tea for you. Shiki erupted in laughter, clearly in high spirits. He raised a finger, and with the influence of the float fruit, the tea cup floated into his hand. He took a delicate sip and, as a senior member among Crocodile's crew, offered S a chance to select a spirit after the feast, should any remain uncontracted. The surprise was overwhelming for S, who struggled to comprehend the unexpected opportunity. That sounds splendid. Bartolomeo immediately recognized this as a potential resolution to the tension between himself and Crocodile. With a beaming smile, he remarked, Due to my oversight and the serendipitous nature of your encounter, acquiring a small spirit is a trivial matter, is it not, Mr. Crocodile? Humph. With a disdainful snort, Crocodile cast a glance at the visibly excited S, choosing not to elaborate further as he sipped his tea. Then it is settled. Seeing Crocodile's acquiescence, Bartolomeo clapped his hands together, directing a friendly smile toward S. Grateful for the support of his esteemed companions, S swiftly distributed tea to the remaining guests, ensuring that none, including the absent Laxus, engaged in combat with Big Mom, were overlooked. An hour later, 3 hours later. Chapter 65, Proceeding with Discretion. In the courtyard. The rhythmic sound of a knife meeting a cutting board echoed as Leggio, clad in a delicate pink loungewear, busied herself in the kitchen. With deft hands, she skillfully prepared a variety of vegetables and meats, arranging them neatly on empty plates. Mr. Su, the preparations are ready, Leggio remarked with a gentle smile, glancing at the stoic figure of Suzesa beside her. Shall we ignite the stove and heat the oil? Indeed, Suzesa replied patiently, nodding at the novice cook's inquiry. Once the oil reaches a suitable temperature, first add the seasonings to release their flavors, and then you may introduce the meat for stir-frying. Understood. Leggio beamed with enthusiasm, her expression shifting to one of earnest concentration as she embarked on her inaugural culinary endeavor, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Half an hour later, at the dining table, Li Shu gazed at the 4 dishes before him, their presentation surprisingly appealing. With a hint of astonishment, he cast a sidelong glance at Leggio, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Well, it seems you possess some talent. Here I was, mentally preparing myself for a culinary disaster, ready to feign delight even if served a pot of charcoal. Who do you look down upon? Leggio thought to herself, raising an eyebrow in silence. Choosing to be magnanimous, she offered him the chopsticks, saying, Please give it a try. The flavor has received Mr. Su's approval. Oh, really? Taking the chopsticks, Li Shu glanced at Suzeda standing behind Leggio, noticing a faint stiffness on the latter's otherwise composed face in response to her words. Ah, I see. Perceptive yet discreet, Li Shu, under Leggio's expectant gaze, picked up a piece of vegetable and savored it slowly. To his surprise, the flavor was indeed delightful. reminiscent of the dishes prepared by Mr. Su himself. Let me try this one. Embracing the moment, Li Shu, having recognized the taste influenced by Mr. Su, proceeded to sample the dish Lei Jiao had indicated, no longer hesitating to indulge. With each deliberate bite, he swiftly consumed all 4 dishes before him, contentedly setting down his chopsticks. Quite satisfactory, he mused. Now, answer me this, Lei Jiao, why do you desire the second seed of life? From my observations, the first one you ingested has yet to be fully absorbed. Time slipped by unnoticed as the sun ascended to its zenith. 3 minutes prior, on the island of feasts, a sudden cry erupted. A tempest of lightning enveloped the long blade as Big Mom launched herself from the dark clouds, executing a rapid aerial maneuver aimed at Laxus with lightning speed. After a fierce battle, Laxus, steady in his breathing, observed yet another wave of assault approaching. He raised his hand, conjuring a vast surge of golden blue lightning, his palm igniting with a crimson glow that compressed into a sphere of tricolored light. At the moment the magical circle illuminated, it unleashed a powerful attack akin to a thunderous eruption, illuminating the sky. Destructive death ray of the Thunder Dragon God. The fierce attack collided with Big Mom's acrobatic assault, generating a violent shockwave. After a brief struggle, Big Mom found herself overpowered, her technique countered, forcing her to retreat. Landing on the clouds, her terrifying visage radiating an aura of menace. This ends now. Shiki soared between them, attempting to quell the conflict. Laxus, the time is nearly upon us. Do not let your combative nature hinder our purpose. After a moment of silence, Laxus acknowledged the gravity of the situation with a nod, turning to fly towards the electric curtain behind him. Angered, Big Mom maneuvered closer, her overwhelming conqueror's haki suppressing the void as she roared with ferocity. You old lion. Step aside. A mere unknown brat has delayed me for far too long. If I do not eliminate him, what face will the 4 emperors have left? She was fiercely protective of her reputation. Anyone who tarnished it would be relentlessly pursued. For she was Bigmom, never to be reduced to a mere stepping stone for others to gain notoriety. Do you dare reject Shiki's call for peace? Big Mom provocatively challenged Laxus. The warm-up has just begun. Are you planning to tuck your tail and flee? Laxus furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at the defeated Big Mom. Crackling arcs of fierce electricity coursing around him. Suddenly, from the sea surface, waves of Conqueror's haki surged, targeting Big Mom high above. The powerful auras intertwined, creating an audible friction in the air. Despite her immediate response, clashing her own haki against the onslaught, she struggled against the overwhelming pressure. Whitebeard, red-haired, Rayleigh, Dragon, are you all formally declaring war on the Big Mom pirates? Enraged, Big Mom held her frustrations, even from thousands of meters away, as she fought to withstand the unmatched haki assaults. Why does everyone seem intent on opposing me? On the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard stood proudly with his Naginata, exuding a commanding presence as he gazed at Big Mom above. Declare war? If that's what she believes, I accept that notion, but it shall wait until the feast concludes. On the red-footed ship, Shanks and Rayleigh stood side by side, each emanating their own conqueror's haki towards Big Mom, amidst casual conversation. Vice Captain, your presence here is somewhat unexpected. After years of retirement, you appear in this tumultuous moment. Surely, there must be a compelling reason, Shanks remarked. Rayleigh laughed heartily, not directly responding, yet his eyes, hidden behind glasses, betrayed a sense of urgency. The sea was growing increasingly tumultuous, and a storm was brewing. He needed to seize this opportunity to strengthen his power in order to fulfill Roger's dying wish to safeguard that power. Shanks, catching a glimpse of Rayleigh's troubled expression, chose not to pry further. Instead, he activated his observation haki, locking onto another source of Conqueror's haki. On another pirate vessel, a middle-aged man clad in a dark green coat, adorned with red tattoos on the left side of his face, gazed skyward, his fierce demeanor reflecting the overwhelming aura he emitted. This man was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, deemed by the world government as the world's most notorious criminal. Chief, why are you joining this chaos? Shouldn't we be operating under the radar? Carrara exclaimed, her fists clenched in anxiety. They were the Revolutionary Army, wanted criminals across the globe. Was this the appropriate moment to be so brazen? Sabo, having reunited with the main forces of the Revolutionary Army, laughed heartily, holding a metal pipe as he reassured, fear not. The multitude of factions present here is intricate. Even if the government and navy take notice, it won't lead to widespread conflict. Silence, Carrara shouted, her expression contorted with rage. As Sabo remained unfazed, she transformed her frustration into a fierce rebuke, tearing into his words. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Shiki's boisterous laughter echoed from above, rescuing Sabo from his plight. Everyone. Shiki's voice boomed as he unleashed his own conqueror's haki, alleviating some of the pressure on Big Mom. Let us all temper our spirits. There is no need for unnecessary rivalry, for the time of the feast has arrived. With Shiki's proclamation, the entangled haki in the sky dissipated, plunging the sea into an eerie silence as all eyes focused on the golden figure above. Ha 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 ha. Are you all eager to begin? Without further ado, I, Shiki, the King of the Skies, hereby declare, whoever can ascend to the feast island may choose their favorite sprite. Rejoice. Dance. To the warriors from all corners of the world, for ambition, for dreams, for power, ascend the island with all your might. I await your arrival. The moment has come. The feast commences. With the final utterance of Shiki, the colossal lightning barrier enveloping the island and the stone steps trembled gently, causing the magnificent magic circle at its pinnacle to retract and vanish. The descending curtain of electricity began to dissipate from top to bottom, revealing the true visage of the stone steps. In the lofty expanse of 10,000 meters, a multitude of stones, varying in size and distance apart, floated serenely, among which were hundreds of conspicuous small stones, their bases shedding powder like sand through an hourglass. As the electric veil faded to its base and the electrolytic phenomenon concluded, the flames burning on the ocean surface gradually extinguished, shattering the eerie silence that ensued. An overwhelming chorus of exuberant shouts resonated through the heavens, heralding the commencement of the grand stairway battle. Set sail, my comrades, to the island. Charge forth. I, the captain, have arrived. Ha ha. A new era shall surely have a place for me. In a frenzied contest, countless pirate ships surged forward, their unquenchable ambition ablaze, racing in pursuit of the powers bestowed by the contract spirit. Renowned pirates, some laughing boisterously, others grinning cruelly, hastened towards the stone steps. The curtain of a new era had been drawn, the gears of history began to turn once more, and the opportunity to reign supreme lay before them. To avoid becoming mere fodder of the past, they knew they must fight with their very lives for a resplendent tomorrow. On board the Flamingo ship, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and laughed skyward, relishing the return of memories from the dawn of the great pirate era initiated by Pirate King Roger. Rich and sweet. This was the essence of the age. While he reveled in the air thick with desire and ambition, other formidable pirates were already employing their own strategies. On board a certain pirate ship, a man in his 30s, his face etched with urgency, watched as several ships surpassed him, no longer concealing his abilities. He raised his thumb and aimed at a stone towering 100 meters high. Straight shot. Whoosh. His body, enveloped by the power of his fruit, surged forward with tremendous force, propelling him from the bow of the ship towards the target stone, reaching it in the blink of an eye. Becoming the first pirate to stand upon the stone steps, the man, Chark, captain of the great car pirate crew, known as the Unscathed Captain, was adept in observation and armed combat, a user of the superhuman grit fruit, with a bounty of 465 million. Although Chark took the lead as the first to ascend the stone steps, he also became the first target, reveling in the joy of being ahead of the game when suddenly, boom, a torrent of attacks surged toward him, slashes from swordsmen, shots from snipers, and various assaults from other abilities, all whistling through the air, yet he effortlessly perceived them with his mastery of observation haki. With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Chark turned, coldly amused, unperturbed by becoming the primary target. With a swift clap of his hands before his chest, he then parted them outward, as if to invite all aboard. No one could impede the captain's advance. The ship's course was set. The myriad of assaults approached him in an instant, but their trajectories were altered by the powers of his fruit, veering away and gliding past Chark. Ha ha ha. Struggle all you wish. Your captain is already one step ahead. He laughed heartily, deftly dissolving the crisis of being under fire, and propelled himself towards a higher rock with his fruit's ability. Best to stay behind. Suddenly, a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, propelled by Mooncloth, pursued him, launching a formidable gale kick to thwart Chark's ascent. Whoosh. The gale kick swept in like a swordsman's slash. Yet, enveloped in his observation haki, Chark had already discerned the admiral's approach. As the kick drew near, his expression turned icy. He traced a circle in the air with his hand, activating his fruit's power, causing the gale kick to reverse course and charge straight back at the admiral. TCH. The admiral disdainfully spat, raising his leg once more to deliver another gale kick, countering and dissipating the attack. Boom. With the sound of a collision echoing, in the brief pause that followed, another figure soared upward, surpassing Chark to seize the lead. Hehehe, take your time, gentlemen. I shall make my move first. Swoosh. A being with wings sprouted from its back, a shapeshifter in beast form. Ascended above the crowd, intent on leveraging the effects of an animal-type fruit to soar directly toward the island of feasts. Climbing the stone steps? No. He aimed to capitalize on his advantage and reach the summit in one breath. A massive cannonball hurtled through the air, striking the pirate with such force that he could not react in time. The explosion ensued, engulfing him in searing flames, and he plummeted towards the sea, severely injured. What a peculiar ability, one that suits a barbecue splendidly. On the Navy ship, Carp nonchalantly picked his nose with his pinky finger, displaying disdain and contempt. Beside him stood a rack filled with cannonballs. He had just manually launched one to send that powerful user crashing down. The screams echoed in the air. Yet the fierce struggle atop the stone steps only intensified, with casualties rising sharply. Chapter 67. Mind Your Identity. Observing the battle at the summit, which had reached heights of 500 to 600 meters, the formidable forces and individuals finally began to join the fray. Children, it's your turn. Ascend to the Feast Island and select your favorite spirits. Always standing at the forefront of this era. All members of the Whitebeard Pirates, set sail. Yes, father. At Whitebeard's command, the previously dormant captains responded in unison, leaping from the Moby Dick in their own distinctive manners to attempt their ascent. With a flourish, the immortal bird Marco activated his fruit ability, unfurling a pair of wings alight with undying flames, soaring directly towards Feast Island. Along the way, many pirates scrambling up the stone steps noticed his presence. Intimidated by the strength of Whitebeard and Marco, they merely observed, unwilling to intervene. The identity of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates warranted the respect of a contracted spirit. Bista, the flower sword-wielding captain, leaped down from the air. Using a pirate ship ahead as a springboard, and with a few agile bounds, he arrived at the base of the stone steps. With his mustache slightly raised, he gathered his strength and shot towards a stone block 100 meters high, joining the fray. Splash! The shark fishman, Captain Muir of the 8th Division, leveraged his racial advantage to dive into the sea, swimming swiftly. Once he reached below the stone steps, he leapt out of the water, creating a towering column of spray. Catching up to Bista, the other captains were not far behind, quickly joining the chaotic battle for the steps, followed closely by numerous captains and crew members from the affiliated pirate crews. "Ah, how delightful," commented the sunglasses-wearing, somewhat disheveled Kizaru, observing the rapid ascent of the Whitebeard Pirates' captains. His gaze ultimately settled on Marco, whose entire being was ablaze. "Admiral Carp, Whitebeard has commenced his actions. Should we not embark as well? Do you require me to intercept the immortal bird?" "Ha." Carp chuckled heartily. "Let each person strive to reach the summit by their own merit. Sengoku has instructed us to act as the situation demands. Now is not the time for conflict. Let us coexist peacefully for the moment." With that, he signaled for the sailors to launch 2 more cannonballs, rolling up his sleeves. An impulsive thought surged within him. He inhaled deeply and declared loudly, "All you Navy brats, take to the air. Allow me to lend you a hand." Confused, the admirals aboard the Navy vessels complied unconditionally with Carp's command, leaping into the air to hover above his ship. Fist of the Meteor. Carp swiftly waved his hands, launching cannonballs towards the airborne admirals with astonishing speed, the air splitting with their whistling descent. Admiral Carp. As the cannonballs rushed towards them, the stunned admirals stared in disbelief. With a resounding thud, one bewildered officer was struck in the lower back by a cannonball, yet it did not explode. Instead, it was imbued with a gentle force, instantly bending his body into a C shape and propelling him towards the stone steps with great momentum. No way. Being an admiral indicated a certain level of intelligence. Yet witnessing the fate of the first victim, they broke into a cold sweat, realizing the nature of this assistance was merely the force of Carp's arm. With wide eyes, one admiral after another succumbed to the cannonballs, propelled into the air in bizarre postures. Kizaru sighed, rolling his eyes. "My esteemed Admiral Carp is truly chaotic. To make the admirals look foolish before so many pirates, only you could manage that. Well, do as you please." Kazan shook his head and leaped into the air, positioning himself to ride the cannonballs gracefully as they were launched by Carp, maintaining a semblance of decorum. In a flash of golden light, Kizaru materialized, elegantly standing atop a cannonball, proceeding alongside Kazan. Meanwhile, still so carefree, Old Man Dragon noted the commotion among the Navy, his eyelids twitching slightly. This reckless abandon had not diminished with age. Karas, ignoring his father's antics, Dragon turned to the leader of the Northern Revolutionary Army. "Let us proceed." "Understood." Karas, bald, cast in shadow, his face concealed by a bird-beak metal mask and clad in a black feathered coat, rasped as he activated his fruit ability. "Caw." Suddenly, the once quiet pirate ship erupted with the cacophony of crows, massive birds bursting forth from the hold. Swirling in the air above. Leader, I shall take the lead. The Southern Army leader, Lindbergh, resembling a catmake, cheerfully announced as he engaged his jetpack. Soaring freely towards Feast Island. Let us go. With a rush, Sabo, Kara, Haku, Mori, and others leaped into the air, landing atop the backs of the crows, who carried them towards Feast Island, leaving Dragon standing still, unhurried to depart. The raucous cawing of the crows drew the attention of many. Dragon's furious roar echoed, causing Dragon's expression to stiffen, yet he maintained his composure as he turned towards the source of the voice. Long time no see, father. However, before he could finish, a barrage of black cannonballs flew towards him. Ah, this must be my father's affection. Boom. Before reaching Dragon, the incoming cannonballs seemed to collide with an invisible wind wall, erupting in a violent explosion, the resulting smoke dissipating in the breeze. You little rascal, you've certainly made quite a stir, the world's most notorious criminal. I hereby declare you under arrest. Surrender at once. Though the words sounded formal, Carp, casually picking his nose, appeared far from serious about capturing his son. Dragon remained silent, unleashing his fruit ability to ascend into the air, leaving behind a provocative taunt. Old man, if you wish to catch me, you shall have to pursue. Do not flee. Carp bellowed as he witnessed Dorag soaring away with the wind. Grasping the remaining cannonballs, he hurled them all towards his adversary. Yet they were deftly evaded without inflicting a scratch. With a hint of irritation curling his lips, Carp murmured, Indeed, one's wings have grown strong. Daring to oppose the world government, he is truly my son. The sailors around him, seemingly oblivious, internally screamed, Mind your position, Vice Admiral Carp. This is not something we should overhear. Chapter 68, CP9 On the surface of the sea, aboard the Flamingo ship, only Mihawk remained. Observing the chaotic struggle over the rocky staircase ahead, his eagle-like eyes reflected profound disinterest. Suddenly, he emitted a soft grunt, leaping to the top of the pirate ship, gazing towards the distant ocean where he sensed a presence of swordsmanship. With black hair and a mustache adorning his lips, a distinctive X-shaped scar stretched across his forehead, extending towards his eyes as if injuring them. Clad in a pale purple kimono and bound with a black-purple obi, a violet scarf encircled his neck. He wielded a long sword, gracefully hovering upon a floating stone as he approached. With closed eyes, he deftly maneuvered between the stationary pirate ships until he arrived before Mihawk's Flamingo. May I pass? He inquired with a smile. 700 meters away, a ghostly figure floated in the air, her pink pigtails bouncing and a crown resting upon her head. Perona, holding a wine-red umbrella, was accompanied by 4 negative spirits. With a wave of her hand, the spirits darted towards a pirate, sweeping past him. I am but a wild blade of grass, unworthy of receiving fairies. If it pleases you, please tread upon me. A heavy aura of despondency enveloped the pirate, causing him to kneel and surrender, entirely stripped of ambition, drowning in an abyss of despair. Suddenly, the despairing pirate met a fatal blow as a long blade pierced through his back, transfixing his left chest, claiming his life on the spot. A figure gradually materialized. It was Absalom, the transparent fruit user of the Paramecia type. Do not waste time. We must hasten to catch up with Lord Moria and assist him in clearing the obstacles to ensure a smooth passage to the island of the feast. Extracting the long blade, Absalom gazed upward at the rocky staircase where their captain was engaged in battle. At a distance of 1,400 meters, the dual-wielding General Stolo Berry, adorned with a flowing waist-length beard and a tall hat, unsheathed his twin blades in unison, unleashing a formidable attack towards the pirate before him. The pirate, a member of the Long-Leg tribe, grinned widely as he nimbly evaded the oncoming strike, his long legs propelling him swiftly towards Stolo Berry. His right leg gleaming with a dark sheen, enveloped in a thick layer of armament hockey. With the grace of lightning, the long-leg pirate executed a rapid succession of 4 kicks. Stolo Berry, brandishing his own blade coated in armament hockey, defended himself against the onslaught, the clash of their strikes resonating in a shower of sparks. The long-leg pirate, adopting a downward slashing stance, found himself in a fierce contest of strength against the steadfast general, neither willing to yield. Black Claw Ron Leg, with a bounty of 550 million, was known for his brutality, having once slaughtered an entire town. If such a fiend were to acquire a contract spirit, the world would face even greater peril. For the sake of justice, he must be dealt with here and now. With serene composure, Stolo Berry slowly opened his eyes, revealing a chilling intent to kill. He summoned his strength, forcing Ron Leg back before closing the distance. Dual wielding, extreme intersecting slash. With a reverse grip on his blades, his muscles expanded, unleashing an even greater force as he executed a cross-shaped slash aimed directly at his foe. Unfazed by the lethal maneuver, Ron Leg leaned back, using his hands to brace himself against the ground while his legs, empowered by armament hockey, struck with the ferocity of iron claws. The clash of their powers erupted in a brilliant explosion, sending both combatants staggering backward. Ron Leg, regaining his footing, heard the sharp sound of slicing air. Dual-wielding, instant 100 slashes. Startled, Ron Leg's pupils dilated as he faced the onslaught of slashes now upon him. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he reacted instinctively, retreating hurriedly and crossing his arms before him, reinforcing his defense with armament hockey. The strikes rang out, punctuated by a sickening thud as one cut through his defenses, crashing into his chest, propelling him backward off the stone he stood upon. Fortunately, Ron Leg landed heavily on another stone, narrowly escaping a plunge into the sea. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ron Leg disregarded the relentless flow of blood from his chest wound and taunted Stoloberry, who stood at the edge of the stone. "Come on, continue. Show me just how unwavering your sense of justice is. Do you wish to slay me here? Or are you merely eager to secure your place in the new era and acquire the power of the spirits?" Stoloberry narrowed his eyes, assessing the severity of Ron Leg's injuries. He realized that defeating him would not be an endeavor accomplished in a short span of time. Ron Leg laughed, casting a final menacing glance at his opponent before choosing another path to continue his ascent up the stone steps, feeling a slight sense of relief. There was no need for a protracted struggle. Reaching the summit was his foremost objective. "Next time we meet, I shall surely bring you to your end." Stoloberry, opting not to pursue, recalled the words of his superior before departing, reminding him that in this new era, the acquisition of contract spirits was the paramount objective. At 2,200 meters, a bone-chilling aura swiftly enveloped the notorious pirate, encasing him in ice. Nearby, Admiral Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, conjuring an icicle that shattered the pirate's skull. What terrifying power! The onlookers marveled. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 600 million had not lasted a minute in the presence of Admiral Akiji, one of the Navy's three foremost powers. With a nonchalant chuckle, Akiji's languid gaze drifted towards a stone in the distance, where he spotted Don Quixote da Flamingo, a smirk gracing his lips, standing in a relaxed posture alongside the members of the Don Quixote family, including Treble, Pica, Lao Ji, and Bartolomeo. A commendable leader indeed, Akiji mused. The user of the string fruit could have ascended swiftly but chose to delay for the sake of their protection. "Of course," Doflamingo replied. "Our young master is the most deserving of our devotion." The likes of Dringe and Mahabais, awed by Akiji's might, could only praise Doflamingo in their hearts. After all, they were family. Abandoning any one of them was out of the question. Doflamingo chuckled darkly, shifting his attention upward. He noticed several figures approaching from above. Akiji too glanced skyward, a ripple of recognition passing through his calm demeanor. Despite their masked faces, he sensed familiar presences among them. Members of CP9? Chapter 69, Comrade CP9? Akiji and Doflamingo exchanged glances as they observed a robust figure with horn-like hair create a door in midair. After the others entered, he stepped through, sealing the door behind him and vanishing from sight. As their hockey expanded, they detected the group's presence again, now at a height nearing 5,000 meters. "What an unfair ability, the superhuman door fruit," Doflamingo remarked with a grin, no longer wishing to waste time with Akiji. He utilized his string abilities to propel their ascent, leaving Akiji pondering the implications of Spandam's foolish orders to capture a spirit, potentially compromising their long-standing secret mission. "What a headache," Akiji sighed. At 5,000 meters, Lucci, donning a demon mask to conceal his identity, called out to his leader with trepidation, "Is this really all right? We have the whereabouts of the child of the devil, yet we are diverting to capture a spirit instead of apprehending her. Can we truly proceed like this?" "Enough, Khalifa," Lucci retorted, his dove mask facing the group. "We are agents, born to execute orders. Regardless of how foolish those commands may be, our duty is absolute obedience. Such doubts should not arise again." "Understood," Khalifa replied, lowering her gaze, resigning to Lucci's words. Though she felt a twinge of frustration at the missed opportunity for achievement after years of undercover work, she recognized the necessity of compliance. However, won't our simultaneous disappearance raise suspicions on the iceberg? She pondered silently. A quarter of an hour since the dispersal of the lightning barrier. It has been a quarter of an hour, and various factions have begun their ascent of the stone stairways. Countless ambitious individuals have either just stepped onto the tumultuous stage, or have already ascended to a certain height. Fierce competition permeates the atmosphere at every moment. Those whose strength falls short of their ambitions meet their demise, becoming stepping stones for others. At this very moment, on the distant sea, 30 to 40 pirate ships, resembling naval vessels, are lined up in formation, swiftly approaching. Their high-flying flags are peculiar, with the naval insignia inverted and a skull pierced by a sword. The Neo Navy. In this new era, there is no soil for you cowardly wretches and villains to survive. The future of the world lies with the Neo Navy. Perish here, all of you. Wearing black sunglasses and with a crushing device forged from sea stone on his right arm, the former Admiral Zephyr, known as the Black Arm, bears a visage filled with hatred and madness. The times have changed, and he is here to redefine the Navy of the New World. Explosive rock. A unique type of explosive stone, devoid of inherent danger, possesses the capacity to unleash tremendous power upon contact with oxygen. If amassed in sufficient quantity, it could easily sink islands. Encased in a transparent glass dome, a pink liquid flows within, currently hoisted high by the right arm of a crusher, and hurled violently towards a cluster of stone steps. With a swift whoosh, the explosive rock collides with the lowest stone, shattering the glass exterior and releasing the liquid. The moment the explosive stone meets the air, an earth-shattering explosion reverberates across 1,000 meters, instantly engulfing the stone steps and claiming the lives of numerous unsuspecting pirates and Navy personnel. A blinding light and intense heat vaporize a substantial amount of seawater, creating a thick mist. As the white smoke dissipates, the nearby pirate ships are utterly devastated, some engulfed in flames as they slowly sink, while others disintegrate into mere debris. Within a radius of 700 to 800 meters above the stone steps, only a few sufficiently large stones remain afloat, starkly contrasting against the vast expanse of obliterated remnants. The magnitude of the commotion momentarily halts all who are climbing. Countless gazes are drawn, sweeping over the empty stone steps in the churning sea below, ignoring the cries of certain survivors who have fallen into the tumult. Astonished eyes ultimately converge on the location of Zephyr. Old teacher. Many vice admirals and rear admirals widen their eyes in disbelief, taken aback by Zephyr's unexpected arrival and the chaos he has wrought. According to Sengoku's arrangements, his name was notably absent from the list of attendees for this gathering, especially given the massive fleet now present. Kazan, he murmurs darkly, having sensed something amiss over the past half-month. Observing the distant fleet, he realizes they are acting independently without orders, launching an indiscriminate assault on the stone steps. Additionally, the explosive object just detonated seems to be. He is aware of the existence of explosive rocks and has pieced together the situation and its impending consequences. No. My comrades, this is intolerable. Navy, you have gone too far. You are inciting the wrath of all pirate crews. Navy, I shall not rest until we meet again. To the powerful figures within the pirate ranks, the Navy's blatant breach of trust and destruction of the stone steps cannot go unanswered. Lord Shiki, the King of the Skies, will not tolerate any disruption of the celebration he has prepared. We shall teach the Navy a lesson on his behalf, and the quasi-divine spirits shall be ours for the taking. Yes, let us act. Kill. Kill. The battle erupts, a fierce clash between pirates and Navy ensues, igniting a brutal melee of blades, guns, and combat abilities. The Navy, caught off guard, finds themselves on the defensive. Carp, a naval hero of Zephyr's era, gazes darkly at the familiar figure in the distance. He cannot fathom that the intelligence Sengoku shared with him has come to fruition. Zephyr has indeed rebelled against the Navy, establishing a new faction. Zephyr, how could you? Heartbroken and despondent, Carp struggles to accept the reality that his former comrade, once noble and selfless, has now turned against the Navy, which they fought alongside. Navy, prepare to meet your fate. At that moment, a reckless pirate rushes at Carp with a blade, serving as an outlet for his pin-up fury. With a piercing gaze, Carp clenches his fist tightly, delivering a furious punch that shatters the long sword and strikes the pirate's chest. With a thunderous explosion, the pirate is killed instantly, their body hurtling back and shattering against a stone, which subsequently crumbles. Zephyr feels a slight alleviation of his anger as Carp's thunderous voice echoes, Why? Why have you come to this? You were once a paragon of righteousness, striving to become a hero, nurturing so many exceptional talents for the Navy. How could you betray us? We were comrades who entrusted our backs to each other. Chapter 70. A created opportunity, reluctance, unwillingness, and anguish. Carp's anguished cries resonate in everyone's ears, casting a pall over the naval commanders, who are momentarily transported back to the time when they were instructed by Zephyr. As a wave of pain surges through their minds, they snap back to reality, focusing on the battle against the pirates. Betrayed the Navy? Some pirates engaged in the onslaught pause in shock, reconsidering their actions and choosing to withdraw temporarily, opting to observe the unfolding events. The chaotic skirmish between the Navy and pirates momentarily cools due to Carp's voice, with most pirates opting to cease hostilities, while only a few continue fighting. Driven solely by the desire for vengeance for their fallen comrades, Carp stands resolutely aboard a distant warship, his gaze fixed on Zepha's aged face, now twisted with madness. Why have you come to this? It is the Navy's incompetence that has driven this rift. You are too cowardly. Balance? Balance? Always emphasizing balance. Claiming it is for global stability, insisting that controlling the paradise will one day cleanse the seas, but it is merely the self-soothing of the inept. Fine. Since the Navy is so ineffectual, I hereby declare that the pirate guerrilla shall be officially renamed the Neo Navy, sweeping across the seas to eradicate evil, truly embodying justice. Ha 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 ha. The incapable Navy and the wicked pirates. What a splendid arrangement. Let me, Z, commander of the Neo Navy, bury you all here. With a roar and declaration, Zepha summons another explosive rock within the crushing arm, proclaiming his judgment as he raises his arm to hurl a pink glass container like a cannonball towards the stone steps. Stunned by Zepha's announcement, everyone reacts immediately to his movement. Although many are unaware of the nature of the object, the recent explosion is still fresh in their minds. They cannot allow it to approach unopposed. Boom, boom, boom. The air fills with the sounds of gunfire and slashing blades as they attempt to intercept the incoming explosive rock. With a resounding blast, the explosive rock detonates mid-flight, unleashing a powerful shockwave and searing heat. Neo Navy? The one-armed redhead. Standing resolutely atop a large stone at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, gazes regretfully at Zepha. The former admiral who has endured too much suffering and has been irrevocably changed, consumed by hatred for pirates and dissatisfaction with the Navy's weakness. He has chosen an extreme path in this tumultuous era, opting to confront the world with his own ideals. He should not have come. Beckman exhales a puff of smoke, tilting his head skyward. Zepha's public declaration of detachment from the Navy and his indiscriminate assault on all present cannot go unchallenged. The Navy will undoubtedly respond to preserve their reputation, and the pirates assembled here will not let Zepha escape unscathed, especially after he has disrupted Shiki's long-prepared feast. No. This place is teeming with the majority of the mid to high-tier pirate forces. The black-armed Zepha, dedicated to eradicating pirates, has ample reason to come. That colossal fleet must have been fully mobilized, and with such devastating weaponry, he likely has no intention of leaving alive. Shanks narrows his eyes, clutching the hilt of his sword, resolutely turning to leap higher. Let us go, comrades. Fulfill his resolve. And let the flower of his ultimate dream bloom in its final moments. Choosing to respect each other's will, the crew with crimson hair cease their sluggish ascent. One by one, the formidable members swiftly matched Shank's pace, leaping upward with remarkable speed. Zepha's glasses gleamed in the light, while Rayleigh cast a gaze filled with complexity towards the once-encountered Admiral Don Quixote. The caprices of fate are relentless. First, it was his family, and then his students who fell victim to the merciless pirates. Such harrowing experiences irrevocably transformed this man. One had not experienced the suffering of others, while the other held a differing perspective. Rayleigh quietly turned away. He had no desire to engage in battle with Zephyr and preferred to leave the matter to the Navy. Doflamingo gazed at Zephyr for a long time, but ultimately refrained from inviting him to join the Revolutionary Army, knowing it would be futile. His ambitions did not lie in liberating the nation or bringing stability and peace to others. At this moment, he might be grappling with inner turmoil, facing the reality of his deteriorating condition at the advanced age of 70, having publicly renounced the Navy with the resolve to die gloriously in battle. Another old friend is approaching his curtain call, Whitebeard mused softly, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossing his eyes before he turned away. In a flash of golden light, Kizaru appeared beside Garp, holding a din-din mushy that was already dialing. Upon seeing it, Garp instinctively clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, torn between the desire to intervene and the lack of justification for doing so. With a click, the din-din mushy connected, and the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, stationed in his office at Marineford, resonated through. What has happened, Kizaru? Oh, it's quite a significant matter, Fleet Admiral, Kizaru replied in a nonchalant tone, concealing the gravity of the situation. Regrettably, I must inform you that Teacher Zephyr has confirmed his rebellion against the Navy. What? Sengoku's shocked voice was alarmingly loud, the expression conveyed through the din-din mushy revealing his disbelief and deep sorrow. Garp, you're right there. What on earth is going on? Faced with Sengoku's inquiry, Garp remained silent. How could he respond? Confirming the truth of Zephyr's betrayal? No, he could not bring himself to utter it, for he still clung to the hope of denial. Oh, Fleet Admiral, do you doubt my words? Noticing Garp's silence, Kazara took over the conversation. Judging by the current circumstances, Teacher Zephyr has not only defected from the Navy, but has seized the explosive rock and made an appearance on Banquet Island, intending to annihilate all present, including us in the Navy. Explosive rock? How could Zephyr? Sengoku's astonishment was cut short by the sound of another din-din mushy requesting to connect. Kizaru lowered his head slightly, sunlight glinting off his glasses, obscuring the change in his gaze. Click. Sengoku, Zephyr has indeed betrayed us. We now command you to immediately inform the admirals on site to eliminate the traitor. Click. Hearing the resolute command from the other end, Garp closed his eyes and sat back, reluctantly asking one last question. Sengoku, is there truly no other option? Silence enveloped the conversation. Sengoku on the other end was quiet for what felt like an eternity. Finally, a weary voice emerged. Garp, let us respect the opportunity he has created with his life. Chapter 71. Taking Action. Garp. Let us respect the opportunity he has created with his life. Perched upon Laxus' shoulder, listening to his recounting of the intercepted communication, Yi Xiao's small face flickered with surprise. Who would have thought that, due to the emergence of the contract spirit, Zephyr, who had resolved to leave the Navy and stand on his own after a certain pirate was recruited as a warlord, would take this step so soon? Despite her astonishment, you couldn't help but smile playfully, raising an eyebrow. An opportunity created with one's life? Publicly declaring his departure from the Navy and articulating his severance from any ties, all subsequent actions would be a manifestation of his own will. Given his past experiences, many pirates might well sympathize with his resolute intentions. However, how ironically perfect it was that he announced this in front of the Navy, delivering a resounding slap to the Navy's face in front of countless witnesses. The matter of dignity and discipline would undoubtedly compel the Navy to act decisively against the rebel, making a clash unavoidable. The battle between former and current admirals would undoubtedly be fierce, and the destructive power of Logia users is well known. Thus, it is understandable that, in the heat of battle, collateral damage to nearby individuals might occur. As for the so-called opportunity, shaking her head with a light-hearted chuckle, you began to comprehend that Zephyr's public declaration of rebellion and Sengoku's mention of opportunity were entirely aimed at the pirate's present. His past resolve not to kill an admiral was now exchanged for his life, aiming to create a rebellion in his final moments and significantly impact the pirate factions. Laxus understood. Zephyr had defected from the Navy, and even though he was clearly targeting the pirates, it had nothing to do with the Navy. As for the Navy's side, their intent to eliminate the traitor might inadvertently involve innocence. Given that Zephyr was a former admiral of the Navy, his strength was formidable, and accidental casualties were inevitable. Understanding. One must understand. Need me to intervene? Puzzled, you tilted her small head at Laxus. Why intervene? Every pirate setting sail has already accepted the possibility of death, especially those attending the banquet. Who among them is not ambitious and lofty in their aspirations? Furthermore, how considerate of Zephyr to be willing to give his life to make the banquet more spectacular. Respect. We should learn from the Navy and honor this elder who has devoted everything to justice. Respect my foot. You just want to watch the chaos unfold. Laxus muttered silently, turning his gaze toward the 30 or so new Navy ships. Using his observation hockey combined with the thunderfruit, he found the number of crew members on each ship to be fewer than 10. Indeed, they came with a resolve to die. Teacher Zephyr. From a towering rock 2,000 meters high, Akiji looked down, sensing Zephyr's unwavering determination through his hockey. A moment of clarity washed over him. To think that at the dawn of a new era, he would sacrifice his life to help the Navy significantly weaken the mid to high tier combat strength of the pirate factions. The so-called rebellion, bearing the label of traitor, was merely a catalyst, a prerequisite for this action. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Akiji offered a melancholic smile as he gazed at the figure he revered below. Leaning forward, he plummeted straight down. Such admirable resolve, Teacher Zephyr. Whoosh. Akiji descended from 2,000 meters, the massive character spelling justice rippling in the wind, capturing the attention of every Navy officer who beheld him. Era of ice. With a crackle, upon touching the surface of the sea, Akiji's elemental powers transformed him into frost, rapidly freezing everything around him, creating a battleground upon which to stand. Crack. A chill rose from the ice as Kazan's figure gradually emerged. He cast a solemn glance at the grinning Zephyr. then lowered his head in silence and turned to walk away. Oh, lazily drawn out, the reluctant sound escaped from Kizaru Borsellino, who took note of Kazan's intention to refrain from striking. He then glanced at the silent Carb seated nearby and the admirals of the Navy, who were descending from their heights. With a quiet sigh in his heart, he spoke. Open rebellion must be met with the utmost severity. For the honor of the Navy, you shall perish here, Zephyr. In a flash of golden brilliance, Kazara surged forward, transforming into a streak of light aimed at Zephyr. Borsellino, do you seek my life? The yellow-tinted sunglasses reflected the radiant glow as Zephyr unleashed his full might, raising his right arm, the sea stone crusher, to confront the incoming light. Foolish Admiral, do not harbor delusions. Boom. The crusher collided with the golden light, and due to the sea stone's effect, Kazara was easily forced out of his form, hurtling backward while raising a finger to concentrate a laser beam. Still so relentless, old man. I am no longer that naive youth. Zing. The laser shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards Zephyr, who leapt to evade the attack. With a deafening explosion, the Navy ship beneath him was obliterated, engulfed in fierce flames. Crushing blaster. Zephyr charged at Kizaru, the crusher rattling ominously as it unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes. Eight shock and mirror. With hands stacked together, palms facing, golden light erupted as Kizaru's form dispersed and reassembled behind him. He executed a flying kick, a powerful laser shockwave sweeping forth. Lightspeed kick. Whoosh. Despite wielding the heavy crusher, Zephyr's speed remained remarkably agile. He sidestepped the laser and continued his assault on Kizaru. Boom. The laser missed its mark, crashing into a stone block in the stairway behind, reducing it to dust in an instant. The residual shockwave swept across the pirates who had ceased their fight with the Navy. Observing this scene, some of the more astute among them sniffed, sensing a change in the atmosphere. Some cold or shadowy gazes darted toward their compatriots, but many were captivated by the fierce battle between the admirals, completely oblivious to the lurking danger. Hey, a cold chuckle escaped the lips of some cunning pirates as they quietly withdrew, abandoning their front row seats to this rare spectacle of Navy infighting, striving to ascend without causing too much commotion. Even when encountering other pirates of similar intent, they tacitly suppressed their desires for combat, seeking higher ground. Crushing tornado. Zephyr advanced to Kizaru's front, the crusher striking the ice with tremendous force, sending countless shards of ice flying into the air, obscuring vision. He then appeared behind Kizaru, compressing the crusher and triggering its hidden explosive materials for a devastating attack. Boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion, Kizaru was struck, his body transformed into a beam of golden light that shot towards the stairway, landing fortuitously on a block occupied by a pirate. The scream never escaped the pirate's lips as he, along with the block, evaporated, inadvertently aiding Kizaru in halting his backward momentum. What a heavy blow, Zephyr. TSK? Are you serious now? Chapter 72. A rare consideration. Are you serious now? Whoosh. Kizaru returned to the fray, delivering a lightspeed kick. Zephyr blocked with the crusher, and the two exchanged blows, with Zephyr being sent flying back, crashing into a Navy warship. Boom. In the next moment, a figure burst forth, but Zephyr now held two pink glass containers, explosive rocks. Huh. Kizaru smirked slightly, a tone of surprise in his voice. Explosive rocks? Being struck by those could be fatal. Transforming into golden light, he soared into the sky, attempting to evade the onslaught by gaining distance. However, Zephyr bent his knees and leaped, creating a massive pit in the frozen sea, propelling himself towards Kizaru purely through raw physical power. I warned you. Do not overly rely on your devil fruit abilities, Borsellino. Crack. Zephyr's mechanical right arm exerted force, easily shattering the glass container and seizing the explosive stone inside, hurling it towards Kizaru's direction. Whoosh. The explosive stone surged forward, and Kizaru's eyes widened beneath his sunglasses. You're really serious. In a life-or-death moment. He tapped into his boundless potential to evade, the sound of rushing wind in his ears as the explosive stone grazed past him, landing amidst the stairway a kilometer away. Boom. The violent explosion engulfed numerous onlookers among the pirates, their anguished cries echoing as some met their end while others were grievously wounded. And many were swept away by the shockwave, plummeting into the sea. Navy, this is deliberate retaliation. We must flee. We are too close. Even the dullest of pirates realized that they were not qualified to witness the Admiral's battle up close, fully aware of the imminent danger. Have you come to your senses? Dodging the explosive stone, Kizaru heard the questioning voice behind him and transformed into golden light once more, appearing behind Zephyr. He had another explosive rock, bent his knees, and swept a kick, sending a powerful strike towards Zephyr's waist, propelling him and the explosive rock higher into the stairway. Whoosh! Boom! Crack! Zephyr was sent hurtling back, crashing into a massive stone block, embedding himself deeply within. Perhaps due to the sudden impact, his grip tightened, and the glass container of another explosive rock shattered unbeknownst to him. Navy and pirates, all shall perish. Realizing the explosive stone was about to detonate, Zephyr swiftly extricated himself from the stone block, hurling it towards the higher stairway, where it detonated with a resounding explosion. The shockwave and intense heat surged forth as he capitalized on the momentum to pounce upon Kizaru descending at an angle. Oh dear, the Navy is equally merciless towards pirates. And the Navy? How terrifying. Kizaru's reflection in Zephyr's eyes showed the latter's approach. With arms crossed, he gathered a blinding light at his fingertips, launching a wide-ranging area attack. Shakuyata no Kagami. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An overwhelming barrage of rays rained down, and with the clattering sounds, Zephyr used the hard sea stone crusher to deflect the true laser assault aimed at him, while the remaining rays targeted others behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions echoed as the stairway several thousand meters away met its doom, erupting in violent shockwaves, reduced to dust scattered by the wind. With no stable ground left, the affected pirates plummeted, injured. Damn it. A conspiracy. This is the Navy's scheme. With a single stroke outlining the 8-span Shongoyu. A dense barrage of laser beams obliterated countless stones. Many pirates, who had just begun to sense the impending danger and were attempting to ascend to safety, suffered greatly. Losing their footing, they furiously cursed the Navy, while desperately seeking new ground to avoid plummeting onto the hard ice below. TSK, what a trick. They dared not break their tacit agreement, yet they concocted a traitor to assist them. Your schemes have been uncovered, you scoundrels of the Navy. Paying no heed to the pirates' clamoring, Kizaru focused on the approaching Zephyr, withdrawing his crossed arms to rest upon his chest. In a swift motion, he summoned a resplendent sword of light, the Amatsu Kumo. With a clang, the Amatsu Kumo struck at Zephyr, who met the blow with his own crushing force. After a single exchange, the two moved with such speed they appeared as mere phantoms, clashing in a dazzling display of martial prowess. They fought from the skies down to the icy surface. And suddenly, Kizaru feigned an attack, delivering a swift kick to Zephyr's chest that sent him hurtling toward a pirate ship frozen in the ice. Boom. Zephyr crashed through several pirate vessels, finally halting his flight, panting heavily as he cast his gaze upward towards the rocky stairway above, his face etched with frustration. I have not achieved the anticipated outcome. TSK, Borsellino, has becoming an admiral made you complacent? Have you grown lax in both your combat skills and your devil fruit abilities? Fueled by anger, Zephyr surged forward with renewed speed, his right arm of the crusher creaking ominously as it harnessed explosive materials within. Huh? Kizaru, feeling unjustly accused, tilted his head innocently before launching himself at Zephyr, sword in hand. Do not be too harsh, teacher Zephyr. The two charged forth, generating fierce winds as they clashed. The sound of metal upon metal echoed as they engaged in another fierce bout, their battle shifting across the battlefield, wreaking havoc upon the pirate ships in their wake. How terrifying it was to witness Zephyr, once renowned for his martial arts and hockey, already showing signs of fatigue after such a brief skirmish. Was it merely the passage of time, or the condition of his body? Sweat streamed down, breath ragged. Zephyr silently faced Kizaru, his movements growing more ferocious. Clang. In another collision, the Amatsu Kumo bore down upon him, inching closer as Zephyr trembled, struggling to block with his sea stone crusher. Suddenly, the crusher emitted a red glow as it ignited the explosive materials within. Kizaru's gaze sharpened, and he evaded in a flash, firing a laser from his finger mid-retreat. Boom. A powerful explosion engulfed Zephyr, sending shockwaves that shattered several pirate ships. Panting heavily, Kizaru, slightly disheveled, stood silently in confrontation, glancing up towards Carp and the other high-ranking officers. At that moment, Zephyr, bracing his weary body, let out a roar towards the heavens. In these final moments of life, will you not intervene? Do you wish for me to be slain by my own student? Come now, as my once dear friend, send me on my way. Kizaru slowly dissipated the Amatsu Kumo, his expression grave and solemn, his sunglasses obscuring the sorrow in his eyes. How considerate of you, teacher Zephyr. Behind Carp, the officers remained silent, an air of sorrow enveloping them. Many shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending scene. Seated in meditation as if in deep thought, Carp opened his eyes. Clenching his jaw, pupils trembling, his heart was anything but tranquil. He did not wish to act. Did not want to lose a friend who had accompanied him for half a lifetime. Yet, Zephyr had brazenly declared his betrayal of the Navy. And through his battle with Kizaru, had taken down numerous vicious pirates and destroyed countless ships. If he did not provide an explanation to the pirate faction, the Navy would inevitably face a crisis, besieged by all pirates after the feast. Why, Zephyr, why must you take it this far? Chapter 73. Sun Carp finally intervened. Half an hour later, the old man fulfilled his own will, igniting the final flame of his life in an extraordinary contribution to the Navy. Despite the burden of being labeled a traitor henceforth, Laxus, with a hint of melancholy, sensed the silence below through his special observation hockey. Bowing his head in quiet tribute for a moment, he turned slightly to observe the approaching silhouettes of pirates, anxiety creeping into his heart. Would they make it in time? The forces of justice, the Navy. Do not worry. You said softly with a smile, the era will not forsake the side of justice. Zephyr's justice may have reached its end, but behold, new justice rises anew. A soft gasp escaped Laxus as he sensed an unexpected scene. Carp, Kazan, and other Navy voices grew closer. Before long, a massive stone came into view, atop which stood a despondent Navy officer, identifiable by his justice cloak. His gaze quickly focused on a man clad in a purple kimono. A familiar sensation, gravity. Jekram had bestowed upon Laxus the power of anti-gravity, and he was keenly aware of the abilities wielded by the man before him. With a smile that belied his surprise, the man turned to Laxus, his gentle face betraying a flicker of astonishment before settling into calmness. He offered Laxus a peaceful smile, a gesture of greeting. As the stone rose rapidly, it reached a level with the feast island, where Carp led the way, flanked by his fellow officers. Stepping in sync with solemn expressions that radiated a fierce aura, albeit tinged with a hint of sadness. I am deeply grateful to you, Mr. Ichiji, Kazan, landing behind. Politely inclined his head in appreciation. Admiral Akiji, you are too kind. I am honored that Vice Admiral Carp accepted my bold request to join the Navy as a comrade. I cannot express my gratitude enough. A smile and a friendly demeanor unexpectedly made Kazan feel that he was not regarded as one of their own. He chuckled softly, scratching his head, and stepped forward to follow. Ignoring the situation, Sassy noticed that Carp and others had landed on the island. With a beaming smile, Yi flew over to extend her greetings. Spirit of Sky Island. Numerous gazes fell upon Yi, with varying expressions. Carp, feeling a weight on his heart, responded with a heavy tone and turned to survey the uneven silhouettes not far away. After scanning the crowd, he recognized most of the renowned figures, with a few unfamiliar pirates and several newcomers who had just earned the title of Supernova this year. What a cold atmosphere, Yi remarked, pursing her lips. Considering the pain of losing a dear friend that the others must have felt, she decided to graciously ignore it. At that moment, Shiki burst into laughter, rising into the air with the power of his devil fruit, overlooking the various parties gathered below. Firstly, congratulations to all for successfully reaching the summit and gaining the opportunity to contract with spirits, standing at the forefront of a new era, due to some unforeseen events. The climbing stone steps had been significantly damaged, suggesting that no further challengers would ascend the island. Just as Shiki was about to announce something, a joyous laughter suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. The laughter was pure and innocent, capturing the attention of everyone present. Behold, a lion-headed ship soared through the sky, and at its bow, a pirate wearing a straw hat laughed heartily against the wind. His carefree demeanor caused several onlookers to widen their eyes in surprise. As the Thousand Sunny sped towards the ground, just before a rough impact, the ship was enveloped by a powerful psychic force, gently cushioning its descent and landing smoothly. Hee, that was close, Luffy exclaimed, adjusting his hat with a grin. So dangerous, I almost thought I was going to die.